I undoubtedly possess an SS-level versatile genetic talent. Yet, he still suffered the misfortune of his girlfriend, Lu Ruyan, being sentenced. Together with my most trusted companion, they stripped me of all my components. It is solely because the components of the omnipotent gene can seamlessly adapt to any individual. Lu Ruyan endeavored to help her male confidant regain his former glory. Without a moment's hesitation, she ruthlessly struck me down, just as Lu Ruyan was about to grasp my final heart. A terrifying claw suddenly emerged from the depths, seizing my heart with a crushing grip. Upon opening my eyes once more, I found myself transported back to 4 hours prior to the cataclysmic arrival of the apocalypse. You possess knowledge that extends until October 2023. At that moment, a sharp reprimand echoed. Who the hell are you shouting for? Do you wish to summon those below? Suddenly, I felt as though someone had kicked me, nearly causing me to collapse to my knees. My legs remained intact, yet I stood there in utter bewilderment. Hastily, I fished out my phone to check, only to realize that I had inexplicably been transported back to 4 hours before the onset of the apocalypse. Suddenly, I was seized by the collar of my shirt and lifted up. Damn it! How dare you remain in a stupor? Are you truly weary of life? Before me stand 3 robust middle-aged men. The Scarface leader raised a metallic baseball bat, pressing it against my nose. Kid, do not presume that your parents' absence absolves you of this debt. It is only just that a son repays his father's obligations. If you fail to produce the money today, I shall break your hands. First, we severed his little finger. To make him aware of our might. His 2 subordinates wore expressions of derision, as the watermelon knife in hand incessantly glinted. As I gaze upon this familiar scene before me, an overwhelming fury envelopes my being. My father has accrued an insurmountable gambling debt, abandoning us, mother and child, to vanish into the unknown. The scarred man, accompanied by 2 henchmen, arrived at the house to collect a debt. Driven to the brink of despair, she compelled her mother to take the tragic step of ending her own life by jumping from a building. Once again, I was taken to the rooftop of the construction building behind the school. In my previous life, it was there that they severed my right hand. It has led me to miss the optimal opportunity for self-improvement. Contemplating this, a fierce glint ignites in my gaze. Years of living on the edge have rendered my eyes as sharp and menacing as those of the Grim Reaper. The scar-faced man and his 2 subordinates trembled slightly, a wave of shame and anger surging within all 3 of them. They had always been the ones to command and intimidate others, never had they found themselves in a position of being frightened. The scarred face roared as he swung his hand towards me, intent on striking with great force. Before the slap could descend, I seized his wrist, and then delivered a powerful blow akin to a cannon strike to his face. With a resounding thud, the scarred face was sent flying, not only shattering the nasal bones but also causing the entire visage to cave in. The immense power astonished even myself. Back when I was a 3rd-tier evolved being, it was hardly surprising to shatter a skull with a single punch. Before the apocalypse, he was merely a frail recluse. This scarred individual, burdened with excess weight, easily tipped the scales at 200 pounds. Could it be that his rebirth has endowed him with enhanced strength? The 2 subordinates were taken aback, unable to comprehend that this frail and diminutive figure had the audacity to resist. The scar-faced man collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony as he cried out in anguish. Clutching his nose, from which blood flowed incessantly, he roared with fury, "Finish him off! You dare to lay a hand on our leader? It seems you have grown weary of life itself." 2 individuals brandished their watermelon knives and charged forward. A cold smile crept across my face. At this moment, the attacks before me appeared utterly flawed. The cannon strike and the iron fist arrived with an unexpected swiftness. The 2 individuals were struck suddenly, their vision engulfed in darkness as they fell to the ground, several of their front teeth shattered in the impact. I seized the fallen baseball bat and, with a swift motion, struck the knees of both individuals. The sound of 2 sharp cracks echoed through the air. Was it not said that I was weary of life? Now, let us observe who truly finds themselves in such a predicament. I grasped the bat once more and brought it down upon their lumbar spines. Both individuals instantaneously lost sensation in their lower extremities. The scarred face was suddenly filled with terror. This diminutive fellow had actually beaten 2 burly men to the ground, leaving them searching for their teeth. The 2 subordinates are now covered in blood, crouching on the ground in terror, pleading for mercy. "It was not us who caused your mother's demise." I picked up a watermelon knife and pressed my foot upon a man's chest, demanding to know how my mother met her demise. A glimmer suddenly flickered in the scarred man's eyes as he lunged forward with fierce intensity. Without looking back, I delivered another kick that sent the scar-faced man flying once more. The two young brothers were utterly terrified, their spirits shattered. It was the leader who sought to extract some benefit from her. Little did they know, it truly had nothing to do with us. We had done nothing at all. The scarred face suddenly plunged into an icy abyss. Nonsense. Clearly, both of you were also involved. Do not place all the blame upon me. My eyes have turned a deep crimson. Grant me death. With a swift motion, the blade effortlessly severed the throats of the two. Even if the apocalypse has yet to arrive, they must perish. The murderous intent emanating from my body instinctively caused the scarred-faced man to retreat. Stay away from me. I merely intended to frighten her. Who could have anticipated that she would leap from the building? I truly did nothing at all. With a swift motion, I plunged my hand forcefully into the vulnerable center of the scarred face. In my fury, I exerted too much strength, causing the watermelon knife to shatter at its core, grazing the back of my hand. A single drop of crimson blood fell upon the wound of the scarred face. The scarred face contorted in agony, his legs drawing up as he let out a harrowing scream, rolling frantically on the ground. I raised the broken blade and plunged it fiercely into the shoulder of the scarred face, twisting it savagely before moving on to the arm, thigh, and abdomen. I offer you money, please spare me. The scarred face pleaded with his last ounce of strength. This has indeed reminded me the apocalypse is imminent. I must gather funds to procure supplies, yet I find myself with a mere 400 yuan, a sum I have painstakingly saved through diligent work and frugality. Originally, I intended to treat Lu Ruyan to a splendid dinner on her birthday. However, the mere thought of Lu Ruyan ignited an irate fury within me. It felt as though a blade had pierced the scarred flesh of my soul, compelling me to demand that you relinquish all your money to me at once. The scarred face, as if granted a reprieve, bore the excruciating pain while reluctantly bringing forth 30,000 yuan. Is this sufficient? The scarred visage forced a grin, attempting to mask his discomfort. I let out a cold sneer and remarked, I shall leave you intact. A glint of cold light flashed in my hand. And in an instant, blood blossomed. The scarred face, filled with terror, clutched at the wound. You have betrayed your promise. I let out a cold laugh, questioning what trust can be spoken of to a beast. Recalling the tribulations of my past life, my eyes instantly turned a vivid crimson. Li Wenxian and Lu Ruya, all those who have humiliated me, I shall ensure that you are reduced to ashes. At that moment, my phone suddenly rang, and I pressed the answer button. A delicate voice immediately rang out. Dearest, I am so sorry. I had intended to spend your birthday with you today. But I received a last-minute call from my teacher, requesting my presence at an interview. May I make it up to you tomorrow evening? As a token of my apology, I would be delighted to fulfill a small request of yours. Listening to her melodious voice, I am overcome with an intense feeling of revulsion, wishing fervently to extract her tongue. Lu Ruyan is the belle of the arts department at Haicheng University. Ostensibly sweet and charming, she has, behind the scenes, become the leading figure in the faculty's public relations circle, all in pursuit of opportunities in acting. In the beginning, I was deeply infatuated with her, only to discover the entire truth just before my demise. Though my heart yearned to consume her whole in my wrath. However, the time to confront this wretched individual is not yet upon us. I suppress my rage with great effort. Where is your interview location? I shall come to fetch you this evening. Lu Ruyan was clearly taken aback, but she swiftly transitioned into a sweet smile. My dear, you are so kind to me. I am at the Mariana Grand Hotel, but you can only come after 11 o'clock. I am somewhat taken aback. I happen to be heading to that very place. I shall take the opportunity to address this matter in person. I will go, and you must certainly wait for me. Having ended the call, I was startled by a sound behind me, akin to muscles twitching and scraping against the ground. I abruptly turned around, and the scene before me left me in a state of disbelief. The recently deceased scarred face suddenly began to tremble violently. Then, with a sudden jolt, he sat upright from the ground, as dark veins rapidly coursed across his contorted visage. A sudden fury erupted from the scarred face of the man, akin to a ravenous tiger pouncing upon its prey. I deftly evaded the lethal attack with a swift retreat, extending my right foot to ensnare the right leg of the scarred face. The scarred face stumbled and fell to the ground. I swung the metal baseball bat with great force, striking the scarred man's skull at the back of his head. The immense power caused his cranium to erupt, and a mixture of dark crimson blood and a pale substance splattered outward. From the rigid movements, it can be discerned that this is the weakest of the early-stage zombies. I turned to glance at the other two individuals. They had not undergone the transformation into the undead. With the advent of the apocalypse, the world became digitized, allowing for the acquisition of items from the corporeal forms through collection. Beneath my gaze, the inscription collected astonishingly emerged upon the scarred visage of the corpse, though regrettably, it was rendered in a somber gray hue. I let out a slight sigh of relief, indicating that the apocalypse has yet to arrive. Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated in my mind, announcing the successful infection of other players. The internal data has been activated. The data stream has commenced its invasion of the player's body, resulting in an initial infection. Warning: the player's body has yet to be digitized. The expansion of the infection has failed. Please remain dormant. The sudden emergence of a mechanical sound startled me, for it was the alert that everyone could hear after the apocalypse had arrived. Yet, the end of days has not yet come, and neither have the invasion nor the infection. I gazed in horror at my own hands. A virus resides within me. The image of that moment before death flooded my mind. Could it be that the virus from that mutated being has been reborn within me? Am I now an infected one? The enhancement of my physique is also attributable to the influence of the virus. At present, I exist as a being that is half human, half entity. Gazing at the wound on the back of my hand, it seems as though my blood had dripped onto the scarred visage of another. I access my personal interface. I attempted to issue a command. A blue panel materialized before me. Ding! The player profile panel of the Doomsday Deathforge has been activated. Constitution. Perception, 15. The average human being is rated at 10. Perception, 15. Hunger level, 0.1. Upon perusing the information, my countenance instantly transformed into one of profound distress. I was truly affected. What bewildered me the most were the indigenous strains listed in the infection section. Could it be that I am the biological progenitor? I forcibly compelled myself to remain calm. After observing for 10 minutes, I found that neither the extent of infection nor the level of hunger had increased. The apocalypse has yet to arrive, and there is no viral contagion. However, the moment the apocalypse descends, I shall be immediately consumed by infection. Typically, upon being infected, humans undergo mutation within a span of 24 hours, contingent upon the strength of their constitution. The more robust the physique, the longer the delay in transformation. With my previously frail constitution, it would transform within merely an hour. However, it is now intensified due to infection. This data is nearly double that of an average human. It can endure the infection for a longer duration. It is imperative to administer the immunization agent before a complete mutation occurs. 12 hours after the advent of the apocalypse, the Mariana Grand Hotel will unveil a vaccine for immunity. It is currently uncertain whether one can endure for a full 12 hours. Therefore, let us first aspire to become a first-level evolved being, enhancing our physical constitution to delay the onset of mutation. After cleansing the blood and impurities from our body, we shall proceed. Seize a crowbar and a large wrench, then charge into the school supermarket, frantically shopping amidst the bewildered gazes of all present. After completing the procurement, I indulged in a sumptuous feast at the cafeteria. Additionally, I discreetly ventured into the kitchen and pilfered several sharp boning knives, which I secured to my belt with tape. At this moment, there are but 2 hours remaining until the onset of the apocalypse. As I meander along the tree-lined path adjacent to the playground, I am suddenly met with a cacophony of noise. Little rascal! I shall observe where you scurry off to today. It is imperative that I impart upon you an unforgettable lesson for a lifetime. Secure her for me. I shook my head and walked past without a glance. There is no time for chivalry now. A voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. Isn't that the worthless Lin Feng? With such a non-mainstream attire, could he possibly be seeking revenge? I pay no heed and proceed straight ahead. I am conversing with you, you rubbish. It seems fortune is on your side today. Scarface has not found you. Upon hearing these words, I suddenly halted in my tracks and turned to gaze in that direction, only to behold several motorcycles stationed beside the grove. 3 young women surrounded a girl in a JK uniform, striking her with punches and kicks. Among them, the most beautiful with long hair was the most ruthless, forcefully stomping on the girl in the JK uniform with her high heels. Wang Xiaorong, relying on her identity as Li Yaotian's woman, often exerts her influence at school. It was her idea to bind me to the back of the motorcycle in the first place. A dozen or so male classmates gathered on the periphery, smoking and enjoying sunflower seeds, sharing laughter and conversation. Li Yaotian stood in the center, hands tucked into his pockets, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he flashed a sly grin in my direction. Suddenly, he spat a thick glob of phlegm onto my marten boots. On this splendid weekend, instead of rendezvousing with his girlfriend, he chose this rather unsavory encounter. To unexpectedly linger here. Are you perhaps presenting us with an opportunity? Ha ha ha. Upon finishing, a chorus of laughter erupted around. I too smiled faintly, wishing to hasten my steps. She awaits at the Mariana Grand Hotel. Li Yaotian's smile suddenly froze. In just these 2 seconds, I found myself standing before Li Yaotian. His smile radiated the charm of a handsome young man bathed in sunlight. You had just mentioned that the scar-faced man was summoned by you, yet beneath that warm smile lurked an aura of palpable menace. Li Yaotian was suddenly filled with a surge of energy, only to be engulfed by indignation shortly thereafter. It was I who informed Scar that you were at school. What do you intend to do about it? You are merely the offspring of a wretched gambler. Dare you to strike me? Li Yaotian brought his face closer, slapping his cheeks twice. Do not say that I did not offer you a chance. Come and strike here. A few henchmen erupted into hearty laughter, urging one another to hasten, for Brother Yaotian was eagerly awaiting. My smile has become even more radiant. This is what you said. A fist came crashing down forcefully upon Li Yaotian's face. A tremendous force propelled him backward, causing him to collide headfirst with the motorcycle. Guliolu. The motorcycle helmet rolled perfectly to my feet. I picked up what I wore upon my head. This is indeed quite splendid. I truly must express my gratitude to you. The surrounding mockery abruptly ceased, and I gazed at the scene before me, my face awash with disbelief. Li Yaotian lay on the ground, tears and saliva mingling on his face. Usually, this little rascal Chen Feng would go out of his way to avoid him. Nowadays, how dare one lay hands upon oneself, even to seize one's own belongings? Li Yaotian covered his face and rose to his feet. What are you still standing there watching for? If it leads to death, let it be on my account. But in the next moment, I drew a watermelon knife from my lower back and pressed it against Li Yaotian's neck. Don't move, I commanded, I have no desire to take another life within the next 2 hours. A faint scent of blood sent a shiver through Li Yaotian. He had taken a life. Suddenly, the sight of this western fox knife struck him as somewhat familiar. Wasn't this the weapon of those 2 henchmen belonging to the scar-faced man? Could it be that Chen Feng had dealt with the 3 of them? In an instant, a chilling sensation enveloped him. The individuals surrounding remained oblivious to these events, swiftly seizing steel pipes and iron rods from their motorcycles. Should you dare to lay a hand on our leader, relinquish your weapon, otherwise, we shall ensure your demise. Upon witnessing their expressions, I let out a sigh. How timid I must have been in the past to have allowed them such audacity. Wang Xiaorong suddenly turned around and approached, pointing her finger at my nose as she scolded, "Remove the knife from my man's throat, or I assure you, you shall not leave here today." Just as I was halfway through my words, darkness enveloped my vision. Without hesitation, my fist struck her face. Another grip seized her long hair at the back of her head, forcefully colliding her face against the motorcycle's headlight, which shattered under the immense force. Every movement flowed seamlessly. The watermelon knife resting upon Li Yaotian's neck did not shift even a fraction. The entire venue fell into an instant silence, with only the echo of the motorcycle's automatic alarm resonating in the air. I coldly remark, knowing he still speaks to me this way while being in my grasp. Are you also unwell? At this moment, Yushiron's anguished scream finally echoed. She trembled as she touched her face, her hands stained with blood. My face. The anguished screams jolted the minions awake. Is this truly the feeble Chen Feng, the same helpless wretch they had tied to the back of a vehicle for their amusement? When did he transform into such a ruthless figure? At that moment, a piercing scream erupted from behind. The girl in the JK uniform suddenly broke free from her restraints, seized a steel pipe, and struck it upon the head of a girl named Zhang Mei. Subsequently, she swiftly positioned herself back to back with me, ready to fight our way out together. This action left me momentarily stunned. This girl is quite fierce as well. At that moment, the girl who had been struck suddenly convulsed as if electrified, her body writhing uncontrollably. Jiang Mei, are you alright? Everyone thought you had lost your mind from the beating. Yet several underlings also collapsed, trembling upon the ground, as dark veins rapidly surged across their skin. What are you all up to? Please do not act foolishly. Hurry up and get up. However, it is not only here in the distance, the majority of individuals on the playground have simultaneously collapsed and are convulsing. As the girl collapsed, my pupils dilated in shock once again. It was the onset of zombification. Yet, I had never laid a finger on any of these individuals. Suddenly, my brow furrowed in concern. Could it be that the apocalypse has arrived ahead of schedule? Indeed, a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the earth. The moon in the sky swiftly transformed into a crimson hue, resembling a vast blood-red pupil, ominously gazing upon all living beings in the realm. The chilling electronic tones reverberated in the ears of all. The apocalypse had arrived. The world had been fully digitized. Universal functions for players were activated. 1. One may access information through vocal commands. 2. Each individual is granted 3 cubic meters of living space. The items collected will automatically be deposited. Energy fragments are indeed valuable, contingent upon how one chooses to utilize them. Wounds that are tainted with blood or inflicted by bites are susceptible to infection. Whereas blood entering the eyes or being ingested does not pose the same risk. Infected individuals will transform into zombies within 24 hours. Those with superior physical conditions may withstand the infection for a longer duration and possess a certain likelihood of successfully resisting it. The only path to survival is to swiftly master the art of hunting zombies. You will undoubtedly be grateful to your present self for your diligence. The death furnace will randomly dispense survival supplies, so venture forth and explore. Perhaps fortune will favor you. A special warning: the first harbinger of death will arrive within 72 hours. Only 1 minute remains until the doomsday furnace is fully activated. Players are advised to adjust their mindsets, and then, in this world, you must strive to survive. Chapter 5. The fierce girl. A chilling voice sent shivers down the spines of all present, but soon they regained control over their bodies. Yet, apart from the ominous blood moon, nothing else transpired. What was this so-called death furnace game, and who was broadcasting such chaos? But look at that countdown. It is indeed moving. Just moments ago, my body felt utterly immobilized, as if under someone else's control. Could this be real? Nonsense, you've been reading too many novels. Quickly, get them to the school hospital. If it's poisoning, it may be too late. Most remained unconcerned. Yet a few astute individuals began to distance themselves from those who had collapsed. Suddenly, a convulsing girl opened her eyes, her pupils turning a chilling shade of ashen gray. Before her boyfriend could react, she bit down hard on his arm, tearing away a large chunk of flesh. Lily, what are you doing? The boy, filled with terror, kicked his girlfriend away, but his attempt was futile. She seized the moment to tackle him to the ground, sinking her teeth into his throat, blood splattering everywhere. The boy desperately pushed her away, clutching his throat as he fled for his life, his eyes wide with fear, leaving a dreadful trail of crimson behind him. Yet in the next instant, despair was replaced by bloodlust, his pupils swiftly shifting to gray as he turned to pounce upon a fellow classmate who was also fleeing. Don't bite me, Niexin Yuan, what is wrong with you? Jiang and I, are you insane? I'm your brother. Help! Who are you? I don't know you. Pull him away from me. The same horrifying scene unfolded throughout the entire campus. Endless screams and cries for help erupted in every corner, plunging the world into a nightmarish hell. On the playground, all those convulsing suddenly opened their eyes, lunging towards the nearest humans. Zombies, they are zombies. The apocalypse has truly arrived. Finally, someone grasped the gravity of the situation. The crowd on the playground scattered in panic. However, the number of zombified students far outweighed the living, as groups of 3 or 5 besieged a single student, leaving no escape route. The fleeing students were tackled one after another, followed by merciless bites. In less than half a minute, the playground had transformed into a bloody slaughterhouse. Biting, frenzied biting. Zombies born for the sole purpose of annihilation. Their ashen gray eyes brimmed with malice for the entire world. Jiang Mei, what is wrong with you? Let go of me. Suddenly struck down, Jiang Mei opened her eyes and lunged at a bespectacled girl nearby. The bespectacled girl, racked with pain, collapsed to the ground, trembling so violently that she could not even push away the now zombified Jiang Mei. She could only watch in horror as Jiang Mei ripped a large chunk of flesh from her leg. Blood splattered everywhere. Jiang Mei raised her head, her dead gray pupils locking onto the bespectacled girl's gaze. Right before her, she chewed and swallowed the flesh, blood cascading from her lips like a waterfall. The sight sent chills down one's spine. The already terrified bespectacled girl was left with nothing but the instinct to scream. With a sudden explosion, Jiang Mei's head burst apart before the bespectacled girl's eyes, splattering her face with red and white matter. The bespectacled girl trembled and opened her eyes, only to find the fierce silhouette of Lin Feng before her. There lay the bloodied wrench. "Thank you," she trembled instinctively, her pair of beautiful large eyes evoking a sense of pity. "No need for that." Lin Feng glanced at her long legs. The aesthetic caliber of the beauties from the art and broadcasting departments of Haicheng University was undeniably impressive. This bespectacled girl could be considered a petite beauty as well. With this thought, Lin Feng swung the wrench and, to the astonishment of the bespectacled girl, struck down with a decisive blow that shattered her skull. In comparison to beauty, Lin Feng preferred to eradicate any threats to himself at their inception. Successfully collected target, acquired zombie slime, level 0 mutated material, 1, zombie eyeball, level 0 mutated material, 1. Lighter 1, half a pack of cigarettes 1, black pantyhose 1. Successfully collected target, acquired semi-zombified right leg, level 0 mutated material, 1, broken glasses 1, bloodied hairband 1. Lin Feng could distinctly sense the addition of several pieces of refuse and a few clumps of bloodied matter within his survival space. Regrettably, there were no energy fragments. To procure evolution potions, one must trade energy fragments or energy crystals, the sole currency acknowledged by the traders. Lin Feng shifted his focus to a zombie. Inspect data. Name, weak zombie identity, mutant strength, 4 agility, 6 constitution, 5 intuition, 3 mutation level, LV0 description, a pathetic creature directly transformed into a zombie at the apocalypse's onset. The weakest among mutants, their sharp fangs pose little trouble. Just like in his previous life, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The death furnace had only just descended, and all encountered mutants were in their weakest state. The total of their attributes did not even reach 20, rendering them weaker than an adult. Yet, as time progresses, these mutants will grow increasingly powerful, and the difficulty of gathering any materials and energy fragments will escalate exponentially. Now is the prime opportunity for collection. Suddenly, the roar of a zombie charging from behind broke the silence. As Lin Feng turned back with the wrench in hand, he was met only by a shadow of a stick and a flurry of a JK skirt. The girl in the JK uniform swung a stick down upon the zombie's head, unhesitatingly following up with several more strikes until the skull was thoroughly caved in. Blood splattered across her pristine JK uniform, staining it a vivid crimson. Yet, the girl seemed unfazed, lifting her gaze towards Lin Feng. "Hey, I saved you. As a reward, lend me your crowbar, you don't need it anyway." It was the first time Lin Feng had encountered such a fierce girl, who had immediately adapted to the apocalypse. In his previous life, he had knelt and vomited for a long time after his first zombie kill. Lin Feng shrugged. "If you want to con me for gear, at least come up with a decent reason. Or do you think I appear weak?" With that, he swung the heavy wrench towards the girl. She instinctively closed her eyes with a startled cry, but the wrench merely grazed her head before crashing down upon the zombie behind her. Lin Feng quickly stepped forward, retrieved the wrench, and struck a couple more times. "Let us see who needs assistance," he chuckled, forcefully shaking off the red and white remnants from the wrench onto the ground. "TCH." The girl grimaced, turning her face away, attempting to collect the remains. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes brightened as a blue crystal fragment materialized in his hand. Astonished by his good fortune, he inwardly cursed. The drop rate for energy fragments was less than 1 in 3, yet this girl in a JK uniform had managed to obtain one after slaying her very first zombie. However, Lin Feng had no time to squander. Li Yaotian and his companions were valiantly wielding steel pipes, drawing the attention of a horde of zombies. The creatures, engrossed in their gnawing, exposed their backs to Lin Feng. He would seize this rare opportunity for harvest without hesitation. "Die!" he shouted as he plunged into the fray, using his wrench to smash the heads of the zombies one by one. As the girl's excitement grew, she tucked away the energy fragment and, emboldened, picked up a steel pipe to charge at the other zombies. She was well aware that someone was diverting the zombies, making her task significantly easier. As for saving others, how could one talk of rescue when one's own survival was at stake? Just as Lin Feng prepared to dispatch another zombie, a gust of wind rushed from behind, and a steel pipe knocked down his target. The girl swiftly smashed the zombie's skull into a pulp with a few deft swings. "Hey, you're stealing my business!" Lin Feng exclaimed. A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed her face, yet she remained silent as she sprinted towards her next target. The horde of zombies was plentiful. Lin Feng was not concerned about losing this one. Bang! 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 He darted back and forth, wielding his wrench like a meteor hammer, while the zombies remained fixated on their prey on the ground, oblivious to Lin Feng's assault from behind. One by one, he crushed their skulls from behind. Just then, more zombies began to charge towards them. Lin Feng kicked one down and smashed its head open like a watermelon with his raised wrench. Suddenly, he sensed a foul stench approaching from behind. Without a moment's thought, he swung the rear end of his wrench back, striking the zombie squarely in the face. The impact shattered its jaw, teeth, and blood flying in all directions. Yet, the zombie merely staggered back a couple of steps before lunging at Lin Feng with its mangled mouth. It bit down on Lin Feng's armored arm, but without its teeth. It could not even penetrate the book wrapped in transparent tape. With an elbow strike, Lin Feng sent it sprawling, and a second blow from the wrench silenced it for good at his feet. Successfully collected target, obtained zombie teeth, level 0 mutated material, X1, lighter X1. Bloodstained leather pants X1, motorcycle key X1. Successfully collected target, obtained zombie spine, level 0 mutated material, X1, leather jacket X1, belt X1. Successfully collected target, obtained energy fragment X1. Broken zombie rib, level 0 mutated material, X1, bloodstained leather shoes X1. Chapter 6, So You Haven't Perished. As Lin Feng dispatched each zombie, he immediately engaged in the collection process, exhibiting no signs of pause or time wastage. Surrounded by the undead, their physical prowess paled in comparison to his. Akin to a father effortlessly besting his child, with each approach, one fell. In the blink of an eye, a dozen or so zombies lay vanquished at Lin Feng's feet. His arms began to feel slightly fatigued, the gloves soaked in blood and entrails rendering the wrench slippery. Yet, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with fervor. This was the sensation of a true warrior. The girl, with a physique marginally superior to that of an ordinary female, found herself trembling after slaying 3 zombies. She stumbled and was subsequently overwhelmed by one. The foul, gaping maw of the creature was halted by a steel pipe, yet she was pinned down, unable to rise, as another zombie lunged towards her pristine thigh. Was this to be her end? Reluctantly, she bit down on her lip, knowing her strength could hardly contend with that of the male zombie. Suddenly, the creature lunging at her was struck on the head, followed by the demise of the zombie pinning her down, its skull shattered by a wrench. Fortunately, she had managed to close her eyes and mouth in time, though blood still splattered across her face and chest. "Little girl, consider this a settlement for attempting to claim my prey." Lin Feng's voice reached her ears, tinged with a hint of mockery. She rose, glaring at him, but her bloodied visage rendered her too intimidated to speak. All she could see was her disheveled reflection on the dark helmet, her eyes betraying her defiance. "Here's a piece of advice, if you wish to survive. Stay out of my way." Lin Feng fully unleashed himself. The battlefield had transformed into a showcase of his prowess. The splattered viscera adhered to his combat gear and helmet, painting him as a harbinger of bloodshed. Unbeknownst to him, more zombies gathered at his feet, their numbers rapidly escalating. His gloves, thoroughly drenched, became sticky, and the wrench was now slick with zombie blood, slipping from his grasp. With a decisive motion, he sheathed the wrench at his side and drew 2 bone-slicing daggers. A familiar sensation surged through him. In his previous life, knives had been his weapon of choice. "Come on, let us continue." With a guttural roar, a zombie lunged towards Lin Feng, but he deftly sidestepped beneath its claws, maneuvering behind it. The bone-slicing dagger transformed into a glimmering blade, piercing through the occipital bone and into the brain. Another zombie attempted to exploit the opportunity for a surprise attack. But Lin Feng swiftly utilized the first zombie's corpse as a shield, blocking the assault while his dagger embedded itself into the second zombie's eye socket. Crack! 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 Lin Feng danced amidst the horde of zombies, each movement precise, finding the most vulnerable angles to strike at their skulls. These zombies, mere hours into the apocalypse, could not keep pace with Lin Feng's agility and fell like puppets severed from their strings. If Lin Feng wielding the wrench was a brutish berserker, then in this moment, he was a ghostly assassin. Each turn, thrust, and repositioning was executed with unparalleled accuracy, every technique tailored for the art of zombie slaughter. Kill! 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 The girl, who had initially harbored defiance, gradually succumbed to astonishment. The zombies were not as formidable as one might envision in a one-on-one encounter. An armed individual could easily dispatch them with composure. However, Lin Feng's prowess was truly remarkable. He single-handedly annihilated dozens of zombies without showing the slightest sign of fatigue. Suddenly, the girl's expression changed. "Hey, watch out!" Two zombies lunged towards Lin Feng from behind, while his bone-piercing dagger was lodged in the eye socket of a zombie ahead, rendering it immovable. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Lin Feng unhesitatingly relinquished his grip on the dagger, swiftly grasped the hammer at his waist, and dispatched the advancing zombies with a deft blow, following up with an elbow strike that crushed the nose of another. As the zombie fell, Lin Feng delivered two more decisive strikes, ensuring its demise. The relentless onslaught continued. Whenever a weapon became ensnared, Lin Feng would decisively abandon it and seamlessly transition to his next weapon. At all times, he was surrounded by 3 or 4 zombies. Yet he moved through them like a tiger amidst sheep. The hammers in his hands danced like meteor hammers, as one by one, the zombies collapsed around him. With a sharp thrust, Lin Feng plunged his blade into the eye socket of the final zombie, twisting it violently until the dagger snapped under the strain. And he fell alongside the creature. 3 bone-piercing daggers were rendered useless in this battle. Discarding the broken weapon, Lin Feng felt a surge of exhilaration. He had single-handedly slain dozens of zombies. An ordinary person's body could hardly withstand such fierce combat, yet he felt only a slight weariness. His physical prowess was now comparable to that of a first-level evolved being. This infection was indeed a double-edged sword. Upon examining his personal profile, Lin Feng noted that his infection level had risen to 1, while his hunger level alarmingly reached 8. This was merely 10 minutes into the battle. At this rate, he would reach 100 infection in just a few hours. The rising hunger level instilled a sense of urgency within him. He needed to locate the evolution serum in the library without delay. The girl picked up a butterfly knife from the ground and, finding no pockets on her person, tucked it into her chest. She mounted a motorcycle and called out, "Hey, are you coming or not?" Lin Feng was still engrossed in his profile, oblivious to her. "TCH? Don't you dare die on me," she scoffed, twisting the throttle and speeding away. Lin Feng glanced at his watch. Nearly 20 minutes had elapsed since the apocalypse furnace had descended. He had 10 minutes before the traitor would arrive. Checking his survival inventory, he noted he had killed 27 zombies but, due to misfortune, had only obtained 8 energy shards. Additionally, he had 3 intact zombie ribs, level 0 mutated material, various blood-stained fabrics and clothing, a lighter, and assorted items. The mess of blood and flesh was overwhelming. When collecting, one could obtain items from the target, with a chance of acquiring a random body part. The intact zombie ribs, level 0 mutated material, would serve as a common resource for weapon crafting in the future. Unlike the useless eye orbs, however, they were of no immediate use and would have to be set aside for now. The energy shards were still insufficient to purchase a first-level evolution serum. Lin Feng needed to slay more zombies. All the useless garments and the chaotic remnants of flesh were unceremoniously discarded by Lin Feng from the survival space. Eyes, teeth, severed hands, jaws, tongues, these grotesque trophies accumulated at Lin Feng's feet, forming a small mound. He retained only 3 intact zombie ribs. Behind him, Li Yaotian and Wang Xiaorong succumbed to violent retching upon witnessing the carnage. They were fortunate to have escaped bites, remaining the last living souls near the playground, apart from Lin Feng and the girl. Yet, at this moment, they perceived Lin Feng as even more terrifying than the zombies themselves. for he showed no hesitation in eradicating not only the undead but also the infected humans. No doubts lingered in his mind. Nothing threatening was permitted to remain in his vicinity. The roars of zombies echoed in their ears, while the campus resonated with endless wails, and distant figures fled in desperation. Yet, within this hellish landscape, Lin Feng thrived as if it were his natural habitat. The two witnesses discerned an unusual thrill in his eyes. They could sense Lin Feng's blood igniting, yearning for such slaughter and combat. He resembled an insatiable machine of death, no, a frenzied harbinger of carnage. Was this truly the Lin Feng they had once dragged into the restroom, reducing him to a state of terror? Li Yaotian and Wang Xiaorong scrambled up from the ground, hastily mounting their motorcycle. "Yaotian, we must leave." Yet, Li Yaotian, gripped by anxiety, felt his limbs numb, even the throttle trembled in his grasp, rendering him powerless. Instead, his legs buckled, causing both him and the bike to topple into a pool of blood. Their commotion caught Lin Feng's attention. He lifted his helmet for a breath, his voice icy and laced with mockery. "So, you two are still alive." Chapter 7. The hunter Wang Xiaorong and Li Yaotian watched as Lin Feng began to retch uncontrollably, their fear escalating as they shrank back, pleading, "Please, don't kill us." A foul liquid oozed from their lower bodies, further distressing Lin Feng. With a furrowed brow, he noted that Li Yaotian's leather attire was one of the few useful items he possessed. Initially, Lin Feng had intended to eliminate him and store the outfit for future use, but now it was simply revolting. As he contemplated ending Li Yaotian's life, a thought struck him. "Do you two wish to survive?" Li Yaotian, taken aback, nodded fervently. "Then assist me with an experiment. Let fate decide your fates, extend your hands." Trembling, Li Yaotian raised his hand, only to witness Lin Feng draw a watermelon knife and slice open their palms, allowing his own blood to drip onto Li Yaotian's wound. The primal infection gnawed at Lin Feng's mind. He sought to comprehend the nature of what had infected him. The simplest approach was to infect another and observe the monstrous transformation that followed. Deep down, Lin Feng suspected that his blood could yield more than mere zombies. The situation presented an opportunity for resourceful utilization. However, as soon as the blood made contact, Li Yaotian writhed in agony, his entire body convulsing uncontrollably. Dark veins crawled from the wound, signifying that the infection was spiraling beyond control. Warning: infection is too lethal for the target. Target is being destroyed. Wang Xiaorong, overwhelmed with terror, fled from Li Yaotian, instinctively moving towards Lin Feng, only to halt mid-escape, her gaze filled with dread. She remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Yet it was clear that Li Yaotian had been infected by Lin Feng himself. Who truly was the monster here? Lin Feng's unwavering gaze remained locked onto Li Yaotian as the anticipated transformation commenced. In an instant, Li Yaotian's pupils turned a lifeless gray, and he emitted a zombie-like shriek, lunging at Lin Feng. Was this method ineffective? Or was the primal infection inherently a zombie? Lin Feng grimaced, donning his helmet and swiftly eliminating Li Yaotian. Yet, as he collected the remains, he suddenly heard the system's voice. "Special infection target detected, collection in progress. Warning, special data stream identified, collection impossible. Initiating self-destruction protocol." Li Yaotian's corpse disintegrated before him, vanishing without a trace. It appeared that targets he had infected could not be reclaimed, Lin Feng mused. Wang Xiaorong, now rendered speechless by fear, regarded Lin Feng as if he were a monster. When their eyes met, she fell to her knees with a thud. "I was wrong. Lin Feng. Spare me, please. Everything in the past was my mistake. I shouldn't have suggested that Yaotian drag you away with the motorcycle. I promise I won't tell anyone what just happened. Please, let me go." Yet, her eyes betrayed a profound despair, for she had uncovered Lin Feng's greatest secret. And she knew he would never allow her to live. Lin Feng approached, sending Wang Xiaorong into a frenzy. "No, I don't want to die. My skills are exceptional. I am not inferior to Lu Yanxi. I can do things for you that she cannot. You are destined to become a formidable force in the apocalyptic world. And you undoubtedly require a woman by your side. I am willing to follow you, willing to comply with your every desire." Observing Wang Xiaorong weeping profusely before him, Lin Feng scoffed mockingly, "Do you believe my blood can infect you, but other substances cannot? Wang Xiaorong stood frozen in place, and in the next moment, terror engulfed her as she clutched her shoulders, exclaiming, "I cannot be your woman. Aside from that, I am willing to assist you in any way possible." "I can." Lin Feng shook his head. "To be infected by me is your only value to me." With that, he intended to let his blood drip onto the wound on Wang Xiaorong's forehead. "I do not want to die. Get away, get away." Wang Xiaorong suddenly sprang up from the ground and frantically sprinted into the woods. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, ready to pursue and capture her. However, as he took a step forward, a terrible instinct suddenly enveloped him. His heightened perception, at level 15, granted him an extraordinary awareness of his surroundings. Advancing further would mean death. Lin Feng abruptly halted, his combat instincts compelling him to grasp two hammers tightly in his hands. Then, a scream of utter terror echoed from the woods, emanating from Wang Xiaorong. What is that? Unaware of what she had encountered, she halted abruptly and turned to flee, but her foot slipped, causing her to fall to the ground. In desperation, she reached out to Lin Feng. "Save me," but before she could finish her plea, a towering figure suddenly descended from above, crushing her skull with a single step. Her scream ceased abruptly, leaving only her outstretched arm twitching helplessly in the air. At the moment this creature appeared, Lin Feng's body instinctively tensed. Before him stood a zombie towering over 2 meters tall, its muscles grotesquely bulging, tearing its clothes apart. Its hands bore claws akin to a werewolf's, capable of easily piercing through steel. In that moment, it effortlessly shredded Wang Xiaorong's body, devouring a handful of her innards. A piece of intestine dangled from the corner of its mouth, swaying gruesomely with each chew. Blood drenched its body, a clear indication that numerous students had already fallen victim to its wrath. A blue window materialized before Lin Feng's eyes. Title: Hunter Identity, Mutant Strength, 17 Agility, 13 Constitution, 15 Perception, 14 Mutation Level, LV1 Description: a grotesque breed formed from the abnormal mutation of human genes after being infected by zombies, possessing a physique far superior to that of ordinary zombies. Their acute sense of smell renders them natural hunters. Any prey they target is destined to face a nightmare. With the emergence of the death furnace, the majority of mutants should be at level 0, with only a minuscule probability of encountering a level 1 mutant. Upon reaching level 1, a zombie's physical attributes undergo a significant enhancement, and the virus within them is fortified. If a low-level evolved being is infected without an immunity agent, survival becomes nearly impossible. To think that he would encounter such a creature at the very onset of the apocalypse. Lin Feng instinctively stepped back upon seeing this entity, for he recognized it. In his previous life, it was a hunter that became the nightmare of all survivors in the school. He ruthlessly slaughtered every survivor he encountered. No matter how well they concealed themselves, he would inevitably locate them with his keen hearing and sense of smell. He pillaged through the school's various teaching and dormitory buildings, leaving no one alive within before he departed. At that time, dozens of survivors set a trap in an attempt to vanquish him, yet they all perished beneath the claws and fangs of the relentless hunter. Lin Feng, hidden in the corridor, witnessed this horrific scene unfold before his eyes. He managed to escape death by concealing his scent in a restroom. From that moment on, his life was destined to be as pitiful as that of an ant. At this instant, it seemed as though a voice incessantly whispered in Lin Feng's ear, "Flee. If you do not escape now, it will be too late." Chapter 8, First Kill, Reward Skill, Spiritual Perception. Lin Feng suppressed the instinct to retreat, for he understood that if he turned to flee at this moment, the hunter would become an inescapable nightmare throughout his life. In the face of any enemy henceforth, he would be compelled to think of escape first. What difference would that make from his past existence as a mere insect? To ascend to greatness, the first step must be conquering the fears that reside within. The hunter's data dwarfed that of an ordinary person, yet Lin Feng, bolstered by his enhanced physique and the experiences of his previous life, might not be without the power to fight back. Most crucially, a level 1 mutant at this juncture was tantamount to a boss. It possessed not only level 1 energy crystals but also the potential for various high-grade equipment cards. Slaying the hunter at the outset of the apocalypse would undoubtedly grant Lin Feng a monumental advantage. To flee is to merely survive. To confront is to carve out a sliver of hope amidst the chaos of the apocalypse. Flight is the instinct of the weak, to become strong. I must not choose the path of evasion. I shall slay him, then ascend to greater heights upon his corpse. Lin Feng, summon your courage. With a resolute glint replacing his previously hesitant gaze, Lin Feng tightened his grip on the ram's horn hammer, steadfastly refusing to budge. The hunter, having torn at Wang Xiaorong's corpse a couple of times, discarded it and fixed its gaze upon Lin Feng. Its ashen pupils rapidly filled with blood, and a mocking smirk of a predator crept upon its lips. With a furious roar, the hunter suddenly blurred, transforming into a shadow as it lunged toward Lin Feng. The earth was upturned by its claws as it sprinted, resembling a charging leopard. The overwhelming presence of this superior being was enough to paralyze the instincts of any human. Yet Lin Feng quelled the terror that surged within him, leaning slightly forward. As the hunter drew near for the kill, he deftly rolled to the right, narrowly avoiding the claws that grazed his shoulder. With a crack, the hunter's claws struck down, obliterating the tree trunk behind Lin Feng, splinters flying. Recovering swiftly from his roll, Lin Feng retaliated with a hammer strike aimed at the back of the hunter's head. The attack was swift and ferocious. Yet the ram's horn hammer failed to shatter the skull and instead ricocheted off. The tremendous recoil nearly sent it flying from Lin Feng's grasp. His expression turned icy. Just moments ago, he had felled dozens of zombies with the dual hammers, yet he was astonished that he could not even crack the hunter's skull. Indeed, weapons forged in the real world paled in comparison to the strength of a level 1 mutant. The hunter staggered, colliding with a nearby tree trunk, emitting a furious roar. It had devoured numerous humans who, like insects, had always screamed and fled upon encountering it. When had they dared to attack? Enraged, the hunter unleashed a savage swipe of its claws toward Lin Feng. The fury consumed it, rendering its movements even swifter, to the point of becoming somewhat blurred in Lin Feng's vision. Taking advantage of the trees around him, Lin Feng continued to retreat as the hunter pursued relentlessly. Trees exploded in fragments under the hunter's sweeping claws, while Lin Feng danced precariously among them, each encounter fraught with peril. Yet Lin Feng remained composed. The experiences of hunting down predators resurfacing in his mind as his gaze continuously swept the area for any weaknesses in his foe. In the death furnace, it was not impossible to engage in battles beyond one's level, but such encounters typically demanded stringent conditions. Flashbangs, smoke grenades, crossbows, firearms, and even meticulous team coordination were essential. At this moment, Lin Feng possessed none of these resources. All he had were 2 crowbars, a pry bar, a wrench, and himself. As he contemplated the myriad disparities in combat conditions between himself and his adversary, a sudden realization struck him. Roaring fiercely, the predator lunged once more. But Lin Feng adeptly rolled to the side and swiftly turned, his eyes fixating on a specific point as he brought down the crowbar with all his might. This time, it was not aimed at the back of the head, but rather the lateral side of the predator's knee. He did not strike with the flat side, but with the sharp horn of the crowbar. Though the predator was fortified by robust muscles, its joints were naturally devoid of such protection. This was Lin Feng's opportunity. With a crack, the horn embedded itself into the predator's knee joint. As the predator lunged forward, the joint was forcefully compressed, causing the crowbar to become lodged even more securely. It was akin to inserting a steel rod into whirring gears. The predator stumbled forward, attempting to rise and continue the hunt, only to discover that its right leg was unresponsive. The crowbar had ensnared its knee joint, rendering it immobile. At that moment, Lin Feng deliberately created distance. Sensing its prey slipping away, the predator grew increasingly frantic, instinctively pushing off with its legs to pursue. Yet, its knee joint could not match the hardness of the metal crowbar. A snap echoed as the predator's right knee shattered under the pressure, causing it to collapse once more. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng leaped onto the predator's back, raising the pry bar high and thrusting it forcefully into the predator's right eye socket. The eyeball burst, dark blood splattering. The predator's skull was formidable, and the pry bar failed to penetrate the brain. Nevertheless, it lodged firmly within the predator's eye socket. Lin Feng gripped the pry bar tightly, using the entirety of his body weight to lean back forcefully. If he could not shatter the skull, then he would force it open. With a surge of strength reaching its zenith, he commanded, "Break!" With a resounding crack, the predator's right eye socket, along with a significant portion of its skull, was pried open by Lin Feng. The pry bar flew forth, still impaled with fragments of the ruptured eyeball. Dark red blood sprayed into the air, leaving only a thin layer of cranial bone safeguarding the predator's brain beneath. In its anguished roar, terror was palpable at this moment. The predator finally sensed the proximity of death. Its claws reached desperately toward the back of its head in an attempt to dislodge Lin Feng, but it was too late. Die! Dodging the lethal claws aimed at him, Lin Feng raised the pry bar and drove it down with tremendous force. With a sickening sound, the thin layer of cranial bone was pierced, and the interior became a mass of pulpy chaos. Blood and matter splattered across Lin Feng's face. The pursuer suddenly froze, its entire body convulsing unnaturally, and its claws flailed helplessly in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The pursuer was dead. Lin Feng rose from the lifeless form, his body drenched in blood and a viscous white substance, appearing somewhat disheveled. Yet, in that moment, his body trembled with exhilaration. He had achieved victory. With sheer force and the most rudimentary of weapons, he had vanquished the terrifying pursuer. Reborn into this life, he was no longer the defenseless ant of his past. Just then, a chilling voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Player has successfully slain a level 1 mutant pursuer. You are the first player in the Apocalypse Death Furnace to kill a pursuer. Awarded title, Fearless. Special skill reward obtained, Sixth Sense. Sixth Sense, when a special hidden target appears within 500 meters, the player will gain awareness. Upon hearing the system's cold announcement, Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Sixth Sense. He had acquired a skill. Chapter 9, this feeling is truly wonderful. The special hidden objectives encompass all unique entities within the Doomsday Death Furnace game, including traders, concealed resource packs, hidden equipment, and materials. Even with his rebirth, Lin Feng could only recall the locations of a few of these special hidden targets. However, endowed with spiritual perception, any special hidden target that ventured within a 500-meter radius of him would be detected by his senses. Suddenly, Lin Feng recalled a player from his past life, known as the Goddess of Fortune, who topped the power rankings in the Death Furnace. Many speculated that her unique talent lay in her innate luck, as she consistently discovered hidden resources in traders before anyone else, thereby amassing a significant early advantage. Consequently, she ascended to become the foremost expert in Haichang, leading other players to ultimately slay the descending harbinger of death. In retrospect, she was likely the first player in his past life to vanquish a level 1 mutant, thereby unlocking the spiritual perception skill. Now, this ability had fallen into his possession. Lin Feng felt an exhilarating rush. With spiritual perception, he would further amplify his early advantages and, guided by the memories of his previous life, establish a foundation even more formidable than that of the Goddess of Fortune. He could not help but delve deeper into his thoughts. The apex evolutionists of his past life must have encountered similar opportunities to become regional overlords, thus striving towards the pinnacle of human strength within the Death Furnace and unraveling the mysteries of this apocalyptic era. In this life, he had already become one of them. Indeed, he had even briefly surpassed them. Yet, this was merely the first stepping stone on his ascent in this desolate world. He intended to tread upon countless corpses to reach the zenith of the Doomsday Death Furnace. Every individual who had ever wronged him would receive their just deserts multiplied. The first among them would be you, Lu Yanxi. With his spirit ablaze, Lin Feng's hands gradually clenched. Collecting. Successfully collected target, obtained Hunter's Claw, level 1 mutant material, 2. Hunter's Rib, level 1 mutant material, 2. Hunter's Thigh Bone, level 1 mutant material, 1. Bone Fragments, level 1 mutant material, level 1 Energy Crystal 1. Level 1 mutant materials hold considerably greater value than level 0 materials, however, the most significant prize was the single level 1 Energy Crystal. The funds for the evolution potion were now secured. Yet, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Was this all? Something felt amiss. In his past life, the hunter was a formidable presence on campus, a nightmare for all. Within the Death Furnace, it also represented a mini-boss level entity, and defeating it should have yielded exceptionally rare equipment. This creature, apart from the mutant materials, offered Lin Feng nothing else. Perhaps it had not yet reached its complete mutation. A pity. Mutants undergo distinct processes of transformation, during which their physical prowess and combat capabilities ascend dramatically. Only upon the completion of their mutation can they be slain for the most bountiful rewards. Nevertheless, Lin Feng bore no regrets, for had he allowed it to fully mutate, Given his current attributes and equipment, he might have found it quite challenging to defeat the hunter. Lin Feng lowered his head and extracted the hammer lodged on the outer side of his knee. The hammer's head had been deformed beyond usability and could only be discarded. As Lin Feng conducted a final inspection of the slain hunter's corpse, a peculiar sensation surged within him. In a moment of abstraction, he felt as though the hunter's body before him would possess a delectable taste. This feeling startled him, but it vanished as swiftly as it had arisen, as if it were merely a figment of his imagination. What was happening? Before Lin Feng could delve deeper into his thoughts, a chilling mechanical voice abruptly echoed in his ear. The Doomsday Death Furnace will commence in 30 minutes. Activating the Trader Deployment Program. Traders will gradually and randomly descend into the world of the Death Furnace, each carrying a unique batch of supplies available for purchase by players. As time progresses in the Doomsday Furnace, the levels of the traders will increase, along with the rarity of the items they offer. Friendly reminder, each batch of traders will only appear for 4 hours and can only be traded with energy shards or energy crystals. Players seeking to survive in the Doomsday Death Furnace must seize the opportunity presented by the traders. Having spent excessive time dealing with the hunter, Lin Feng discarded all distractions and dashed out of the woods, mounting his motorcycle to head towards the library. He felt little concern, knowing that the traders would arrive in succession and might not be punctual. Furthermore, the library might not even harbor any survivors. Even if there were, not everyone could match his prowess in acquiring sufficient energy shards within 30 minutes. At this moment, the library had succumbed to darkness and the anguished moans of the undead. They roamed both inside and outside the library, tirelessly seeking flesh to devour. Blood stained the floors and walls, while dismembered bodies lay scattered throughout the corridors and reading rooms, with blood continuously dripping down the stairs. This place had undeniably transformed into a hellish nightmare. In a pitch-black room, a group of over a dozen individuals, teachers and students, predominantly women, huddled together, trembling and sobbing softly. The sudden onset of the Doomsday Death Furnace game left them no time to react. Just moments before, they had been studying together. Now, one student lunged at another, tearing into their throat. Initially, a teacher attempted to separate them, but unexpectedly, both assailants overwhelmed the teacher, dragging her to the ground to join in the carnage. The outbreak of infection turned the once quiet library into a cacophony of screams. These individuals had intended to escape the library, but before they could descend the stairs, they were forced back by the horde of zombies waiting at the bottom, leaving them no choice but to hide. Are we going to die? Help! I haven't lived enough, I want to go back to my mother. I don't want to be here, someone, please save us. The young women clung together, crying as they frantically dialed for help. Yet, whether it be emergency services or the school security office, not a single line connected. Even their families were unreachable, plunging them into a profound despair. A bespectacled young man, bruised and battered, frantically pounded on the door from within, his voice a cacophony of hysteria. You bastards, return Jiang Cui to me. Return her. Alas! The door was firmly locked, and the raucous laughter of a burly man emanated from within. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the bespectacled youth was sent sprawling to the ground by a swift kick. I'm not going to kill her. Why are you screaming outside? Can't we get anything done? The voice of the man inside silenced the young man's cries. All eyes turned in terror toward the open door, their fear of its owner rivaling that of the zombies outside. Out stepped 4 burly middle-aged men, clad in hard hats and yellow vests emblazoned with the word construction. Each wielded a weapon, shovels, hammers, wrenches, each stained with the dark blood of the undead, a testament to their violent encounters. They wore expressions of triumphant glee, reveling in their apparent victory. Trailing behind them were 2 young women, heads bowed, their clothing disheveled, hair in disarray, and flushed faces betraying the trauma they had endured. It was evident to all what had transpired. Yet, rather than inciting outrage, this scene only deepened the fear among the other women, who huddled together, averting their gazes as if to avoid attracting the men's attention. The bespectacled youth, witnessing this tableau, succumbed to madness, disregarding his pain as he lunged at the foreman. You beasts, he cried, only to have a slap send his glasses flying, leaving him dazed. As he attempted to rise, a heavy boot pressed his face into the ground. If it weren't for us, you and your girlfriend would have long been devoured by zombies. You should be grateful to breathe, and it's only fair we collect a service fee for saving your lives, declared Li Chang, the leader. Hoisting his wrench onto his shoulder, his face alight with a sense of uncontainable pride. Li Chang and his 3 colleagues were construction workers, recently returning from a night of revelry, only to be thrust into a world turned upside down by the apocalypse. Fortunately, they were armed and possessed combat-oriented skills. Li Chang himself had been blessed with a talent, strength enhancement, granting him an additional 5 points to his strength attribute. These abilities allowed them to navigate the chaos with relative ease, dispatching zombies en route to the library, where they rescued a group of students and teachers seeking refuge. For days, they had merely watched the fair-skinned, beautiful college students from a distance, their dreams filled with visions of short skirts and long legs. They had understood that their worlds were irreconcilable, devoid of intersection. Yet, the onset of the apocalypse had presented them with an unexpected opportunity. In the absence of law and order, might became the only virtue. Once the door was barricaded, their true natures revealed themselves. And they swiftly dragged the 2 most attractive girls into the back room. The once untouchable goddesses of porcelain skin now cowered beneath their intimidation. After Li Chang had thoroughly beaten the bespectacled youth, the others fell silent, resembling hedgehogs, too fearful to utter a word. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. Chapter 10. This fellow does not seem to have come to meet his demise. The bespectacled man, still struggling upon the ground, urged, Jiang Chui, do not be afraid. I will take you away from this place. I promise to protect you and ensure that no one bullies you again. Yet, for reasons unknown, Jiang Chui lowered her head, gripping her skirt tightly. The 4 burly men, witnessing this scene, could not contain their smug laughter. What foolish words are you uttering? Ask them if we force them. Clearly, they are here of their own volition. Otherwise, why would your girlfriend prefer to stand behind us rather than beside you? The students and teachers present were taken aback, suddenly realizing that the 2 female students, after being violated, had not rushed towards them for help. The bespectacled man froze, his gaze towards his girlfriend filled with disbelief. No. Jiang Chui is not that kind of person, it cannot be true. I refuse to believe it. A female teacher in the crowd exclaimed, Jiang Chui, Li Xiaoyun. Is this truly your choice? Not only is it voluntary, replied Li Chang with a sinister grin, as he seized Jiang Chui and pulled her before him, roughly pinching her chin, but I must also thank you, your girlfriend is quite remarkable. Quickly tell your boyfriend that you chose this, say it. Jiang Chui, gazing into her boyfriend's tear-filled eyes, suddenly resolved, her expression turning icy, we did choose this, for they promised to take us away tomorrow if we satisfy them. I refuse to die here with you. Another girl named Li Xiaoyun chimed in, indeed, the library offers neither sustenance nor hope, only a dead end. We would rather go with them. After all, it's merely a change of boyfriend. The moment those words escaped her lips, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. No one anticipated such a brazen declaration from these 2 women. The bespectacled man's mind buzzed, and he suddenly pushed aside Li Chang, lunging towards his girlfriend. Impossible. You are deceiving me. I will protect you, you do not need to sacrifice yourself to go with them. But before he could finish, Jiang Chui unexpectedly slapped him across the face. Protect me? On what grounds? Where were you when they dragged me inside? Where were you when I cried out for help? Her frantic accusations left the bespectacled man at a loss for words, tears welling in his eyes. Jiang Chui, but I love you. In his hopeful gaze, Jiang Chui was meant to be moved by his affection and return to him. Yet, the harsh reality was that all he received was her unabashed reproach. In this apocalypse, what good is your love? Can it protect me? Can it conjure food and drink? Your love is utterly useless. Now, whoever can protect me, I shall follow them, regardless of the cost. I must survive at all costs. We have reached the end of our road, this is fate. Li Chang and his companions leaned against the wall, relishing the scene with malicious glee. Both the bespectacled man and Jiang Chui, adorned in designer attire, were undoubtedly children of wealth. Witnessing their internal strife brought an inexplicable satisfaction to Li Chang. Seizing the girlfriend of a wealthy heir and performing good deeds right before his eyes evokes an exhilarating sensation, one that previously dwelled only in dreams. The bespectacled man stood frozen, his eyes wide, as though the very fabric of his world had unraveled. No one approached to offer solace. For the others had gleaned from Jiang Cui and Lu Xiaoyun more dreadful tidings. Tomorrow, the four of them would depart from this place. Once the four burly men left, only they would remain, devoid of sustenance, water, or adequate weaponry. They could only await their fate. The pervasive dread among the students and teachers began to magnify exponentially. And the expressions of the girls shifted from pity and disgust to a tinge of envy. Initially, their gazes toward the two afflicted girls bore compassion, revulsion, and even relief, thankful that it was not themselves who were seized, believing that once the four men had satiated their desires, they would be safe. Yet at this moment, a hint of envy flickered in their eyes towards the two girls. "Could you take me along? I would do anything." A plump girl stood up, surprisingly volunteering herself. This spurred the other girls, each one expressing a willingness to accompany them, even at some cost. Yet Jiang Cui swiftly pulled Li Chang close, even wrapping her arm around his. "No, you promised to protect only us two, you mustn't seek other women." Lu Xiaoyun clung to Li Chang's other arm, insisting. "Exactly. If there are too many, how will you protect us? Only the two of us, no one else. How can you be so ungrateful? Have you forgotten who rescued you from that zombie-infested study room? Without us, you would have perished long ago." In an instant, a cacophony erupted among the dozen or so girls. Li Chang and his three companions observed the unfolding drama with cold amusement. Having already decided to abandon these individuals at dawn when the zombies dispersed, venturing out alone. In this apocalyptic world, why would one burden themselves with dead weight? Tonight was merely about teasing them, providing a glimmer of hope so they would remain compliant. While the two beauties were appealing, what man would refuse the allure of more? Li Chang shrugged off Jiang Cui and Lu Xiaoyun, grinning as he approached a female teacher. "You seem intriguing. I intend to take the three of you along. But it depends on your performance." The teacher, filled with trepidation, attempted to retreat, yet her body betrayed her hesitation. "Really? You can take me with you, ha ha ha. I seem to be enjoying this apocalyptic game." Li Chang laughed heartily as he pulled the teacher toward the room. Just then, a thunderous roar of motorcycles erupted from outside. The sound, unmistakable amidst the chorus of zombie growls, instantly captivated everyone's attention. Initially stunned, they rushed to the windows to peer outside. "Make way!" Li Chang waved his wrench, clearing a path for himself to the window. A blinding light raced down the street from afar, hurtling toward them at breakneck speed. It showed no inclination to avoid the zombies in its path, even careening into solitary ones with abandon, resembling a maniac. This individual is undoubtedly mad. Fearing that the zombies might not locate him, a look of astonishment spread across the faces of the crowd, yet simultaneously, a hint of schadenfreude emerged in each expression. Such a loud commotion would surely draw the zombies gathered at the library's entrance, leading to an unknown demise. One could only wonder where such a fool had come from. Truly courting death. Li Chang shook his head in self-satisfaction, and the others behind him echoed his sentiments. Particularly, the students and teachers began to exhibit a subtle excitement. Controlled by Li Chang's threats, they were destined to suffer humiliation that night to ensure they continued to receive protection from him and his companions. Observing someone on the verge of death before their eyes suddenly brought a morbid sense of relief to each of their hearts. At least someone was in a more dire situation than they were. This person was about to perish, while they were still alive. Many widened their eyes, eager to witness how the horde of zombies would tear this individual apart. Li Chang's face lit up with delight. "Brothers, grab your weapons. Once this fool lures the zombies away, we shall seize the opportunity to escape." Yet, in the next moment, they were all taken aback. For the motorcycle showed no signs of slowing down, and the rider brandished a wrench with determination. With a series of sharp clangs, the wrench crashed down, shattering the skulls of the zombies as they swerved past. The contents exploded like fireworks. Finally, after toppling two zombies, the motorcycle executed a graceful drift and came to a halt on the street far from the library. A figure leapt off the bike, and before the two downed zombies could rise, they were swiftly dispatched by the raised wrench. It was all executed with ease and precision, devoid of any hesitation. This scene abruptly silenced the fantasies of those in the upper floors. Li Chang stood in disbelief. Even he could not have dispatched the zombies with such efficiency. A sudden thought flickered in his mind: this person does not appear to be seeking death. But in the next moment, an even stranger occurrence unfolded. Chapter 11, Who Comes Here, Seeking Death? In a surprising turn of events, the individual abruptly seized the throttle of the motorcycle and twisted it fiercely. The engine roared, emitting a thunderous hum that captivated the attention of every zombie in the vicinity. The horde amassed at the library's entrance turned to face him, their previously dazed wandering transforming into a frenzied assault. Each zombie's gaze was rife with bloodlust and avarice, akin to wolves spotting a freshly bled morsel. Yet, the figure remained utterly unfazed, leisurely producing a claw hammer. Those on the upper floor were rendered speechless. This person truly must be insane. Meanwhile, Lin Feng below had already entered a state of exhilaration. After vanquishing his pursuers, an unprecedented confidence surged within him, fueling his strength. Moments ago, he had witnessed a throng of zombies frantically clawing at the glass doors of the library, eager to break in and feast upon their prey. They were the nightmares of all human players, the very source of terror within the crucible of death. Yet, at this moment, they appeared to Lin Feng as mere shards of energy and mutated materials. Indeed, there were only 36 zombies, any more would likely pose a threat. With a large wrench and claw hammer in hand, Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. Let the battle commence. With a swift motion, he swung the wrench, bringing it down with force upon a zombie's nose, shattering half its skull instantaneously. Lin Feng plunged into the horde, wielding his weapons with abandon, each strike resulting in a skull being cleaved open. Despite the overwhelming number of zombies, Lin Feng understood that due to the limited space around him, he was only truly contending with 4 or 5 at any given time. Furthermore, the disparity in attributes between the zombies and himself rendered the confrontation entirely one-sided, akin to a father chastising a child. Lin Feng continued to slay, skillfully maneuvering through the open area at the library's entrance, leaving a trail of fallen zombies in his wake. His heavy breathing began to fog the visor of his helmet, waves of intense fatigue crashing over him. His arms ached from the exertion, the claw hammer and wrench had begun to warp under the strain. Yet, the thrill of the hunt invigorated his spirit. The sound of cracking bones echoed amidst the diminishing roars of the zombies. With a final, decisive blow, Lin Feng's claw hammer crushed the skull of the last zombie, embedding the claw deep into its nasal cavity. As he withdrew the hammer, the zombie toppled backward, a gaping, blood-spewing cavity forming on its face. The flickering light of solar street lamps illuminated his formidable silhouette, clad in a dark helmet and with a backpack slung over his shoulder. He was drenched in the black ichor of the zombies. Torn pages from books were bound to his limbs with tape, and in his right hand, he wielded both the wrench and claw hammer, standing amidst a vast expanse of fallen zombie corpses, their dark blood pooling and reflecting a ghastly sheen in the lamplight. From the moment Lin Feng commenced his slaughter, those on the upper floor were left in a stupor. Even Li Chang gaped in astonishment. He could manage 1 or 2 zombies, but facing an entire horde would only lead to a frantic escape. A moment's hesitation could render him fodder for the undead. Yet, here stood this individual, unilaterally dominating the throng of zombies. Before him, the zombies appeared as nothing more than bursting peaches, devoid of any semblance of threat from head to toe. This scene left everyone utterly speechless. Was this individual a monster? Jiang Chui turned and dashed towards the door, pushing aside the obstacles that blocked her path. The others quickly regained their composure, rushing to clear the items obstructing the entrance. If such a formidable being existed, they could surely lead them to safety. Each person's thoughts echoed this sentiment. Lin Feng continued to gather resources, reaping ample rewards. His collection now included over a dozen energy shards, along with a variety of materials. Suddenly, while looting a corpse, a flash of golden light erupted from it. Acquired Level 0 card, KFO Family Bucket, Level 0 card, 1 KFO Family Bucket, Level 0 card upon use, provides a KFO Family Bucket, including 2 spicy chicken burgers. 1 New Orleans grilled chicken burger, 2 original recipe chicken, for spicy chicken wings, 2 New Orleans grilled wings, 2 Portuguese egg tarts, classic, and a 1.25-liter bottle of cola. While looting, there is a 100 chance to obtain items from the corpse, with a certain probability of acquiring valuable tissues and organs, and a minuscule chance of randomly obtaining various cards. Food, water, props, special materials, weapons, equipment, vehicles, anything could manifest in card form. Although 3 cubic meters of survival space cannot accommodate a car card can be effortlessly stored. Moreover, certain items may even possess bonuses absent in their real-world counterparts. This imbues all cards within the Death Furnace game with unparalleled strategic value. While this KFO Family Bucket, level 0 card, lacks additional bonuses. Indulging in fried chicken during the apocalypse is undeniably a luxurious delight. Lin Feng tucked the card into his survival space. His pickaxe was completely worn out. And the wrench was severely warped. Continuing to use them at a critical moment could lead to disaster. Without hesitation, he discarded both tools and retrieved a crowbar. Using a torn piece of clothing to wipe the surface of his tactical jacket before entering the library. Inside the library's main hall, the zombies had already been lured out and dispatched by Lin Feng. The dim overhead lights flickered, and the floor and walls were smeared with dried bloodstains. The ceiling itself stained red from splattered gore. Yet, there were few corpses on the ground. Lin Feng's expression hardened slightly. This indicated that the players who had been bitten had already transformed into zombies. It seemed there would be considerable loot within the building as well. Lin Feng licked his lips and swiftly ascended the stairs. Roar! The interior of the library still harbored numerous zombies, but they were no match for Lin Feng. Armed with the crowbar, he cleared the corridor with ease, quickly reaching the 5th floor. However, upon arrival, he was struck by a heavy stench of blood. The school had several large self-study rooms on the 5th floor, capable of accommodating hundreds before the apocalypse. It was conservatively estimated that there were 300 or 400 zombies on this level, and the golden light of the traitor shimmered just around the corner in the hallway. Lin Feng cautiously advanced, striving to minimize any sound he made. Although his physical prowess at this moment surpassed that of the zombies, engaging in a solitary confrontation with a horde numbering in the hundreds would undoubtedly be tantamount to seeking death. Ahead lay the first study room, from within which the incessant low growls of the undead emanated through the ajar door. Lin Feng crouched outside, cautiously peering in. The classroom was teeming with zombies, all in a state of aimless waiting. Seizing the opportunity, he slipped through the doorway undetected, crouching low and utilizing the wall for cover as he advanced. Numerous classrooms were navigated with palpable tension, and he had now reached the far end of the corridor. The golden light ahead grew increasingly vivid. Just beyond the corner of the hallway, if memory served him correctly, that should be the ladies' restroom on this floor, merely a few dozen meters away. Just as Lin Feng prepared to make a swift dash, urgent zombie growls echoed from around the corner, followed by the distinctive sound of zombies dragging their feet. They were rapidly approaching. A woman's terrified scream pierced the air. "Everyone, run! Those monsters are coming!" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. What kind of fool would provoke such a fate? Chapter 12, He Must Take Responsibility. The hurried footsteps of humanity echoed from the far end of the corridor. Jiang Cui was at the forefront, desperately fleeing for her life, followed closely by Li Chang and several others. However, they had already lost a few of their number, and behind them, a horde of zombies was hunched over something, gnawing at it, their grotesque feasting accompanied by anguished cries of pain and despair. The chilling sounds only served to incite the zombies further. And upon seeing Lin Feng and Li Chang, their faces lit up with wild joy. "Brother, save us! We came here to seek refuge with you." Jiang Cui hastened toward Lin Feng. Yet, she was suddenly knocked down from behind, twisting her ankle with a sharp pain that drained the color from her face. "Don't block the way." Li Chang shoved Jiang Cui aside and surged ahead. The others swiftly followed, rushing past her, and each time Jiang Cui attempted to rise, she was thrust back down, quickly finding herself at the back of the group. The zombies had once again shifted their attention toward them. Despair washed over Jiang Cui as she cast a hopeful glance at Lin Feng, silently pleading, "Save me, I do not wish to die." Just as she uttered these words, she saw Lin Feng charging toward her. Overwhelmed with emotion, she felt tears of joy welling up. Lin Feng's fierce, battle-hardened silhouette remained vivid in her mind. With only a handful of zombies behind them, he could easily dispatch them. In that moment, he was her hero, or perhaps, the devoted admirer she had never truly acknowledged. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Lin Feng harbored thoughts of ending Jiang Cui's life. This foolish woman had drawn the attention of the zombies with her cries. It was evident that the horde behind them was beginning to stir. In mere moments, they would burst forth from the classroom, intent on slaughtering them. Hundreds of zombies loomed behind, while only a few remained ahead, marking this path as their sole escape. Not to mention the traitors lurking around the corner. Seeing Lin Feng rush toward him, Li Chang felt a surge of excitement and raised his hand, but Lin Feng, without hesitation, dashed past everyone and lunged at the oncoming zombies. Jiang Chui could only watch in disbelief as Lin Feng soared past her, his crowbar piercing through the skull of a zombie that lunged at her. He kicked the creature away, sending it crashing into others behind, and seized the opportunity to plunge into the throng of corpses, entering a ruthless harvesting mode. Each strike of his crowbar found its mark, penetrating eye sockets with a precision that was almost appalling. Blood splattered across Jiang Chui's face, leaving her momentarily stunned before her cheeks flushed crimson. He is here to save me. He truly is here to save me. In an instant, her heart was enveloped by a wave of emotion. She could not fathom who this devoted admirer was, but she resolved to make the most of his presence. Surely, he would provide her with a greater sense of security than Li Chang and the others could. However, in the next moment, the doors of several classrooms along the corridor were violently flung open, and a tide of zombies surged into the hallway like a dam bursting. Hundreds of lifeless, gray eyes, illuminated by the flickering, dim lights, locked onto them with predatory intensity. In that instant, a collective realization struck everyone: Lin Feng was not there to assist them. He was merely evading these fiends. Oh my god! Li Chang, who had been at the forefront, suddenly spun around and began to retreat, prompting everyone to turn and flee. Yet, one of Li Chang's companions slipped and fell to the ground. "Save me," he cried out in terror, reaching for his comrades. But no one extended a hand to help him, and he was soon engulfed by the horde of zombies. They descended upon him, burying him beneath their mass. And within moments, his flesh was torn apart by their sharp teeth. The desperate arm that sought to grasp anything in its final moments was seized by several zombies, who savagely feasted upon him. At that moment, Lin Feng paid no heed to the chaos behind him. His sole focus was on swiftly dispatching the zombies ahead. With each thrust of his crowbar, blood and flesh splattered around, painting the walls a gruesome red. Li Chang and the others watched in stunned silence, witnessing Lin Feng annihilate the zombies up close, far more visceral than from their vantage point above. For a moment, they could not discern what was more terrifying, the zombies or Lin Feng himself. With a final, decisive blow, Lin Feng dispatched the last of the zombies, then sprinted around the corner without casting a glance at Jiang Chui on the ground. Once again, the group rushed past her, still offering no assistance. "No! Don't leave me!" Jiang Chui struggled to rise, clutching the arm of her ex-boyfriend, the bespectacled man. "Please, dear, help me. I don't want to die." A flicker of resolve crossed his face, yet the desolation in Jiang Chui's eyes stirred his compassion. "We'll go together," he declared, lifting her to run forward. But just as he spoke, Jiang Chui seized his shoulder and forcefully hurled him toward the approaching zombies. The sorrow in her gaze was swiftly replaced by a chilling resolve. "Thank you, this time, sacrifice your life to save me." With that, she grimaced through the pain and limped forward. The bespectacled man stumbled back in shock, only to be consumed by the relentless tide of zombies, torn to shreds before he could comprehend why Jiang Chui had been so merciless. "I can do this. Jiang Chui. You can make it." The screams and the sound of tearing flesh from behind her made Jiang Chui forget the agony in her right foot, propelling her to run faster than ever before, even catching up to the others. Ahead, Lin Feng was the first to burst into the restroom, slamming the door shut behind him with a swift kick, showing no hesitation. He had no concern for the fate of those outside, their troubles were of their own making. But just as the door was about to close, a wrench was thrust in, preventing it. "Brother, that's not fair. Are you trying to get us killed?" Li Chang bellowed in fury, banging against the door. Lin Feng sighed inwardly at the unfortunate turn of events. He knew he could not close the door against the force of the crowd pressing from outside. No longer blocking the entrance, the group surged into the restroom. Yet, the zombies were closing in behind them, and if the door was not secured soon, their chance would vanish. "Wait for me, please," Jiang Chui pleaded, limping toward them, her sorrowful gaze evoking a deep-seated protective instinct in any man who beheld her, stirring a desire to cradle her like a fragile kitten. "There's still time. Surely we can make it." She felt a glimmer of relief, knowing she had strategically sacrificed him as bait, otherwise, her fate would have been sealed. As long as I am with him, I shall surely survive. Jiang Cui continually encouraged herself within her mind. She held a profound confidence in certain of her abilities. However, just as she was about to dash through the door, Li Chang suddenly appeared at the entrance and delivered a brutal kick to her abdomen, sending her sprawling into a horde of zombies. Seizing the opportunity, he forcefully slammed the bathroom door shut. Jiang Cui fell into the mass of corpses, her final glimpse being Li Chang's cold, mocking eyes and the tightly sealed door. No, she still yearned to rise, but in the next moment, a zombie grasped her long hair from behind, yanking her down as its sharp fangs sunk into her smooth shoulder. More zombies pounced upon Jiang Cui, tearing and biting at her arms, thighs, and chest, leaving no part untouched. She could even feel the gnashing of teeth against her bones with excruciating clarity. The agony, akin to being flayed alive, compelled her to scream, but suddenly, a zombie crushed her windpipe. Blood surged into her lungs, and an indescribable suffocation stifled her cries within her throat. Despair, only despair remained. Why was there no chance afforded to her? She had done everything right. Why could she not survive? It was so unfair. The closed bathroom door was battered by the zombies, their claws relentlessly striking against it, producing a thundering sound. The crowd hurriedly searched for something to barricade the door with, but in a bathroom, such items were scarce. Bang, bang. Bang, the fierce pounding visibly loosened the nails holding the door. Everyone pressed against the door in unison. At Li Chang's command, all the teachers and students surged forward, bracing their shoulders against it. Yet outside, there were hundreds of zombies, aware of the prey within. Their frenzied assaults would inevitably shatter the door. Despair began to flicker in everyone's eyes. Lin Feng stared at Li Chang, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity, though he could not recall where he had encountered him in his previous life. What a scoundrel! Does he intend to merely watch as we perish with the zombies? Li Chang roared back at Lin Feng in fury. Everyone turned their gazes toward Lin Feng, their eyes filled with animosity. They had initially found refuge in the safety zone upstairs. Though parched and hungry, they had at least barricaded the main door with chairs, free from the worry of zombies. It was Lin Feng's prowess in slaying zombies with ease that prompted them to risk venturing out of the safety zone, hoping he would lead them to safety. Little did they know the library harbored such a multitude of zombies. Lin Feng had seemed indifferent to their plight, ultimately cornering them into the bathroom. Now, each individual harbored the thought that had Lin Feng not arrived, they would have never ventured half a step outside that room. They could have remained safely until dawn. At dawn, the zombies would surely disperse. They blamed Lin Feng entirely. It was his presence that led them to this dire predicament. They even speculated that he must have provoked the zombies in the classroom, failing to consider that their own screams were the true culprits. At this moment, all misfortune was laid squarely at Lin Feng's feet. Lin Feng must bear the responsibility for this calamity. Chapter 13, Level 1 Evolver. Hey! Is it too much to ask a big man like you to let us girls help block the door? Lu Xiaoyun's words struck Lin Feng like a heavy blow, igniting the emotions of those around her. Are you even a man? Hurry up and lend a hand. We can't hold off the zombies, we all will perish. The slender female teacher had already rushed forward, exerting all her strength against the door, admonishing him, I don't know which department you're from, but since you're standing here, you ought to contribute. Come here, do you hear me? She quickly discerned that Lin Feng was a student, and as a teacher, she naturally felt a sense of superiority, unwittingly adopting a commanding tone. Though she dared not defy Li Chang, she instinctively exhibited her pride as an educator when addressing a student. After all, in school, apart from those few privileged students with influential backgrounds, most students were inclined to obey their teachers. Lin Feng's demeanor clearly indicated that he was not a scion of wealth. Such individuals were often subject to orders in school. Sick, Lin Feng muttered before turning to leave. You. The teacher wished to chastise him further, but the force of the zombies battering the door grew stronger, leaving everyone unable to spare a thought for Lin Feng. He ventured inward alone, in search of the traitor's whereabouts. At that moment, his spiritual perception activated, bathing the entire ladies' restroom in a golden glow. However, spiritual perception merely indicated the approximate location of hidden targets. Lin Feng needed to search for them himself. He pushed open each stall door until he finally discovered the traitor in the innermost stall. The figure clad in white robes and a mask stood quietly. Level 0 Trader. A flicker of excitement flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he retrieved an energy fragment and presented it. Energy fragment detected. You may consume one energy fragment to activate the trading function. Would you like to proceed? Activate. With a swift motion, the energy crystal vanished from Lin Feng's hand. And a product window unfolded before him, visible only to him. The trader offered all items in the form of cards. 500 milliliters bottled water, level 0 card, 1, consuming this grants 1 bottle of 500 milliliters Nongfu Spring. Taste is enhanced when frozen. Price, 3 energy fragments. Self-heating rice, level 0 card, 1, consuming this provides 1 portion of an unknown brand of self-heating rice, sufficient for an adult meal. Price, 3 energy fragments. Simple dagger, level 0 card, 1, consuming this grants a simple dagger with moderate sharpness. Price, 5 energy fragments. Ordinary leather jacket, level 0 card. Lin Feng quickly scrolled down, and indeed, he found the evolution potion. Evolution potion, level 1 card consuming this grants 1 tube of level 1 evolution potion, which will transform the player into a level 1 evolver, leading to a significant enhancement in physical attributes. Price, 50 energy fragments. 50 energy fragments were a considerable sum in the early days of the apocalypse, especially considering that the drop rate for energy fragments was only around 1 in 3. Meaning one would need to slay approximately 150 zombies to accumulate enough. Had Lin Feng not vanquished the pursuer, he would have found himself equally inadequate now. He retrieved a level 1 energy crystal to exchange for an evolution potion, only to witness the potion's image fade to gray, stamped with the word sold out. Detected level 1 energy crystal, decomposed into 100 energy fragments, consumed 50 energy fragments, obtained evolution potion, level 1 card. Upon usage, a vial of purple liquid materialized in his grasp. Lin Feng drank it, feeling a surge of warmth coursing through his body. Detected player consuming evolution potion, level 1. Improving physical attributes. Congratulations player Lin Feng, you have become a level 1 evolver, with a significant enhancement in physical prowess. Name, Lin Feng. Identity, apocalyptic player. Gender, male. Strength, 21 agility, 17 constitution, 23 perception, 17 evolution level, LV1 talent, universal gene type, balanced growth of 4-dimensional attributes, status, infected, native variant, infection level, 2. 2 hunger level, 14. A powerful sensation enveloped him, marking a notable enhancement in his physicality. There was no feature within the game for allocating points. Upon consuming the evolution potion, the Apocalypse Death Furnace system would automatically elevate the 4 physical attributes based on the player's innate attributes, genetics, and other conditions. Some individuals are naturally inclined toward strength, while others towards agility. The academically adept would see their perception markedly heightened. At this moment, Lin Feng's universal gene type talent was manifesting. It not only allowed for comprehensive enhancement of his 4 basic attributes but also enabled him to acquire additional attribute points compared to others. This remained Lin Feng's greatest secret. As long as he continued to grow, he would gradually surpass all others of his tier. Unfortunately, in his past life, Lin Feng had squandered the invaluable growth opportunities at the onset of the apocalypse and was betrayed by Lu Yanxi, ultimately leaving him with naught but a fragmented corpse. With a vigorous motion, he unleashed 2 powerful punches, the air whistling around him, excitement dancing in Lin Feng's eyes. The infection from the native variant, combined with the enhancement of being a level 1 evolver, had elevated his strength to 21, surpassing that of the previous pursuer. His other attributes had similarly outstripped expectations. This signified that should he encounter a pursuer again, Lin Feng would be capable of utterly overwhelming them. His constitution of 23 provided him with fortified resistance against infections. Not only would he be less susceptible to the infection from level 0 mutants, but the spread of the native variant infection would also be considerably mitigated. His next objective was the immunity potion from the Mariana Grand Hotel. Acquiring this would resolve the crisis of infection with ease. Lin Feng murmured to himself, recognizing that he must enhance his equipment as much as possible beforehand. The vast majority of goods sold by level 0 traders were of level 0 quality. With scarce offerings of level 1 items, the level 1 evolution potion was already among the finest wares available at this juncture. However, upon turning to the central section, an item caught his eye. Nepalese curved blade, level 0 card upon use, grants a Nepalese curved blade, forged with military-grade craftsmanship, capable of slicing through iron with ease. Price, 12 energy fragments. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The Nepalese kukri, resembling a dog's leg, is often referred to as the dogleg knife and stands as one of the most lethal weapons available, capable of effortlessly decapitating a bison with a single stroke. In this moment, the knife serves as an extraordinary tool for vanquishing zombies. Moreover, Lin Feng, in his previous life, was adept at wielding blades. Upon encountering this Nepalese kukri, he found himself utterly captivated. A dark, leather-sheathed kukri materialized in his grasp, featuring a wooden handle and a silver blade, its edge shimmering with the intricate patterns of Damascus steel. As a connoisseur of blades, Lin Feng immediately discerned the exceptional hardness and resilience of this edge, categorizing it as a prime specimen among Grade 0 weaponry. Recognizing its worth, Lin Feng secured the kukri at his waist. It was not that he was unwilling to store the weapon in his survival space, rather, the delay in summoning it back could prove fatal amidst the chaotic turmoil of battle. Continuing his search, Lin Feng realized that with the energy fragments he possessed, he could acquire everything the trader had to offer. Simultaneously, the assault of zombies at the entrance had subsided. At this juncture, the zombies, lacking intelligence, ceased their attacks after a fruitless attempt and entered a state of lethargic wandering, awaiting new prey to activate them. The individuals at the entrance were utterly exhausted, and even the so-called little fairies disregarded the unsightly puddles and odors on the restroom floor, desperately leaning over the only 2 sinks to quench their thirst. After drinking, they collapsed against the restroom door, sitting on the cold ceramic tiles, gasping for breath. The restroom was filled with subdued sobs from the women, who stifled their cries in fear of drawing too much attention. The atmosphere had clearly divided into 2 distinct factions, one led by the female teachers and students, and the other spearheaded by Li Chang and his trio from the construction site. Chapter 14, Will you silence yourself, or shall I teach you to be silent? Lu Xiaoyun, tears streaming down her face, grasped Li Chang's collar and implored, Why did you kill Jiang Chui? You promised to protect us. Before she could finish her lament, Li Chang forcefully shoved her aside and struck her across the face. Lu Xiaoyun fell to the ground, clutching her face. What are you shouting about? Did I cause your leg to be injured? How could I possibly save her amidst so many zombies? If I hadn't decisively kicked her out to divert the zombies, we would all have perished when the door failed to close. How was I to know if she had been infected? If you continue to prattle, I'll toss you out to feed the zombies as well. I might even seize the opportunity to escape. Li Chang's furious roar incited the zombies outside, who immediately began to howl, banging against the door with renewed vigor, prompting the students and teachers to hurriedly reinforce it. You are a murderer. Lu Xiaoyun sobbed on the ground, covering her face. Her tears were not merely for the deceased Jiang Chui, but rather a reflection of her own dread of meeting a similar fate. The surrounding classmates and teachers, witnessing the scene, could not suppress their scorn, even feeling a perverse sense of satisfaction. The two had previously leveraged their connection with Li Chang to hinder other girls, and during their escape, they had intentionally pushed others behind. Their animosity towards Jiang Chui and Lu Xiaoyun had festered, and now, witnessing one dead and the other abandoned, they felt a euphoric sense of vindication. What a pity that only one perished, there is still one more here to be a nuisance. They mocked Lu Xiaoyun, believing she had sold herself for a good price, only to be the first to die outside. Such was fate. Karma has a way of catching up, they mused, relishing the thought that they had avoided the same fate. As they looked at Lu Xiaoyun, their disdain intensified, almost elevating their sense of superiority. Lu Xiaoyun, filled with loathing for these individuals, dared not voice her feelings. Glancing at the cold and indifferent Li Chang, she could only grit her teeth and crawl back toward the teachers and students, pleading in a delicate tone, Teachers, please help me. Yet before she could finish her performance, she was kicked down. The girl who had kicked her glanced at Li Chang and, seeing no intention to defend Lu Xiaoyun, grew emboldened. Several girls rushed toward Lu Xiaoyun, raining blows upon her, pulling her hair, and slapping her face. What are you doing here, you wretched thing? Aren't you from over there? Ha, now that your protector has abandoned you, you think you can return to us? Dream on. You and Jiang Chui nearly led us to doom, and you still have the audacity to come back. Let us rid ourselves of this scourge. Leaving her alive is a risk. Cowering on the cold restroom floor, stripped of her garments, Lu Xiaoyun wept, cradling her head. With Li Chang now unreliable and ostracized by her peers, she had lost all support. Suddenly, she caught sight of Lin Feng leaning against the wall. And a glimmer of hope ignited within her. Lin Feng, however, seemed indifferent to the chaos around him, nonchalantly removing his helmet and walking directly to the faucet. To replenish his strength, Lin Feng took a moment to rest, waiting for the zombies outside to disperse before setting off for the Mariana Grand Hotel. The mere thought of the situation stirred a deep resentment within him towards the group of people responsible for their predicament. Had they not appeared unexpectedly, Lin Feng could have effortlessly evaded the zombies and retrieved the evolution serum before slipping away quietly, rather than being trapped here, wasting precious time. His presence caused those who were assaulting Lu Xiaoyun to cease their actions, and suddenly a girl gasped, You are Lin Feng?" The surrounding crowd erupted in murmurs. It was well known that Lin Feng's father had fallen into debt due to gambling, leading to thugs chasing him to school for repayment, dragging him into the restroom for a beating, and having him paraded around campus on a motorcycle by Li Yaotian. These incidents had solidified Lin Feng's infamous reputation. Moreover, the entire school was aware that Lin Feng was infatuated with Lu Yanxi, rendering him seemingly harmless to the girls. Any fear they had of him dissipated, replaced by a surge of anger. It was he who had led them to blindly flee the safety of their refuge, otherwise they would not have found themselves in such dire circumstances. In their eyes, he was even more detestable than Lu Xiaoyun and Li Chang. "How dare you return? You abandoned us just when we needed you, almost leading to our demise," one girl shouted, hands on her hips, inciting the others to join in. "I believe you deliberately left us behind to block the entrance while you escaped through a window. I thought you were capable of protecting us against the zombies. It's your fault that those who just perished did so because of you. You must take responsibility." Fear coupled with intense resentment caused the girls to unleash their frustrations upon Lin Feng, their voices rising in a chorus of accusations, growing increasingly agitated. Initially, Lin Feng had no intention of engaging with them, but then the female teacher intervened. Coughing to gather attention, she spoke with a feigned gravity, "Class, let us calm down. We are not yet at that stage, and there might still be a turn of events." Turning her gaze to Lin Feng, she asserted her authority as a teacher, however. "You must acknowledge that had we not seen you battling zombies below, we would not have rushed out of the safety of our shelter and landed in this predicament. You indeed bear significant responsibility for this situation. Therefore, you shall escort us to safety at dawn. Given your skills, we have faith in your capability. If necessary, you may make multiple trips. As a man, it is your duty to protect the women," she added, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder in encouragement. Her words ignited a glimmer of hope among the other girls, who began to support her proposal, their gazes towards Lin Feng softening considerably. "That seems only fair. This predicament was indeed caused by you, and you should bear the responsibility. My poor friend has perished. If you do not assist me in escaping, she will not find peace." "Let us discuss who should be the first to leave," someone suggested. "Why even deliberate? My father is a police officer. If I go first, he can come back to fetch you all." "Are you kidding? Your father is just a doorman. It would be better for me to go first. It would be better to gift me." In their eyes, Lin Feng's silence was tantamount to acquiescence. The conversation swiftly shifted to a heated debate about who would be the first batch to leave. "All right, everyone, listen to me. I will arrange who departs first." The female teacher interjected, only to discover that she was among the first group, which immediately displeased the others. The uproar resumed. Lin Feng, observing their antics, could only shake his head in disbelief and chuckle, "Are you all out of your minds? Why should I, in my right mind, take care of you burdens?" His words rendered the jubilant crowd speechless, their expressions morphing from confusion to disbelief, and ultimately culminating in a surge of anger. "What do you mean by that? You have led my best friend to her demise, and you feel no guilt? If it weren't for your meddling, we would never have escaped from the safe house. Do you wish to abandon us? I assure you, that is impossible." The multitude of female students encircled Lin Feng, their spittle nearly hitting his face. The female teacher Equally incensed, exclaimed, "So many have perished because of you. Had it not been for your actions, we would still be peacefully sleeping upstairs. You are the true perpetrator." Before she could finish her tirade, Lin Feng's right hand shot out, gripping her throat with lightning speed, lifting her off the ground. His icy gaze seethed with disdain. "People die due to your own foolishness. You brought this upon yourselves with your screams that attracted the zombies. What does that have to do with me? Did I force you to come down here to meet your demise? Truly, how fortunate you are to have survived this long." Yet, the female teacher attempted to argue but was unceremoniously thrown to the ground by Lin Feng. "How could you do this? Do you still consider me your teacher?" She instinctively wanted to chastise him, but before she could utter a second word, she felt a cold, sharp blade pressed against her throat. It was a fearsome Nepalese curved knife. Lin Feng's lips curled into a seemingly benign smile. "Hello, teacher. Do you prefer to silence yourself, or shall I make you?" The smile was disarmingly sweet. Yet every word dripped with an icy chill. The teacher shuddered violently, collapsing to the floor. The other girls turned pale with fear, curling up like frightened chicks. The Lin Feng before them was utterly transformed from the person they once knew. They had always believed that fighting zombies was acceptable, but in a civilized society, few would dare to take a life, especially since Lin Feng was notoriously inept. Thus, they had felt emboldened. Now, they realized just how gravely mistaken they had been. Lin Feng, satisfied, sheathed the Nepalese curved knife and said, "Remember, we are never on the same side. Do not provoke me. Otherwise, ending your lives would be far easier than killing zombies." A fresh wave of terror washed over them, and the restroom fell silent, save for the muted roars of the zombies outside. However, Li Chang's eyes suddenly brightened as he noticed the Nepalese curved knife at Lin Feng's waist. He distinctly recalled that Lin Feng had not possessed that piece of equipment before. Suddenly, the announcement from earlier echoed in his mind. Could it be that the traitor was right here? He had just been seeking the traitor. He must be aware of this, which is why he deliberately chose to come to the library. Chapter 15. You think I know nothing? Li Chang clenched his fists in excitement, several shards of energy in his grasp. If he could procure something valuable from the traitor, he would be able to break free. "I'll step in for a moment, you two keep an eye on them," he instructed his two companions, feigning the need to relieve himself as he ventured deeper into the restroom. Why not just keep your mouth shut? The incessant chatter of women was particularly irksome. Lin Feng sheathed his crowbar and began to clean himself and his weaponry. The battles on the playground, the slaying of hunters, and the fierce confrontation at the library entrance and fifth floor had left him, despite his enhanced physique, feeling somewhat fatigued. The cold water revived him, invigorating his spirits. Finding a toilet, he sat down and took out biscuits, chocolate, and a can of Red Bull to replenish his energy, pondering his escape. The group had skipped dinner and were ravenous, instinctively licking their lips as they watched Lin Feng indulge. Yet, they dared not approach him out of fear. However, Lin Feng's brow furrowed in concern. He felt satiated yet noticed that his hunger level and his status had not decreased, rather, it had risen to 15. Was this hunger level indicative of something else? He contemplated. "Lin Feng, I'm starving, I didn't have dinner," a soft voice suddenly wafted towards him. Lu Xiaoyun crawled before Lin Feng, her large, sorrowful eyes fixed on him. "Could you share a bit with me? I can trade you something in return." Lin Feng did not even glance her way. "Scram, don't disgust me. But I am also sincere, keep your distance." Lu Xiaoyun turned away, taking a seat further off, despair flickering in her eyes, soon morphing into boundless resentment. "Lin Feng, you will come to regret this." At that moment, Li Chang dashed out, his gaze turning fiery with jealousy upon spotting Lin Feng. He had encountered the traitor and spent an energy shard to access the trade goods, feeling a pang of regret. He had hoped to acquire something valuable, only to find that Lin Feng had cleared the stock, leaving behind merely a few tattered garments. His heart sank further upon seeing the now gray evolution potion, driving him to near insanity. He recalled the sight of Lin Feng decimating zombies, in his eyes. Lin Feng's ability to single-handedly confront hordes suggested he had already consumed an evolution potion and transformed into an evolver. The thought of Lin Feng purchasing another potion seemed like sheer wastefulness. If he had an evolution potion, he too could become as formidable as Lin Feng. He would then have access to everything he had never experienced before. And now, that potion had been taken by Lin Feng. His resentful glare bore into Lin Feng. His teeth clenched in fury. But suddenly, a realization struck Li Chang, and his eyes lit up. Since Lin Feng was already a first-tier evolver, he should no longer be able to use the potion. Most likely, that vial of evolution potion still resided in Lin Feng's storage space. If he could devise a plan to eliminate him, the potion should drop. It had to be so, games operated on such principles. The more he contemplated, the more feasible it seemed, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. It was merely well concealed. He was not foolish. He understood that he could not possibly defeat Lin Feng alone and needed someone to create an opportunity for a surprise attack. Li Chang discreetly approached his two co-workers and informed them of the traitor's situation. "Boss, what should we do now?" "Whatever you say, we will fully cooperate," they replied. Li Chang said grimly, "First, we need to create chaos among the crowd. Then we shall launch a surprise attack to eliminate him." All four possessed combat talent. A direct confrontation would be futile, but a stealthy assault was likely to succeed. Having arranged their plan, the three quietly dispersed. Suddenly, Li Chang feigned surprise and exclaimed, "I just saw the traitor inside." The previously despondent crowd, upon hearing the mention of the traitor, was ignited with excitement. The recent system announcement had reached all players. And in their eyes, acquiring items from the traitor equated to survival. The throng rushed towards the restroom. But they were halted by the need for an energy fragment to access the shop. Disappointment transformed into despair as it spread among them. At that moment, Li Chang spoke again, "There's no need for despair. I have accessed the trade, but upon entering, I discovered that everything had been sold out." Sold out? The crowd's gaze turned fervent as they looked at Lin Feng. Who else could it be but Lin Feng? The items he was consuming must also have originated from the traitor, and undoubtedly, he had much more in his backpack. Most importantly, the weapons. If they could distribute the weapons among themselves, they could all escape alive. No one contemplated just how many weapons Lin Feng possessed. They stubbornly believed there would be enough for everyone. Greed became evident in their eyes as they gazed at Lin Feng. In a matter of survival, hesitation was not an option. Between Lin Feng and the zombies, they decisively considered Lin Feng to be the easier target. Lu Xiaoyun was the first to speak up. "Lin Feng, since you have so many weapons, why not share them with everyone so we can fight our way out together?" The others immediately chimed in, "Yes. Leave one for yourself and distribute the rest among us. You cannot be so selfish, sharing will ensure our survival. We can always return them to you later." Lin Feng, however, was disinclined to engage with them, continuing to eat heartily. At that moment, the female teacher gathered her courage once more. "Lin Feng, given your capabilities, we ought to help one another. How about this, hand over your items to me, and I will distribute them fairly. You will receive everything back afterward. When we meet the rescue team from school or outside, we will report your heroic deeds for recognition. What do you think?" This proposal garnered enthusiasm from the students. Lin Feng regarded them as if they were fools. The teacher, who had previously occupied the moral high ground, was now becoming even more insistent. Did she truly believe he was easy to intimidate simply because he had remained silent? With the envy of the crowd upon him, Lin Feng stuffed an entire chocolate bar into his mouth and remarked, "How quaintly naive, why should I share what I purchased with energy fragments?" The female teacher's expression turned awkward as she exclaimed, "I have already stated that I would return it to you upon seeing the rescue team. So, just remain silent and await their arrival. Why waste words with me?" In the background, Li Chang, concealed among the crowd, suddenly shouted with great fervor, "At this moment, what is there to discuss? If you don't wish to give it, you must still comply. Without weapons, none of us can survive. If we manage to seize the weapons from him, we will have a chance at life. From hope to despair and then back to a glimmer of hope." The spirits of the crowd were nearing collapse. Encouraged by Li Chang's fervent words, they instinctively began to act. They seized brooms and mops from the restroom, even wielding a foul-smelling toilet plunger. With weapons in hand, many found their courage bolstered. Lin Feng stood alone, acutely aware that he could not withstand their numbers. He was not merely a mindless zombie that resorted to raw savagery. Securing a weapon would grant him the means to survive. He was resolute in his determination. While the crowd diverted Lin Feng's attention, Li Chang stealthily seized a wrench and maneuvered behind him. At that moment, Lin Feng remained oblivious, distracted by the throne. The wrench was raised high and brought down forcefully towards the back of Lin Feng's head. With enhanced strength, Li Chang could easily crush a zombie's skull with a single blow. The individual before him was destined for demise. Haha, the evolution serum is mine. Yet, before the sinister grin could fully manifest on Li Chang's face, he was taken aback as Lin Feng lifted his right hand, effortlessly catching the wrench that had been aimed at him. Impossible, Li Chang gasped in shock, attempting to retract the wrench, only to discover it was as if it were welded to Lin Feng's grip, utterly immovable. Lin Feng turned back with an air of calm, a warm smile adorning his face. Did you truly believe I was unaware of everything? Chapter 16. The door was broken. Li Chang lowered his head, catching a glimpse of Lin Feng's cold, mocking profile as he turned. In the next instant, a sharp pain coursed through his wrist, followed by a distinct cracking sound. Lin Feng swiftly snapped Li Chang's wrist and expertly stowed the wrench into his survival space. He then delivered a forceful kick to Li Chang's abdomen. With a thud, Li Chang was sent flying, crashing through the moisture-resistant panel of the restroom door, landing squarely on the toilet, weeping uncontrollably. The once eager crowd was suddenly doused with a bucket of icy water, left stunned and motionless. Lin Feng slowly rose, a chilling smile playing on his lips. You deliberately revealed information about the traitor to incite others and draw my attention, only to seize the opportunity for a sneak attack. A commendable strategy, indeed. But do you believe that the perception of an evolved being is merely ornamental? Perception is the most enigmatic of the four attributes. Strength enhances explosive power, agility increases speed, and constitution raises the player's endurance limit, yet perception contributes nothing to combat. Its unique purpose lies in the ability to sense danger in the surroundings. For an ordinary person to attempt a sneak attack on an evolved being is nothing short of delusional. At this moment, Lin Feng fixed his gaze on Li Chang, finally recalling who this individual was. In his previous life, it appeared that Li Chang had acquired the evolutionary potion here, establishing the first on-campus safe zone by seizing the adjacent supermarket, exploiting a significant number of students and teachers for his own pleasure. Lin Feng had once sought refuge in the cafeteria, but after his hand was shattered by a scar-faced man, he was forcefully expelled from the safe zone that very night under Li Chang's orders, pursued by zombies and barely managing to climb a tree to escape. You misunderstand. That was not my intention. Li Chang now grasped the vast chasm separating him from the evolved beings, still attempting to justify himself. But Lin Feng had already reached for the Nepalese curved knife at his waist. The blade glimmered with lethal intent. Should you wish to utter anything? Converse with the King of Hell. I have no interest in listening. With a swift motion, the blade sliced through Li Chang's neck, blood gushing from the wound and splattering against the ceiling, then raining down like a torrential downpour. Each person present was drenched, their faces and hair soaked in crimson. A scream erupted from someone attempting to evade, while others retreated in panic or stood frozen in shock. Weapons slipped from trembling hands, and the two workers were so terrified that they collapsed to the ground. We did not provoke you, this was Li Chang's own scheme, and we are uninvolved. They pleaded. Don't assume we will not resist, we have weapons too. They gripped the shovel and sledgehammer tightly, attempting to bolster their courage. Yet Lin Feng's sunny smile only widened. Am I mistaken? Were you three not just planning to attack together? Suddenly, Lin Feng appeared as a blur before them, and then a sharp pain pierced their necks. With a single leap, Lin Feng's Nepalese curved knife swiftly severed their throats. As quick as lightning and as thunderous as a storm, Lin Feng's physical prowess vastly surpassed theirs, leaving them utterly defenseless. In an instant, blood sprayed, completely staining the restroom. Lin Feng stood amidst the crimson rain, resembling a deity of death. He gazed at the Nepalese curved dagger in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the equipment of traitors proves far superior to that of reality. The female teacher, paralyzed with terror, collapsed onto the ground, confronted only by a gushing fountain of blood. You killed them, you committed murder. Indeed, they sought to take my life. Naturally, I must extinguish the threat in its infancy. Is there a problem with that? Lin Feng's calm voice echoed throughout the room, chilling the air like a plunge into an icy abyss. Anyone or anything that could potentially endanger him, Lin Feng would obliterate without hesitation. This was the code of conduct he had set for himself. Reflecting on her earlier inclination to ascend to a moral high ground in an attempt to ensnare Lin Feng, the teacher was drenched in cold sweat. Yet, Lin Feng appeared to regard it as no more than a trivial matter. He turned on the faucet, washing his hands, face, and hair anew. Then, he tore open a new packet of biscuits, continuing to consume them with an air of nonchalance. He even chuckled, "How come I never realized how delectable these were before? Perhaps I was simply starving. If not for the blood pooled on the ground and the crimson droplets cascading from the ceiling, one might be led to believe that the recent events were merely a figment of imagination." The others, in a state of panic, scurried to the farthest corners of the restroom, resembling frightened chicks trembling in fear. Lin Feng had gone mad, he had indeed become a devil. At that moment, however, a sudden roar of zombies erupted from outside. The pervasive scent of blood wafted through the air, immediately capturing the attention of the undead. Bang! 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 The violent pounding resonated, and the already fragile door quivered precariously. After a couple of strikes, a screw above had been dislodged. The deformed door cracked open a narrow gap, revealing the outside's ravenous, bloodthirsty, ashen eyes. Lin Feng's expression hardened, and he quickly stowed away his food. "Damn, is this door so flimsy? No! Quickly, block the door!" The female teacher screamed in terror, and everyone instinctively braced against the restroom door. Yet Lin Feng, without a moment's hesitation, turned and sprinted deeper inside. With the gap now breached, the scent of blood had permeated the air. The horde of zombies, having caught the whiff of blood, would not relent. It was sheer folly for the female students and the teacher to attempt to barricade the door. As expected, even with their desperate efforts, the door began to visibly deform. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door was flung open, and the zombies surged forward. "No, save me! I don't want to die, come here!" The female students behind the door were instantly overwhelmed, the zombies pouncing upon them like hyenas, tearing into every morsel of flesh. Their meticulously cared for skin, in the eyes of the undead, was merely tender meat awaiting a feast, savagely devoured. The teacher, trapped directly beneath the door, was relentlessly crushed by the oncoming tide of zombies, their continuous assault compressing her body. She could distinctly feel her bones crying out in agony, fracturing under the pressure. Pain coursing through her entire being. Desperately, she attempted to push the door off herself, but a zombie clamped down on her thumb. With a sickening tear, her thumb was severed, blood splattering as a pale bone protruded from the mangled flesh. Ah! The female teacher was dragged out and torn apart by zombies beneath the door, her bones shattered, and the very notion of escape became a luxury, reducing her to mere fodder for the undead. The female students in the back immediately scattered like frightened birds, rushing into individual restroom stalls and barricading the doors. Outside, the air was filled with anguished wails, and chaotic shadows of zombies flickered beneath the gaps of the doors, while those inside trembled, covering their mouths in fear. Yet, the number of invading zombies continued to grow, and there was no place left for those who had been downed to escape. The scent of blood emanating from each student had transformed into a deadly allure. They began to batter the stall doors, smashing through the fragile panels as though they were mere tin cans, turning the entire restroom into a hellish banquet hall. The cries of despair reverberated throughout the restroom. But Lin Feng remained unfazed. Instead, he sprinted toward the depths of the restroom at once. The presence of this human bait afforded him a moment to extricate himself from the chaos. However, at that very moment, he suddenly felt someone grasping him from behind. "We are doomed, you shall not escape either." Chapter 17, Lu Yanqi's obsession. As Lin Feng turned around, he discovered that the one clinging to him was none other than Lu Xiaoyun. In her current state, she appeared almost deranged, a fresh wound on her waist bleeding profusely. At that moment, another zombie lunged at her from behind, sinking its teeth into her calf. "Ah!" Lu Xiaoyun screamed in agony. Yet her bloodshot eyes remained fixed on Lin Feng, her grip on his arm tightening with every ounce of strength she could muster, as if she sought to penetrate his flesh through his clothing. She was on the brink of death, yet she was determined to take Lin Feng down with her. "You are the one who doomed us. If we cannot survive, neither shall you." Her voice was filled with a vengeful delight, but before she could finish, A flash of steel sliced through the air, followed by an agonizing pain in her wrist. In that instant, Lin Feng had drawn his Nepalese curved knife and, without a moment's hesitation, severed Lu Xiaoyun's hands. Cold and mechanical, he executed the act. Ah! Lu Xiaoyun let out a heart-wrenching scream. But it was abruptly silenced the next moment. Several zombies pounced upon her, initiating a gruesome feast. Lin Feng shook off the attackers and sprinted inward. No matter where one finds themselves, it is imperative to have multiple escape routes planned. This is the golden rule for scouts in a post-apocalyptic world. Lin Feng had already spotted a ventilation duct concealed above the ceiling of the compartment. Upon bursting into the space, he stepped onto the toilet, pried open the ceiling, and swiftly maneuvered himself into the duct. Each movement was fluid and seamless. Below him, the zombies gathered, their pallid eyes fixated on Lin Feng within the duct. Their outstretched arms resembling malevolent spirits yearning to drag him into the abyss. However, their mobility rendered them incapable of climbing up. Yet, they stared at the entrance of the duct with a frenzied intensity. Lin Feng glanced down at his arm and saw Lu Xiaoyun's severed hands still gripping him, the bloody stumps leaking crimson. Even in death, she clung to her obsession. With determination, he pried the dismembered hands off and discarded them into the duct, subsequently removing his blood-stained clothing and wiping the bloodstains from the duct before tossing them down as well. The zombies below finally ceased their longing gaze at the duct entrance. Dressed in the leather jacket and athletic pants acquired from a trader, Lin Feng listened to the sounds of the zombies gnashing their teeth beneath him, allowing himself to lie down in peace. The horde below would not disperse anytime soon, granting him a few hours of much-needed rest. As he pulled out his phone to check the time, he was startled to find several missed calls and unread messages, all from Lu Yanxi. He had set his phone to silent and had been completely oblivious. She was still alive? He was eager to learn how she had managed to survive. The Mariana Grand Hotel was one of the finest hotels in Haicheng, located in a commercial district in the west of the city. After the apocalypse struck, the number of zombies here was surely in the tens of thousands. Even Lin Feng dared not claim he could survive. What could possibly be sustaining Lu Yanxi? Perhaps it was the man embedded within her? Lin Feng, lost in thought, let a radiant smile grace his lips as he sent a message to Lu Yanxi. My dear, please do not be afraid, no matter what unfolds, do not give up. I am on my way to the hotel, and I swear I will rescue you. Each word dripped with heartfelt emotion, and Lin Feng took a moment to reflect on his past self, immersing himself in the memory for a fleeting second. The nauseating feeling that overcame him after sending the message was unbearable, yet he felt a sense of satisfaction. Surely, such words would inspire Lu Yanxi to persevere. She must not perish, he would undoubtedly seek her out. Meanwhile, within a suite at the Mariana Grand Hotel, a zombie lay sprawled naked on the bed, its face utterly mangled, beside it a bloodied ashtray. Lu Yanxi's eyes were filled with terror as she frantically rinsed her body in the bathroom, repeatedly applying shower gel, as if attempting to cleanse every pore. Suddenly, she found herself kneeling on the bathroom floor, retching uncontrollably. Today was supposed to be the audition for the lead role in a web drama, where dozens of aspiring actresses, including Lu Yanxi, had gathered at the behest of a professor from the Art Academy for the director's scrutiny. Lu Yanxi had stood out, leveraging her physical allure, and had been privately ushered into a room by the director for an in-depth discussion of the plot. Just as the discussion reached its zenith, the director transformed into a zombie. Instinctively, she seized the glass ashtray by the bed and violently struck the director down. The horrifying visage of the director, with its menacing grin post-transformation, and the intimate encounter they had shared in that moment, made her feel nauseated once more. However, there was little left in her stomach to expel. With trembling hands, she repeatedly dialed outside numbers, but none connected. Checking her information, Lu Yanxi murmured, name, Lu Yanxi identity, N times player gender, female strength, 5 agility, 8 constitution, 6 perception, 7 evolution level, LV0 status, infected, zombie. Upon reading this, despair washed over Lu Yanxi. Infection, she had been infected. She was destined to become a zombie. Desperation engulfed her. She pushed open the window and leaned out, the cries of zombies and the wails of humanity crashing against her eardrums. She did not want to become a zombie. A leap from here would surely shatter her into oblivion. Just as she prepared to jump, her phone chimed with an incoming message. With a detached demeanor, she picked it up, revealing Lin Feng's heartfelt words. Upon reading them, tears welled in her eyes. How could she, of all people, be fortunate enough to find a boyfriend like Lin Feng? Memories of her past indiscretions flooded her mind, and she couldn't help but feel a wave of guilt wash over her. Eager to return Lin Feng's call, she discovered it was unreachable. She could only send message after message, hoping they would be delivered. Yet, even amidst such despair, Lin Feng's words rekindled a glimmer of hope for her survival. Previously, the game instructions indicated that not everyone infected would inevitably transform into a zombie. Perhaps I am one of the fortunate few. Lu Yanqi continuously encouraged herself as she began to search the room for items that could aid her in combating the undead. Having dispatched a zombie, albeit under duress, she realized that they were not insurmountable foes. Just then, a cacophony erupted outside the door, as if someone was fervently shouting. Lu Yanqi listened intently, and suddenly her eyes sparkled with revelation. They mentioned traitors? Indeed, finding a boyfriend like Lin Feng is a testament to the favor of the heavens. I am certain I will survive until Lin Feng comes to rescue me. Moreover, if I can locate the traitors, they likely possess items that could grant players immunity to the infection. Lu Yanqi, though inexperienced in gaming, understood one fundamental truth: no matter how brutal the game, it could never entirely eliminate all avenues for survival. There would always be a glimmer of hope. Perhaps the traitors hold the antidote. However, the catch is that traitors only accept energy shards, and she possessed but a single shard, recently harvested from the zombie director. Such a precious remedy would surely require more than one shard. I must acquire additional energy fragments. And it is certain that others will vie with me for them, but if those individuals were to perish, a glint of cold determination flashed in Lu Yanqi's eyes as she regarded her profile. Talent, natural charisma. Lu Yanqi, you are capable. Utilize your greatest strength. You will undoubtedly survive. Chapter 18, The Activation of New Functions. At this moment, Lin Feng was entirely oblivious to the thoughts of Lu Yanqi, nor could he ascertain whether the message he sent had reached her. Yet, he found himself indifferent to such concerns. Reclining within the ventilation duct, he glanced at the time displayed on his phone, a smile suddenly gracing his lips. It has arrived. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the system's notification resonated within his consciousness. The Doomsday Death Furnace has been activated for 1 hour, enabling the chat channel. Use the command to close the chat channel and control related functions. Updating subsequent systems, please wait, echoed the cold, mechanical voice beside him. As a translucent data bar materialized above his head, its percentage steadily rising. 1, 2, 3. As Lin Feng beheld the azure translucent dialog box that had abruptly appeared in the lower left corner, he felt as if he were transported to another realm. In his previous life, he had been as insignificant as an ant. Yet his survival had been assured by a group of benevolent souls who selflessly shared their combat experiences through chat, imparting strategies for confronting various special monsters. It was indeed the altruistic contributions of these individuals that saved countless lives, including Lin Feng's own. Regrettably, this group had gradually faded away, likely perishing in the death furnace. Or perhaps falling victim to those who exploited their kindness. In the apocalypse, good people rarely enjoyed longevity. Shaking off such somber thoughts, Lin Feng focused his awareness on the chat channel. By merely uttering the command, he could swiftly input his desired messages with the power of his mind. The regional chat channel buzzed with activity. Are there any survivors left in the school? Those still alive, please speak up, it's terrifying here. I'm here. Fortunate to have fled quickly, those behind me are all dead. A friendly reminder, the current zombies are not particularly formidable. Those with combat enhancement abilities can easily take them down. I just looted a level 0 machete. Bro, do you possess combat talent? My ability is resistance to infection, how about we team up? Are your talents also impressive? My talent is cowardice, I can hide without being discovered by zombies. Can someone please rescue me from Dormitory 7? The regional channel encompassed a radius of 1 kilometer centered around the players, essentially still within the bounds of Haicheng University. By directing his focus to the names displayed, Lin Feng could discern the names and ages of the individuals. However, details such as appearance, mission attributes, evolution levels, and talents were all marked with question marks. This was a protective measure for the players. As the chat channel buzzed with communication, many individuals generously shared new combat strategies, igniting the enthusiasm of others. Let us give it a try. Sitting idly is just waiting for death. Everyone, await my good news. Wang Yan, once I slay the zombies, I shall come to rescue you. Encouraged by the players in the chat channel, numerous individuals transformed their intentions into action. Several young men seized their dormitory benches and even water bottles, preparing to confront the zombies lurking at the door. Although the corridors were teeming with the undead, if they barricaded the entrance, leaving only a narrow gap for one person to pass through, they could systematically eliminate them. This exemplified the distinction between human players and zombies. Humans possessed the capacity for strategic thinking. Without conditions, one can create them. However, they have evidently underestimated the might of the undead and misjudged their own capabilities. With merely 3 individuals facing an onslaught of 30 to 40 zombies outside, the moment they heard the sound of the door creaking open, the zombies surged forth like a tidal wave. The intention of the boys was merely to open a narrow gap. Yet the overwhelming force of the horde instantly shattered the dormitory door. What followed was a grotesque feast. Regardless of one's talents, before the swarm of corpses, they were merely insignificant. Such occurrences transpired in every corner of the campus. Those who had boasted about rushing out to harvest zombies had all mysteriously vanished. The fellow who had just brandished a machete also disappeared without a trace. This served as a cold splash of water for everyone, causing those who were initially eager to retreat into themselves. After the apocalypse descended, they had been in continuous combat, and rare moments of respite were hard to come by. Lin Feng leisurely observed the crowd engaged in conversation. Zombies were not easily dispatched. Although his current attributes were rather mediocre, the most lethal aspect was not the zombies' attributes, but the paralyzing fear that engulfed one when confronted with them. This fear could render a person trembling uncontrollably, even petrified in place. No matter how exceptional one's talents, being rendered immobile by fear was a certain path to doom. This was also what Lin Feng admired about that girl. Her audacity to seize a steel pipe and charge forth was indeed remarkable. Suddenly, a series of messages caught Lin Feng's attention. I am Li Chang, a taekwondo instructor from the sports college. Do not be afraid. Gather all available food and water, and find sturdy objects to use as weapons for self-defense. These zombies are not as fearsome as they seem. A few strikes to the head will suffice to end them. He continued, students without weapons should remain still. Avoid turning on lights, and refrain from making noise. Zombies have poor night vision, but their hearing and sense of smell are acute. Everyone should stay put and not move. Li Chang sent several messages detailing a long list of precautions. He concluded with an important note: the school is currently organizing a self-rescue team and establishing a safety zone on campus. Those in need of rescue should disclose their specific locations, and the rescue team will plan a route to assist you. With Li Cheng's guidance and the news of the school's impending rescue efforts, many students were on the verge of tears with gratitude. Thank you, teacher. I am in room 702 of the girls' dormitory number 7. Thank you, teacher. I am on the 3rd floor of the school hospital, in the pharmacy. Thank you, teacher. I am in. Li Cheng's actions quickly garnered favor from many, with numerous girls eagerly revealing their locations and requests for assistance. However, one student named Lu Yang suddenly interjected, "Do not believe him, I am a student from the basketball department of the sports college. There is no instructor named Li Cheng in our college. He is attempting to lure you out to reveal your locations. He certainly harbors ill intentions." This declaration caused an uproar in the regional chat channel. Li Cheng responded once more, "I am truly a teacher from the sports college. Do not trust him. Recently, a group of delinquents has infiltrated our school, and Lu Yang is undoubtedly one of them, aiming to deliberately disrupt our rescue efforts. I, too, am a student of the College of Sports, and I can validate the identity of teacher Li Cheng, having officially joined the rescue team. However, I have never heard of this Lu Yang. As a fellow student of the College of Sports, I can also attest to teacher Li Cheng's identity. Lu Yang must surely be an interloper, a scoundrel who has infiltrated our school. A chorus of voices arose, each lending their support to the validation of Li Chang's identity, and the collective anxiety of the crowd began to dissipate. The teacher was indeed correct. We ought not to place our trust in him. My close friend was once followed home by a group of unsavory characters after evening study, leaving her utterly terrified. Scoundrels like him should vacate this chat channel, he is not welcome here. It seems the true malevolent presence is you. Let everyone remember the name Liu Yang. From now on, not a single word he utters should be believed. He is nothing but a wretch. After all, this is the rescue team, the school's rescue team, which represents hope for many, particularly female students, in their struggle for survival. Liu Yang repeatedly cautioned everyone against disclosing information. Yet his warnings were quickly drowned out by a cacophony of voices, inviting a torrent of vitriol directed at him. The fervent rhetoric was so fierce that it seemed as if they wished to curse Liu Yang's ancestors through the ages. Ultimately, Liu Yang retorted with a remark about a dog biting Il Dongbin, failing to recognize a good heart, before vanishing without a trace. Lin Feng merely scoffed at this display. The moment someone mentioned the rescue team, these individuals seemed invigorated, unable to distinguish between friend and foe. After all, every survivor within a kilometer could see the messages left behind. In this apocalyptic reality, the darker facets of human nature are magnified. Who can discern whether one is met by a savior or a demon? In such dire times, revealing one's identity is tantamount to inviting one's own demise. Moreover, Lin Feng could not recall any teacher named Li Chang from the school's physical education department. Rather, he remembered a rogue by that name from his past life, who, alongside a band of dubious friends, had deceived dozens of young women using similar tactics. When they found one girl, Lin Feng was secretly hiding next door to her. The haunting scream of that girl still echoes in his mind. The following morning, he witnessed her leap to her death from the 6th floor, her body exposed. However, Lin Feng felt no obligation to warn these individuals. In an apocalypse, lacking vigilant self-awareness will lead to peril, even if they are saved once. Their foolishness will soon lead them to their doom once more. At that moment, the data gauge above Lin Feng's head finally reached 100. Data update complete. Remote trading system activated. You may control the remote trading system via command to open or close it. Note, skillful use of this feature can undoubtedly prolong your survival in the furnace of the apocalypse. Chapter 19, a familiar face finally online, we've been awaiting you. Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. The remote trading system offers two distinct methods. The first provides players with a free trading platform, allowing them to price their items and make them available for others to purchase. This method exclusively utilizes energy fragments for transactions, devoid of any fees. The second method facilitates direct one-on-one trades between players, permitting the use of energy fragments or private negotiations involving bartering. However, the trading scope aligns with the chat channel, restricting visibility to players within a 1-kilometer radius. Lin Feng accessed the remote trading platform, where various items had already been listed for selection. Bottled water, food, medicine, and cigarettes were among the ordinary offerings, yet some had even listed chairs, wooden sticks, and scissors. By focusing his consciousness on the corresponding names, he could discern their attributes. The chat channel buzzed with lively exchanges. I've got a metal tray swiped from the cafeteria, perfect for fending off zombies, looking to trade for some food. I salvaged bricks from the construction site, they boast excellent defense, 15 energy fragments, and they're yours. I have several bottles of mineral water and some compressed biscuits. Whoever comes to rescue me can have them. Selling the railing dismantled from the dormitory bed at a bargain. How dare you? The railings from our school dorms are flimsy. Do you truly believe they can slay zombies? A myriad of trades unfolded, some swiftly concluding, with items on the trading platform continuously changing. Yet, the relentless pursuit of weaponry remained constant. While numerous weapons could withstand zombies, few could effectively crush their skulls, resulting in soaring prices for quality arms. Lin Feng had anticipated this outcome. He meticulously cleared the weaponry from traders, preparing for this moment, retaining only a crowbar and a Nepalese curved knife. He listed the basic knife, level 0 card, sharp steel bar, level 0 card, and non-slip gloves, level 0 card, procured from traders onto the platform. He also included a steel pipe salvaged from Li Yaotian and a wrench seized from Li Chang, pricing all weapons at 30 energy fragments. These items represented the only practical weaponry available at that moment, igniting fervent discussions among the crowd. Damn, someone's listing weapons. But they're priced at 30 energy fragments, completely unaffordable. I genuinely have no energy fragments. Can I barter with food or water? I'm at the school supermarket. Just let me know what you need. What else with these cards? Could someone kindly enlighten me on what they are? Do you think he purchased these from the trader and is now reselling them to us? Absolutely, this Lin Feng is nothing but a shrewd merchant. Everyone was envious of Lin Feng. While they were still fleeing and resorting to using bricks to fend off zombies, this Lin Feng fellow had already encountered a trader. And judging by the looks on their faces, they suspected he had completely emptied the trader's inventory. The ability to sell such equipment underscored the exceptional quality of Lin Feng's gear. Envy and resentment filled the air. In an instant, the name Lin Feng became synonymous with contempt. It wasn't long before someone privately messaged him. Handsome, I desire that steel pipe. How much is it? A sweet and delicate voice, unmistakably belonging to a soft-spoken girl from the broadcasting department, reached Lin Feng through a voice message. Upon checking her profile, he discovered her name was Huang Xiaoyuan. Lin Feng replied, 30 energy shards, or 5 types of level 0 mutated materials, otherwise, our conversation is moot. Wah! But I don't have any energy shards. Can we perhaps arrange a deferred payment, considering I'm a girl? I promise to repay you later, she pleaded. Another would-be freeloader. Lin Feng found such individuals utterly distasteful and promptly responded, in my view, gender equality reigns supreme. He added, this prosperous era, as you wish. Huang Xiaoyuan was clearly taken aback, taking a considerable amount of time before she resumed her coaxing, but I genuinely want it. How about I give you my address? And you can come over, and I'll be your girlfriend to repay the debt. Ha, you certainly value yourself highly. I can't afford that. Lin Feng retorted. What a fool, Lin Feng, are you courting abuse? Before she could finish, the dialogue box vanished as Lin Feng had blocked Huang Xiaoyuan. Several other young men, harboring similar intentions, met with the same swift rejection from Lin Feng. It was absurd, promises were the most worthless currency in this apocalypse. And Lin Feng had long ceased to be swayed by such tactics 3 years prior. Huang Xiaoyuan, brimming with indignation, began to berate Lin Feng in the chat channel. What a lunatic, are you mad for energy shards? With your caliber, who would buy your wares? Anyone who does must be out of their mind. The rejected young men echoed her sentiments, this guy is simply a fool. Those capable of slaying zombies don't lack for weapons, those lacking weapons can't kill zombies. Such a simple truth, yet he wishes to deceive others, go to hell. As long as we refrain from purchasing, within a few hours he will undoubtedly lower the price. Perhaps others will list new weapons, there is no need for us to fall into his trap. Exactly. Let him play with himself, the idiot. A miser, a skinflint. May he be bitten by zombies the moment he steps outside. Fueled by jealousy, compounded by their own lack of resources to acquire Lin Feng's weapons, Huang Xiaoyuan and her cohorts unleashed a torrent of vitriol against him in the regional channel. Since they could not obtain weapons, they sought solace in verbal assaults, even mistakenly believing they had thwarted Lin Feng's trade. However, Lin Feng regarded them with disdain, not even deserving a second glance. Weapons obtained in reality, once digitized, were predominantly classified as level 0, and their value would only persist for a few hours before prices inevitably plummeted. But time was of the essence. In this race against time to gather resources, every moment was a significant cost. Little did these individuals realize that their misguided aspirations would lead to their own elimination in the apocalypse. Yet, there were astute individuals within the campus. Several private messaged Lin Feng seeking a trade, including Lu Yang, who had previously cautioned everyone to be vigilant. Lin Feng held a favorable impression of Lu Yang, who readily exchanged 5 level 0 mutated materials for the steel pipe. Other items were swiftly sold as well, with Lin Feng spending merely 12 energy fragments on the most expensive one at the time. Now, he has long since recouped that investment and even stockpiled a considerable amount of mutated materials. While these items may seem useless at present, they promise to be valuable in the future. Lin Feng, in high spirits, continued to announce in the chat channel, only the basic knife, level 0 card, and anti-slip gloves, level 0 card, remain. Act quickly, as time waits for no one. To his surprise, there were indeed some unwitting buyers. Hey, save one for me. I will find something for you right now. Those who had previously spoken disrespectfully were left bewildered, hastily attempting to message Lin Feng, only to realize they had already been added to his blacklist. Suddenly, a private chat window popped up before Lin Feng. I want those gloves. But I currently lack sufficient resources. I can offer 15 energy fragments and 2 level 0 mutated materials, which is the highest price I can offer. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, for the speaker was a girl named Su Su. A girl who managed to gather such a quantity of items in less than an hour, something many boys would struggle to achieve. A familiar figure flashed across Lin Feng's mind. Ah, could this be someone he knows? Chapter 20, Changing equipment within a certain girl's dormitory. Su Su sat upon her bed, nibbling on a piece of bread. She understood that confronting hordes of zombies head-on was beyond her capabilities. After leaving the playground, she had hastily ridden her motorcycle back to her dormitory building. Here, the zombies were predominantly her female classmates, their strength considerably diminished, rendering the situation less daunting for her as a solitary girl. Moreover, many were confined within their dorm rooms, preventing Su Su from facing an overwhelming number of zombies at once. As she systematically cleared each dormitory, she accumulated a fair amount of materials and energy fragments. At this moment, having finally paused, her mind was suddenly flooded with the image of that sunny boy from the playground. This was not related to any romantic feelings, rather. The visual impact of Lin Feng's combat prowess left Su Su in a state of lingering awe. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she had secretly trained in free fighting and sanda, resulting in a physical strength that surpassed that of the average girl. She had recently attempted to learn Lin Feng's combat techniques but quickly realized that she could not withstand the intensity of his physical confrontations. His method of hunting was simply beyond the capacity of an ordinary person. This only deepened Su Su's curiosity about Lin Feng. A sudden wave of discomfort interrupted her thoughts. The sheer number of zombies she had dispatched had left her wrist numb from the impact of the steel pipe, and the blood made it slippery and difficult to wield effectively. She needed the anti-slip gloves that Lin Feng possessed. Nearby, 3 girls huddled together, fearful of being scratched by the zombies, tightly wrapped in their down jackets despite the sweltering heat. They were senior students who had fled alongside Su Su during her clearing of the dormitory, and they were not easily driven away. Among them was Huang Xiaoyuan, who now watched Su Su devour bread and water with visible envy. Huang Xiaoyuan leaned closer, her face a mask of indignation. Su Su, that man is nothing but a miser. If you trade with him, you'll be at a loss. It would be better for us to share what we have. Indeed, chimed in another girl. We have worked hard to gather these energy fragments, biscuits, and bottled water. To give it all away for just a few pieces of equipment seems like a tremendous loss. I also think we should hold off on trading, who knows? We might find another trader ourselves soon, added Chen Weiwei, who quickly nodded in agreement. Only the third girl, Xiao Li, remained silent. However, Su Su shot them a cold glance. What do you mean by we? All of this is mine. Do not forget that it was your offering of food that prompted me to assist in eliminating the zombies at the entrance. Once I saved you, this food and water ceased to belong to you. Yes, it's all yours. Huang Xiaoyuan and Chen Weiwei lowered their heads, a flicker of resentment passing through their eyes. Yet, upon seeing the bloodied steel pipe in Su Su's hands, they hesitated and retreated to the other side of the dormitory with Xiao Li. At that moment, Lin Feng's voice message arrived. You must be the little beauty who is competing with me for business. Are you finding it difficult without me? Su Su paused mid-bite. Astonished, you are that creepy wrench guy? Please refrain from giving me such an unpleasant nickname. Your name is Su Su, is it not? It has a certain charming contrast to your fierce zombie-slaying demeanor. Su Su pouted, choosing not to refute him as she took another bite of her bread. In light of our previous collaboration, please sell me the items. Lin Feng resolutely declined, stating, not a chance. I only seek energy fragments and mutated materials. Besides, you should be more aware than anyone of the value of a pair of gloves. To be honest, I am quite surprised they have lasted this long. Could you not offer a more reasonable price? I could add some food and water as compensation. Not a chance, take it or leave it. The two began to haggle. In a corner, Huang Xiaoyuan and her companions wore grim expressions, their stomachs rumbling. Although they were unsure of Su Su's activities, it was evident she was engaged in a private conversation about purchasing equipment. Huang Xiaoyuan coldly muttered, "That wretched person, taking our food to flirt with that scoundrel Lin Feng. Leaving us with nothing." Chen Weiwei's eyes brimmed with resentment. Indeed, she's only concerned with her own sustenance, not even considering sharing a morsel with us. Even if we initially requested her assistance, she cannot simply hoard all the food. Has she no basic decency? We are her seniors, after all. Xiaoli hurriedly attempted to mediate. All right, who are we to blame her for daring to confront zombies when we do not? Besides, if she acquires a weapon, she may very well distribute it to us. She can hardly bear to share a piece of bread, how could she possibly share a weapon? You're dreaming, Chen Weiwei retorted, glaring at Xiaoli, causing her to shrink back in fear. Give it here. Chen Weiwei snatched the last half bottle of water from Xiaoli's grasp and drank it in one go. Xiaoli licked her dry lips, shrinking to a corner, hesitant to move. Suddenly, Huang Xiaoyuan remarked, "Weiwei, have you noticed? She has no intention of including us, we cannot place all our hopes in her." Chen Weiwei's heart sank at the words of her companions. What should we do then? Huang Xiaoyuan cast a cold glance at Su Su, who was oblivious to their presence. She wants to trade for a weapon, right? Let her do so. Once she acquires it, we shall seize the weapon from her hands. I will approach her first to strike up a conversation and, while I hold her hand, you two will be responsible for taking the weapon. But I must insist. That steel pipe is mine. Is that acceptable? Xiaoli timidly inquired. No, you should stay aside and refrain from hesitating, it serves you right to be starving. Chen Weiwei snapped again. Xiaoli, who shared a dormitory with them, despite being from the countryside, lacked the sun-kissed skin and calluses typical of farm laborers. In fact, she appeared fairer than the rest. Chen Weiwei had never been particularly kind to her. Xiaoli was filled with inner turmoil but could only clutch her clothing in silence. Given our past camaraderie, could you not extend a single concession? Su Su expressed her irritation. After all, she was a striking beauty, yet after several minutes, Lin Feng, the epitome of a stoic man, showed no inclination to grant her any leniency. But I possess only this much, what do you suggest? Su Su decided to lay her cards on the table, surrendering. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. If you can procure a functional mobile phone, I would consider a trade. Communication had not been completely severed, yet emergency numbers such as 110, 119, and 120 were unreachable, leaving Su Su perplexed as to Lin Feng's interest in a phone. Nevertheless, for her, the possibility of a trade was sufficient. What is the exchange rate? 5 phones for 1 level 0 mutated material. The deal is struck. But you must honor your word. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Su picked up the steel pipe and made to leave. Behind her, Huang Xiaoyuan and the others sprang to their feet. Where are you going? Don't leave us behind. Suddenly, Su Su paused, recalling something, and turned to face the trio. Hand over your phones, she commanded. The three exchanged bewildered glances, and Huang Xiaoyuan clutched her handbag tightly. But we need our phones to wait for rescue, you can't take them from us. With the senior sister gone, do you still expect a rescue team? Su Su retorted. 3 phones for 3 loaves of bread. Is that acceptable? Speak now. Then we'll trade. The 3 were simply too famished. They immediately devoured the food exchanged for their phones. However, after only 2 bites, Xiaoli found her bread snatched away by Chen Weiwei, who split it with Huang Xiaoyuan. Xiaoli, with a finger tracing the crumbs on the ground, bore an expression of utter despair. Su Su observed all of this silently, her face betraying no emotion as she turned to leave. Huang Xiaoyuan quickly rose to her feet. Wherever you go, we'll follow you. But Su Su coldly pushed her aside. I am merely responsible for eliminating the zombies at your dormitory entrance. I never agreed to be your full-time caretaker. From now on, do not follow me. With that, Su Su exited, oblivious to the resentment flickering in Huang Xiaoyuan and Chen Weiwei's eyes. What should we do? Chen Weiwei inquired. glancing at Huang Xiaoyuan. With a determined bite of her lip, Huang Xiaoyuan replied, "Staying here means certain death, we must secretly follow her." Chapter 21. A small favor. Finding a mobile phone within the dormitory building is not particularly challenging, the real difficulty lies in locating a functional one. In the wake of global digitization, aside from the player's devices, most smartphones belonging to those who have succumbed to zombification have become inoperable due to data corruption. Susu hastily gathered the deceased players' phones from various dorms, only to resort to searching the bodies of the zombies. Yet, among the 20-odd zombies she had dispatched in the corridor, she could only salvage 7 usable phones. Have you discovered that finding a functional phone is no easy feat? Lin Feng's message arrived, laced with amusement. If it were that simple, he would have taken matters into his own hands long ago. With a huff, Susu retorted, "Regardless. We agreed that 5 phones would offset 1 piece of mutant material, and you must honor your word." Upon hearing Susu's stubborn tone, Lin Feng's playful demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. To this day, aside from him, no player was privy to the true purpose of the mutant material. Yet here was Susu, risking her safety to scavenge for usable phones, merely to save an item of uncertain utility. This prudence warranted Lin Feng's admiration. It is worth noting that the vast majority of individuals, even when informed of the phone-to-material exchange, would seldom opt for such a course of action, as venturing out inherently escalates the risk of encountering zombies. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Susu knocked on the first dormitory door. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from within, indicating that a zombie had heard the commotion and was clawing at the door. The ensuing roar and the sound of nails scraping against the wooden surface filled the air, sending shivers down one's spine. 2 zombies, not too daunting. As Susu turned the doorknob and swiftly retreated, a female zombie burst through the door, only to lose her balance and fall to the ground. Ignoring the downed creature, Susu swung her steel pipe with vigor, colliding it against the door. The second zombie, emerging in a scripted manner, collided headfirst with the pipe, its face reduced to a bloody pulp as it fell lifelessly onto its back. The first female zombie attempted to rise, but Susu quickly advanced, stepping on its back to pin it down, before delivering 2 decisive blows to its skull. However, before she could gather her spoils, a sudden violent banging erupted from the dormitory behind her. The inadequately closed door was flung open, and another female zombie lunged at Susu from the rear. This is bad. A sense of dread surged through Susu's mind. Yet the approaching zombie left her no choice but to brace herself for impact. The creature tackled her to the ground, sinking its teeth into the steel pipe she had raised in defense. With a sickening crack, its teeth shattered, and a foul, viscous mixture of blood and saliva dripped onto Susu's chest, while the zombie continued to gnash and tear at the pipe as if intent on breaking it in 2. "Get off me!" Susu shouted, kicking the creature away before raising her pipe to deliver a crushing blow to its skull. The female zombie's head was grotesquely deformed as it fell, and Susu followed up with 2 more strikes to ensure its demise. Panting heavily, beads of sweat trickled down her face. Had she encountered true danger? Why had Lin Feng not responded? As if on cue, his message appeared. Susu exhaled deeply. "I just ran into some trouble, a zombie nearly ambushed me from behind." Is it possible that while you were cleaning the front, the door to the back room was not securely closed, allowing the zombies to burst forth? How did you know? Susu asked, her face a mask of astonishment. Just a guess. In truth, this was a reflection of Lin Feng's experience as a scout. In his previous life, every time he ventured into unfamiliar territory to scavenge for supplies, he would ensure the safety of the corridor and rooms behind him before stepping through the door. This is a common mistake that novices often make, for the sake of obtaining energy shards, mobile phones, and mutated materials. Lin Feng felt it necessary to provide some remote guidance. I offer you a few pieces of advice. First, before embarking on an exploration, always ensure the safety of your rear. This way, even if unexpected situations arise, you will at least retain a slim chance of retreating. Second, females typically possess less physical strength and may suffer in direct confrontations with zombies. Seize the opportunity to strike the lower limbs first to bring them down. Then aim for the head on your second strike. The success rate will be significantly higher than attempting a direct headshot. Third, prepare a dagger or similar weapon on your waist or lower leg. If you are indeed overpowered by a zombie, draw it immediately to stab at the creature's eyes or temples, it could save your life. Fourth, always maintain a modicum of vigilance towards human players. For the majority of zombies will approach from the front, while it is humans who are prone to stab you in the back, often repaying kindness with malice. Suddenly, Su recalled Lin Feng's quick thinking during the onset of the apocalypse. A normal person would instinctively panic or flee in such situations, yet Lin Feng remained composed. Assessing the circumstances with clarity, decisively hunting zombies, and even executing the infected without hesitation. In retrospect, every detail signified that he was undoubtedly an experienced survivor of the apocalypse. Now, through her recent practice, Su recognized the validity of Lin Feng's 4 pieces of advice, which sparked her curiosity about him. "Where did you learn all this?" she asked abruptly. Lin Feng, uninterested in idle chatter, replied, "You'd better hurry, 2 people have already approached me." "If you don't want it, I'll give it to someone else." "You must save it for me," Su urged, quickening her pace. Following Lin Feng's combat guidance, she indeed found her efficiency markedly improved, conserving her energy as well. After sweeping through a dozen dormitories, she finally gathered enough mobile phones. Su swiftly darted into a clean dormitory, locked the door, and sent a trade request to Lin Feng, "Let us inspect the goods." 25 mobile phones were placed upon the trading window, replacing all other items. "You really found this many phones?" Lin Feng exclaimed, a look of pleasant surprise on his face. During this time, he had also been deliberately collecting phones, though his accumulation was still insufficient. He had not forgotten the harbinger of death that would arrive in 72 hours. These phones were intended as a significant weapon against the Grim Reaper. Within the trading interface, Lin Feng could remotely inspect the quality of each phone. The battery levels were all above 50, and a factory reset would render them usable, far more satisfactory than he had anticipated. Su inquired cautiously, "If all is well, shall we proceed with the trade?" "Wait a moment," Lin Feng replied, placing his gloves on the table. The two completed their transaction, with the exchanged items being placed into each other's survival space. Lin Feng suddenly chuckled, "You must be hiding in the girls' dormitory of the broadcasting department, aren't you?" How did you know?" Su paused, taken aback as she checked her gloves. Where else could one acquire so many mobile phones in such a short time? Moreover, each one is adorned with a self-edited photo as the wallpaper. It could only be from the art department or your broadcasting department. A faint smile graced Su's lips. "You are mistaken, it is merely that beautiful girls tend to favor such things." Lin Feng shifted the conversation. "I would like to discuss something with you. Given that we are, in a sense, comrades in arms, could I trouble you for a small favor? Please help me escape." Chapter 22, This is indeed the end of the world. This thought surged within Lin Feng upon glancing at his phone. The broadcast department dormitory was merely a 5-minute walk from the library. If Su could truly divert the zombies, he would not have to squander hours waiting for them to disperse. At this moment, time was far more precious than any equipment. "Are you also trapped?" Su inquired. Her surprise evident, for she had witnessed Lin Feng's formidable strength firsthand. The zombies capable of encircling Lin Feng were certainly beyond her ability to handle. However, upon reflection, she realized that it was not necessary to eliminate all the zombies. If she could lure away the majority, Lin Feng should be able to escape on his own. With this thought, Su replied, "Well then, it depends on the appearance fee you offer. If it's sufficient, I might consider it." Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with hope. "I can offer you this makeshift knife as your fee. It will greatly enhance your ability to defend yourself." "Pfft, do you think I need your little knife?" Su chuckled, her amusement growing more pronounced. "If you give me your crowbar and helmet, I'll assist you in distracting the zombies." Lin Feng pondered for a moment before nodding. Although the crowbar and helmet were of great importance to him, time was of the essence. He could always seek out more equipment later. "It's a deal." Lin Feng proceeded to trade the crowbar and helmet to Su. With glee, Su fashioned a makeshift sling for the crowbar and slung it across her back, donning the helmet. "Where are you?" "I'll head to you right away." "The women's restroom on the 5th floor of the library, but be cautious, the corridor outside is teeming with zombies. Just lure them away from a distance. And I will manage." Su closed the dialogue box and stood up, only to be interrupted by a sudden knock at the door. Peering through the peephole, she recognized Huang Xiaoyuan and her companions. Su, we're starving. Please, just open the door and share some food with us, they implored. Su frowned slightly. But having already committed to finding Lin Feng, she decided to open the door, wielding a steel pipe to push Huang Xiaoyuan away. I've already given you food. If you haven't had enough, go find more on your own. Seeing the gloves, helmet, and the additional crowbar in Su's possession ignited a surge of anger in Huang Xiaoyuan and Chen Weiwei. They were unaware of the sacrifices Su had made. Nor did they know that the items she had traded were all acquired through her own arduous efforts. In their eyes, these were all items that should have belonged to them, obtained through food and water. Now, Su seemed intent on hoarding them all for herself. With anger swelling within them, their last remnants of fear were instantly cast aside. Huang Xiaoyuan suddenly lunged forward, seizing Su's right arm, shouting, "Quickly! Grab her and take her weapon!" Chen Weiwei charged alongside her, and Su, unable to withstand the sudden assault from two, was swiftly overpowered and brought to the ground. "Let me go!" Su cried out desperately, but Chen Weiwei and Huang Xiaoyuan restrained her hands. Huang Xiaoyuan shouted, "Xiuli, what are you doing just standing there? Quickly take the steel pipe from her." I. Xiuli instinctively grasped the steel pipe from Su's hands. Yet Su refused to relinquish her grip. "Release me!" Huang Xiaoyuan delivered a vicious kick to Su's abdomen, causing her to instantly curl up in pain. The steel pipe was finally wrested away by Xiuli, while Chen Weiwei and Huang Xiaoyuan bound Su's hands with the shoelaces they had removed. Seizing the opportunity, they snatched the crowbar from her back. Now disarmed and restrained, Huang Xiaoyuan and Chen Weiwei felt a sense of complete relief. They dragged Su into the dormitory and locked the door behind them. "I saved you, yet you repay my kindness with malice," Su seethed through clenched teeth. In stark contrast, Chen Weiwei wore a look of satisfaction, reveling in the thought of revenge. "What gratitude do you think you owe us? We were merely being polite. And you had the audacity to hoard all the provisions for yourself. Did you really think you were someone of importance? Leaving us with merely 3 stale loaves. Expecting us to be dismissed, dream on." Huang Xiaoyuan planted her foot firmly on Su's chest, lifting her helmet to deliver a sharp slap across Su's face. "You little wretch, hand over the remaining gear, food, water, and energy shards, or we shall not show mercy." Su glared fiercely at Huang Xiaoyuan, her eyes conveying a resolute defiance. "You shall not take my supplies." That fierce gaze sent a chill down Huang Xiaoyuan's spine, but in the next moment, she struck Su again. The most effective way to dispel fear is to confront its source with violence. After delivering that blow, Huang Xiaoyuan felt her fear dissipate, replaced by a rush of exhilaration. The thrill of taking from others was intoxicating. In this post-apocalyptic world, no one would question their actions, they could do as they pleased. Suddenly, Huang Xiaoyuan felt a fragment of her psyche shatter, an inexplicable restlessness surging within her. She turned, seizing the steel pipe from Xiuli's hands. Raising it above her head and aiming it at Su's arm. "You have no choice. If you do not surrender your belongings, I will kill you, I mean every word." Huang Xiaoyuan's sudden outburst startled both Chen Weiwei and Xiuli. Chen Weiwei froze in place, while Xiuli rushed forward to embrace Huang Xiaoyuan, exclaiming, "Xiaoyuan, what are you doing? Are you really contemplating murder? You said we were only here to take her things, not to kill her." But Huang Xiaoyuan shoved Xiuli aside, striking her down with a swift slap. "And if I do wish to kill? The world has descended into chaos, no one cares anymore. You both know how exorbitantly priced the items Lin Feng sells are. This wretch has exchanged several pieces of equipment, think of how much food and water that costs. Perhaps the provisions we had painstakingly gathered from an entire floor have been entirely consumed by her. All of this was rightfully ours. Enough to sustain us for a considerable time. Now that it is gone, we are left to await our demise. Or would you prefer to face those flesh-eating zombies outside? Because I certainly do not want to die, thus, someone must pay the price." At this, a chill coursed through Su's heart as she recalled Lin Feng's teachings. Human players always maintained a degree of vigilance, for the majority of zombies would charge from the front, while only humans would stab from behind. It is humans who repay kindness with malice. Under the pressure of darkness, anyone could transform into a ravenous beast at any moment. In that instant, Susu finally grasped the profound meaning behind Lin Feng's words. Yet Susu did not resign herself to fate, her bound hands clenched tightly around something, her gaze radiating a chilling determination. If this is indeed a game, then eliminating the entities within your realm should yield some rewards, shouldn't it? Huang Xiaoyuan's pupils suddenly glimmered with a morbid frenzy as she raised the steel pipe and brought it down with fierce intent. Hand over what you possess. Chapter 23, The stench of blood attracted what no. At a critical moment, Zhou rushed forward and embraced Huang Xiaoyuan. With a resounding crash, a steel pipe grazed Susu's head and slammed onto the ground, falling empty. The commotion roused the nearby dormitory zombies, who began to pound on the doors, howling in chaos. Yet, they remained trapped inside, unable to escape. Ah! Huang Xiaoyuan was startled, the steel pipe clattering to the floor. Zhou immediately lunged for it, clutching it tightly to her chest, retreating fearfully behind Huang Xiaoyuan. Xiaoyuan, have you lost your mind? Chen Weiwei stumbled back, as if Huang Xiaoyuan had transformed into some terrifying creature. No, I was just too agitated, Huang Xiaoyuan stammered, her hands trembling involuntarily. Suddenly, a muffled thud echoed, and a spray of blood erupted, splattering all over Huang Xiaoyuan. She looked up to see Chen Weiwei, her skull deeply caved in, her face etched with horror, collapsing into a pool of blood. Standing behind them, Zhou, now gripping the bloodied steel pipe, radiated a frenzied murderous intent, her gaze fixed intensely on Huang Xiaoyuan. Zhou! You! Shut up! I've had enough of your voices! Zhou exclaimed, swinging the steel pipe down towards Huang Xiaoyuan's head. With a thud, Huang Xiaoyuan fell into the blood pool, a gaping wound opened on her forehead, blood flowing freely as her body spasmed uncontrollably due to nerve damage. Zhou looked down upon Huang Xiaoyuan, reveling in the satisfaction of vengeance. Yet, with a flicker of consciousness, Huang Xiaoyuan coughed up blood, pleading, Zhou, please. Just because my family is from the countryside, you all band together to bully me? I tutor students outside at night, and you say I'm outselling myself, calling me a whore and making everyone despise me. I just want to earn my diploma and find a good job. What wrong have I done? Why do you have the right to torment me? As she spoke, Zhou broke down in tears, releasing the pent-up grievances of the years. But you're right. There's not enough food and water here. Even if I kill Susu, there are still 3 of us left. If you 2 die, I should be able to survive for a long time alone. So you all must die, everything here belongs to me, all of it, mine. Fear flooded Huang Xiaoyuan's eyes. I'll give you everything, I won't dare bully you again, please spare me. But Zhou raised the steel pipe high, like a goddess brandishing a sword of victory. Heh, so you know to beg for mercy. But does it help? With a sickening crunch, the steel pipe descended, shattering Huang Xiaoyuan's skull. Following that was the feeble Chen Weiwei. Zhou, like a madwoman, battered their heads until they were unrecognizable, revealing the depth of her hatred for them. Throughout the entire ordeal, Susu remained seated in the corner of the dormitory, observing coldly, devoid of fear, trepidation, or any emotion. It seemed as though everything before her was unrelated to her. From the very beginning, Susu sensed that Zhou was not quite right. Although bullying roommates for various reasons was not uncommon in such a disreputable institution as Haicheng University, Zhou's eyes would always blaze with a fierce intensity whenever she was mistreated. That was the fire of vengeance. This sentiment was familiar to Susu, for she too possessed such traits and had endured certain experiences. Zhou turned her head, and their eyes met. Strangely, you do not appear to fear me. Yet, I can sense that we are of the same ilk. With the oppressive anger lifted from her heart, Zhou radiated a newfound vitality, smiling as she approached Susu. I harbor no animosity towards you. Provided you relinquish everything you possess, I shall let you go. What do you say? While another might have readily agreed, Susu narrowed her eyes slightly, for she noticed Zhou's right hand tightening around the steel pipe. It showed no signs of loosening, instead, it gripped tighter. Zhou had no intention of letting her off the hook, she merely sought to extract the items before resorting to violence, uncertain if killing would lead to the revelation of anything. Once surrendered, it would mean death. Yet, a glimmer of surprise crossed Susu's face. Very well. But you must first untie me, so that I may retrieve the items for you. Qiuli instinctively frowned. But upon considering that Susu could do little with the steel pipe in her grip, she nodded and bent down to untie the shoelaces. At that very moment, the previously bound Susu suddenly lunged at Qiuli, a glint of cold steel flashing in her hand. You will have to wait until your next life. In an instant, the icy blade swept across Qiuli's neck, and with a sickening sound, blood gushed forth. Qiuli clutched her neck, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not staunch the flow of blood. In her fading vision, she caught a glimpse of the cold glimmer in Susu's hand. It was a butterfly knife, the very one Susu had picked up on the playground and hidden within her bosom. It was Lin Feng's earlier reminder that had enabled her to recall this lethal weapon at the crucial moment. It had saved her life. The act of murder left Susu gasping for breath. She had taken a life, not a zombie this time, but a genuine human life. Yet, if Qiuli did not perish, it was she who would meet her demise. She had no choice. A fiery desire for life flickered in Susu's eyes, akin to a blaze raging within. Even during Huang Xiaoyuan's assault, Susu had already contemplated a sudden outburst, but in the presence of 3 adversaries, she lacked the certainty of exterminating them all. It was then that she noticed the profound change in Qiuli's gaze. She also saw Qiuli stealthily wielding the steel pipe. She was the ultimate victor. After a series of heavy breaths, Susu rose, gathering her belongings anew. As she collected the corpses of the 3, she discovered that Huang Xiaoyuan and Chen Weiwei had only useless cosmetics in their supply, while Qiuli surprisingly harbored 3 bottles of mineral water and a pack of biscuits. This delay had cost her a good 20 minutes. Glancing at the chat channel with Lin Feng, she noted that his last message had been sent 15 minutes prior. Why have you stopped responding? Did you run off with my crowbar? Susu quickly replied, I'm sorry. I just encountered a little issue, I'm on my way now. Wait for me. She rushed down the stairs, dashing towards the library in the darkness. Although she considered herself no virtuous woman, engaging in tumultuous relationships and frequently embroiled in conflicts with other girls at school, Susu valued integrity. Having promised to rescue Lin Feng, she would not falter. Hey, are you alive? If so, shout out. Don't play dead, if you do, I won't come. Hey, speak. Even as she sprinted, Susu sent messages to Lin Feng. Strangely, the once prompt responder had fallen silent, her messages disappearing into the void, unanswered. Could he really be dead? She quickened her pace, the library now in sight. Suddenly, a message from Lin Feng appeared, but it contained only a few terse words, don't come. Stay away from the library. Just as Susu reached the open area in front of the library, an earth-shattering roar echoed in her ears. A bloodthirsty aura enveloped her, exuding the oppressive presence of a superior predator. That thunderous roar nearly caused her to collapse in terror. What on earth was that? Meanwhile, in the girls' restroom at the end of the 5th-floor corridor, Lin Feng lay hidden within the ventilation duct, desperately holding his breath. 5 minutes prior, he had felt a wave of dread wash over him. His instincts, once again, alerted him to imminent danger. This sensation was indescribable, yet it made his body instinctively tremble. Lin Feng swiftly adopted a defensive stance, glancing towards the vent opening. No zombies were climbing up, but from where was the threat coming? Suddenly, a muffled growl erupted from below, reverberating throughout the 5th floor of the library. Then came the sound of heavy footsteps, thud, thud, thud. Something was creeping down the corridor towards him. The sound, distorted by the ceiling and ventilation ducts, indicated that whatever approached was undoubtedly a colossal creature. At the same time, the zombies unleashed their own roars, yet within those cries, Lin Feng discerned a warning, accompanied by a primal fear. They were defending their prey while simultaneously terrified of the creature ahead, as if the lesser mutated beings had encountered their greater predator, their natural enemy. Lin Feng swallowed hard and quickly messaged Susu. This overwhelming stench of blood had attracted something sinister. Chapter 24, The Approach of Death Suddenly. A cacophony of chaotic roars erupted from below. The mysterious creature had evidently engaged in combat with the horde of zombies in the corridor. Yet, the undead proved utterly incapable of halting its advance, and the sounds of battle rapidly drew closer to the restroom. A resounding roar echoed a dull thunderous growl that surged into the restroom, transforming into a maelstrom of chaos, even infiltrating the ventilation duct where Lin Feng was concealed. The stench was so overpowering that he instinctively covered his mouth. A thunderous explosion resounded beneath him, a jarring tremor rippling through the walls and reverberating against Lin Feng's body, causing the entire duct to shake violently. The enigmatic creature had smashed through the narrow restroom door, unleashing a massacre within. The cacophony of zombie howls, the thundering impacts, the sickening sounds of bones snapping, and even the sickening crunch of skulls being crushed filled the air, sending shivers down Lin Feng's spine. An image involuntarily materialized in his mind, a colossal beast barreling into the throng of corpses, following the scent of blood down the corridor towards the women's restroom, obliterating the zombies in its path with a mere squeeze of its hands. The massive form crashed through the wall, trapping the last few remaining zombies within the restroom, and commenced its final slaughter. The battle raged on below, the sounds of bones breaking echoing in succession, and Lin Feng noted that the zombies' roars were diminishing rapidly. He understood that such growls indicated sheer terror and instinctive desire to flee. Yet, escape was futile. Even the undead were enveloped in despair in the presence of this creature. At last, with the sickening sound of a skull bursting, silence fell below. Hundreds of zombies had been mercilessly annihilated by the mysterious entity in less than 10 minutes. Its combat prowess was undoubtedly superior to that of the first-tier pursuers he had previously encountered. The grotesque sounds of chewing and swallowing began to emerge. As the creature savored its ill-gotten gains, the crunching of skulls akin to the crackling of candy, a nightmarish symphony. A chilling sensation enveloped Lin Feng, for he discerned from the sounds that the creature was not only consuming humans but had also turned its ravenous appetite toward the zombies lying within the ventilation duct. He stifled his breath, fearful of any noise. He had never encountered such a being in his previous life on campus. Lin Feng scoured his memories, yet found no answers. In his recollection, the pursuers he had vanquished were the most formidable entities within the school. Faced with this creature, even he felt utterly powerless. A deep, rumbling roar erupted, and the turbulent winds surged into the restroom, spiraling chaotically and penetrating the ventilation duct where Lin Feng hid, the foul odor forcing him to cover his mouth once more. This creature had finished its meal. With a resounding crash, the wall shattered, followed by the hissing sound of rushing water and the gurgling of swallowing. Throughout the ordeal, Lin Feng dared not peek out, fully aware that the creature possessed an acute sense of perception. Any slightest movement could lead to his discovery. Yet, despite his utmost caution, the monstrous entity sensed something amiss. A resounding sucking sound emanated from below Lin Feng, transmitted through the ventilation duct, indicating that the creature had made a discovery and was fervently sniffing something. Thud, 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 heavy footsteps gradually approached Lin Feng's feet, culminating in a thunderous crash as the creature smashed the toilet beneath the ventilation opening with a single kick. Suddenly, an image flashed before Lin Feng's eyes. The creature was now staring up, its eyes wide with intensity, fixated on the entrance of the vent that he had opened. This is bad, Lin Feng thought with a sense of foreboding as a crack echoed in his ear. Ivory-like claws effortlessly pierced through the metallic duct, penetrating the interior, sending a jolt through Lin Feng. The claws were merely a meter away from him. Crack! Once again, the claws breached the metal. This time less than half a meter from Lin Feng. His scalp prickled with fear. Any backward movement would likely result in his immediate discovery. Yet, remaining still could lead to being impaled by the creature's claws. To fight or to remain passive? He tightened his grip on his weapon. Fight it is. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Lin Feng prepared for a desperate struggle, a shrill alarm suddenly blared outside the building. Something had collided with the vehicles parked below. A roar erupted beneath him, akin to a grenade exploding near his ear, leaving him with a ringing in his ears. Then, with a resounding crash, the creature barreled through the wall and leaped down from the 5th floor. The alarm ceased abruptly, drowned out by the cacophony of a vehicle being violently struck. Yet, the mysterious creature seemed to be enraged. It wreaked havoc upon everything around it, the sounds of crumpling steel and shattering glass filling the air. Eventually, silence fell. Lin Feng, weapon in hand, finally allowed his taut body to relax. Hey, are you alright? That creature has left, a message from Su Su suddenly popped up. Lin Feng was taken aback. Was that commotion caused by you? I smashed a car's window, triggering the alarm, but that creature is terrifying. I hid in a tree and didn't dare move, not even catching a glimpse of what it looked like. A wave of gratitude surged within Lin Feng for Su Su. I owe you one this time. Of course, you owe me your life, Su Su replied. I should have asked for more. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at her response. Hurry and make your way into the library building, since it has left. It is unlikely to return. Moreover, places where high-level mutated beings have been will scare off lower-level mutations, making the library the safest spot in the school right now. Su Su did not respond, and Lin Feng carefully maneuvered in the ventilation duct, slowly lowering his head down. The scene below was utter devastation. Every toilet stall had been violently torn apart, shattered moisture-resistant boards scattered everywhere. The floor was littered with the bodies of zombies, submerged in water, creating a thick layer. Torn corpses lay strewn about, and many dismembered limbs bore the marks of gnawing. The restroom door had been smashed open, revealing the chaotic area in front of the library. The sink was destroyed, and the water pipes embedded in the wall had been exposed, gushing water outward. A mysterious creature has burst into the restroom, wreaking havoc and devouring the flesh and blood of players, before shattering the pipes and indulging in a gruesome feast. Its level of intelligence is undeniably high. Could it be a second-level mutant? Lin Feng was uncertain. A second-level mutant shouldn't exhibit such swiftness. Yet, who is to say that rebirth must mirror the past? The arrival of this apocalypse has already occurred 2 hours earlier than in his previous life, hasn't it? Cautiously, Lin Feng slipped through the ventilation shaft and landed gracefully. The sound of his feet splashing in 2 centimeters of water was faint. Upon closer inspection, the shattered skulls of zombies beneath his feet elicited an involuntary gasp. Each cranium had been grotesquely deformed, resembling walnuts crushed in a palm. The contents oozed from the fissures of the misshapen skulls, resembling a gruesome jelly. Blood and flesh mingled in a chaotic mess. The claw marks left from the shattered pipes were equally astonishing. 5 sharp imprints marred the wall, as though a chunk of cement had been gouged out with the ease of slicing through tofu. The sheer power and formidable size of those claws, even in their remnants, induced a sense of suffocating dread. These claws were large enough to effortlessly crush half the body of an adult. The traces left behind allowed Lin Feng's mind to conjure the silhouette of a monstrous creature. Chapter 25, A Friendship Forged Over Hot Pot. The Fearsome Claw Hunter. This is a variant of the hunter, possessing a more formidable physique, with robust muscles that endow it with unparalleled strength. Its most striking feature is 1 or 2 hands that have undergone significant enlargement, transforming them into terrifying weapons for both offense and defense. Lin Feng contemplated a possibility. Could it be that in his previous life, there was not just one hunter haunting the campus? Was this creature the true nightmare that plagued everyone? Perhaps this was the answer. The prior hunter was not particularly strong and did not yield any exceptional equipment. In retrospect, this being appears to be the true terror that dominated the campus. Lin Feng clenched the corner of the wall with force. Crack! A small chunk of the wall broke away under his grip. Yet, this was trivial compared to the might of the fearsome claw hunter. Lin Feng felt utterly insignificant in comparison. His strength was rated at 21, while the fearsome claw hunter's strength was at least 28. Lin Feng realized the gravity of the situation. The fearsome claw hunter was a terrifying mutant, having undergone a second mutation. With its skeletal structure reinforced to such an extent that even zero-tier weapons could inflict no harm upon it. At this moment, Lin Feng's most formidable weapon, the Nepalese curved knife, was no more than a toy before the fearsome claw hunter. One strike from the creature would render Lin Feng as unfortunate as the hapless souls at his feet. However, Lin Feng quickly set aside this troubling thought. For the time of reaping rewards had arrived. Although he had not been the one to slay them, according to the rules of the death furnace, the corpses would become unclaimed treasures for harvesting 5 minutes after their demise. These hundreds of zombies had left their remains for Lin Feng, a veritable windfall. Beginning in the restroom, Lin Feng systematically collected from each zombie. Various raw materials from the zombies entered his survival space. Next, he moved on to the zombies in the corridor, even scouring the classrooms thoroughly. In areas traversed by the advanced mutants, the lower-tier mutants would only flee. And now the entire library's zero-tier zombies had likely vacated, rendering Lin Feng exceptionally secure. His collection of energy shards reached 108. alongside a significant haul of useful materials such as zombie ribs, femurs, and sharp teeth, in addition to several precious zombie tendons. These were the hardest items to acquire from zero-tier zombies, even more valuable than energy shards. Suddenly, a glimmer of golden light appeared. Collected card, Spicy Sichuan Hot Pot, Level 1 card, 1 Spicy Sichuan Hot Pot, Level 1 card. Upon use, it provides 1 serving of Spicy Sichuan Hot Pot, significantly alleviating hunger. Additional effects: consuming it restores mental and physical stamina instantly. For 1 hour post-consumption, the player's physical consumption decreases by 50. Upon seeing the Spicy Sichuan Hot Pot, Level 1 card, Lin Feng's excitement surged, and he clenched his fist in triumph. In the Death Furnace, zero-tier equipment offered no enhancements. But upon reaching Level 1, additional bonuses would manifest, with increasing benefits as levels rose, potentially even granting special effects. This Spicy Sichuan Hot Pot, Level 1 card, could restore both mental and physical stamina instantly, implying that Lin Feng could rest and recharge, allowing him to continue his relentless slaughter of zombies to amass even more materials. In this fast-paced moment, there is no more ideal restorative item than the Chuanxiang Spicy Hot Pot, Level 1 card. As it was stored in the survival space, footsteps echoed from the corridor. A lithe figure ascended the 5th floor, gripping a steel pipe. The familiar silhouette had transformed, the original school uniform was replaced with athletic attire and sneakers. A baseball cap perched atop her head. A mask obscured much of her face, leaving only a pair of sparkling, expressive eyes shimmering in the darkness. "Hello. It's good to see you again," Lin Feng greeted, waving. Upon noticing the corpses of zombies strewn about at Lin Feng's feet, Su removed her helmet, revealing a face full of astonishment. "You pervert, did you kill all these?" However, as she observed the large claw marks on the bodies, realization dawned upon her, and she squatted down to begin gathering. Yet her expression quickly darkened. Notification: the target has been fully gathered and cannot be collected again. Notification: the target has been fully gathered and cannot be collected again. Notification: the target has been fully gathered and cannot be collected again. After several such notifications, Su's gaze toward Lin Feng was now filled with indignation. "I risked my life to save you, and you couldn't even leave me a bit." She scolded him for being so selfish. "Listen, Lin Feng, don't expect my help again next time." Unfazed by Su's rebuke, Lin Feng merely scratched his nose. "Calm down, how about I treat you to a meal?" "What meal? It's useless to eat anything now, I'm telling you." Su's furious retort was abruptly halted as Lin Feng produced the Chuanxiang Spicy Hot Pot, Level 1 card, along with the previous KFO Family Bucket, Level 0 card. Seeing the card's effects, Su could no longer suppress her saliva. Setting aside the fact that she had only consumed a single bread for dinner, the sight of the fried chicken was driving her mad with hunger. Moreover, the additional effects of the Chuanxiang Spicy Hot Pot, Level 1 card, were particularly enticing to her, as it was evident what it would mean for her fatigue-stricken self. Indeed, nothing could be resolved with a meal of hot pot and fried chicken. "Are you going to eat?" Lin Feng inquired. Su shot him a fierce glare. "Of course I will eat. Why should I not enjoy what you owe me?" Finding a relatively clean room, Lin Feng activated the card. Instantly, a steaming portion of Chuanxiang Spicy Hot Pot and the KFO Family Bucket appeared on the floor, with the aroma of fried chicken and ingredients bubbling in the red oil pot, making both of their appetites surge. Without any prelude, they dove straight into the feast. One hand dipped into the hot pot while the other grabbed a burger, both indulging in the meal with sheer delight. After being starved for so long, they soon polished off everything. Su, still unsatisfied, continued to search through the ingredients in the red oil pot with her chopsticks. "You can really eat," Lin Feng remarked, gulping down a large sip of cola. "But you're still so thin." Su shot him a glare. "Not eating would be a disservice to myself. I feel no guilt consuming your food." It was then that Lin Feng took a moment to truly examine Su for the first time. Her porcelain-like skin appeared delicate, and her long black hair was styled into a ponytail. Even in the realm of broadcasting and hosting, her beauty was such that it evoked envy among her peers. This enchanting visage made it difficult for Lin Feng to reconcile her appearance with the fierce figure who wielded a steel pipe to dispatch zombies. He discreetly focused his gaze on Su. Name, Susu identity, Doomsday player gender, female strength? Agility? Constitution? Perception? Talent? Apart from the basic information, everything else was shrouded in mystery. What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a beauty? Susu shot Lin Feng a glare. Lin Feng shrugged, I was merely curious about your talent. As he spoke, Susu hastily grabbed the last piece of fish tofu with her chopsticks and popped it into her mouth. I want to pry into your affairs. So don't inquire about mine, alright? Alright, Lin Feng acquiesced. Susu shifted the topic. What is that monstrous creature? Do you know? Lin Feng murmured. It's a claw hunter. He elaborated on the characteristics of the claw hunter, having encountered it up close. Even if he described it in detail to Susu, it could easily be attributed to his having seen the monster's data, thereby avoiding suspicion. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng remarked, when you see such a creature, your options are limited to hiding or running faster than others, otherwise, there's no escape. Even you can't defeat it? Susu asked, astonished. Lin Feng had left an indelible impression on Susu during their encounter on the playground. His formidable presence made her perceive him as an unstoppable force. Yet, he raised his Nepalese curved blade and declared, this is currently my most powerful weapon, but I doubt it could even pierce that creature's hide. Whoever encounters it is doomed. Susu felt a shiver of dread. So, we are trapped here? Lin Feng nodded, his mind racing with thoughts of escape. After satisfying their hunger, the effects of the Chuanshan spicy hot pot, level 1, began to manifest. Susu felt her previously sore wrists and palms restored to their original state. Her spirit and stamina revitalized to peak condition. Such an effect could only be described as transformative. However, Lin Feng's brow furrowed. Chapter 26, The Bounty Hunter of the Ruthless Claw. According to the data, Lin Feng's infection level has risen to 3.5 at this pace. Reaching 100 will take considerably longer than he anticipated, at least another 20 hours. Meanwhile, his hunger level has paradoxically increased significantly after a meal, surpassing 25. A subtle sense of hunger permeated his body. It was not merely the emptiness of his stomach, but rather an instinctual yearning for something elusive. What exactly it was, Lin Feng could not discern. Susu rose and wiped her mouth clean. What are your plans next? Will you rest here for the night? At that moment, Lin Feng's phone suddenly buzzed with a new message. Lu Yinshi, darling, I'm scared. When will you come to save me? Seeing this message, a slight smile graced Lin Feng's lips. He had initially sent the message merely to ascertain whether Lu Yinshi was alive, for even in rebirth, one could not guarantee that events would unfold identically to the past. He quickly replied, don't be afraid, I'm already on my way. Turning to Susu, he stated, no, I must head to the Mariana Grand Hotel as swiftly as possible. In 12 hours, the immunity serum would be available at the hotel, and they needed to arrive as quickly as they could. Moreover, along the way, they would have to slay zombies to collect energy fragments. However, Susu perceived the situation differently. The Mariana Grand Hotel? Hurry? Upon reading Lin Feng's message, she felt a sudden clarity. You don't mean to seek out your girlfriend Lu Yinshi, do you? After a moment of hesitation, she spoke. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. How did you know she was there? Indeed, he was a fool. Susu rolled her eyes and muttered, contemplating her next words before seemingly making a decision. I'll say this, but please don't take offense, your girlfriend Lu Yinshi is not a virtuous woman. She has entangled herself with many professors from the art academy and has played cards with numerous directors outside. With that, she left it for him to believe or dismiss. I'm going to sleep now. The entire school was aware of Lin Feng's infatuation with Lu Yinshi, and Susu expected him to erupt in anger. Instead, he calmly responded with 3 words, I know. Really? You know? Now it was Susu's turn to be stunned. Her immediate reaction was one of disbelief. Is this guy out of his mind? He knows he has been cheated on not just once, but multiple times. And he remains so composed? Silently, Susu muttered to herself, what a fool, how pure he is. Truly the ideal boyfriend for an art student. Ugh. She felt somewhat nauseated. Lin Feng was oblivious to the fact that he had inadvertently become the subject of Su Su's disdain. Suddenly, Lin Feng inquired. Would you like to accompany me to the Mariana Grand Hotel? The Death Angel would descend in 3 days. And it would be exceedingly difficult for Lin Feng to face the challenge alone. If he could secure a capable and trustworthy teammate, it would be ideal. Presently, Su Su appeared to possess commendable qualities. Su Su did not expect Lin Feng to invite her to form a team. Yet, she found herself genuinely intrigued. Lin Feng's abilities are evident, surpassing those of the vast majority. Following him ensures a significant level of safety. His willingness to voluntarily share food cards indicates that he is not a miser. Most importantly, Lin Feng is a loyal admirer of Liu Yanqi, which, while repugnant to Su Su, also provides her with a sense of security. With this in mind, Su Su nodded. Alright, however, I must lay down 3 rules. First, the rights to collect from any zombies defeated belong to the one who struck the killing blow. Exchanges are permissible, but theft is not. Second, in the event of encountering traders or supply packs, we shall divide resources equally based on contribution, granting priority to the one in urgent need. Third, no underhanded schemes against one another, nor any deceit behind each other's backs. Fourth, Su Su hesitated, her gaze flickering as if recalling something. We cannot travel together indefinitely. Should the day come when I must depart, I hope we can part amicably. The remainder of her thoughts remained unarticulated, to be conveyed at a later time. Lin Feng regarded Su Su with an odd expression. Leave? In this apocalyptic world, aside from struggling for survival, where could Su Su possibly wish to go? Yet, he refrained from questioning her, simply nodding. Agreed, then it's settled. Their hands met briefly in a gentle clasp before parting. Shall we proceed now? In recognizing strength as paramount, Su Su instinctively regarded Lin Feng as the leader. Uncertain whether the menacing clod hunter had departed, she understood that venturing out recklessly could lead to an ambush, necessitating precautionary measures. Lin Feng opened the chat channel. Has anyone encountered a peculiar humanoid creature characterized by disproportionately large hands or one hand, with tusk-like nails? If anyone has located it, please share the position. Thank you. If someone could pinpoint the creature's whereabouts, he could strategize a secure exit from the campus. This message immediately sparked a flurry of discussion among the crowd. The sender was none other than Lin Feng, the sole player known for trading weapons, a veritable powerhouse in the eyes of all. Wow, this creature seems like a boss from a doomsday game. Could it be that Lin Feng is about to start farming bosses? I can barely muster the courage to step outside. Please take me with you, Lin Feng. Admiration reigns supreme. In a female dormitory, a group of unruly delinquents, clad only in their undergarments, sat on the floor, greedily indulging in the food and water piled before them. Behind them, 2 girls were bound to the bed frame with sheets, their mouths gagged with cloth to prevent them from using the chat channel for help. Bruises marred their bodies. The 2 girls deeply regretted their decision to reveal their location, ultimately bringing this infernal group upon themselves. Li Cheng frowned. You 2 need to tone it down. The food here can sustain us for 2 to 3 days. Don't waste the fun right from the start. Alright, understood, boss. The 2 obediently discarded their cigarette butts and swiftly concluded their debauchery. At that moment, the 2 girls, tormented and disoriented, could only whimper and weep. After satisfying his hunger, Li Cheng seemed to regain a sense of purpose. Approaching another girl whom he had yet to encounter, he lifted her chin and declared, as long as you comply, I shall spare your lives. I harbor no fondness for taking lives. The girl, upon hearing this, promptly nodded in agreement. Such obedience. Li Cheng resumed relishing the attentive service of the girl. At that moment, one of his subordinates exclaimed, Boss! That brat Lin Feng has spoken again, claiming he wishes to assist in locating some sort of monster. Casting a glance at the chat records, Li Cheng scoffed, Lin Feng, you cannot expect us to toil for you without compensation. Should I provide information, what reward shall you offer in return? Lin Feng responded, regardless of who it is. As long as the information is verified, the shovel I recently acquired shall be a gift to them. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with excitement. This was a weapon. A relatively safe long-handled implement, and one of the most scarce commodities in the current circumstances. Numerous players hidden in elevated positions went into a frenzy, peering out to search for the ominous figure of the claw hunter. Although Lin Feng's words may not hold weight in the face of hope, all instinctively believed he might uphold his promise. Such is human nature, always inclined to envision the advantageous side. Li Chang, too, was no exception. Yet his thoughts diverged significantly from those of the others. Chapter 27, The Desperate Massacre. Undoubtedly, Lin Feng, a dealer in arms, has emerged as the paramount figure within this campus. Even if Li Chang were to deny it, the truth remains undeniable. Lin Feng was willing to barter weapons for information regarding this boss, indicating that it must possess something of great value. Should they happen to acquire a legendary item, they would stride triumphantly through the apocalypse. Upon hearing Li Chang's proposal, the others became equally exhilarated. Having all engaged in gaming, they understood the significant enhancement that a legendary item would provide in the early stages. Perhaps this was indeed their opportunity to rise amidst the apocalypse. However, to ensure caution, Li Chang audaciously inquired in the chat channel, "Brother, tell me honestly, do you believe your gear is sufficient to hunt this monster?" The astonishment and envy expressed in the chat had already rendered Lin Feng speechless, but upon seeing Li Chang's question, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Hunt? Ha! How many had faced the ferocious claw hunter only to meet with annihilation? Was this creature something they could contend with at this stage? Yet, a spark of inspiration ignited within Lin Feng. This scoundrel Li Chang had caused the demise of many in his previous life. He would consider this an act of purging evil. Lin Feng replied in the chat, "That's your assumption, I never claimed such." He neither affirmed nor denied. But to the discerning eye, it was a clear confirmation. Lin Feng sneered, "Farewell, trash." Upon reading this message, a thrill surged through Li Chang. His conjecture was correct. Lin Feng indeed intended to hunt the monster to obtain the exquisite gear it might drop. If Lin Feng could achieve this, why couldn't they, a group of many? Even if the mutated zombie boss was somewhat fortified, surely their collective strength surpassed that of a single Lin Feng? Li Chang eagerly declared, "Let us locate this boss and take it down together." His underlings immediately rushed to the balcony to begin their search. However, the darkness outside made visibility nearly impossible. Resolutely, Li Chang commanded, "Brothers, create some noise to lure that monster here." "All right, Chang Gu." Several of his followers promptly began whistling, while others commenced banging on the outdoor railing, their sounds reverberating through the darkened campus. Lin Feng turned his gaze towards the source of the noise, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he looked at Su Su. "That location appears to be the dormitory where you had just been, doesn't it?" Su Su nodded with a complex expression. From the very beginning, she had sensed that Li Chang was no good. Haicheng University was nothing but a third-rate institution. The administration cared for nothing but money. Would they form a rescue team to save the faculty and students? Nonsense, they fled faster than anyone else. Yet, Su Su knew that numerous female survivors were inside the dormitory, having sought help from Li Chang. It was likely that as soon as she departed, Li Chang and his cohort stormed into the dormitory. Had she encountered them, she likely would not have escaped their clutches. Lin Feng's plea for help effectively served to rescue her as well. Su Su seethed, "These scoundrels are courting their own demise. But I wonder if the other survivors inside the building." It was impossible, they were already dead. Lin Feng gazed intently into Su Su's eyes. "Do you plan to take the risk to save them? In this apocalyptic world, a heart of compassion is the most perilous trait to possess. While saving lives is commendable, it must be done under the assurance of one's own safety. Recklessly attempting to rescue others leads only to self-destruction. If Su Su wishes to return to face danger, no matter how exceptional her abilities may be, I shall have no choice but to part ways with her." Su Su shook her head. "Though I know some of them, this is their fate. My only desire now is to protect myself." Lin Feng revealed a satisfied smile. "That is indeed the right choice. Once they draw the attention of the vicious clawed predator, we shall make our swift escape." At that moment, a furious roar erupted from the darkness outside, emanating from the small grove behind the distant girls' dormitory. Lin Feng's expression hardened. "It has passed." The terrifying roar rent the night air, sending chills down the spines of the survivors within the girls' dormitory. On the balcony, Numerous subordinates pointed in terror below. "Boss, you must see this." Li Chang rushed to the balcony and beheld a towering zombie, 2 meters in height, emerging from the grove below. Its left hand had withered, while its right arm bore grotesque, blood-red mutated muscles that tore through the skin, leaving a gruesome trail of blood in its wake. Most horrifying of all were the 5 sharp claws, resembling ivory, which could reduce a person to mere pulp with a single strike. Li Chang and his men suddenly felt a chilling sensation creeping up their spines, a wave of dread surging through them. The feeble zombies in this creature were not even in the same league. Even if they banded together, they would meet only death. "We have securely locked the main entrance to the dormitory. It shouldn't be able to enter, right?" someone ventured, though the words lacked conviction. Boom! The vicious clawed predator effortlessly smashed through the door, its bloodthirsty roar echoing through the building, excited by the scent of fresh flesh. A nightmare had descended upon the survivors in the dormitory. "Monsters have invaded our dormitory. I feel the entire floor shaking. Someone, please save me. I'll do anything. Help! It has spotted me." The anguished cries reverberated through the pitch-black night, despair manifesting in the text of the chat channel before everyone's eyes. Yet, in the face of the predator's formidable senses and acute smell, no prey could remain concealed. Its colossal claws shattered the dormitory doors like cans, leaving no survivor in its wake. As the predator rampaged, one by one, the names of those who had sought help vanished from the chat channel. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 had disappeared. Even the simplest minds could grasp the horror unfolding within the building. This was a massacre steeped in despair. Panic enveloped the entire campus. Within the dormitory, Li Cheng finally recognized the fatal error he had made, yet it was too late. The rumbling from below grew ever closer, as the clawed predator searched each room methodically. Several subordinates, in a frenzied attempt to escape, were reduced to mere pulp at the staircase by the predator's claws. The others retreated in terror to their rooms. "I can't take this anymore, I must survive." A soul, driven to the brink of despair, leapt from the 6th floor balcony, only to meet a grim fate upon impact, shattering into an unrecognizable mass. A thunderous crash ensued, the dormitory door and walls splintering as if pierced by a mere whisper. The figure of a monstrous predator emerged, drenched in crimson, its lips still savoring the remnants of its last meal, a few severed human fingers tumbling from its maw. In its ashen-hued eyes gleamed a flicker of mockery. In that harrowing moment, despair enveloped the scene. "We must flee!" cried Li Chang, urging everyone to charge forth. Instinctively, they brandished their weapons and surged forward. Yet in the face of overwhelming despair, all resistance proved futile. Each sweep of the predator's claws claimed another life, severing bodies with ease. A thug swung a wooden club at the beast, only to be effortlessly lifted into the air, crushed within the creature's powerful grasp. The echoes of anguished cries faded into silence. Chapter 28, Carving a bloody path. Li Chang did not charge forward. Instead, he swiftly crawled beneath the bed, covering his mouth. His bare legs trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, the ferocious clawed predator had already dispatched the others. Its gaze fixated on the 2 girls bound at the foot of the bed. As the predator approached, the restrained girls whimpered and kicked frantically. In the next heartbeat, one girl felt a searing pain in her thigh. The predator sank its teeth into her flesh, viciously tearing her leg off at the root. Blood gushed forth, resembling a high-pressure water jet. The girl trembled in agony, her wide eyes filled with terror, her slender waist taut with pain, bending backward in a grotesque arch. Meanwhile, the predator continued to chew, watching her writhe in suffering, akin to a human tearing off the hind legs and wings of a grasshopper, relishing its helpless struggles beneath its feet. The predator then clamped down on the girl's waist, lifting her into the air, its sharp teeth grinding relentlessly. The horrifying sound of cracking bones echoed like the popping of caramelized sugar. Blood dripped from the predator's maw, plopping onto the ground below. The girl felt as though her lower half was being gradually pulverized in a meat grinder, crushed bit by bit amid excruciating pain. Blood splattered everywhere, creating a gruesome spectacle. Her head hung at an unnatural angle, a mask of pain and despair frozen on her face. This horrific slaughter had finally come to an end, for her, at least. The predator continued to chew on her spine, methodically breaking down each vertebra, as if it were savoring the most delectable part of the human form. Then, The predator slowly turned its attention to the second girl, commencing its next culinary adventure amidst her desperate yet futile resistance. Li Chang, hiding beneath the bed, bore witness to the entire horrific scene, paralyzed with terror. The blood pooling beneath the bed, with its creamy, viscous texture, filled him with dread to the point of nearly soiling himself. He felt like an insect ensnared in a spider's web, knowing he was likely to be the next victim. At that moment, he loathed Lin Feng with every fiber of his being. It was that bastard's fault had it not been for his incitement. He would not have found himself in such a dire predicament. He should have been enjoying the company of two beautiful women instead. Damned, damned, damned. Lin Feng, you deserve nothing less than death. Li Chang raged silently in his mind, cursing Lin Feng's ancestors for generations. Suddenly, he noticed that the predator had its back turned to him as it feasted upon the girl. The door, which had been flung open in the chaos, beckoned to him. I can do this, I can do this. Li Chang stealthily crawled out from under the bed, inching toward the door. The thick stench of blood masked his own scent. Amidst the crunching of bones, he finally emerged from the dormitory. However, instead of sprinting towards the staircase, he slipped into the adjacent dormitory that had already been ravaged by the predator. There was no escaping, he could only gamble on the shadows. Lin Feng, if I manage to survive this, I will not let you off the hook. Let's go. As the ferocious clawed pursuer was drawn by the whistle, Lin Feng and Su Su dashed out of the library. The creature's sense of smell was extraordinarily acute, and the flesh of evolved beings attracted it far more than that of ordinary humans. For Lin Feng to survive, he had to escape the campus during the brief moment the clawed pursuer was distracted. Outside the library, chaos reigned. The cars that had been parked there were now completely wrecked by the creature. Their twisted frames resembled a grotesque sculpture, sending shivers down one's spine. Your motorcycle is still operational, Su Su exclaimed, about to rush toward the bike Lin Feng had left behind, only to be pulled back by him. The noise might attract the clawed pursuer's attention, let us run to the entrance. The two sprinted through the darkness, only to encounter a throng of zombies ahead, over 30 of them meandering on the shadowy road. Their low growls sounded like the whispers of infernal specters. Upon hearing the commotion, the zombies turned, their pupils reflecting a silvery glint in the moonlight. Their disoriented focus sharpened, and they lunged at the pair with frenzied howls. The wails from the girls' dormitory behind them had ceased, causing Lin Feng's heart to leap into his throat. We have no choice, attack. With no options left, Lin Feng unsheathed his Nepalese curved knife and struck at the nearest zombie, cleaving through the side of its head. Half of its skull fell away, revealing a smooth, walnut-like interior. Another zombie lunged from the right, only to be smashed down by the hilt of Lin Feng's knife, its skull crushed underfoot with a sickening pop. Lin Feng led the charge, wielding the knife with an unstoppable ferocity. In that moment, the zombies before him were no more formidable than a field of sugarcane. And under Lin Feng's relentless advance, they were swiftly dispatched. In merely 2 minutes, the obstructive zombies were all obliterated, leaving behind more than 30 dismembered corpses in their wake as the two raced forward. Su Su followed closely behind Lin Feng, but even without engaging in battle, her stamina was barely sufficient to keep pace with him. Astonishment filled her face. Lin Feng had always been formidable, having single-handedly felled dozens of zombies on the playground, appearing like a deity to Su Su. Yet now, she sensed a newfound strength emanating from him. It was not merely the possession of an enigmatic Nepalese curved knife that set him apart, Lin Feng himself seemed to have ascended to a higher level of power. Suddenly, it dawned on her, Lin Feng, have you leveled up? He nodded. I am now a level 1 evolved being, so keep up with me. Their rapid assault had drawn the attention of other survivors nearby. Many peered out, their eyes filled with astonishment at Lin Feng's prowess in combat. Did you see that? There's a fierce man with his girlfriend on the path from the library to the school gate, ruthlessly dispatching zombies. What do you mean by dispatching? That was pure slaughter. As I glanced from my window, I saw him crush a zombie's head with a single step. The sight was enough to make me retch. Please, spare the details. It's too vivid. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, I know. He must be Lin Feng. Upon hearing his name, the survivors concealed within the surrounding buildings became visibly agitated. their eyes reflecting an involuntary glimmer of admiration. In their hearts, Lin Feng, who dared to slay zombies and trade surplus weapons, seemed nothing short of a divine being. However, why did I sense that these two individuals appeared to be fleeing? With this revelation, the crowd exchanged glances, bewildered. If such a formidable figure was in retreat, what could possibly instill such fear in him? Could it be the commotion emanating from the girls' dormitory? Many suddenly contemplated this unsettling possibility. Lin Feng was clearly moving away from the number 7 girls' dormitory. Yet the fact that such a powerful man was retreating indicated that the lurking monster was a force even he dared not confront. Were they, then, merely awaiting their demise by remaining here? A singular thought surged through the minds of all present: only by following Lin Feng could they survive. Lin Feng, come save me. I am willing to accompany you. With a resounding shout from one individual, the surrounding survivors hastily sprang into action. They cried out for help, waved at Lin Feng, and some even dashed out from their hidden sanctuaries, eager to follow him into safety. Yet, lacking Lin Feng's equipment and means, many were quickly besieged by the zombies at the entrance. The fortunate ones managed to retreat back to their rooms, while the unfortunate were torn apart on the spot. A small fraction who had emerged followed Lin Feng closely, calling out for him to wait. Lin Feng's heart sank. Damn it, these fools are going to get us killed. Indeed, following their commotion, an enraged roar erupted from the direction of the girls' dormitory. The thunderous cry shattered the windows of the dormitory, and soon after, a balcony on the 6th floor exploded, revealing a terrifying clawed predator that charged out from the girls' dormitory. It was drawn by the scent of blood and the cacophony, heading straight for them. Chapter 29, Silver Moon Fangs. With urgency, they surged forward, racing at full speed. Lin Feng abruptly accelerated, with Su Su matching his pace. The individuals trailing behind yearned to keep up with Lin Feng's swift strides, however, lacking the enhancement of Chuan Xiang's spicy hot pot, level 1. Their strength waned rapidly under the exertion, leaving them to watch as Lin Feng and Su Su distanced themselves further. Panic soon enveloped the crowd as they became aware of the terrifying claw pursuers hot on their heels. Regret consumed them, lamenting their impulsive decision to follow Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you've doomed us. Please, stop and help us. Help! That creature is closing in. With a thunderous roar, the woods behind them erupted violently. A fearsome claw ripper charged onto the street. The unfortunate last in line was seized and met a gruesome fate, his skull crushed in a bloodthirsty maw. His cries abruptly silenced. The claw pursuer casually discarded the lifeless prey, for it was the living that held greater allure. Quick, retreat inside. I'm too exhausted. Ah Chien. Pull me along. The crowd, gripped by sheer terror, scattered in every direction. Yet, once the claw pursuer had locked onto a target, escape was futile. Even if they fled into the nearby buildings, they were not only sealing their own fates but also endangering the other survivors within. As the claw pursuer barreled into the building, another massacre commenced. Screams echoed through the night, becoming part of this blood moon's ominous tapestry. Throughout the despairing cries and pleas for help, Lin Feng never faltered. He continued to slice, gather, and advance without pause. At that moment, they were racing against death itself. The sprint rendered Lin Feng drenched in sweat, yet the relentless slaughter surged his adrenaline. With a swift turn, he struck, cleaving through a zombie that staggered forward. Its head severed from its body, collapsing to the ground. Finally, Lin Feng halted, realizing they had sprinted nearly 2 kilometers, far from the dormitory and academic buildings. Ahead lay the school gate. We must eliminate the zombies trailing us first. Otherwise, we'll encounter grave trouble at the entrance, Su Su gasped. They had accelerated as much as possible along the way, attracting a horde of zombies in pursuit. Now, dozens of them followed, an invisible bomb waiting to explode. A large congregation of zombies awaited at the school gate. Bringing this horde along would spell certain doom. Lin Feng cast a quick glance, spotting over 40 zombies. But their varied speeds had created a considerable gap. The claw pursuer, drawn to the dormitories, would likely grant the foolhardy survivors a 10 to 15-minute reprieve. We have 5 minutes to finish this. I'll handle the front, you take care of the isolated ones. All right. Lin Feng lunged at the zombies. Wielding the Nepalese curved knife, he cleaved through them effortlessly, each strike felling the undead like wheat. Su Su, though not matching Lin Feng's kill rate, worked diligently to ensure the zombies did not obstruct his battle. Gradually, the horde of zombies began to dwindle. In the heat of the fight, Susu unwittingly approached the small woods by the roadside. As Susu used a crowbar to trip the zombie before her, poised to pierce its skull, her heart suddenly raced violently, a tingling sensation coursing through her scalp. An instinctive warning surged within her. Instantly alert, Susu raised her crowbar and abandoned the fallen zombie. Retreating swiftly, the downed creature struggled to rise, only to be abruptly seized by a shadow from behind and dragged into the woods with such speed that Susu barely registered the event. Looking up at the darkened forest, a cold sweat broke out upon her. Several pairs of crimson eyes floated amidst the shadows, akin to blood-hued fireflies, fixated intently on the two of them. They had approached silently, unnoticed by Lin Feng and Susu, who had just been embroiled in battle. Lin Feng. "There is something in the woods," Susu exclaimed, hurrying towards him, her crowbar still aimed at those scarlet gazes. A dreadful wailing echoed from the thicket, and a pair of claws emerged first, followed by a mouthful of sharp, blood-stained teeth. A stray dog emerged from the shadows. No, it was more accurately a zombie dog. This mutated creature possessed a physique nearly equivalent to that of an adult human. Its eyes were blood-red, and its body was marred with wounds inflicted by other zombie dogs, with some areas exposing stark white bone and remnants of human flesh clinging to its jaws. Trailing behind were 4 smaller zombie dogs, evidently infected after being mauled by the larger beast. Lin Feng's gaze hardened. Damn it, they've arrived at the most inopportune moment. A data panel swiftly materialized. Name, weak zombie dog identity, mutant strength, 5 agility, 7 constitution, 3 perception, 8 mutation level, LV1 description, a species transformed from canines infected by the virus. Retaining their predatory instincts, these agile creatures are far more terrifying than regular zombies. Name, giant zombie dog identity, mutant strength, 11 agility, 15 constitution, 14 perception, 18 mutation level, LV1 description, a stray dog that was directly transformed during the apocalypse, exhibiting rare mutations that enhance its physique considerably, making it one of the swiftest predators. Do not entertain thoughts of escape, for you cannot outrun its speed. Upon reading the data, even Lin Feng instinctively tensed. A level 1 mutant, and a giant zombie dog at that, such agility-focused mutants were the most troublesome adversaries. A mere scratch from their sharp claws could prove fatal, not to mention the presence of 4 ordinary zombie dogs. Lin Feng swiftly pulled Susu behind him. You handle the remaining zombies, this is not a fight you can manage. Understood. Susu immediately turned to retreat, but in that fleeting moment, the 4 zombie dogs lunged toward her in unison, as swift as lightning. Their primal instincts recognized Susu as a more vulnerable target than Lin Feng. But Lin Feng let out a cold laugh. Your opponent is me. The curved Nepalese blade in his hand shimmered with a cold light as it sliced through the air. A smooth arc of silver cleaving the first zombie dog in 2 mid-leap, its anguished howl echoing as it fell to the ground in 2 separate halves. As the second strike fell, yet another undead hound was cleaved in twain. The remaining 2 zombie dogs, gripped by trepidation, shifted their target and lunged at Lin Feng. However, their once prized swiftness appeared to Lin Feng as though it were unfolding in slow motion. In the instant the third zombie hound charged towards him, Lin Feng abruptly extended his left hand, seizing the creature by its neck mid-air. With a sharp crack, he crushed its throat. Perish! Lin Feng effortlessly hoisted the 50 to 60-pound carcass and hurled it at the last remaining zombie hound. The 2 grotesque heads collided with a resounding thud, scattering brain matter across the ground. The entire encounter transpired in less than 2 seconds, as Lin Feng dispatched all 4 troublesome zombie hounds. Such is the might of a level 1 evolver. Yet, without warning, a fierce gust surged towards the nape of Lin Feng's neck. A colossal zombie hound had unexpectedly launched a surprise attack from behind, moving with lightning speed. The ambush compelled Lin Feng to instinctively leap forward, as the beast's claws struck the rear of his motorcycle helmet, tearing it apart. The zero-level equipment acquired in reality proved to be but a fragile toy in the presence of a level 1 mutant. With a roll to create distance, Lin Feng discarded the remnants of his helmet, plunging his Nepalese curved knife into the earth, using the blade to pivot rapidly. At that moment, the giant zombie hound surged once more, its massive form leaping through the air in a ferocious assault towards Lin Feng. Yet, his gaze remained icy. As the colossal creature lunged, he swiftly reversed his grip on the Nepalese curved knife and executed a devastating rising dragon strike. The blade carved a silvery arc in the air, reminiscent of a werewolf's razor-sharp fangs beneath the night sky. Chapter 30, Survival Tips with a Swift Motion. The Nepalese curved blade sliced into the abdomen of the colossal zombie hound, cleaving through its torso with a forceful strike. Lin Feng crouched down as the massive creature soared over him, crashing heavily onto the ground. Its innards were expelled from the gaping wound, scattering across the earth. Yet, the giant zombie hound seemed unfazed. It rose, shaking its head in apparent confusion at the gruesome remnants beneath its feet. In the next moment, it bizarrely began to gnaw at its own entrails. The chewed-up viscera was swallowed, only to flow back out from its ruptured stomach. The grotesque scene stirred a wave of nausea within Lin Feng. Finally realizing the gravity of its condition, the giant zombie hound roared in fury and lunged at Lin Feng once more, its torn insides trailing behind, leaving a bloody smear. Such a foolish creature. Lin Feng gripped his knife tightly and plunged it into the hound's neck, but the sheer force of the beast sent him tumbling to the ground. With a deafening roar, the zombie hound aimed for Lin Feng's head, but in an instant, it halted mere centimeters from him. Lin Feng firmly grasped the hound's upper and lower jaws, preventing its razor-sharp fangs from descending upon his face. The stench was overwhelming, threatening to induce further retching. Die! Lin Feng summoned all his strength, unleashing a powerful surge. With a resounding crack, he forcefully pried open the jaws of the colossal hound. The once struggling creature fell silent in an instant. At this moment, Su had already dispatched the remaining zombies and was witnessing the final act. The breathtaking ascendant strike left her breathless, while Lin Feng's raw strength in shattering the hound's skull was nothing short of miraculous. To crush a level 1 mutated entity with bare hands? Was this truly within the realm of human capability? After transforming into a level 1 evolved being, Lin Feng had become fearfully formidable. Yet, even in this state, he dared not confront the deadly claws of the pursuer lurking behind. Successfully collected target materials: Giant Zombie Hound Claw, Level 1 Mutated Material, X3. Crushed Giant Zombie Hound Skull, Level 1 Mutated Material, X1, Resilient Flesh Tendon, Level 1 Mutated Material, X1, Bone Fragments, Level 1 Mutated Material, Level 1 Energy Crystal X1. The two Level 1 mutated entities yielded rather disappointing spoils, an unfortunate stroke of luck, but now was not the time for lamentation. Hastily gathering the spoils, Lin Feng retrieved a new coat from his survival space and donned it, turning to find Su staring at him, her expression one of astonished disbelief. "What are you staring at? We need to move." Flushing slightly, Su hurried to catch up, muttering under her breath, "This brute is truly a monster." The pair finally reached the school gates, only to find them tightly shut, barricaded by a throng of zombies. Among them were residents wandering outside, as well as students who had transformed into the undead within. They clawed at the gate with their bloodied hands, howling in desperation. The gate stood resolute, creating a stark division between the inside and outside worlds. Lin Feng knew all too well that this was how it had been in his previous life. Thanks to the school's regulations that mandated the early closure of the gates, a significant influx of zombies was averted, thereby alleviating the survival pressure within the campus. Otherwise, it was uncertain how many individuals would remain in the school. We managed to slip out through a side exit. Lin Feng and Su quietly circumvented the main gate and located a section of the school fence where the zombie presence was minimal. They first dealt with a few zombies inside the fence. The wandering zombies outside noticed them, their hands, marred with bite marks, reaching desperately towards the two. A piece of flesh dangling from an arm and swaying back and forth. With ease, the two pierced the eye sockets of these creatures using the surrounding wall as leverage. Looking outside, the scene was one of utter devastation. Dozens of vehicles collided, leading to explosions, with flames soaring into the sky for hours on end. The storefronts along the street lay shattered, and the ground and walls were smeared with bloody handprints. The blood pooled on the ground had long since congealed into a viscous dark red. Zombies knelt like hyenas, greedily gnawing on the corpses of human players. Those that failed to find sustenance wandered aimlessly, becoming bloodthirsty beasts at the slightest sound. The crackle of flames, the gnashing of teeth on flesh, and the muted growls of the wandering undead had become the haunting symphony of this world. The once vibrant city now resonated with an eerie silence, void of any sounds belonging to the living. Witnessing this scene, even Susu, who had mentally prepared herself, could not help but feel a wave of sorrow. The world had transformed into something utterly unrecognizable to her. Are the military and police still of any use in this world? Susu's voice was tinged with despondence. Lin Feng shook his head. Do not be deceived into thinking that the military can suppress the mutated beings simply because they possess firearms. It is the military and police systems that crumble first when the apocalypse descends. There was one more aspect Lin Feng refrained from mentioning. After the advent of digitization, the efficacy of firearms had drastically diminished, rendering most to mere level 0 weapons. The efficiency of dispatching zombies was less than that of the Nepalese kukri he wielded. Susu took a deep breath, quickly retracting her pointless emotions. The Mariana Grand Hotel is approximately 15 kilometers away. We must procure a means of transportation. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he surveyed the surroundings, pointing to a fallen motorcycle across the street. That motorcycle has its keys still inserted. We shall use it. Compared to cars, motorcycles clearly offered greater maneuverability in the congested streets. Susu frowned, but how do we get across? There are at least hundreds of zombies on the street. The noise of climbing over the fence would likely attract them, and facing such a multitude of zombies, even Lin Feng would struggle to escape unscathed. Moreover, there could be terrifying mutated beings like giant zombie dogs lurking nearby. Do you know why I asked you to prepare a mobile phone for me? It is precisely for situations like this. Lin Feng retrieved a mobile phone from his survival space. While dining in the library, he had already reset all the phones to factory settings, rendering them fully operational. He set a 30-second countdown on the stopwatch, programmed it to ring for an extended duration, and adjusted the volume to its maximum. The mobile phone was deftly propelled by Lin Feng, resembling a card, and after gliding smoothly across the ground, it came to rest precisely beneath an off-road vehicle. Although Lin Feng, in his previous life, had merely been an insignificant creature of the third evolution, it was precisely this experience that honed his unique survival skills. By utilizing the ringtone of the phone, he could effectively draw the attention of the surrounding zombies, primarily to eliminate any hidden dangers nearby. The incessant ringing of the alarm resonated, successfully capturing the attention of the undead. The dormant zombies, upon activation, surged forth with the speed of wolves detecting prey, all converging upon the source of the sound. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding zombies were entirely captivated. At that moment, an unusual howl emerged from the adjacent milk tea shop. The shop's door was forcefully flung open, and a zombie clad in the establishment's uniform dashed onto the street. This creature, though considerably more emaciated than the fearsome clawed pursuers, exhibited swiftness that surpassed both ordinary zombies and its clawed counterparts. It scuttled across the ground like a spider, its razor-sharp claws easily etching gashes into the hard asphalt. Name, Stalker Identity, Mutant Strength, 13 Agility, 18 Constitution, 12 Perception, 19 Mutation Level, LV1 Description, a grotesque variant born from human infection by zombies, exhibiting agile movements. It prefers to conceal itself among hordes of zombies or in shadowy corners, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Indeed, something was amiss. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. The stalker, alongside other zombies, lunged toward the off-road vehicle, but despite the commotion, they could not pinpoint the source of the sound, becoming increasingly agitated as they circled the vehicle. The stalker's strength was insufficient to overturn the off-road vehicle, and it struggled, extending its claws toward the undercarriage, attempting to grasp the source of the noise. Let us go, Lin Feng whispered, swiftly scaling the wall. He turned to catch Susu as she leapt down from above. The duo crouched low, weaving through the chaotic gaps between vehicles, using flames and the wreckage as cover to reach the motorcycle. Lin Feng bent down to inspect the bike while Susu stood guard with a crowbar. The horde of zombies, lured by the phone, was nearly 20 meters away, howling in confusion, yet oblivious to their nearby prey. However, a frown creased Lin Feng's brow. This vehicle is damaged. Chapter 31, The Chase in a Twist of Fate. The lurking creature finally seized the phone beneath the vehicle and crushed it with a swift motion, silencing it instantaneously. A furious roar erupted from the disoriented zombies, causing them to disperse from their clustered state. The lurking creature vented its rage upon the off-road vehicle, leaving behind distinct claw marks. Quickly search for other vehicles, Lin Feng urged in a hushed tone. They were merely 20 meters away from the zombies, and given their wandering pace, it would take no more than a minute or two for them to be discovered. once their presence was revealed. They would find themselves ensnared by both the lurking creature and a horde of hundreds of zombies, with no means of escape. Suddenly, a piercing screech resonated from behind. Susu instinctively gripped the crowbar and turned to face the source of the sound. Through the window of a red Volkswagen, a mother and daughter, both transformed into zombies, pressed their grotesque faces against the glass, baring their teeth at Lin Feng and Susu. Fragments of torn flesh were lodged in the mother's teeth, while a large chunk of her daughter's neck had been bitten away, leaving a gaping, desiccated hole where her trachea had once been. It was evident that the mother had succumbed to infection and subsequently killed her daughter inside the vehicle. "We'll use this car," Lin Feng declared as he dashed toward the sedan. Susu understood instantly and seized the crowbar, rushing to the front of the car. Without a word, Lin Feng pried open a door, and the zombie mother immediately began to screech in an attempt to squeeze through the opening, but Lin Feng braced the door, allowing only her head to protrude. With a swift thrust, Susu plunged the crowbar into the zombie mother's eye socket, and in one fluid motion, she dispatched the daughter as she attempted to escape. The entire ordeal lasted no more than 5 seconds. Despite the speed of their actions, the mother's anguished cries attracted the attention of nearby zombies. With a furious roar, the lurking creature turned and charged toward them, while the surrounding zombies transformed into relentless predators, descending upon their location. "Get in the car!" Lin Feng shouted as he yanked open the door and unceremoniously tossed the bodies of the mother and daughter out onto the ground. The two of them swiftly entered the vehicle and locked the door behind them, sealing off the foul stench of the zombies within. Lin Feng, having sat down, inadvertently created a pool of blood beneath him, but such concerns were trivial at that moment. Thud, thud, thud. Just as the door secured, 7 or 8 zombies crashed against the exterior, gnashing their teeth and battering their heads against the windows, their hands scraping relentlessly against the smooth surface of the car door. Black blood oozed from their mouths, cascading down the window. Fortunately, the strength of the zombies was still insufficient to breach the vehicle. However, a chilling howl echoed as the lurking creature leaped onto the hood of the sedan, raising its claws to strike the windshield. "Duck!" Lin Feng shouted, and Susu quickly covered her head and bent down. There was a resounding crash as the claws pierced the windshield, shattering the glass and sending shards flying toward them. Before the lurking creature could swing its claws again, Lin Feng seized its arm and yanked it inward with all his might. The creature's head collided with the still intact windshield, its face contorting frantically outside, yet Lin Feng's extraordinary strength rendered it immobile. As Lin Feng restrained the stalker, Susu instinctively swung a crowbar, striking fiercely at the stalker's eye socket. Without any hesitation, it was as though the two had rehearsed this maneuver countless times. Bang! The crowbar pierced through the windshield, plunging into the stalker's eye socket, splattering dark blood across the glass. Unfortunately, Susu's hurried assault lacked the force necessary to penetrate the stalker's resilient bone and inflict damage upon the brain. A mournful howl escaped the stalker as it instinctively recoiled. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng released his claws and simultaneously shifted into reverse, pressing the accelerator to the floor. The vehicle lunged backward with a jolt, crashing through the horde of corpses, crunching them beneath its wheels with a cacophony of cracking sounds. The stalker tumbled off the hood of the car. "Steady yourself." As he shifted gears again, he violently turned the steering wheel, and the compact car finally broke free from the mass of bodies, surging onto the street. Susu glanced back, the zombies still in pursuit. Suddenly, the stalker barreled through the corpses, launching a chase, its right eye gushing black blood, rendering its already grotesque visage even more fearsome. Fortunately, it could not keep pace with the fully accelerated vehicle, the distance between them widening. Phew, that was close. Thank you for holding it back. Susu's heart raced with anxiety. Lin Feng's eyes betrayed his unreserved admiration for Susu. "It's fortunate you reacted so swiftly, otherwise, if it had breached the car, we both would have met our demise." Sitting in the vehicle, they exchanged a knowing smile. They had narrowly escaped a perilous fate. Yet the road ahead remained uncertain, fraught with unknown dangers. Within the campus, an eerie silence prevailed. Initially, a handful of survivors, armed with weapons, had erected numerous obstacles at the entrance of the building, deliberately creating noise to lure the zombies into a trap. However, after the vicious claw hunter effortlessly slaughtered dozens of survivors, the campus fell into complete stillness. At that moment, they realized that the zombies, which could not even break down doors, were practically harmless in the apocalypse. It was the claw hunter, a predatory mutant, that epitomized the true nightmare of this new world. At this moment, the claw hunter advanced slowly along the street, continuously sniffing the air as if it were intoxicated by a lingering scent. Unbeknownst to him, he followed the aroma to the school gate. The zombies congested at that spot sensed the alien presence behind them and recoiled in terror at the sight of the claw hunter. Even the one-eyed stalker among the horde was not exempt from this fear. While the stalker's evolutionary level and combat prowess were comparable to that of the hunter, the claw hunter was a product of a second mutation, far more formidable than its kind. Yet, perhaps emboldened by the presence of hundreds of its kin, the zombies' fear of the claw hunter gradually diminished with each roar, even revealing an unusual excitement in their gaze. It was a desire to devour superior flesh and blood. If they could consume and digest the claw hunter, perhaps they too could undergo a second mutation. With a fierce roar directed at the stalker, a swarm of zombies surged toward the claw hunter. They lunged at him, gnashing their sharp teeth, desperately tearing at every inch of flesh. Akin to ants swarming over a delectable piece of candy, intent on devouring their prize. However, their attacks proved utterly futile against the claw hunter. The flesh of the clawed hunter has been reinforced, rendering the bites of these zombies incapable of leaving even a mark. Instead, their teeth shatter in the process of biting. The clawed hunter, repulsed by these lowly kin, has finally reached a boiling point. When it retaliates, the battle concludes in an instant. In less than 2 minutes, hundreds of zombies, both inside and outside the gate, are reduced to a scattered mass of limbs. Suddenly, a stalker appears behind the clawed hunter, swiftly aiming for the exposed back of its skull. If he could crush its head, this massive creature would become sustenance for his continued mutation. However, before the greed in the stalker's eyes could blossom, he felt a shadow loom above him. The clawed hunter's gigantic hand descended vertically, swatting the stalker from the air as one might swat a fly. With a resounding thud, the stalker crashed to the ground, his spine twisted and broken. And he raised his head in agony. In that moment, he realized, with terror, the vast chasm that separated him from the clawed hunter. Yet, it was too late. The claw once more descended, and the sound of cracking bones echoed as the upper body of the stalker was obliterated under the immense claw. His lower half convulsed helplessly on the ground, akin to a frog struck by electricity. A savage roar erupted, the shockwave reverberating through the open expanse at the entrance of Sea City University. The clawed hunter grasped a nearby zombie carcass and hurled it to the ground, stepping over the stalker and the multitude of fallen zombies as it made its way onto the street. Sniffing lightly to the left, then to the right, its gaze silently fixed upon a specific direction, the very path that Lin Feng and Susu had taken. Chapter 32, Foolish Mistakes. Bang! 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 Lin Feng's car sped down the road, relentlessly crashing into the wandering zombies and various obstacles in its path. In the darkness, the crimson vehicle blazed like a fiery comet, its vibrancy undeniable. As long as they maintained their speed, no mutated creature could possibly intercept them. The encroaching zombies were annihilated, their remains splattering across the windshield repeatedly until even the wipers became immobilized by the gore. Onlookers could be seen calling out to the duo, but Lin Feng paid them no heed. Preoccupied with his own affliction, he had neither the time nor inclination to rescue others. With unwavering focus, he drove while Susu rummaged through the passenger seat. Unbeknownst to him, Susu had evidently gathered something earlier, as a smile danced at the corners of her lips. Lin Feng cast a sidelong glance. "Have you found something good?" "I won't tell you," she replied playfully. "I already mentioned that we shouldn't pry into each other's spoils." A look of pride adorned her face. Seeing the youthful mischief on Susu's countenance, Lin Feng suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Was this the same girl who had once wielded a steel pipe to crush skulls? He pondered, perplexed. Susu possessed courage, a profound awareness of the apocalypse, and the reflexes necessary for slaying zombies. In his previous life, she should have undoubtedly become a renowned powerhouse, yet he had never once heard her name. Reflecting on the past, he realized that had he not sought her assistance, she would likely have spent the night in that building, inevitably encountering the scoundrels led by Li Chang. Given Susu's beauty, she would have faced unimaginable torment. The Susu of his past life was indeed pitiable. But everything had changed since their paths crossed. Lin Feng murmured to himself, a sudden surge of inexplicable elation coursing through him. He was actively reshaping Su Su's destiny with his own hands. Glancing toward the street ahead, he instructed, "Prepare yourself, there are a few zombies over there that require dispatching." Throughout their journey, they maintained this rhythm. Whenever encountering a small group of zombies, they would exit the vehicle, swiftly eliminate them, and depart without allowing the undead a chance to encircle them, all while collecting energy fragments. Although the immune serum from the Mariana Grand Hotel and Lu Yanqi were Lin Feng's ultimate goals, the serum would not arrive for another 12 hours, allowing ample time. It was imperative to gather materials and energy fragments while the zombies were at their most vulnerable. This was their highest priority. Lin Feng was no reckless brute seeking revenge. He understood well when and what actions would benefit him most. With a sudden screech, the car halted by the roadside. The duo armed themselves and exited, swiftly dispatching a dozen zombies. Yet, Lin Feng suddenly turned his gaze toward a particular direction, his eyes alight with realization. "What are you looking at? There's nothing there?" Su Su queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. Apart from the pitch-black residential buildings, there were no signs of life. Although the power had not yet been entirely cut, everyone was aware that zombies were drawn to light, leading most to huddle in the darkness of their homes. However, before Lin Feng, the scene was different. From a third-floor room of a nearby residential building, a glimmer of golden light pierced the darkness, strikingly conspicuous. It was the hidden target revealed by his spiritual perception. It is possible that a randomly dropped supply package has appeared, or perhaps there are traitors unknown to him or other entities. Regardless, during the early stages of the apocalypse, this resource is undoubtedly more precious than energy fragments. However, lurking in the shadows may also be perilous threats. The community, residential buildings, swarming zombies, and unidentified level 1 mutants, all these elements present instability. After weighing the options, Lin Feng made a swift decision: follow me. The two resolutely abandoned their car, extracting the gasoline within and filling numerous empty mineral water bottles to store in their survival space. Lin Feng took the lead, advancing stealthily while utilizing the cover of abandoned vehicles and flower beds to move swiftly forward. However, they soon encountered the first wave of zombies at the entrance of the community. Most of these undead appeared to be elderly, aimlessly wandering the open space by the entrance. At the center stood two large black speakers, now silent. It seemed that these old folks had been dancing in the square before the apocalypse struck. Upon examining the data, the details revealed: name, weak zombie elder, identity, mutant strength, 3 agility, 2 constitution, 5 intuition, 3 mutation level, LV0 description, being elderly, they are weaker than other zombies. Upon seeing this, both Lin Feng and Su Su's eyes brightened. The data of these elderly zombies was even more tragic than that of ordinary individuals. They even suspected that these zombie elders might have lost all their teeth. "Let us proceed and deal with them," Lin Feng declared before swiftly moving forward. His Nepalese curved knife held behind his arm to prevent the moonlight from reflecting off the blade and attracting attention from the surrounding zombies. As he entered within 10 meters, Lin Feng suddenly propelled himself forward with a powerful push of his legs, resembling an arrow released from its bow. The first zombie elder sensed movement behind but turned only to see a gleam of cold steel flash across his throat, instantly severing his head from his body. After the kill, Lin Feng used his momentum to swiftly pivot, and before the second zombie matron could react, the curved knife struck her forehead, sending half her head flying away as her body crumpled to the ground. The third zombie elder lunged at Lin Feng with outstretched arms, but he swiftly kicked the elder's knee with a resounding crack, causing the zombie to collapse. As the elder looked up, only a dark shadow loomed before him. Lin Feng's elbow strike connected with the temple of the zombie elder, caving in half of its skull and turning the brain within to a mushy pulp. 3 zombies fell within mere moments. At this point, Su Su had just managed to drive her crowbar into the skull of the first zombie. A horde of elderly zombies surged towards the duo, yet they lacked even the running ability of ordinary zombies, their frail bodies stumbling as if they could collapse at any moment. It was as if energy fragments were being delivered right to their doorstep. Su Su became increasingly exhilarated. It was her first time experiencing such effortless slaughter, the speed of the zombies' approach failing to match her pace of execution. In an instant, she had already amassed a dozen energy fragments. Finding it exceedingly easy, she felt an urge to expand her attack radius, but Lin Feng suddenly pulled her back, saying, "We must hurry, we have already delayed too long." Yet, these words came too late. Scarcely had they been uttered when a distant, furious roar echoed through the air. The commotion from the battle had already drawn the attention of other zombies in the vicinity. A relentless tide of the undead surged toward them, including a significant number of agile young zombies. Susu's face turned pale as she realized the magnitude of her foolish error. Lin Feng pointed towards the Radiant building. "There's no time to retreat, we must rush into that residential complex." With a Nepalese kukri in hand, Lin Feng took the rear, while Susu sprinted towards the entrance of the building. It was a security door, but due to the age of the community, it had seen better days. With all her might, Susu forcefully wedged a crowbar into the gap of the door, prying it open with all her strength. With a crack, the entrance to the residential building creaked ajar. However, no sooner had a narrow opening appeared than a cacophony of growls and a repulsive stench erupted from within. In the next moment, the door was violently thrust open from the inside, and dozens of grotesque faces surged forth. Chapter 33, Not Fighting Alone. How could there be so many zombies blocking the door? Susu was utterly astonished. Had it not been for Lin Feng's quick reflexes in yanking her back just in time, she would have been overwhelmed by the horde in an instant. It was as though these zombies were deliberately positioned there, lying in wait for Lin Feng to open the door and catch them off guard. Meanwhile, dozens of zombies in the distance were swiftly approaching, threatening to encircle the two of them. With the additional zombies pouring out from inside the building, their adversaries now numbered over 100. As they fought their way towards a large banyan tree, Lin Feng urged, "Susu, climb up." Without a hint of the typical delicacy expected of a young woman, Susu immediately turned and scrambled up the tree like a monkey, reaching a branch over 2 meters high. Clinging tightly to the branch with her legs, she extended her right hand down to Lin Feng. However, she soon realized that Lin Feng had no intention of joining her in the tree. "Come up. What are you waiting for?" The sight of the overwhelming horde, with its sheer volume of dark figures charging forth, was terrifying. Lin Feng's expression was grave. He still chose not to ascend the tree. Although it appeared to be a potential refuge, in reality, it was a trap. Once they climbed up, they would be completely surrounded by the hundreds of zombies, with even more flooding in. To survive, they had to eliminate these zombies. Suddenly, Lin Feng recalled the fearsome clawed predator. Although he had not witnessed it firsthand, the creature had effortlessly slaughtered 300 to 400 zombies, leaving a battlefield that still haunted Lin Feng's thoughts. Now that he had become a level 1 evolver, he had yet to fully unleash his powers. A desire ignited within him to see if he could, like the clawed predator, vanquish this horde in one fell swoop. This thought sent a rush of adrenaline coursing through Lin Feng. Lacking a secondary weapon, he retrieved the rib of a level 1 predator from his survival space, gripping it firmly. As the rib crossed with his Nepalese curved knife, excitement flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. "Susu, don't come down. I'm going to make a bold move." "Are you insane?" Susu exclaimed, yet the chaotic scene before her left her momentarily speechless. The frenzied zombies were barreling toward Lin Feng, as if intent on dragging him into the depths of hell. If she jumped down to assist, she would only become a burden to him. Nevertheless, she was not entirely helpless. Susu patted her pocket. "Man-bull, please don't get yourself killed." Even though she had steeled herself, the scene before Lin Feng tightened his nerves to the utmost. Yet, he understood that the zombie horde was not as terrifying as it appeared. They moved in close clusters, leaving Lin Feng with no opportunity to strike. However, despite their shared nature as zombies, there were variances in their physical attributes, resulting in differences in speed that would gradually create gaps between them as they pursued. What seemed utterly hopeless to an ordinary person was, for a seasoned warrior like Lin Feng, a landscape rife with opportunities for close combat. At this moment, retreat was not an option. They could only push against the tide. As the howls of the zombies drew nearer, the blood within Lin Feng surged with fervor. Lin Feng's gaze turned icy as he abruptly delivered a front kick that struck the chest of the foremost zombie. This single blow shattered the creature's ribcage, sending the charging zombie hurtling backward, crashing into a throng of its kin. In an instant, Lin Feng surged toward the horde, his speed causing the Nepalese curved blade in his hand to gleam with a silvery brilliance, reminiscent of a silver dragon in flight. The first strike flashed, and a head flew away. Just as a zombie on his right was about to lunge at him, a brilliant white light pierced toward it. The second. With a crack. The ribcage of a level 1 mutated predator was more formidable than the Nepalese blade itself. Empowered by Lin Feng's strength, the sharp edge of the broken bone punctured the zombie's skull in an instant. With a twist of his wrist, the entire cranial cavity was pried open, splattering black and white brain matter. The freed rib was wielded by Lin Feng as a makeshift club, striking fiercely against the temple of the advancing zombie. The third. A resounding crack echoed, as if a meteor hammer had obliterated the creature's head. The fourth. The fifth. The sixth. Lin Feng unleashed a flurry of attacks. Akin to a tiger amidst a flock of sheep, each strike resulting in the demise of a zombie. Blood, flesh, and shattered bones erupted around him, as Lin Feng single-handedly summoned a tempest of death within the horde. With each approaching zombie falling lifelessly, over 20 corpses already lay at his feet. Crimson fluid drenched Lin Feng, various viscous substances adhering to him, transforming him into a gruesome butcher. Yet, as the slaughter continued, the bodies amassed around him, constricting his maneuvering space, gradually putting him at a disadvantage. Despite Lin Feng's formidable physical prowess, his equipment could not compare to that of the ferocious claw predator. Its hardened skin and bones rendered it impervious to the bites of level 0 zombies, while its claws, sharp as steel, could shred a zombie to pieces with a mere swipe. Lin Feng, lacking the predator's defenses, had to remain vigilant against the threat of infection from any zombie contact. The makeshift rib, unrefined and crude, along with the Nepalese blade, began to bend under the strain of continuous strikes. In terms of both offensive and defensive capabilities, Lin Feng and the ferocious claw predator were not on the same level of combat prowess. Compared to the clawed predator, my equipment is woefully inadequate, Lin Feng murmured, a sense of frustration washing over him. His body was more than capable of sustaining such a battle, yet equipment constituted a vital aspect of strength, and despite his reluctance, he had to accept this reality. Lin Feng murmured to himself, perhaps the remaining stamina should be utilized for an escape. At that moment, a commanding voice called from behind. "Manbull, retreat to the tree, I will cover you." Just then, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air above him. A dark shadow suddenly swept overhead, striking the zombie directly before Lin Feng. The creature toppled backward, its head violently snapping back with a crack as its shinbone fractured. Embedded in the center of its skull was a black arrow, its tail still quivering with residual energy. Before Lin Feng could react, another arrow whizzed past his head, striking the shoulder of a zombie on the right. The creature staggered back as though struck by a heavy hammer, toppling 2 other zombies behind it. Lin Feng swiftly retreated, glancing up at the treetops. There, he beheld Su, half kneeling on a branch, her hands skillfully drawing a pitch-black bow, releasing a flurry of sharp arrows. Although her movements appeared somewhat unpracticed and laborious, it was evident that she had indeed trained in archery. Moreover, this hunting bow seemed to possess a unique enhancement. Each arrow unleashed was akin to a battering ram, sending the zombies hurtling backward upon impact, colliding with their fellow undead. Remarkably, this was a level 1 weapon endowed with additional attributes. Su's support allowed Lin Feng to catch his breath, and leaning against the tree trunk, he exclaimed in delight. "Is this the equipment you've been hiding all along? Why didn't you reveal such a treasure sooner?" "Because I'm not adept at this," she replied. "I feared I might hit you from such a distance. Besides, I was worried you might seize my gear." Lin Feng chuckled softly, finding her reasoning understandable. After all, the rarity of a level 1 weapon at this stage was self-evident, he would have done the same. However, since Su ultimately chose to reveal it, it signified her decision to trust him. Trust, indeed, forms the very foundation of camaraderie. Camaraderie? As Lin Feng contemplated the term, a sudden exhilaration surged within him. In his previous life, during the apocalypse, he had existed in a constant state of trepidation. He had been deceived while selling equipment, helpless in his acceptance of betrayal. The spoils of his hunts were snatched away, leaving him to bow his head in defeat. Ultimately, he was betrayed by his own team. Stripped of even the slightest value his remains could offer, all because of his profound weakness. In a world dominated by the strong, the concepts of trust and comradeship were mere illusions, for merely surviving was already a gift bestowed by the apocalypse. Lin Feng had experienced the despair of exerting every ounce of strength only to find it futile, a sensation far more disheartening than the monsters of the end times. Yet, the present moment was different. Lin Feng had grown strong, he was no longer fighting alone. Suddenly, a nearby zombie's furious roar jolted Lin Feng from his reverie, as a gaping maw approached him with alarming speed. But in the next instant, a piercing shriek sliced through the air, akin to a hammer that sent the zombie flying. Lowering his head, Lin Feng noticed Su tossing 2 opened bottles of mineral water, the liquid inside splattering and emitting a potent scent of gasoline. She then knocked an arrow, igniting it before plunging it into the scattered gasoline. From above, Su's voice rang out, "Don't dawdle, bull. More zombies are closing in." The sensation of having a comrade was truly delightful. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, as if the very air around him had become sweeter. Upon reopening his eyes, a fierce fire ignited within his gaze. "Cover me, brother, let us soar." Chapter 34, Eyes in the Dark. Do not be foolish, you, a brute. Are on the verge of exhaustion, Su remarked, as she effortlessly felled another zombie with an arrow. Do not push yourself too hard, retreat if you tire. And I shall provide cover. Understood. Lin Feng responded with a fierce laugh, the curved blade of his Nepalese knife slicing through the horde like a silver crescent moon. In this moment, they fought as a cohesive unit. With Su's ranged support and the flaming gasoline restraining the zombies, Lin Feng felt an immense alleviation of pressure. The Nepalese knife once again showcased its prowess in close combat, as Lin Feng dispatched the zombies with brutal efficiency, their heads exploding one after another, the fallen bodies accumulating rapidly. Together, their combined efforts hastened the annihilation of the undead. By the time Su had exhausted the last of her 40 arrows, she leapt from the treetop to join Lin Feng in the fray. Back to back beneath the tree, they provided mutual protection, ultimately vanquishing the final wave of zombies. After 20 minutes, the last of the zombies lay defeated, their corpses forming a thick carpet around the grand banyan tree. Lin Feng wiped his face vigorously and exclaimed, Su, I have come to realize that you are truly effective in combat. A blush crept onto Su's cheeks. Put. What nonsense is that? What do you mean by effective? If you cannot articulate yourself properly, it would be wise to remain silent. How should I phrase it then? Lin Feng inquired. Su shot him a glare. You might say it is quite harmonious to work in tandem with me. Is that not the same? No, it is not. After this exchange, both burst into laughter simultaneously. Through this shared combat experience, their relationship inadvertently deepened. Lin Feng also sensed a certain elevation of spirit, stemming from newfound confidence in both himself and his team. Pray, let me behold the bow you acquired. Of course, if you are unwilling, I shall not press. Without the owner's consent, outsiders were unable to inspect another's equipment attributes. Su nodded. I shall show you, but you must not attempt to seize it. Ding. Player Su has made the details of her hunting bow public. Hunting bow, level 1 arranged weapon boasting considerable attack power, yet demanding a high level of archery skill. Additional effect, impact. Upon hitting, it causes extra impact, pushing the target back a certain distance. Upon reading this information, even Lin Feng could not suppress his astonishment. A level 1 ranged weapon was akin to a divine artifact in that moment. And Su's hunting bow possessed an impact effect, further amplifying its ranged assault capabilities. In the hands of a trader, it would undoubtedly fetch several hundred energy fragments, if not more, especially considering that such exceptional equipment was rare among traders. From where did you acquire the card? Lin Feng's gaze brimmed with envy. With a proud shake of her head, Su replied, I collected it from a level 0 zombie at the school gate. It was pure luck, I suppose. Level 0. Zombie collection. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was rendered speechless, bewildered by such extraordinary fortune. The drop rate for cards was notoriously low, with food and water having the highest rates, followed by medicine, while the drop rate for equipment, particularly weapons, was almost negligible in the early stages. Lin Feng had thus far vanquished hundreds of zombies, yet he had only obtained the previously consumed Xuanxiang Spicy Hot Pot, level 1 card, and KFO Family Bucket, level 0 card. In stark contrast, Su not only procured a level 1 weapon, but it was also a ranged weapon among the level 1 category, truly the luckiest of the fortunate. It was utterly absurd. He had slain a level 1 hunter without any equipment drop, while she casually gathered a level 0 zombie and acquired a remarkable level 1 item. Lin Feng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. With a playful grin, Susu suggested, "Why don't you let me collect all the corpses from now on? You might be in for a surprise." "Dream on," Lin Feng retorted, then shifted the conversation. "Where did you learn to use that bow? I've noticed your body control is exceptional. It seems you've also trained in Sanda?" He had observed this during their earlier skirmish but had only now voiced his curiosity. To his surprise, Susu's expression darkened at the question, and she gently bit her lip, replying, "For certain reasons, I have practiced these skills. But I prefer not to share them with anyone, if that's alright?" Seeing the seriousness in her eyes, Lin Feng nodded. "Of course, everyone has their own secrets." A smile graced Susu's lips, a genuine, unguarded smile that was so pure it momentarily left Lin Feng spellbound. The surrounding zombies had largely been drawn to the sounds of battle, rendering this area temporarily safe for collecting spoils. However, Susu merely stepped forward to retrieve her arrows and stow them in her quiver. A notification chimed in Lin Feng's ear. Player Susu voluntarily transfers collection rights to player Lin Feng. Player Lin Feng may collect spoils from zombies slain by Susu. Lin Feng gazed at Susu in astonishment. "You're giving me all the loot? Why would you do that? You've killed at least a dozen or 20 yourself." "It was my greed that led to the demise of a few more zombies, causing us to engage the horde," she replied. "Since I made a mistake, I willingly relinquished the spoils as a form of penance." Susu averted her gaze, murmuring softly. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Who hasn't he aired? Besides, I never established such a rule for our team. "Are you certain?" he added. "Now, hurry and collect, lest I change my mind. A mere dozen zombies is nothing I can't afford." Susu turned and walked back to the tree, kicking a stone away in evident frustration. He resolved to find an opportunity to make it up to her later. Lin Feng wasted no time, swiftly gathering the spoils. The two then entered a residential building. Unbeknownst to them, in the diagonally opposite building of the same complex, a dozen pairs of eyes were fixated on Lin Feng and Susu, watching as they slowly made their way through the entrance. Each pair of eyes burned with desire and envy. How did they manage to get inside? The entrance was blocked by numerous zombies, and there were plenty outside as well. How had they not been bitten? Zhou Zishong leaned against the balcony, furiously pounding the wall, his eyes blazing with ire. He had spent 3 years in prison for a prior misdeed, and upon his release, he and a group of brothers pooled their resources to open a gambling den at home. When the apocalypse struck, he had been reveling with a dozen comrades. Among a dozen individuals, only 2 transformed into zombies. In that moment, Zhou Zishong seized a kitchen knife and swiftly dispatched the undead. This act solidified his status as the leader. The first course of action Zhou Zishong undertook was to brandish the knife and dash next door to claim the female internet celebrity he had long desired. Initially, she had shown him no interest, yet now she found herself bound and tethered to him like a dog, which filled Zhou Zishong with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. An hour prior, a traitor had arrived, and he witnessed a golden light descending into the adjacent building. Without hesitation, he led his subordinates into the structure in pursuit of treasure. However, instead of finding riches, they inadvertently incited a frenzy among the zombies within the building. Fortunately, they managed to escape swiftly and lock the door behind them, sealing the pursuing zombies within. Zhou Zishong had envisioned this treasure as his own, only to discover it had been snatched away by an outsider. "Damn it, this belongs to me!" Zhou Zishong bellowed, his eyes aflame with fury. In that moment, his rage was so intense that he felt as though he could commit murder. Chapter 35, Hidden Motives. However, those 2 individuals had dispatched over 100 zombies, and we estimated that we could not possibly contend with them. A fellow named Shouho, who stood beside Zhou Zishong, voiced his concerns. Others echoed his sentiment. The distance made it difficult to discern the events unfolding, yet the fallen bodies were sufficient to alert them. "What do you understand?" Zhou Zishong retorted, suppressing his anger. "How could 2 people eliminate so many zombies? They must possess specialized weapons designed to combat the undead. They have undoubtedly encountered other traitors outside." Upon hearing this, everyone reacted, and a flicker of excitement ignited within them. If those 2 indeed had met traitors, they must be in possession of valuable items. Seizing them would mean they belonged to the group. Yet, fear still lingered. Brother Xiong, please do not act impulsively. The zombies below were all dispatched by those two. We truly cannot match their strength. I cannot be without you. Zhao Lu stepped forward, entwining her arm with Zhou Zisheng's, her voice dripping with desperation. Although he had taken advantage of her, she quickly realized that she had no choice but to rely on this man. She dared not venture outside, without Zhou Zisheng. She would have no sustenance. Moreover, the gazes of the other strong men upon her were akin to that of ravenous wolves. Should she lose Zhou Zisheng's favor or? Worse yet, should he perish, she would face endless physical torment. This band would not spare her. But as soon as Zhao Lu spoke, Zhou Zisheng's fury ignited. Towering in stature, he was nonetheless more fearful of death than anyone else. He had fled the building at the swiftest pace. Zhao Lu's words struck his ears like a curse for his demise. Slap! Zhou Zisheng retaliated with a fierce blow to Zhao Lu's face, leaving a vivid imprint of 5 fingers. She collapsed to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. You little wretch, dare to wish death upon me? You are the one who shall perish. Moreover, those are traitors, do you comprehend? They are worth far more than you, a mere outlet for my frustrations. If I could barter you for even one of their possessions, I would sell you immediately. Zhou Zisheng, already brimming with rage, unleashed his fury upon Zhao Lu. After his tirade, he was still unsatisfied and delivered 2 powerful kicks to her chest, causing her to curl up on the ground, coughing violently. Terrified, Zhao Lu was unable to even cry. She clung to Zhou Zisheng's leg. Brother Xiong, I was wrong. I only wish to serve you. Do not hand me over to them, I beg you. Witnessing Zhao Lu's tearful despair, a twisted smile crept across Zhou Zisheng's face. Suddenly, a different thought crossed his mind. He seized Zhao Lu by her hair, yanking her up, and then, with a swift motion, he tore open her clothing, revealing her fair skin. Brothers, who among you is willing to accompany me to reclaim our spoils? This woman, I shall offer her up for your amusement. And you may take 1 item from the traders as a reward. Despair flooded Zhao Lu's eyes as she grasped Zhou Zisheng's hand that clutched her hair, pleading, No. I only wish to serve you alone. Please do not give me to them. Yet, Zhou Zisheng's words had ignited the desires of the men around him. After hours of listening to the sounds of Zhou Zisheng and Zhao Lu within the confines of the room, their impatience had reached a boiling point. Especially with the tantalizing prospect of the traders as a grand reward. Having faced zombies before, one understands that they are not as terrifying as they are often portrayed. Furthermore, having dispatched over 100 of these creatures, one would reasonably expect that even with firearms, ammunition would be scarce. In the eyes of those around, it was clear that Lin Feng and his companion must have procured silenced weapons from a trader. Otherwise, 2 ordinary individuals would never dare confront a horde of such magnitude. Let's take a gamble, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. They thought, envisioning a future where they could seize whatever they desired, food in abundance, and women to be discarded once their novelty wore off. Alright, I'm in. One exclaimed, Hey, I'll join too, and when we return, we'll deal with her together. Ha! You're truly a pervert. Another retorted. Zhou Zisheng cast aside Zhao Lu carelessly and picked up a metal rod. Rallying his companions, brothers, we will succeed. Follow me. A throng of individuals surged through the doorway, locking the despondent Zhao Lu inside. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Su Su had entered the residential building, where the echoes of zombie growls still resonated in the corridor. These were the unfortunate souls trapped in their homes. And their numbers were considerable. Had the doors not been secured so tightly, they would surely have been drawn to the commotion caused by the duo's skirmish. Following the guidance of a golden light, they located an apartment. Su Su struck the front door with a crowbar, eliciting immediate howls from within, accompanied by the sound of claws scratching. Lin Feng approached the door, preparing himself, and after a nod of affirmation, he exchanged a meaningful glance with Su Su. With a sudden thrust, she wedged the crowbar into the door's seam and forcefully pried it open. As the door swung wide, 2 decayed faces lunged forth. But before they could escape, Lin Feng swiftly kicked one back. With a swift motion, he wielded his Nepalese curved dagger, dispatching the first zombie with precision. Before the second could rise, he crushed its skull beneath his foot. This Nepalese dagger is beyond use now, Lin Feng sighed, observing the blade which had become severely warped, having lodged itself within the zombie's cranium. Had this occurred during the previous battle, he would have found himself in grave peril. The two promptly secured the door once more, and Lin Feng continued his search, ultimately arriving at the bedroom, where a surge of elation overtook him upon spotting his target. Another traitor. Su Su's eyes sparkled with excitement, though she remained uncertain about how to activate the transaction. You need an energy fragment to unlock the trading function, Lin Feng reminded her. One energy fragment for each transaction? That's quite a ripoff, Su Su pouted in discontent. Lin Feng shared her sentiment. This was merely a level 0 trader, offering items predominantly of the same tier, with the occasional level 1 item. By contrast, activating a level 1 trader would require a level 1 energy crystal, with products ranging from level 0 to level 1, and occasionally including level 2 items, and so forth. Therefore, level 0 traders were relatively fair. After deducting the energy fragment, the product window opened before them, revealing a dazzling array of goods that left both yearning. Particularly, upon spotting the evolution potion, level 1, at the bottom, Su Su's eyes widened in awe. Before she could inquire, Lin Feng preemptively stated, if you desire it, take it quickly, it will enable you to keep pace with my combat prowess. Then I shall graciously accept. Su Su replied, delighting in the completed transaction. Even if Lin Feng had no use for it himself, reselling it through the remote trading system would undoubtedly yield significant profits. Lin Feng was indeed looking after his own interests. After purchasing the evolution elixir, Su Su's energy fragments were nearly depleted, leaving Lin Feng free to sweep through the remaining items. Fruit knife, level 0 card, first aid kit, level 0 card. Wound sutures, level 0 card, bandages, level 0 card, all thoroughly exhausted. The only item of modest utility was a military dagger card. Standard military dagger, level 0 card. Upon use, one will receive a military dagger, forged with a carbon steel blade, capable of cutting through iron with ease. Yet for Lin Feng in his current state, it merely served as a feeble substitute for a Nepalese kukri. Disappointed, he closed the trader's interface and was about to inquire about Su Su's progress when he suddenly paused. To his astonishment, he noticed that the golden light observed through spiritual perception still lingered in the room. Previously, upon discovering the trader in the library, the golden light had vanished instantly. This indicated that there must be other hidden objectives within the room. Chapter 36, I am truly a genius, what is the matter? Su Su had completed her enhancement and noticed Lin Feng's unusual demeanor. Lin Feng, filled with excitement, exclaimed, quickly help me search the entire apartment. There are treasures to be found here. Su Su, recognizing Lin Feng's innate ability to precisely locate traders, sprang into action. The duo rummaged through the living room, bedroom, kitchen, and even the bathroom, yet they could not find the target sensed by Lin Feng's spiritual awareness. How could this be? Where could it possibly be? Lin Feng scratched his head in frustration. I found it! Su Su called out joyfully to Lin Feng. Above the study, they discovered a hidden compartment, within which lay a box incongruous with its surroundings. Congratulations, you have found a level 1 supply box. Ha, we have struck it rich. Lin Feng rejoiced. The supply boxes, like traders, could randomly appear anywhere in this world. A level 1 supply box would invariably contain level 1 items, the variety being limitless. If it were a level 1 weapon, they would truly be in luck. Su Su took a step back, saying, I have already benefited from the evolution potion. This time, it is your turn. Lin Feng, feeling no need for formality, reached out to touch the box, and it immediately revealed a window. Congratulations, player Lin Feng. You have discovered a hidden supply package reward. Rewards obtained, bottled water, 0 level card, 5, comprehensive vitamins, 0 level card, 1, military entrenching tool, 1 level card. All items automatically entered Lin Feng's survival space, and he promptly opened the details of the military entrenching tool. Military entrenching tool, 1 level card upon use. Acquire the military entrenching tool, 1 level, crafted from specially tempered high-carbon steel, a versatile outdoor survival tool, resistant to wear, corrosion, and high temperatures. Additional effect, sturdy. The structure and materials have been reinforced, making it even more durable. From the attic to the study, Lin Feng effortlessly grasped the military entrenching tool in his hands. Approximately 80 centimeters in length, one end of the shovel featured serrations, while the other side boasted an axe blade suitable for chopping. The rear of the shovel contained a sharp spike, allowing it to be inverted and utilized as a short spear. Moreover, it included a bottle opener, magnesium stick, compass, and a multitude of other functions, rendering it an essential survival instrument for apocalyptic scenarios. Most gratifying was its sturdy effect. In the early days of the apocalypse, a durable weapon was more valuable than anything else. Had Lin Feng possessed this item previously, he could have single-handedly vanquished all 100 zombies. Even against pursuers, Lin Feng would have been able to crush them effortlessly. Ha, this is truly a remarkable item. Lin Feng cherished it dearly. How wonderful, you finally possess a reliable weapon. Su Su expressed her happiness for Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. How do you feel now that you have advanced to a level 1 evolver? Quite well. Su Su replied with a smile as she effortlessly drew her hunting bow, a task that had previously been somewhat laborious. Just as she was about to continue speaking with Lin Feng, he suddenly became alert. Lin Feng gestured for silence, gripping the military entrenching tool tightly, and swiftly pulled Su Su behind the wall. As Su Su held her breath, she pressed down on the hunting bow, gripping it tightly, and quietly knocked an arrow onto the string. In that moment, the dark room fell into an eerie silence, save for the rhythmic ticking of the wall clock. Tick, tick, tick. Several seconds passed, yet nothing occurred. Just as Su Su was about to inquire, she suddenly heard the faint sound of shuffling footsteps outside the partially ajar door, accompanied by the distant growls of approaching zombies. It's zombies. We must go out and eliminate them, she urged, but was abruptly restrained by Lin Feng. Do you not find it peculiar? With all the commotion downstairs, the entire building should have been cleared of any wandering zombies. What remains are those trapped in rooms, unable to move. Where did these zombies come from? Realization dawned on Su Su. Are you suggesting these zombies were lured here by someone? At that moment, a sudden creaking echoed as the pried-open door swung wide from the outside, and a gruesome mass was thrown inside. A horde of zombies surged in, flooding the living room and pushing towards the various rooms behind them. Gritting her teeth, Su Su declared, "Someone wants us dead." Incorrect, Lin Feng retorted with a cold smirk. A few overzealous players nearby are merely attempting to offer us a parting gift as they face their demise. Su Su couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Feng's words. However, for a level 1 evolved being, the level 0 mutated creatures posed almost no threat of infection. With the loss of the virus as a deadly menace, both of them wielded level 1 weapons, rendering the approaching zombies mere fragments of energy. Lin Feng single-handedly toppled a bookshelf, which fell at an angle, effectively barricading the door to the study. A throng of zombies was now trapped outside, howling in frustration as they attempted to squeeze through the gaps on either side obscured by the remaining bookshelves. This was precisely what Lin Feng and Su Su had hoped for. Lin Feng grinned at Su Su. Let us do this. Su Su eagerly grabbed a crowbar and exclaimed, I'll go up, you go down. Lin Feng paused. Sure, it's your call. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, a subordinate pressed his ear against the wall, quickly giving a thumbs up. Boss, the fight has already broken out over there. It's too chaotic for me to hear clearly. As expected of you, boss. This tactic of using the dead to kill is simply brilliant. He laughed. Not a single energy fragment spent, yet we secure the goods of 2 traitors. Truly, our boss is a genius. With such intelligence, he shall undoubtedly reign supreme in this apocalypse. We shall follow him, equipped with the finest gear and women. Indeed. Remember to let the boss choose the good stuff first. Zhou Zixian lounged on the sofa, sipping from a recently acquired bottle of mineral water, basking in the admiration of those around him. His smile was so wide it seemed to stretch toward the heavens, revealing a mouth full of yellowed teeth. He was exceedingly proud of his handiwork. Earlier, as they descended to the lower levels, they had encountered the battlefield left by Lin Feng and Su Su. The sight of the numerous corpses littering the ground elicited an involuntary gulp from everyone present. Such formidable combat prowess made him immediately reconsider his intentions. Was he truly facing merely 2 monsters? Yet, the allure of the traitor and the promised equipment loomed before him, and they were reluctant to relinquish their opportunity. Suddenly, Zhou Zisheng conceived a clever plan. They stealthily infiltrated the residential building to locate Lin Feng's whereabouts. After clearing the adjacent room, they discovered a substantial piece of thawed pork in the refrigerator, which they diced into small chunks and strategically placed along the corridor and staircase leading to Lin Feng's door. Subsequently, they pried open each apartment door in the building. The zombies hidden within, drawn by the scent of blood, surged towards Lin Feng's apartment. As the thin monkey flung the raw meat inside, he swiftly slipped into the room. Once Lin Feng and Su Su fell victim to the zombies' bites, they would utilize the remaining pork to lure the undead away, allowing them to enter and gather the spoils. After all, the zombies feasted on corpses, leaving everything else in the living space intact. Everything was unfolding so flawlessly. I am truly a genius. Zhou Zisheng took a drag from his cigarette, while a henchman beside him chuckled awkwardly and lit it for him. Brother Xiong, you are magnificent, you have calculated everything so perfectly. Those two fools will likely remain oblivious to who orchestrated their demise until the very end. Chapter 37, alright, I promise you, in half an hour. Zhou Zisheng, brimming with pride, held up the newly discovered green water ghost watch before him, smirking. The time is nearly upon us. Is there still any commotion over there? The sounds of battle had diminished, suggesting that the two individuals were likely finished. One of his subordinates pressed his ear against the wall, elated to the point of jumping. The group grew increasingly excited, as the treasures of the traitor beckoned to them joyfully. 10 minutes later, the outside noise had entirely subsided. Zhou Zisheng took a deep breath. Brothers, our moment of harvest has arrived. Shouhou, take the pork and lure the zombies away. Shahou, small and slender, held the lowest status among the group, akin to Xduhui. All the undesirable tasks were invariably pushed onto him. With a sheepish grin, Shouhou stepped forward. I believe there is no rush, allow me to check if those two next door are truly dead first. The crowd paused. How can you go over there? Shouhou, filled with confidence, replied, I've already observed that outside our window are air conditioning units and fixed clothes racks. I can easily climb across. After a moment of consideration, the group agreed to this approach, realizing the risks involved in luring the zombies away. Their concern for Shouhou's safety was minimal. Rather, they were apprehensive that if he met his demise, the burden would shift to them. Who would willingly take such a risk, knowing that a mere scratch from a zombie could spell disaster? Boss, esteemed brothers, watch closely. Shouhou nimbly climbed out the window and adeptly traversed the air conditioning units to reach the neighboring living room's window. At that moment, a cunning smile adorned his face. All this talk of scouting was a ruse. He had already discovered a crack in the window of the adjacent living room. If he could slip in undetected and wait for the zombies to disperse, he could seize all the spoils for himself. Every time it was him who took the risks while the good fortune went to them. This time, he vowed they would receive not even a drop of the spoils. Once he laid his hands on the weapons, he would claim the title of leader. Those who opposed him would face dire consequences. And that Zhao Lu, he thought with glee, I've never been with such a stunning woman before. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became as he stealthily advanced towards the neighboring living room window. Yet, just as he positioned himself outside, the window was abruptly yanked open. A hand shot out and seized Shouhou, pulling him directly into the living room. He tumbled forward, landing in a heap, and as he opened his eyes, he found himself sprawled atop a zombie, causing him to shudder in terror. Before him loomed two figures, a man wielding a military shovel and a woman brandishing a crowbar, both drenched in blood. Beneath them lay a multitude of zombie corpses, filling the entire apartment. Each zombie stared with wide eyes, their ashen pupils glaring back. This sight triggered a phrase in Shouhou's mind, unable to rest in peace. Zombies, can they also die with their eyes wide open? Instantly, fear and regret surged through him. Was it you who lured the zombies here in an attempt to harm us? Lin Feng's cold voice echoed, sending Shouhou into a state of panic. It wasn't me, it was Zhou Zisheng's doing. I had no part in this. I was coerced by him. I implore you, do not take my life. I have elders to care for and young ones depending on me. It was Zhou Zisheng who kidnapped my wife and child, forcing my hand in this dire situation. No, I merely came to observe. Why has no action been taken? The thin monkey was utterly terrified. tears and snot merging on his face as he knelt atop the corpse of a zombie, repeatedly bowing and pleading before Lin Feng. Su Su looked on in disbelief. Noting his remarkable familiarity with this desperate act, he must have practiced it often. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, who would believe a tale of having dependents? Upon hearing the thin monkey's plight, Lin Feng helped him to his feet, a gentle smile gracing his face as he patted the monkey's shoulder. I believe you, my friend. Lead me to Zhou Zishong, and I shall assist you in rescuing your family. The sunny disposition of this young man ignited a flicker of hope within the thin monkey. He appeared no more than a college student, making him easy to deceive. Energized by this thought, the thin monkey thumped his chest with fervor. They are right next door. I shall help you eliminate him, and none of the others shall escape unscathed. Meanwhile, Zhou Zishong awaited news in his chamber. Suddenly, the door was forcefully kicked open. And the thin monkey stood outside, pointing with indignation and mocking laughter. Boss, it was them. The one smoking is Zhou Zishong. Lin Feng smiled and reassured him. I will take care of your family. With that, he raised the military spade in his hand and swiftly severed the thin monkey's head. The monkey had not even grasped the gravity of his fate before his body collapsed forward, blood spraying forth, startling those within the room. They finally grasped the reality of their situation. Dozens of zombies had not claimed their lives, but now vengeance had arrived. Instantly, despair washed over everyone. If they could not defeat the zombies, how could they hope to survive this? Weapons fell from many hands as they collectively knelt in supplication. This has nothing to do with us, it was Zhou Zishong's plan, they forced my hand. Zhou Zishong brought the zombies to your door. They cried. Pleading for their lives, some even bowing low in apology. Yet Lin Feng, wearing his signature benign smile, responded, save your words for the ghosts. No sooner had he spoken than his right hand shot forth with lethal precision, the military dagger whistling through the air to pierce the neck of a man behind them. Zhou Zishong shuddered, letting out a furious roar, he will not spare us. We must kill him together if we are to survive. Driven by the scent of blood. The assembled bandits, all hardened by violence, instinctively charged at Lin Feng. In this world, one either kills or is killed. If they were not accustomed to taking lives, they could at least observe and learn. After exchanging a brief word with Su Su, Lin Feng plunged into the room, executing a swift kick that sent the first assailant sprawling. The military spade fell upon the second, splitting his head cleanly in two. It was as if he were in a realm devoid of resistance, each strike precise and decisive, resolving a life in a single movement. Meanwhile, Su Su remained in shock, still unable to process the scene of Lin Feng dispatching the thin monkey. Although she had taken lives before and understood Lin Feng's resolve against those who sought to harm them, she had never anticipated such unwavering decisiveness from him. Without any interrogation or unnecessary delay, there was no time to appreciate the anguished pleas of those before them. It was simply when the order to kill was given. The deed was done. Swift and decisive. If one was not accustomed to the act of killing, they could observe and learn from the sidelines. Lin Feng's final words echoed in Su Su's mind like a haunting melody. Indeed, this was a world that devoured its own. Taking a deep breath, Su Su's gaze hardened with resolve. Do not kill me, please. We were wrong. Just as Lin Feng was about to eliminate the pleading figure before him, a sharp whistle pierced the air from behind. An arrow pierced through the man's head, pinning him to the wall. Su Su's bowstring trembled in her grip. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with encouragement, adapting quite swiftly, I see. Su Su smiled in response, you taught me well. Zhou Zishong observed the duo with a mixture of awe and terror, he was nearly paralyzed with fear. What manner of beings were these? The young woman was stunning beyond belief, yet showed no mercy in her killings. The young man was even more terrifying, having slain so many without a quiver in his hand. Astonishingly, he even wore a sunny smile. Zhou Zishong had taken lives before, but those had been unfortunate souls infected while scavenging for supplies. Yet this youth appeared utterly unfazed by the act of killing a normal person. This fellow was nothing short of a deranged psychopath. At that moment, Zhou Zishong was gripped by sheer dread, retreating into a corner. But the room had become his solitary prison. Moments ago, he had been sharing laughter with his comrades, now reduced to mere corpses beneath his feet. Lin Feng approached. Grinning while wielding a military shovel, my friend, it seems you are the last one standing. Upon seeing Lin Feng smile once more, Zhou Zixiong crumbled. Please. Do not kill me. He cried out in terror, suddenly kneeling and weeping uncontrollably. Spare me. I have gathered a wealth of supplies in another building. I will give them all to you if you let me go. Lin Feng paused, his military shovel halting mid-swing. Where is your hideout? I promise I will keep my word if you let me go. Lin Feng set down the shovel as a gesture of sincerity. Very well, I agree. Chapter 38, Her opportunity arises. Zhou Zixiong's expression finally softened. All my supplies are hoarded in room 401 of building 12. There is also a beautiful female internet celebrity inside, whom I'll send along to you. Alright, thank you. Lin Feng replied, turning to Su Su, you should kill him. Su Su nodded and drew her bow, aiming for the center of Zhou Zixiong's brow. Stunned, Zhou Zixiong exclaimed, you said you wouldn't kill me. Lin Feng shrugged and patted Su Su's shoulder. I made that promise, but she didn't. Zhou Zixiong fell into a daze, his face contorting as he wept and laughed, tears streaming down. Don't kill me, he scrambled up, frantically shouting in the room. Is he driven mad by fear? Su Su slowly lowered her bow. Yet Lin Feng cautioned Su Su, let me impart one more lesson. Many will feign madness in a desperate bid to survive. If he is truly insane, killing him would be a mercy, but if he is merely pretending, then you have made no mistake in ending his life. With a disdainful pout, Su Su pondered for a moment before releasing an arrow that soared through the air, piercing Zhou Zixiong's chest and pinning him to the wall, directly through his heart. Such a wound, no normal person could possibly survive. However, Lin Feng produced a dagger. In this apocalyptic world, there is one more thing. After killing someone, be sure to deliver a finishing blow to their head to effectively prevent any subsequent troubles from them turning into zombies. With a swift thrust, the military dagger plunged into Zhou Zixiong's skull. He then proceeded to do the same for each fallen adversary. Su Su watched silently as Lin Feng methodically delivered the final blows, unable to restrain her curiosity. You seem very experienced. After all, I am a seasoned player of apocalyptic games, Lin Feng chuckled lightly. I can hardly believe you. Su Su murmured. You never speak a word of truth. Yet they had agreed not to pry into each other's secrets. After gathering the spoils, Zhou Zixiong and his companions had left behind dozens of weapons, cash, bottled water, and various leftover food supplies, all of which could be listed on the remote trading platform. Before Su Su posted them, Lin Feng advised, I suggest you refrain from accepting energy fragments. Set a high price when listing, and note that if anyone is interested, they should privately message you to exchange with mutated materials. Su Su immediately recalled Lin Feng employing this tactic with her before. Do you know what mutated materials are useful for? Lin Feng shrugged, how would I know? But my experience in apocalyptic games teaches me that everything has its purpose, though mutated materials may seem useless now. That does not imply they will remain so in the future. So this is merely your speculation? Indeed, you can tell me whether my analysis holds any merit. Well, you have a point. Su Su pouted, finding it difficult to refute his words. Lin Feng's insights had never led her astray, and she promptly followed his advice. Surviving to this point, many had already acquired weapons and begun collecting supplies, and the residential buildings offered more than just the dormitories of Haicheng University. Kitchen knives, pliers, screwdrivers, and even sections of water pipes could all be transformed into weapons for slaying zombies. However, there are individuals on the remote trading platform who have noted a desire to exchange mutated materials for weapons, food, and water, which is quite unprecedented. They are requesting mutated materials instead of energy fragments. What could this Lin Feng and Su Su be thinking? Are these two individuals lacking in sense? What purpose do mutated materials serve? Such items are utterly repugnant in a survival space. Surely, these two cannot be foolish. Regardless, my food supply is limited. I will stockpile as much as I can. Thank you for the reminder, please reserve some for me. There are also others who have proactively messaged the two, expressing a desire for ongoing trade. Everyone views Lin Feng and Su Su as simpletons who want to keep useful weapons at hand. And who would complain about having an abundance of food and water? Moreover, the possibility of exchanging mutated materials is enticing. Trading worthless trash for sustenance and weapons is undoubtedly a form of exploitation. If such individuals are plentiful, let them come in droves. The numerous items Lin Feng and Su Su listed were swiftly snatched up. However, they remained unaware that Lin Feng was overjoyed at this turn of events. Who would have thought these fools possessed such a wealth of mutated materials? A spark of inspiration ignited within Lin Feng. Why not seize the moment and take a bold gamble? Motivated by this impulse, he proceeded to list even more items, including more than half of the food and water from his survival space and backpack. This audacious move left Su Su utterly astonished. Are you out of your mind? If we run out of food later, don't expect me to help you. You're taking quite a risk. Heh, you'll understand soon enough, Lin Feng replied, opting not to elaborate as he eagerly consolidated the mutated materials. Ultimately, within a kilometer radius, nearly all the mutated materials in the possession of nearby players were swept clean by Lin Feng. He yearned for a new location to continue his scheming. Let us go check out Zhou Zishang's lair and see what treasures await. Using Zhou Zishang's key, they unlocked the door, prompting Zhao Lu to scream and retreat to her bedroom upon seeing the two intruders. However, Lin Feng and Su Su prioritized scavenging the food and water from the apartment, treating Zhao Lu as if she were invisible. Who are you? Where are Zhou Zishang and the others? Why aren't you speaking? Zhao Lu incessantly questioned. Irritating Su Su, sit obediently and be quiet. They're dead. Dead? Zhao Lu froze, collapsing to the ground in shock. She then buried her face in her hands and began to sob uncontrollably. Zhou Zishang and his companions deserved their fate. But what would happen to her now that they were gone? She was too terrified to confront the zombies. Suddenly, Zhao Lu's gaze fell upon Lin Feng. Despite being covered in blood, his youthful visage was unmistakable. He appeared to be a university student. In fact, he evoked the sensation of a first love, safe and dependable. He would undoubtedly be the ideal companion in this apocalyptic world. Regrettably, he was already accompanied by a girlfriend, who was not only beautiful but possessed an alluring figure. Zhao Lu covertly glanced at Su Su, her eyes filled with envy, yet a sly thought crossed her mind, bringing a smirk to her lips. In this dire world, which man could resist the allure of an additional female companion? After all, who could withstand the temptation of novelty? Strangely, ever since this encounter, Su Su had been particularly irritable, feeling unwell for reasons unknown. Especially with Zhao Lu swaying beside her, it only heightened her irritation. What shall we do now? Shall we set off directly? After tidying up, Su Su immediately spoke up. She felt an overwhelming desire to leave this place as quickly as possible. However, Lin Feng glanced at the time on his phone and shook his head. We will not be leaving, we shall rest here for the night. Upon hearing this, Su Su frowned, casting a glance at Zhao Lu, and felt a dawning realization. Suddenly, a wave of intense nausea surged within her, making her feel increasingly uncomfortable. Indeed, men are creatures who think with their lower halves. Upon seeing a woman of some allure, they become utterly captivated. Even Lin Feng was no exception. It seems that the devoted suitor is not as unwavering as one might presume. Although it did not concern her directly, Su Su could not shake a feeling of discontent in her heart. So be it. With those parting words, Su Su turned on her heel and strode into the bedroom, slamming the door shut behind her. What has caused her to become suddenly enraged? Lin Feng was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. Yet, Zhao Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her opportunity had arrived. Chapter 39, Su Su's ambition. Zhao Lu hurriedly approached and clasped Lin Feng's arm, her eyes brimming with affection as she said, "Brother, I shall accompany you tonight, and I assure you will be thoroughly satisfied. I am willing to follow you from now on. I eat very little, just a loaf of bread a day will suffice. I can also wash your clothes and prepare your meals." With a playful flick of her hair, her gaze became increasingly enchanting. "Tonight, you will discover just how distinct a woman is from a girl," she giggled, feeling increasingly pleased with herself. After all, attending to Lin Feng was far more appealing than serving the likes of Zhou Zishang and his entourage. As Zhao Lu basked in her daydream, she looked up to find Lin Feng's indifferent gaze fixed upon her. "What are you making a fuss about?" he inquired. Zhao Lu flashed a sweet smile. "I wanted to ask where we will be sleeping tonight." "It's where I will sleep, not where we will sleep. Release my hand." The fleeting thrill of the moment quickly faded, leaving her legs weak. Lin Feng had no intention of squandering his precious rest on trivial matters. Grasping Zhao Lu's arm, he effortlessly tossed her into another bedroom amidst her stunned expression. The half-eaten bread and a small bottle of water left on the table by Zhou Zixiong and his companions were casually discarded onto the bed. Do not cause trouble. I will pretend you do not exist. With that, Lin Feng locked the door behind him. Zhao Lu was bewildered, only realizing the significance of the locking sound echoing in her ears as it dawned on her. She had been rejected? This high-tech allure of hers had captivated countless men, and that evening many had showered her with gifts just to witness her perform a dance. Yet this man had locked her away in a bedroom, not even daring to touch her. Are you out of your mind? Why are you even here? Is it just to find a place to sleep? Moonlight poured into the room, transforming the once pristine glow into a sanguine hue. At this moment, Su Su lay restless in the bedroom, tossing and turning. The air was rife with the scent of male sweat. Mingled with her own bloody odor and the stench of decay, it was impossible for her to find solace in sleep. She turned over and quietly retrieved her mobile phone from her survival space. Even when Lin Feng had previously allowed her to use the phone to offset materials, she had never relinquished it to him. Unlocking the device, she opened her photo album. In the dim light, the screen's backlight was dazzling, illuminating the images that now seemed more vibrant amidst the darkness of this post-apocalyptic world. One photograph depicted a kind-faced woman, with Su Su nestled in her embrace, smiling sweetly. The photos chronicled Su Su's life from childhood through her university years. Initially, there were images of the two together, but abruptly, after a certain date, only Su Su remained. And then, she was always alone. As Su Su gazed at the pictures, a smile graced her lips, but soon a solitary tear trickled down her cheek. Mother, I miss you. You must be safe there, right? As soon as I am able, I will come to rescue you. Please wait for me. Su Su cradled her phone tightly, her fingers whitening from the grip. That brute should now be frolicking with that female internet celebrity. He had mentioned hastening his journey. Yet upon spotting a female influencer, he had immediately tarried. Indeed, men are utterly unreliable. Su Su murmured softly, tossing and turning in irritation. Suddenly, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped her, leaving her body aching as if she had just completed a grueling 10-kilometer cross-country run, every last ounce of strength drained from her. What could be happening? She rubbed her sore arms in confusion. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door, and Lin Feng's voice called out, "You must still be awake. The effect of the Chuanxiang spicy hot pot has worn off, reducing stamina by 50. I'm about to prepare a meal, join me to replenish your energy." Su Su sat up in bed, pouting with a flushed face. She had thought Lin Feng stayed behind to exercise with the little internet celebrity. But it turned out he was mindful of the weakness following the hot pot's effect. If such sudden weakness occurred during battle, it would undoubtedly have significant repercussions for them. She had misjudged Lin Feng. Opening the door, she found Lin Feng splitting wood in the living room to build a fire, pouring water from a mineral bottle into the flames. Unable to suppress her thoughts, Su Su lowered her gaze and murmured, "I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. What did you say?" Lin Feng, perplexed while boiling water, asked. Su Su's cheeks flushed deeper. "It's nothing, just my stomach growling." "Oh, if there's nothing else, you should go take a shower," Lin Feng suggested with a smile, pointing towards the bathroom. "I just discovered that the solar water heater here still has hot water. You can shower, and then we can have noodles." "Can we really shower here?" Su Su's eyes brightened at the thought. The zombie blood that had sullied her was repulsive, especially the thought of hot water. "Then I'll go shower now." She joyfully dashed towards the bathroom but suddenly halted, asking, "Is there enough water for both of us to wash?" Lin Feng waved his hand nonchalantly, "Use it as you wish. I noticed the neighboring houses also have solar water heaters. If necessary, I can shower next door." "All right then." The sound of water splashing filled the air as warm streams cascaded down her body, washing away not only the dirt but also her fatigue. Su Su couldn't help but hum a cheerful tune. Hearing the soft melody, Lin Feng smiled, realizing that taking a hot shower in a post-apocalyptic world was an extravagant luxury. In safe zones, the price for women after bathing could triple. Of course, this was of no concern to Su Su. With 6 packets of instant noodles and an entire box of luncheon meat, they feasted heartily. By the time Lin Feng emerged from his shower, it was already past midnight. Instead of returning to her bedroom, Su sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Lin Feng settled into another armchair and asked, "What are you watching on your phone with no internet?" "While I still have a bit of battery, I'm playing a single-player match 3 game. Is that alright?" Su chuckled. Then suddenly tucked her phone away, rolling onto the sofa to gaze at Lin Feng with curiosity. "You don't seem like someone who would go out of his way to protect Liu Yanxi. Can you tell me what you actually intend to do? Weren't we supposed to avoid prying into each other's matters? Let us consider it in exchange. You answer one of my questions, and I'll answer one of yours." As Lin Feng busied himself polishing a military shovel, he replied without raising his head, "If I said I was specifically going to kill her, would you believe me?" Su was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling the decisive scene from the previous night when Lin Feng ruthlessly eliminated Zhou Zixiong and his companions. She inexplicably felt that Lin Feng was not jesting. Surprisingly, she found herself not averse to his actions, which left her somewhat astonished. Lin Feng looked at Su with a half-smile. "Do you not perceive me as cold-blooded and deranged?" Su initially nodded, then shook her head. "In any case, it has nothing to do with me, as long as you do not infringe upon my interests." Lin Feng immediately cast an appreciative glance her way. She was succinct. Devoid of moral grandstanding, obedient, and eager to learn. She assisted her teammates while prioritizing her own interests, demonstrating a remarkable tolerance for the behavior of others in the context of team dynamics. Su epitomized the ideal companion in a post-apocalyptic world. However, Lin Feng sensed a certain wariness in Su towards everyone, which, in a way, mirrored his own experiences upon returning from the apocalypse. Regrettably, they could not remain teammates indefinitely. Contemplating this, Lin Feng inquired, "You previously mentioned that you would leave our team. What is your intention?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of concern crossed Su's eyes. "I must find my mother." The word mother, both strange and familiar, rendered Lin Feng silent. Su noticed Lin Feng's discomfort. "Does this evoke painful memories for you? I truly envy you for still having a mother." Su hesitated. "Auntie, she." Lin Feng remained silent, for at that moment, any words would be futile. The deceased could never return to life. An awkward silence ensued between them. "I'm sorry," Su murmured softly. Suddenly, Lin Feng smiled and shifted the topic. "Let us not dwell on that. Tell me your mother's location, and I will help you figure it out." Su tightened her grip on her phone, her eyes filled with worry. "My mother is in Mei City." Upon hearing Mei City, Lin Feng's expression instantly froze. Chapter 40, Do Not Private Message. You have been blocked by me 72 hours after the arrival of the Death Crucible. A harbinger of death would descend upon each city. The strength of this harbinger would be directly proportional to the number of local survivors. Mei City, neighboring Haichang, boasted a larger population and a greater number of survivors. In the previous life, no extraordinary power emerged among the survivors of Mei City, resulting in their failure to vanquish the descending angel of death. Consequently, the entire city's survivors were ruthlessly slaughtered, leaving it a desolate wasteland. Lin Feng refrained from voicing this outcome, as it was too cruel. Moreover, given Su's character, she would undoubtedly be unwilling to turn a blind eye. "Is it true that Auntie is the driving force behind your continuous strength?" Su nodded. "Yes, I must rescue my mother." Suddenly, both of them heard a system prompt. The apocalyptic death crucible has been active for 4 hours, activating the equipment crafting system. Use commands to open-close the weapon crafting system and control related functions. In the equipment crafting system, players may freely create various types of equipment using gathered materials. Friendly reminder, 1. The level of primary mutated materials used in crafting will determine the level of the final equipment. The higher the level, the more formidable the equipment. 2. The equipment crafting system allows for further modification and enhancement of equipment at the cost of materials. 3. Occasionally, special effects may occur when certain unique materials are combined. Before this system announcement, many survivors were still deep in slumber. And some were even exchanging tales of how they had exploited mutated materials to obtain equipment and food from 2 foolish individuals. However, upon hearing the system's announcement, Those who had previously derided Lin Feng and Su Su as foolish dogs were left utterly astonished. Opening the equipment crafting system and their own survival spaces, they found themselves at a loss for words. Having finally encountered an opportunity for exchange, they had already exhausted all their mutated materials. Now, they could only stare blankly at the equipment crafting system. Looking down at the food and water acquired through mutated materials, they felt an overwhelming urge to bash their heads against a wall. Hey, I want to return this, give me back my mutated materials. Buddy, I want to discuss something with you. By the heavens, did this guy already know that mutated materials could be used to craft equipment? We've all been duped by him. The chat channel erupted in chaos, with many expressing a desire to berate Lin Feng. Yet, he remained unfazed. Curse away. Feel free, soon enough, you will be the one seeking my assistance. At that moment, Su Su also activated the equipment crafting system using the command. It was divided into two categories, crafting and enhancement. Opening the crafting section, it further categorized into weapons and armor. Within the weapon crafting section were dozens of level 0 weapons, including swords, hammers, bows, crossbows, and guns. The armor crafting section included equipment for the torso, gauntlets, helmets, leg guards, and boots, constituting a complete set of armor. Each item was accompanied by a specification of the materials required for its creation. Level 0 rib bones, Level 0 thigh bones, Level 0 zombie fangs, Level 0 claws. Upon seeing these materials, Su Su could not help but glance at Lin Feng. These materials are precisely what Lin Feng had previously emphasized for her to gather during transactions with others. It is almost as if he possesses the gift of foresight. However, before Lin Feng could inquire further, he erupted into a hearty laugh, so exuberant that he toppled from the sofa. Ah, ha, Su Su, did I not tell you? We bet correctly. Witnessing Lin Feng's exuberance, Su Su began to wonder if her concerns had been unwarranted. Perhaps it truly is Lin Feng's vast experience in this game. Apologies, Su Su. Lin Feng could not reveal the truth of his rebirth, he could only feign a little for Su Su's sake. At this moment, he commenced the meticulous crafting of equipment with remarkable proficiency. First, he focused on weapons. Name: bone crossbow materials required, 3 zombie ribs, 1 zombie femur, 1 zombie tendon. Name: crossbow bolt materials required, 1 shattered zombie bone. Name: bone short sword materials required, 2 zombie ribs, 5 shattered zombie bones. Name: bone dagger materials required, 2 zombie ribs, 3 shattered zombie bones. Without hesitation, Lin Feng crafted 9 bone crossbows, followed by 7 simple quivers and 2 expanded quivers. He reserved 2 bone crossbows for himself and planned to sell the remaining 7 at a premium. In the early stages, bows and crossbows are undeniably in high demand. Next, Lin Feng fashioned several bone short swords and bone daggers. Finally, he amalgamated various grade 0 bones to create 2 sets of bone armor for himself. Upon opening the level 1 weapon crafting interface, an item caught his eye. Name: hunter's blade materials required, 2 hunter's claws, 4 hunter's ribs, 6 sturdy bones, 1 mutated essence. Name: giant hound hammer materials required, 2 giant zombie dog femurs, 3 giant zombie dog skull bones, 10 giant zombie dog fangs, 10 mutated essences. Level 0 bone equipment is merely the foundational gear. When players possess rare materials within their survival space, equipment crafted from such materials will emerge. However, Lin Feng currently has everything but the level 1 mutated essence. This item may drop from any level 1 mutated creature, though the drop rate is exceedingly low. He could only hope for better luck in the future. As he donned the bone armor, Lin Feng felt the equipment adjust seamlessly to the contours of his body. The armor, crafted from grade 0 materials, proves capable of withstanding the bites of grade 0 zombies. Even if Lin Feng were to throw himself into a horde of grade 0 zombies, they would struggle to inflict damage upon him for a short duration. Nevertheless, should the accumulation of zombie attacks exceed a certain threshold, the bone armor would sustain damage as well. Once worn, the bone armor gradually became transparent and invisible. Aside from Lin Feng feeling the weight of the bones, others would not perceive any discernible difference. Meanwhile, Su Su, with slightly fewer mutated materials, also crafted a set of bone armor for herself, along with 2 expanded quivers. Additionally, she outfitted her hunting bow with a sight and equipped bone melee blades on both sides. At this moment, Su Su secured her hunting bow on her back. With 2 expanded quivers adorning her sides, and 2 bone daggers resting against the outer side of her thighs. Dozens of bone arrows and the 2 daggers were affixed to her waist, presenting the formidable image of a fierce huntress. Noticing Lin Feng's gaze upon her, Su Su playfully twirled around and asked, "How does my attire look?" "Nice," Lin Feng replied, giving a thumbs up. Su Su, with a smug smile, quipped, "Let me guess. Our formidable Captain Man Neo is planning to list the crafted weapons back on the remote trading platform to swindle some unsuspecting buyers, isn't he?" "Oh dear, Su Su. Your intelligence can be quite troublesome," Lin Feng chuckled, before proceeding to list 7 bone crossbows, 5 bone daggers, and 3 bone wolf teeth clubs. The melee weapons were priced at 30 energy shards, while the bone crossbows were listed at 50 energy shards. After completing the listings, he shouted in the chat channel, "Everyone, come take a look at the freshly minted weapons and gear, choose what you desire." Upon seeing Lin Feng's announcement, the already infuriated survivors felt their blood pressure rise. Particularly, Lin Feng had added a special note to each listed item: "Do not message me privately, I have blacklisted all of you." Chapter 41, Su Su is food. Lin Feng. If you possess any skill, do not let me catch you. Using materials we exchanged to craft equipment for deceitful profit is truly despicable. My friend, you are being rather unfair. Initially, a bag of biscuits netted me 3 zombie ribs, yet you resell them at such an exorbitant price. Let us unite to vehemently oppose the unscrupulous merchant Lin Feng. We must refrain from purchasing his wares. The chat channel was filled with uproar, expressing a collective desire to dismantle Lin Feng piece by piece. However, upon witnessing the presence of bone crossbows, silence enveloped the crowd. How could he possibly create ranged weaponry? The bone crossbow and bone bow were the only 2 ranged weapons available in the early stages, and the rarity of their vital component, zombie sinew, made them exceptionally valuable. Zombie sinew is among the least frequently dropped materials from all level 0 mutations, and few possessed any. Yet, Lin Feng had placed 7 on the shelf for sale. It remained a mystery how many he had reserved for himself. In an instant, those who had previously derided Lin Feng now felt as if they had swallowed live maggots. This was the ultimate ranged weapon from the Death Forge. Who would dare approach a zombie with a knife when they could shoot from a distance? Despite having just insulted Lin Feng and his ancestors, their predicament felt dire. Nonetheless, survival trumped pride, and once the bone crossbows were displayed, the sentiment in the chat shifted dramatically. "I knew Brother Feng wouldn't shortchange us. Brother Feng is eternal." Those who had just cursed Lin Feng now demanded his presence, threatening violence against anyone who had maligned him. "Brother Feng, could you perhaps sell me a bone crossbow at a discount? You are now my dear elder brother." Enough of the noise. The goods are here. If you lack the strength to claim them, remain silent. The earlier vitriol directed at Lin Feng evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming tide of praise. Su Su watched in disbelief as those who had once wished him ill now called him Brother Feng with fervor. This was reality. Pride was merely a fleeting concern when life was at stake. Lin Feng had already seen through this fade and casually raised the price of the bone crossbow to 75 energy shards. "You are quite wicked," Su Su chuckled. "Let us see if they still buy after the price hike." Indeed, the voices of those who had intended to haggle vanished, and the 7 bone crossbows were swiftly traded, even more rapidly than before. Su Su was left speechless. Yet, Lin Feng's smile waned. His price increase was not merely for the sake of amassing more energy shards. His true intention was to gauge how many small factions like Zhou Zishion's were lurking within a kilometer. The drop rate for energy shards was approximately 1/3. It was utterly unrealistic for an individual to gather 75 shards within 4 hours. Those capable of purchasing such equipment were undoubtedly organized groups specializing in zombie hunting. Moments later, Su Su came to a realization. It appeared that there were several capable factions nearby. Would they bring us trouble? Lin Feng approached the bedroom, releasing Zhao Lu. "Are you aware of how many groups similar to Zhou Zixiong are in the vicinity?" Zhao Lu remained silent, her gaze fixated on the remnants of the soup consumed by Lin Feng and Su Su, unable to resist the urge to lick her lips. "Tell me, and I shall grant you this." Lin Feng promptly produced 2 sticks of sausage. Zhao Lu's eyes brightened instantly as she tore open the packaging with her teeth and devoured them in a few swift bites. I noticed someone in the chat channel seeking partners to hunt zombies. There are 3, perhaps 4. However, I am unaware of their exact locations. Yet, there should be none in our community. This is no longer your concern. With that, Lin Feng seized Zhao Lu and tossed her back into the bedroom, securing the door. Yet he generously offered her half a pack of biscuits. Zhao Lu expressed her gratitude with surprise. Lin Feng called to Su Su, "Let us rest. We shall set out in 2 hours." "All right." Fatigue washed over them, and within moments, only the gentle sound of their breathing remained. However, nearly half an hour into slumber, Lin Feng was abruptly jolted awake, drenched in sweat. He sat up on the sofa, breathing heavily, his heart pounding like a hammer. An ominous sensation surged within him, as if an alarm was ringing in his consciousness. A crisis was approaching swiftly, yet its source eluded him. At that moment, a dreadful tremor enveloped Lin Feng's body. Hunger level has reached 50. Hunting protocol activated. Your body is experiencing hunger. You must satiate it. A searing pain coursed through him, as if every cell in his body was wailing in agony, a tearing suffering radiating from his chest. It felt as if something was attempting to rupture his ribcage and break free. In his torment, Lin Feng was filled with rage and fear. For this was the very spot where, in his past life, he had been pierced by an unknown mutated entity. Yet now, he was powerless against the overwhelming pain, which threatened to render him unconscious. The voice in his mind continued its chilling broadcast. "Warning, infection level is rising, 4. 4, 5. 4, 7. Your body has sensed hunger, please consume food promptly, or the infection will escalate at an accelerated rate. Please consume food quickly. Please consume food quickly. Please consume food quickly." A terrifying hunger engulfed Lin Feng, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Consume food, what food? In his agony, Lin Feng struggled to retrieve chocolate and biscuits from his survival space, tearing open the packaging haphazardly and stuffing them into his mouth, chewing and swallowing with great difficulty. However, the food provided no relief for his hunger, the infection level continued to rise, and the sensation of hunger grew increasingly pronounced. It was as if a famished individual yearned for a sumptuous feast to rescue him from despair. Yet, something even more bizarre occurred. Lin Feng suddenly felt a wave of itchiness spreading across the back of his hand. He hastily removed his blood-stained gloves, revealing inflamed skin resembling psoriasis on the back of his hand. Soon, the swollen skin transformed to a grayish-white hue, beginning to mutate. Indeed, it was mutation. This mutation continues to spread at a visibly alarming rate. Lin Feng feels an itch that creeps from his arms to his neck, chest, back, and eventually envelopes his entire body. The sensation transforms from mere itchiness into excruciating pain. Warning, infection level has surpassed 10, indicating a mild infection. If sustenance is not consumed soon, the host's body will continue to mutate. A chilling announcement echoes in his mind, leaving Lin Feng feeling utterly powerless. At this moment, the gnawing hunger renders him weak, akin to a parched fish incapable of movement. How infuriating. Is this the work of the primordial mutant infection? What is it that I am supposed to consume? As Lin Feng's consciousness began to blur, he caught sight of Su Su sleeping on the sofa. The delicate, exposed skin of her neck in slumber suddenly awakened an overwhelming sense of sweetness within him. In an instant, the horrifying urge to feed seemed to find its target. Every cell in his body screamed to devour the sight before him. The sustenance needed to alleviate his hunger. Is it truly human? Lin Feng felt a mix of shock and rage, yet at this moment, his body had nearly slipped beyond his control. He yearned to crawl over, to sink his teeth into Su Su's neck and savor the sweet blood and flesh within. Chapter 42, Awakening of the Native Aberration. Is this the end? Will I ultimately fail to acquire the immunity serum? Yet, Lin Feng clenched his fists with determination. He recalled that Su Su still needed to find her mother. In a sense, Lin Feng felt a kinship with Su Su, as both were children with only their mothers. He could not bear the thought of causing Su Su's demise before his own death. Even if he were to transform into a monster, at the very least, he wished to spare her from this fate. With great effort, Lin Feng managed to rise, quietly opening the door to leave the apartment. Stumbling out of the community gate, he collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, his consciousness as a human blurred to the utmost. He was dying. This was the last remnant of Lin Feng's awareness. Suddenly, an alluring scent wafted into his nostrils, the intense stimulation causing Lin Feng to snap his eyes open. His eyes were bloodshot, and his primal instinct to hunt propelled him forward towards the source of the fragrance. A voice echoed in his mind, "Consume it, and you shall live." At that moment, a massive figure was also charging towards Lin Feng. Standing over 2 meters tall, its gigantic claws dragged behind it, capable of crushing a car with a single hand. Name: Savage Claw Pursuer. Identity: Aberration Strength, 29 Agility, 13 Constitution, 26 Perception, 18 Mutation Level, LV1, Secondary Mutant. Description: a grotesque form resulting from human infection by zombies. Undergoing abnormal genetic mutations. After a secondary mutation, it possesses far greater strength than ordinary pursuers. No one can survive beneath its massive claws. Had it truly followed him all the way from Ocean City University? The tattered uniform of Ocean City University on the creature instantly made Lin Feng aware of its identity. However, this was good. Eating it was far more palatable than consuming a human. At this moment, Lin Feng was merely a predator driven to the brink of starvation. All thoughts of physical disparity and the revulsion of devouring a mutant had vanished from his mind. The savage claw pursuer before him was merely food. A beacon of hope for survival. Even if a single strike from the creature could easily obliterate him, he had to live. Come on, meet your end. Lin Feng drew out the military shovel from his survival space, its sharp blade glinting ominously. In his swift charge, it resembled a streak of light piercing through the night. A level 0 weapon would be ineffective against this foe, only a level 1 weapon stood a chance of breaching its defenses. The savage claw pursuer, sensing Lin Feng's presence, immediately sprinted towards him. It had tracked Lin Feng's scent from the library, the aroma far surpassing that of human flesh, a siren's call that compelled it relentlessly forward. Roar! As it reached Lin Feng, the creature raised its colossal claw, aiming to strike him down. Dark clouds loomed overhead. All the humans it encountered along the way were mercilessly crushed into pulp. Yet, Lin Feng was not like those ordinary individuals. At the instant the claw descended, Lin Feng instinctively rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the strike as the claw thundered down, shattering the concrete beneath it. As Lin Feng pivoted, he swung his military shovel, striking the knee of the ferocious claw pursuer with a resounding crack. Instantly, a gash erupted on the outer side of the knee, dark blood splattering forth. However, before Lin Feng could deliver a follow-up strike, a shadow loomed overhead, prompting him to instinctively leap backward. A deafening roar ensued as the ground beneath him shattered like tofu from the descending claws, debris and dust flying in all directions. With his arms crossed, Lin Feng activated his hidden bone armor, deflecting the falling stones upon impact. The ferocious claw pursuer, in a fit of rage, swung its claws, sending a gust that dispersed the dust. Yet, taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Feng maneuvered to the side of the pursuer, raising his military shovel to cleave it in two. Just in time, the pursuer retracted its massive right hand, using its back like a shield to block the shovel. The force of Lin Feng's strike reverberated through the pursuer's hand, nearly causing him to lose grip of the shovel. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng stepped onto the palm and propelled himself backward. Roaring with fury, the ferocious claw pursuer suddenly seized a nearby compact car and hurled it towards Lin Feng. Upon landing, Lin Feng urgently rolled to the side as the car soared overhead, crashing into another truck's container behind him, embedding the front end entirely within. Had he been struck, even with his bone armor, it would have spelled his demise. As he retreated, Lin Feng utilized the surrounding wrecked vehicles for cover, striking the pursuer when the opportunity arose. The military shovel repeatedly carved wounds into the pursuer's tough hide. Nevertheless, the pursuer, indifferent to the injuries, continued its relentless assault, crushing and tossing every vehicle in its path. This could not continue. The wounds on the rugged body of the ferocious claw pursuer were merely an annoyance, and a single blow from it could render Lin Feng completely incapacitated. In less than 10 minutes, the battlefield lay in utter ruin. Yet, what heightened his anxiety were the chilling system alerts echoing in his ears. Warning, hunger level has reached 87, approaching critical point. Please consume food promptly. Warning, hunger level has reached 93, approaching critical point. Please consume food promptly. Warning, hunger level has reached 95, approaching critical point. Please consume food promptly. The escalating warnings, coupled with the agonizing pain coursing through his body, nearly caused Lin Feng to lose consciousness. He realized time was not on his side. He had to end the fight. Life and death hung by a thread. Suddenly, Lin Feng pulled out several bottles of mineral water and hurled them at the ferocious claw pursuer. The pursuer swatted the bottles with a single hand, shredding them to pieces and splattering gasoline across itself. Concurrently, Lin Feng ignited a book with a lighter and hurled it at the pursuer. Boom! The gasoline ignited instantaneously, engulfing half of the ferocious claw pursuer in flames. The inferno sent the pursuer into a frenzy, as it smashed and wrecked everything around it, rolling on the ground in a desperate attempt to extinguish the fire. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng swiftly circled around to the rear of the pursuer. To vanquish the ferocious claw pursuer, a decisive blow was imperative. The brain! Lin Feng leaped high, gripping the military shovel with both hands, and with all his might. He brought it down in a fierce strike. Die! Yet in the final moment, the predatory instincts of the fear claw hunter sensed impending danger, and it veered its head. The military-grade shovel descended violently upon the side of the fear claw hunter's visage, cleaving off half of its face along with its ear, before forcefully embedding itself into the muscle of its shoulder. A tremendous force emanated from the military shovel, which was unexpectedly ensnared by the powerful contracting mutated muscle. In that fleeting instant of delay, a shadow surged towards Lin Feng, compelling him to instinctively relinquish the shovel and cross his arms defensively before him. A thunderous boom reverberated through Lin Feng's body. Before the fear claw hunter, ordinary level 0 zombies were mere debris, easily crushed with bare hands. Their skeletal armor, fashioned from bone, was nothing more than fragile exoskeleton. With a resounding crash, the bony armor was shattered by the sharp claws, and the overwhelming impact surged into Lin Feng's body. The excruciating agony of fractures coursed through him as he was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, colliding with the rear of a sedan. The sound of the crash was deafening as Lin Feng was nearly embedded into the dented car door. The onslaught of pain made him feel as though his body was disintegrating inch by inch. His arm was grotesquely twisted at an unnatural angle, and his sternum caved inward, almost compressing his lungs and heart. Such injuries would have claimed the life of an ordinary person on the spot. Although Lin Feng did not lose consciousness, he found himself too feeble to move, helplessly watching as the fear claw hunter drew nearer. Saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth, revealing the predator's sinister grin as its raised claws descended. Though Lin Feng had switched to a second set of bony armor from his survival space, it was futile against the fear claw hunter. It could not preserve his life. Was this truly the end? The shadow above him loomed larger, and Lin Feng managed a wretched smile. Just then, a chilling voice echoed in his ears. Hunger has reached critical levels, internal program activated, entering active hunting mode. Primitive aberration, awaken. Chapter 43, He. Arisen from the abyss, a strange force erupted from Lin Feng's body. In an instant, his consciousness was engulfed by an overwhelming desire to consume. In the face of this primal urge, his human awareness seemed as insignificant as that of an ant. All systems activated and completed in the blink of an eye. The sound of claws crashing down echoed thunderously, as the car was utterly obliterated. Yet, the sinister grin on the face of the claw hunter suddenly froze. For in that fleeting moment, Lin Feng executed an extraordinarily bizarre maneuver, evading the fatal strike. The claw hunter turned in horror, realizing that Lin Feng had mysteriously appeared behind him. However, Lin Feng at this moment was utterly transformed from his former self. His body contorted grotesquely as he stood, two severed arms dangling at his sides, his entire being racked with wild spasms, reminiscent of those who had succumbed to zombification in the face of an apocalypse. His facial features twisted violently together from the intense convulsions. In the next instant, Lin Feng's body convulsed sharply, an eerie cracking sound emanating from within as the broken limbs began to spasm and fold at unnatural angles. Bones regenerated, muscles restructured, and the shattered, contorted hands along with the sunken sternum rapidly restored to their original state. The powerful thump of his heart resonated like a hammer, audible even through his chest. Thud, thud. Thud. Lin Feng's human pupils morphed into a bloody hue as he suddenly sprawled on the ground, his arched back resembling a humanoid spider poised to pounce. A chilling voice from the system echoed in his ears. Infection level has reached 20, bodily repair complete, native aberration has awakened, and the active hunt may commence. Food. Lin Feng let out a furious roar, his voice now transformed into a chilling wail reminiscent of a zombie's cry. An unprecedented sense of oppression surged forth from his diminutive form, enveloping the surroundings. The claw hunter, surprisingly, took a rare step back, its roar tinged with an unfamiliar fear. Akin to how a level 0 zombie would react in its presence. It was the terror of facing a superior predator. Yet, in the next moment, that fear was consumed by its instinct to hunt. He was the claw hunter, the apex predator of the nearby food chain, nothing could perceive him as prey. Roar! The claw hunter unleashed a furious howl, charging violently at Lin Feng. Simultaneously, Lin Feng surged forward, using all fours like a spider launching itself at the claw hunter. The claw hunter's claws swept across, but Lin Feng sprang into the air, soaring over the claws, executing an agile roll before landing on the back of the clawed hand, launching himself directly at the claw hunter. In the astonished gaze of the claw hunter, Lin Feng's swift fist struck the side of its head. Thud! The powerful blow connected with the temple, causing the claw hunter to stagger. Yet, Lin Feng's fist felt as though it had struck a steel plate. The bones in his fingers cracking under the immense strain. The claw hunter twisted its body to grasp Lin Feng, who deftly jumped aside, only to once again dart towards the claw hunter upon landing. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, with Lin Feng's movements defying the typical human mode. Agile, bizarre, contorted. He executed terrifying attacks that violated the very laws of human physiology. Lin Feng lunged at the claw hunter with an almost frenzied determination, his focus solely on the creature's head. His fists descended like a torrential storm upon the claw hunter, as if he aimed to shatter its hardened shell. Blood erupted from his fingers, the excruciating pain coursing through his knuckles causing his arm muscles to reflexively convulse. Yet, Lin Feng remained oblivious to the agony. Consumed by a singular thought, hunt! 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 Slay this beast and feast upon it! The claw hunter, driven into a frenzy by Lin Feng's audacious assault, repeatedly attempted to swat him down with its lethal claws. However, Lin Feng's primal reflexes allowed him to narrowly evade each deadly strike. Suddenly, he leapt onto the claw hunter's back, raising his fists once more to deliver a vicious blow to its skull. Thud! 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 His formidable punches collided with the creature's temple, and with a resounding crack, a fissure appeared in the bone. A bloodthirsty ecstasy surged in Lin Feng's crimson eyes. But before he could lift his fist again, the claw hunter retaliated with a powerful swipe, sending him flying. The ground shook with a deafening roar, accompanied by the sound of bones fracturing like a rapid-fire barrage. Overwhelming pain struck as Lin Feng crashed to the ground, only to rebound violently backward. His ribs shattered, his arms broken, and this time, even his spine was fractured, contorting his body at a grotesque angle. He lay on the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Feng convulsed violently once more, the sound of grinding bones resonating as his spine reconnected, his fractured arms twisted back into place, and his severed thigh restored. Infection level increased to 30, bodily damage fully repaired. Detected the absence of offensive organs necessary to kill prey, adjustments underway. Target identified, commencing scan. Simulating biological weapon. With his body contorted, Lin Feng suddenly raised his head, his icy gaze locking onto the claw hunter. His right hand trembled violently. And with a tearing sound, his sleeve burst open, revealing a completely mutated right hand. The mutated muscle had thickened and expanded, nails sharpened to perfection, resembling those of the claw hunter, albeit in a smaller size. The mutated flesh crawled like a grotesque worm up to Lin Feng's neck, finally coming to rest. At this moment, his entire right arm and shoulder had transformed entirely to mirror that of the claw hunter. Chilling system notifications echoed in his ears. Infection level reached 43. Right hand mutated into claw hunter form. Active predation can continue. Lin Feng rose once more. At that moment, he resembled a predator from the depths of hell. In the living room, Su awoke abruptly from her slumber on the sofa. Her heart raced, cold sweat beading on her brow, as if something crucial was slipping away from her grasp. The first thing she noticed was Lin Feng's absence. All that remained was a bone crossbow lying on the floor. and Susu vividly recalled Lin Feng playing with it before he fell asleep. The item was still there, but the man was nowhere to be found. Lin Feng? Lin Feng, where have you gone? Susu immediately turned over, scrambling to search for him. However, there was no trace of Lin Feng in the bedroom, the bathroom, or the kitchen. Bang! Ah! Susu kicked open Zhao Lu's bedroom door, startling her. What are you doing? Where is Lin Feng? Speak! Susu's voice carried a heavy warning, and her gaze instilled an involuntary fear in Zhao Lu. I haven't seen him, he wasn't here last night. Just then, Susu noticed the front door. The door, which had been securely locked, was now simply closed. Had Lin Feng gone out? Susu was taken aback. Suddenly, an enormous crash echoed from outside, reminiscent of two speeding sports cars colliding. Instinctively, Susu dashed to the window, but the view was obstructed by another building, preventing her from seeing what had transpired outside the community. It must be Lin Feng, something has happened to him. A fierce determination ignited in Susu's eyes as she turned and rushed out the door, leaving Zhao Lu with a stern warning, "Stay here while I check outside. If you dare to make any moves, I will not spare you upon my return." Where are you going? Zhao Lu's words were cut short as she witnessed Susu bolt out the door like a protective mother leopard. Faced with the empty room and the ajar door, an overwhelming sense of fear surged within her. Then, she spotted the bone crossbow that Lin Feng had left on the sofa. Instinctively, she grabbed the weapon, donned her coat, and rushed out the door, calling after Susu, "Wait for me. I'm coming with you." Chapter 44, The Death of Lin Feng. The entire process of restoration. Scanning, an infection transpired in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng re-entered the fray, now more formidable than before. Witnessing Lin Feng's current form, even the fearsome claw pursuer was momentarily taken aback, its prior terror resurfacing in its eyes. It was utterly baffled as to how this diminutive creature had transformed into such a formidable entity. Those insignificant ants could be squashed with a mere swipe. Yet this creature persistently launched attacks, manifesting claws akin to its own. Who, indeed, was the true monster? With a chilling roar that bespoke of humanity's last vestiges, Lin Feng surged forth, a streak of light aiming for the fearsome claw pursuer. The beast swung its claws in an attempt to crush Lin Feng, but he suddenly contracted his body, evading the lethal swipe. In an instant, his clawed right hand reached for the abdomen of the fearsome claw pursuer. Dragon Ascension Strike! A sickening sound echoed as 5 jagged claw marks appeared from its abdomen to its chest, Lin Feng's claws having rent open its body, revealing stark white bones beneath. Blood gushed forth, and its innards lay in ruin. As Lin Feng dashed past, his claws dug into the ground, leaving 5 deep furrows while his body rapidly pivoted, delivering another vicious strike aimed at the pursuer's lower back. Crack! Once more, the fearsome claw pursuer had swaths of flesh torn asunder. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Lin Feng, now frenzied, accelerated further, while the frigid voice of the system incessantly warned him. Infection is expanding, immediate nourishment required. Continuing to simulate biological weapon system. Infection level at 64, left hand mutated into fearsome claw pursuer form. With a sharp sound, Lin Feng's left hand morphed into a colossal claw, and armed with dual claws, he became a whirlwind of lethality, darting around the fearsome claw pursuer, leaving trails of crimson behind. The beast attempted to defend itself with its broad claws but failed to keep pace with Lin Feng's agility. Elbows, shoulders, back, knees wounds tore open, exposing ruptured innards and stark bones, the blood pooling beneath them like a river. In an instant, the entire body of the fearsome claw pursuer was marred with claw marks. Simultaneously, Lin Feng's infection worsened, rapidly spreading from his shoulders to other parts of his body, transforming him into a terrifying amalgamation of man and beast. As the battle waged, the infection surged. Infection intensifying, level at 69, please consume nourishment promptly to prevent further escalation. Infection intensifying, level at 75. Infection intensifying, level at 82. The chilling announcements propelled Lin Feng into a frenzy of speed. Suddenly, he leapt onto the back of the fearsome claw pursuer, his claws savagely rending its back, exposing its ivory spine. Roar! In a sudden turn of events, the fearsome claw pursuer swatted Lin Feng away and, astonishingly, turned to flee. Its body was a patchwork of wounds, even its chest cavity had been excavated, revealing shattered ribs. Its arms were nearly torn from their shoulders. The terror of the fearsome claw hunter, as prey, was once again awakened. He was afraid, fearful of being consumed by Lin Feng. Yet, fleeing before Lin Feng would only hasten his demise. Suddenly, Lin Feng leaped onto the back of the fearsome claw hunter from behind. With a sweeping motion of his right hand, the kneecap was instantly crushed. A second sweep with his left hand sliced through the lumbar vertebrae with razor-sharp claws. Subsequently, Lin Feng raised his right paw high, launching it like a cannonball towards the hunter's vulnerable back. A thunderous crack echoed as flesh was torn apart. The sharp claws shattered the spine, piercing through the hunter's chest, leaving him dangling from Lin Feng's arm. Blood sprayed into the sky, creating a rain of gore. The fearsome claw hunter roared, yet he did not perish, desperately attempting to struggle. Lin Feng, however, plunged his left hand deep into the wound on the hunter's back. Then, with a violent tear, he ripped apart the hunter's body. In a torrent of blood, the fearsome claw hunter was torn asunder. Lin Feng's elevated claws then struck toward the exposed back of the hunter's head. With a sickening crunch, 5 razor-sharp claws penetrated the skull, splitting it open to reveal a mass of gore within. Standing amidst the carnage, Lin Feng was drenched in dark blood, his face stained and his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty crimson. Only the predator's insatiable thirst for blood and madness remained. At this moment, the infection had spread throughout his body. Lin Feng had nearly transformed entirely into the fearsome claw hunter, with only his head and a portion of his torso retaining any semblance of humanity. Roaring, Lin Feng perched atop the towering corpse of the fearsome claw hunter, arms outstretched in a defiant howl toward the heavens. His terrifying roar reverberated in all directions, overshadowing the cries of the surrounding zombies. In this moment, Lin Feng embodied the demon of the death furnace. Player has successfully killed level 1 mutant, fearsome claw hunter. Infection level reaches 80. 80. A piercing pain erupted from the center of Lin Feng's chest as several bloodied tendrils suddenly emerged, shooting towards the fallen corpse of the fearsome claw hunter. The tendrils pierced into the body, and the hunter began to shrivel at a visible rate. Pure energy surged into Lin Feng's being, causing his mutated tissues to visibly recede. At last, he regained his human form. After finishing the consumption, Lin Feng abruptly closed his eyes and collapsed to the ground. The cold voice of the system echoed in his ears. Feeding completed, infection terminated. Repeating, feeding completed, infection terminated. Hunger level restored to initial state. Infection level restored to initial state. Active predation program deactivated, lying in wait, lying in wait. Su rushed to the entrance of the neighborhood, catching sight of a street in disarray. Numerous zombies, drawn by the commotion of battle, were shrieking and charging towards the source of the conflict, over 30 in total. Damn it! Lin Feng, what have you done? Su felt an overwhelming urgency, accelerating forward, grasping her hunting bow that she had slung over her shoulder. At this moment, she was a predator stalking swiftly through the shadows. As she entered the range, Su released an arrow with lightning speed. Enhanced by her sighting apparatus, the arrow effortlessly pierced the skull of a zombie. The impact effect immediately sent the decaying body flying. The howls of the undead behind her caused them to turn towards Su. "What are you staring at?" she exclaimed, drawing another arrow and once again penetrating the head of a foe. The bone arrow, far more potent than the standard arrows provided by her equipment, left no zombie capable of withstanding her strike. However, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, and as Su charged forward, a close-quarters confrontation became inevitable. "Come on." Su sheathed her bow and swiftly drew 2 bone daggers from her thigh. With a sweeping slash, crack! The heads of 2 zombies flew off, thudding to the ground as their headless bodies crumpled beside her. The formidable physique of a level 1 evolver rendered these zombies utterly incapable of matching Su's movements. She darted through the horde, her bone daggers becoming blurs of cold light, reaping the zombies in her path. Yet, the tide of zombies only grew denser, and the frenzied Su felt a rising urgency. Lin Feng, you must not come to harm, you must not." She quickened her pace, finally reaching the heart of the battlefield. But what she beheld shattered her composure. A group of several zombies knelt together, gnawing on something at the center. Beneath one of the zombies lay a limp arm, twitching as it was consumed. In that instant, Susu felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. For that arm belonged to Lin Feng. Chapter 45, Susu's outburst. No. Lin Feng, how could you possibly be dead? It's not true. Susu murmured, her body suddenly trembling uncontrollably. Just 2 hours ago, they had been sharing laughter, reveling in their cleverness at deceiving the other survivors. How could everything have changed in the blink of an eye? Suddenly, Susu's gaze fell upon the lifeless body beside Lin Feng. Though emaciated, the distinctive large claws and remnants of the Haicheng University uniform were unmistakable. The fearsome claw hunter had actually tracked them from the university to this place. To follow them for 7 or 8 kilometers from the school, it would undoubtedly have been spotted hiding among the residential buildings. If the claw hunter had launched a surprise attack in the dead of night, none of them would have survived. Lin Feng must have sensed the impending danger and had secretly attempted to lure the claw hunter away to protect her. Not realizing he would be forced into a deadly confrontation here, leading to their mutual demise. Susu gritted her teeth, yet could not quell the trembling of her body. Tears rolling down her cheeks uncontrollably. Memories of her encounters with Lin Feng flooded her mind. The first meeting on the playground during their shared tribulations. The verbal sparring during remote transactions, the warmth of sharing a hot pot, fighting their way out of campus, battling hordes of the undead in the community. Everything was so vividly clear. Although they had known each other for mere hours, to Susu, it felt as if they had been steadfast comrades for years. Trust had only just begun to blossom between them, yet it had withered in an instant. In a sudden frenzy, Susu charged towards the group of zombies gnawing on Lin Feng, yanking one of the creatures by the shoulder and pulling it away. Get away! Just get away from me! All of you, get away! Susu furiously tore the zombies apart, but they turned and lunged at her. The grotesque faces ignited her rage. Then die! 2 bone daggers blossomed in her hands, their sharp glimmers like silver fangs in the night. Zombies continued to rush towards her. Yet Susu tirelessly swung her bone daggers. The blades pierced through the heads of the zombies as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. The foul black blood splattering across her face, hair, and clothes, staining them a dark crimson. Suddenly, one zombie lunged at her from behind, its sharp teeth sinking into the back of her neck. But with a crack, its fangs were halted just an inch from her flesh by an invisible barrier, her bone armor. Get off! Get away! Get back! With a swift elbow strike, Susu smashed into the zombie's face, reducing its features to a bloody mess as it staggered to the ground. Drenched in blood, Susu pressed on, her mind consumed by a singular thought: kill! Annihilate these vile monsters and avenge Lin Feng. As she turned to strike again, her blade met only air. Upon regaining her composure, she realized no more zombies were advancing towards her. She had single-handedly slain over 50 of them. Black blood stained the streets, and severed heads lay scattered everywhere. Susu stood alone on the street, her bony short blades dripping dark blood. At that moment, there was no joy in her heart, instead. A profound sorrow surged as she gazed down at Lin Feng's lifeless body. Yet, in the next instant, she was taken aback by the sight before her. Lin Feng lay on the ground, seemingly unscathed, his chest suddenly rising and falling with each breath. What is happening? Susu quickly knelt beside Lin Feng to examine him, her fingers brushing against a layer of hard, cracked armor. The bony armor shielded Lin Feng, deflecting the bites of the zombies, but it had now reached its limit. Had she arrived 2 minutes later, the armor would have completely crumbled. Susu pressed her ear against Lin Feng's chest. Thump, thump, thump. For the first time, the muffled sound of his heartbeat resonated in her ears. And it was profoundly beautiful. In an instant, sorrow transformed into elation, and Susu plopped down on the ground, unable to contain her laughter. Ha ha ha, Manyo. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Overwhelmed with joy, she alternately laughed and cried, playfully punching Lin Feng's shoulder twice. Then, she stood up, shouldered Lin Feng, and turned to walk towards the community. Come on, I'll take you back. Once you wake up, we'll head to the Mariana Hotel to settle the score with your ex-girlfriend. So don't you dare die. Or don't expect me to seek out Lu Yanxi on your behalf. Susu murmured, a smile lingering on her lips. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding struck her heart. And she heard the shuffling footsteps of zombies approaching from behind. Are there still some left? Susu swiftly turned, drawing her bony short blade, but was abruptly interrupted by a piercing scream slicing through the air from her side. Thud! The zombie that lunged at Susu was pierced through the brain by an arrow from behind, collapsing to the ground and revealing the trembling figure of Zhao Lu nearby. I hit it. Zhao Lu, clutching Lin Feng's bony crossbow, was so nervous she was shaking, having forgotten she could approach to collect the corpse. Susu breathed a sigh of relief, her gaze softening as she looked at Zhao Lu. Remember, you killed the zombie, so you get to collect it. Is that so? Zhao Lu finally realized, cautiously maneuvering around the hacked-up corpse to reach the front. After collecting, Zhao Lu's face lit up with joy, but suddenly recalling something, she hurriedly offered the bony crossbow with both hands. I'm not trying to steal your things. I just wanted to borrow a weapon to help you. Susu rolled her eyes. All right, help me get him back, he is quite heavy. Oh, okay. Just as Zhao Lu was about to lend a hand, her face turned crimson. He is not wearing any clothes. Susu froze, turning to look. And her own face flushed red. For some unknown reason, Lin Feng's clothing had completely disintegrated, leaving him entirely bare. In her recent whirlwind of emotions, she had only just now realized, and the sight of Lin Feng's muscular form filled her with a sudden heat on her cheeks. Zhao Lu's face flushed a deep crimson, yet she could not resist the urge to cast a furtive glance downward, murmuring, quite a remarkable talent. Coincidentally, this sound reached Susu's ears, causing her complexion to blossom into a vivid scarlet as she shot a glare at Zhao Lu. Stop staring. Help me get him back. Lin Feng sensed he had been ensnared in an interminable dream. Exhaustion enveloped him, with every fiber of his being lamenting in despair. He was weary, yearning to succumb to slumber indefinitely. Yet, an incessant voice reverberated in his ear, indistinct but persistent enough to prevent his lingering consciousness from dissipating entirely. After lingering in this state for what felt like an eternity, the voice gradually sharpened into clarity. Lin Feng, awaken. Do not sleep any longer. If you do, we shall miss our chance to reach the Mariana Grand Hotel. If you do not rouse yourself, I shall truly abandon you here, do you hear me? Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes fluttered open, greeted by a piercing scream. Lin Feng, you are finally awake. The jubilant exclamation enveloped him, and he soon felt a soft, warm presence leap into his embrace. The intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, prompting Lin Feng to lower his gaze. It was Susu. Raising his eyes, he spotted Zhao Lu standing nearby, her face adorned with surprise. They were now in Zhou Zixiong's apartment. Was I not pursued and slain by the fearsome claw? Lin Feng pondered, his mind swirling in confusion. He could only recall being struck by the fearsome claw, his bones shattered, awaiting death. The events that followed remained a complete blank in his memory. Chapter 46, Neither of you is to be spared. Suddenly, Susu wriggled free from Lin Feng's embrace. Her delicate face tinged with a blush as she glared at him, questioning, Fool, I thought you were dead. In the middle of the night, I heard the sounds of battle outside and, upon discovering your absence, ventured out to find you. I found you lying on the street outside the community, right beside the corpse of that fearsome claw hunter, with countless zombies eager to devour you. It took all of Zhao Lu and me to bring you back. Although she was puzzled as to why Lin Feng hadn't called for her assistance, the sudden feeling of being protected filled her heart with warmth. Beside her, Zhao Lu also felt her ears grow warm. Upon seeing Lin Feng for the first time, his sculpted physique evoked an impulse within her to leap into his arms. Hearing Susu speak of the claw hunter's terror deepened her admiration for Lin Feng, and her gaze towards him brimmed with ambiguity. Such a man could undoubtedly be deemed the ideal partner in a post-apocalyptic world. What on earth transpired? How did you discover that the claw hunter was stalking us? This was Susu's greatest curiosity. I don't quite know how to explain it, the outcome is simply as it is, Lin Feng replied, rubbing his temples, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. He opened his survival space. Claws of the Claw Hunter 2, Ribs of the Claw Hunter 3, Fangs of the Claw Hunter 3. Sturdy Bones 5. Everything that could be harvested from the Claw Hunter was here, confirming that Lin Feng had indeed vanquished the creature. However, The absence of any crafted equipment or even a level 1 mutated essence felt like an affront. Lin Feng was left speechless. Logically, after undergoing a second mutation, the probability of obtaining a level 1 mutated essence should have been several times greater than that of an ordinary level 1 mutant, yet he had received nothing. Lin Feng felt as though his mental state was on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, a chaotic flood of memories surged into Lin Feng's mind, filling in the blanks of his recollection. Infection spread, his body healed, and the thirst for blood surged within him. Ultimately, he had mutated, manifesting claws that allowed him to rip apart and consume the claw hunter with his bare hands. Every image crashed into Lin Feng's consciousness, particularly the sensation of consumption, so vivid that it sent a chill down his throat. Stunned, Lin Feng stood frozen. Had he truly mutated and defeated the claw hunter on his own? In the end, he had devoured the entire creature. Ugh! Lin Feng suddenly turned away, retching. At that moment, the hunger that had previously enveloped him had masked his true feelings. But now all the revulsion surged forth like a post-traumatic response. Susu quickly patted his back while Zhao Lu rushed to fetch warm water. Gulping down a sip of hot water, Lin Feng finally managed to quell the nausea that had risen within him. Meeting the concerned gazes of the two women, he waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine." Forcing down the unease within, he opened his personal profile. Name, Lin Feng. Identity, Doomsday Player. Gender, male. Strength, 21. Agility, 17. Constitution, 23. Perception, 17. Evolution level, LV1. Talent, Omni gene type, balanced growth of 4 attributes. Status, infected, original alien species, infection level, 0. 1. Hunger level, 0. 1. Lin Feng was suddenly taken aback. Both the infection level and hunger level had inexplicably returned to their initial point of 0. 1. Although the crisis had been temporarily averted, it had not vanished. They lurked within him like dormant demons, poised to reawaken at any moment. Moreover, this time, prior to reaching 100 infection, he had devoured the Fear Claw Hunter. If he failed to feed successfully in the future, would Lin Feng inevitably transform into a monster, forever severed from his humanity? He calculated based on his previous experience, the hunger level had escalated from 0.1 to 50 in merely a few hours, during which he had been overwhelmed by an uncontrollable urge to devour Susu. This suggested that he would need to hunt periodically henceforth. It was imperative to locate an immunity serum for a permanent solution. At that moment, a chilling notification echoed in Lin Feng's ears. Awakening program activated. Successfully devoured level 1 mutant, Fear Claw Hunter. Gene data fusion complete. Awakened first combat form, Fear Claw Hunter. Can be activated or deactivated via command. Activating combat form will transform you into the Fear Claw Hunter form, but the hunger sensation will continuously escalate post-awakening. And the greater the infection level, the faster the hunger will intensify. Upon hearing this notification, Lin Feng was left in utter disbelief. He swallowed hard and turned toward his bedroom. He needed to understand what was happening. Susu and Zhao Lu did not ponder much either. After locking the door, Lin Feng gazed at his right hand and mentally uttered, "Awaken first combat form." Suddenly, a searing pain shot through his right hand, followed by a loud rip as the sleeve of his right arm shattered, transforming into the claws of the Fear Claw Hunter. The sharp nails, like bone spikes, emanated an aura of boundless ferocity and dread. At that moment, Lin Feng felt that even a casual grip of his right hand possessed terrifying destructive power. His status as a level 1 evolver endowed these claws with a strength and sharpness equivalent to a level 1 weapon. Moreover, as his evolution level increased, the enhancement of his physical strength would further augment his biological weaponry. This was truly astonishing. Lin Feng stared at his claws, his face a mask of astonishment. The ability to enhance 4 fundamental attributes and acquire various mutated biological weapons through gene fusion would undoubtedly become Lin Feng's unparalleled trump card. However, he did not become enamored with his newfound power. Instead, he immediately turned his attention back to his status. After activating the first combat form, the infection level stabilized at 25, yet the hunger level had also risen to 0.2. Lin Feng hurriedly commanded the deactivation of the combat form. Instantly, his right hand reverted to its original state, the infection level returning to 0.1, while the hunger level remained at 0.2. Although the combat form is formidable, it is akin to perpetually approaching the threshold of infection. It must not be employed unless absolutely necessary. Lin Feng continually reminds himself of this. Yet he cannot shake a sense of exhilaration. If he were to truly vanquish the harbinger of death that descends on the third day of the apocalypse and consume it, might he not also awaken the powers of the death messenger? If that were the case, as long as he could persist in his consumption, he would become invincible within this apocalyptic crucible of death. However, the looming threat of hunger compels Lin Feng to remain vigilant. After much contemplation, he resolves to first acquire the immunity serum from the Marina Grand Hotel. Should the infection become unbearable, he must be prepared to ingest the serum to prevent his transformation into a monstrosity. Having changed his attire, Lin Feng steps out of his room to find Su Su and others have prepared breakfast. As he eats, he glances at the time. It is already 5 a.m. on the second day. He has been unconscious for a full 4 hours. And only 2 hours remain until the immunity serum arrives at the Marina Grand Hotel. He must hasten his pace. Meanwhile, at the Marina Grand Hotel, in a room at the end of a corridor on one of the floors, Lu Yanqi clutches a sharpened screwdriver, blood dripping from it. At her feet lies a bare man, a gaping hole in his temple where the screwdriver has pierced through. Not far away is a beautiful woman, or more affectionately, a junior who had attended the director's audition alongside her. At this moment, however, the junior's face is marred by terror. Tears and snot mingling as she scrambles backward in fright. "Senior sister, please spare me. I didn't see anything, please let me go." Yet Lu Yanqi approaches with a cold smile. "I'm sorry, but I have no intention of letting either of you escape." Chapter 47, Entering the Mariana Grand Hotel. "Senior sister, please spare me. I've given you everything. I beg you, don't throw me to the zombies." Su Jiawei cried and pleaded, bound and helpless, yet Lu Yanqi remained unmoved. Her decision to keep Su Jiawei was not born of compassion, but rather a calculated measure for her escape. Should zombies pursue them, she intended to use Su Jiawei as bait to divert their attention, allowing her to flee. This was her path to survival. As Lu Yanqi collected the bodies, a sinister smile crept across her lips upon seeing over 100 energy fragments in her survival space. This should suffice. The man in question was one of the instructors supervising the interview. During the apocalypse, he seized a firefighting axe and took control of the trading floor, sealing all passages after clearing out the zombies. All the beautiful junior sisters he rescued were confined to the clean floors, each locked in a separate room while he reveled in his kingly indulgence. In pursuit of energy fragments, Lu Yanqi approached the instructor, offering herself willingly. And when he was at his weakest, she struck him down. Yet, he was not her first target. By merely hinting at her possession of energy fragments in the chat channel, Lu Yanqi would reach out to her targets privately, masquerading her murderous intentions under the guise of providing services to claim their treasures. Fortunately, amidst the chaos of the apocalypse, people remained vigilant, allowing Lu Yanqi's predatory actions to go unnoticed. Even when individuals disappeared, others merely assumed they had fallen prey to monsters. Approaching the trader, Lu Yanqi produced an energy fragment, her excitement palpable as she perused the merchandise. However, her exhilaration swiftly transformed into disbelief, culminating in sheer terror. It was impossible. How could there be no immunity serum? Lu Yanqi's frantic scream echoed in the room as she wreaked havoc, smashing everything in sight. Suddenly, the distant moans of zombies jolted her back to reality, and she found herself sitting on the ground in a state of disarray. "No, I cannot perish this way." "Ah, Lin Feng." The name surged into her mind, igniting a torrent of rage within her. "Lin Feng, did you not promise to rescue me? Why have you not come after waiting an entire day? I'm on the brink of death." Abruptly, an agonizing pain surged through her body, and she stared in horror at the full-length mirror beside her. Her skin was alarmingly pale, with dark veins faintly visible beneath the surface. Lu Yanqi recognized the signs. This was the precursor to becoming a zombie. "No, I must survive." Driven by desperation, she frantically reopened the merchandise panel, her gaze honing in on the only level 1 item available. X serum, level 1, an unknown source serum, no one knows its effects. You might become an invincible superhero, or you could perish instantly. It all depends on your luck. Price, 50 energy fragments. Could this truly save me? I, Lu Yanqi, shall not perish so easily. A glint of determination flickered in her eyes as she exchanged her fragments and swallowed the serum in one gulp. Suddenly, her body convulsed violently and collapsed to the ground. The dark veins coursing through her body not only failed to recede but instead spread with even more terrifying rapidity. No, Lu Yinchi screamed in agony, but her body had already ceased to obey her commands. Detection indicates that the player has consumed the infection catalyst, and the infection is rapidly spreading within. The player has two choices: 1. Await the outbreak of the infection and succumb to becoming an artificial monster. 2. Bite other targets and transmit the infection to them. A cold glimmer suddenly ignited in Lu Yinchi's eyes, and her predatory gaze shifted towards Su Jiawei. I must survive. Lu Yinchi struggled to turn over and crawled step by step towards Su Jiawei. No, you monster, stay away from me, get away. Su Jiawei, cowering in the corner, screamed in terror, yet Lu Yinchi lunged at her like a zombie, overpowering her. Do you wish to devour me? The thought abruptly flashed through Lu Yinchi's mind, causing her actions to momentarily freeze. But soon, bloodlust replaced her hesitation. I must live. Crack! Lu Yinchi bit down fiercely on Su Jiawei's neck, and the dark veins on her body visibly receded, while Su Jiawei became ensnared by the encroaching black veins. Ah! Regaining consciousness, Lu Yinchi rolled off Su Jiawei in terror, her eyes gleaming with uncontainable excitement upon seeing the information. Status: uninfected. Lu Yinchi had transferred all the infection to Su Jiawei. She hastily picked up a screwdriver and dashed out of the room, while Su Jiawei lay trembling violently on the ground. The mutation had begun. Within the community. Su, we'll leave as soon as we finish eating. All right. Are you two really leaving? Zhao Lu's expression turned tense at their words. Please don't go, I can wash your clothes and cook for you. You can also kill zombies. Once we finish the food, we can find neighbors next door. It's so dangerous outside, why risk it? However, neither Lin Feng nor Su was swayed by her pleas. Lin Feng, shouldering his backpack and grasping a military shovel, advised, I suggest you learn to kill zombies quickly. Otherwise, you won't last long. Don't think these doors will keep the zombies at bay forever. The zombies in this retirement community are relatively weak, making it ideal for novices to adapt to the apocalypse. Staying here is safer than following us. After saying this, Lin Feng handed Zhao Lu a bone crossbow and an expanded quiver, leaving behind some food and water. Live well through your own efforts. Lin Feng, clear about his grievances, acknowledged Zhao Lu's kindness during his unconsciousness, considering it a parting gift. As the two departed, Zhao Lu tightened her grip on the bone crossbow, murmuring, all right, once I adapt, I'll come find you. At this moment, Lin Feng and Su had fought their way out of the community and found a pickup truck. Buzzing, as soon as Su got in, she deftly reached under the steering wheel, quickly accessing the wiring to ignite the engine. In no time, the vehicle roared to life. Once started, Su proudly pointed to the passenger seat, saying, today, I'll drive, and the injured will sit beside me. Where did you learn this? You're like a delinquent girl, Lin Feng remarked, comfortably taking his seat in the passenger side. Su beamed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I'm no delinquent. With a sudden press of the accelerator, the pickup truck surged forward, startling Lin Feng, who had yet to close the door. What the hell, are you attempting murder? The Mariana Grand Hotel occupies a prime location in the bustling commercial district of Haichang. When the apocalyptic inferno descended, countless drivers behind the wheel were swiftly transformed into zombies, leading to a catastrophic pileup of dozens of vehicles, effectively barricading the roads. Lin Feng and Su navigated a considerable distance before discovering a route that would bring them closer to the Mariana Grand Hotel. Before entering, Lin Feng gazed up at the building, scrutinizing it with his spiritual perception. The absence of any golden light indicated that the immunity serum had not yet manifested. Lin Feng had learned from others in his previous life that 12 hours after the apocalypse began, someone had acquired the immunity serum here. However, whether it originated from a trader or was hidden within a supply cache remained a mystery to Lin Feng. The pair climbed through a window to the second floor. Instantly, Lin Feng devised a plan in his mind, signaling to Su, who comprehended and accelerated their advance. The hotel lobby was teeming with zombies. Although these creatures were currently ineffectual, Lin Feng had no desire to attract the nearby first-level mutants. Upon entering the second floor, a roar erupted from the corridor, confirming the absence of any living souls. The hall was littered with zombies. "Kill them! Clear out all the zombies on this floor!" Lin Feng commanded, rushing forward as arrows whistled past him. Before two zombies could lunge at Lin Feng, Susu had already pierced their skulls with two well-aimed shots, allowing Lin Feng to charge bravely into the horde. With his bone armor for protection, Lin Feng no longer feared the zombies' bites. The military shovel he wielded had become a nightmare for the undead, cleaving through their skulls with ease. None could withstand the ferocity of his strikes. Within mere minutes, Lin Feng and Susu had eradicated the zombies on the second floor. However, Lin Feng did not ascend immediately. Instead, he sought materials to block the passage from the first floor to the second. While numerous zombies lurked within the hotel, their numbers were finite. The open entrance led to the street, and if they made too much noise, the zombies outside could swarm in. Lin Feng's strategy was to barricade the staircase leading from the first floor to the second, as long as the hordes on the street could not infiltrate. They could fight freely within the building, clearing the zombies and awaiting the arrival of the immunity serum. With a series of loud bangs, Susu and Lin Feng kicked open various rooms, dispatching the zombies within and dragging out furniture such as bookshelves and beds to obstruct the staircase. Below, countless zombies stretched their hands through the gaps in the piled debris, futilely attempting to reach Lin Feng and Susu above. Lin Feng coldly remarked, "Now we can ascertain the whereabouts of Lu Yanxi." Chapter 48, For Creatures Emerge Yanxi, I have arrived at the Mariana Grand Hotel. Where are you? Lin Feng sent a message in the chat channel, mimicking his past intimate tone, like an eager puppy. He nearly felt the urge to retch. However, if Lu Yanxi received it, she would surely respond with overwhelming joy. At that moment, he would simply storm to her floor and end her life. Simple, direct, efficient. Beside him, Susu was rendered speechless. Clearly, he had no intention of doing anything benevolent, yet he pretended to offer hope. Along the way, he incessantly messaged Lu Yanxi, encouraging her to hide until his arrival. The scene of a boyfriend traversing great distances in a post-apocalyptic world for love was heart-wrenching. Were it her, she would be unable to withstand it. Any ordinary girl would surely shed a bucket's worth of tears. If it weren't for the gleaming military shovel in Lin Feng's hand, Susu might have almost believed him. A few lines appeared in the chat, yet Lu Yanxi did not respond for a prolonged period. This caused Lin Feng to furrow his brow. What does this mean? Could she be dead? The apocalypse had arrived 2 hours earlier. Those who survived in the past may not be so fortunate this time. After several messages without any reply from Lu Yanxi, disappointment was evident on Lin Feng's face. Given his previous loyal demeanor, there was no way she would not respond. The thought that this woman might have perished at the hands of zombies felt undeserved. He had gone through such lengths to play act for her. Lin Feng was unwilling to accept this. He would clear each floor above and inquire with the living. Suddenly, Susu chuckled mysteriously. What, still not giving up? You're not planning to desecrate a corpse, are you? Lin Feng scoffed. I'm not that bored. I just think that if she was bitten and became a zombie, it wouldn't be too bad to slay her in that form as well. Susu. Isn't that just the same as desecrating a corpse? The two ascended the stairs with urgency. However, the lower floors consisted of ordinary suites, and the high occupancy had rendered the environment particularly harsh for those who had turned into zombies. After traversing 4 floors without encountering any survivors, the two were met with zombies responding to their noise, lunging at them. Yet, clad in bone armor, the two felt no fear of these creatures. They were merely serving themselves up for slaughter. As they reached the higher floors, their commotion quickly drew the attention of other survivors. Did you hear that? I feel like someone downstairs is fighting zombies. I heard it too. It seems they have been making their way up from below. Such audacity to provoke a horde of corpses. They must possess significant talent, perhaps even have evolved. I envy them. At this moment, the vast majority of people had yet to adapt to the apocalypse. Those who had fortuitously taken refuge in the safe zone dared not step out of their doors. Hearing that someone was actually dispatching zombies piqued their curiosity, urging them to rush outside and see. Yet, the zombies lingering at the entrances swiftly extinguished that thought. Others in the chat channel called out for help to Lin Feng and Su Su, but Lin Feng did not even bother to open the chat. Upon reaching the 8th floor, the number of zombies began to dwindle. As Su Su withdrew her bone dagger from a zombie's skull, the sound of a door opening behind her suddenly echoed through the corridor. Suddenly turning around, the taut nerves of battle compelled Su Su to swiftly hurl the bone dagger in her hand. Just as Luo Yaokuan was about to step out of the room, he heard a thud, and a sharp bone dagger lodged itself into the doorframe before him, fresh dark blood dripping from it. Ah! Luo Yaokuan, startled, fell to the ground, his face quivering in terror. Oh, it's just a living person, my apologies. Su Su remarked insincerely as she stepped forward to retrieve the dagger and sheath it at her waist, then drew her hunting bow to eliminate the zombies from a distance. Lin Feng had already cornered all the zombies at the end of the corridor. They charged towards Lin Feng but were swiftly dispatched like cans being opened, their heads severed one by one. Even though Luo Yaokuan had surmised that Lin Feng and Su Su were formidable, the scene still left him dumbfounded. These zombies had trapped him in the room for 10 hours, and he hadn't dared to step outside even once. Previously, a burly man from the adjacent room had attempted to break free, but he had now been reduced to a shattered skeleton on the floor. Yet these two individuals managed to effortlessly annihilate the zombies. The act of slaughtering zombies was no more than akin to butchering dogs. Instantly, Luo Yaokuan was elated. He hurried to the neighboring room and knocked on the door. Director Chen, come out, it's safe outside. Director Chen. With a click, the doorknob was turned, and a bespectacled middle-aged man peered through the crack. Have they killed all the zombies? Not yet, why do you ask me that? Chen Zhongxing said, attempting to close the door. Luo Yaokuan quickly plastered on a flattering smile. They've nearly finished, Director Chen, take a look for yourself. If it weren't safe, would I dare to come out? Chen Zhongxing pondered for a moment, then turned back inside and commanded, you two, step outside first, I will follow shortly. The door opened, and two women in pajamas timidly poked their heads out. Upon confirming the women were unharmed, Chen Zhongxing boldly stepped outside, just in time to see Lin Feng and Su Su dispatch the last few zombies in the corridor with swift strokes. Blood splattered onto the ceiling, causing Chen Zhongxing to tremble slightly. Who are these fierce individuals? He whispered. Luo Yaokuan, with a face full of flattery, replied, I have no idea. But these young people are incredibly capable. If you could persuade them to escort us out, we wouldn't need to wait for rescue here any longer. Chen Zhongxing's eyes suddenly lit up. Luo Yaokuan was right. Given Chen Zhongxing's position, many people sought to curry favor with him but found no means to do so. Moreover, while he lacked significant political achievements, he was indeed skilled in ideological work. Chen Zhongxing immediately began to sketch a rough draft in his mind. Just two young individuals. If he adorned them with the lofty ideals of protecting the homeland and bringing glory to their families, promising to arrange for the rescue of their families once they were outside, surely they would be stirred to action. After all, young people were the easiest to rally. However, Luo Yaokuan was more pragmatic than Chen Zhongxing. To compel someone to risk their life for him, mere ideological motivation would not suffice. In these times, practicality was paramount. Nothing was more effective than offering them a taste of immediate benefit first. Luo Yaokuan chuckled as he drew the two beauties closer. Director Chen, one must make sacrifices in pursuit of their desires, let Zhao Zhao and Wan Wan bear the brunt of it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhao and Wan Wan's expression shifted dramatically. No, I refuse to leave Director Chen. That filthy man is drenched in blood and grime. They lamented, tears welling in their eyes. Is it truly my fault for not serving well? How could you be so heartless as to send us away? Wan Wan only wishes to attend to Director Chen. The two beauties clung to Chen Zhongxing, employing their most endearing charms. Chen Zhongxing, embracing the two lovely ladies, furrowed his brow in contemplation. He was quite discerning when it came to women, and both Zhao Zhao and Wan Wan were to his liking. It would be challenging to find such comfort again if they were dispatched elsewhere. Moreover, he was possessive of what he had already claimed, particularly when it came to those he deemed inferior. Yet, it appeared he had little choice in the matter. Reluctantly, He tightened his grip around Zhao Zhao and Wan Wan's slender waists, giving them a gentle squeeze. Consider this a necessary sacrifice for me, when the time comes. Make sure to use what you must. I will attend to the matter you requested as soon as we are outside. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhao and Wan Wan pouted but obediently nodded their heads. Confined within the hotel, they had little knowledge of the world beyond. Yet they believed in the omnipotence of their nation to resolve all issues. With Chen Zhongxing's considerable influence, clinging to him was undoubtedly a wise choice. Chen Zhongxing turned to Luo Yaoquan, saying, "Later, find me 2 more suitable companions, you know my preferences." "Absolutely, I will ensure Director Chen is pleased." Luo Yaoquan replied with a sly grin. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Su Su had already completed their sweep of the floor. Su Su patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, her thumb gesturing behind them. "Bro, the living souls you requested have arrived." As Lin Feng glanced back at Chen Zhongxing, a smirk crept across his lips. He had already discerned the true nature of the 4 individuals who had emerged. Chapter 49, My benevolent nature. Chen Zhongxing exuded an air of bureaucracy, while Luo Yaoquan possessed the essence of a cunning businessman. The 2 alluring women behind them radiated a striking technological allure. The citizens of Haichang were well aware of an unspoken secret: the Mariana Grand Hotel was the favored venue for clandestine dealings among the elite. Many merchants discreetly sent their chosen beauties to specific rooms within the hotel, subsequently slipping room keys to influential figures they sought to flatter. Some would even reserve an entire room solely to facilitate the maintenance of clandestine affairs for those they wished to curry favor with. Such practices were commonplace, a testament to the sordid underbelly of the industry, where each transaction vividly illustrated the concept of moral decay. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. "I extend my sincere gratitude for your assistance," Chen Zhongxing proclaimed as he noticed Lin Feng's gaze upon him, immediately adopting a mask of appreciation and extending his hand. However, before he could finish, Lin Feng deftly swatted Chen Zhongxing's hand aside with a military shovel. "Remove your claws and stand aside, I have inquiries to make of you," Lin Feng asserted. At the moment the military shovel made contact, Chen Zhongxing instinctively recoiled, nearly unleashing a torrent of curses. All his meticulously prepared remarks were stifled in his throat. "You 2 little brats, do you realize you've sullied me? What do you mean you just happen to have questions for us? Is this how you address your superiors? I am the one speaking as your superior now. Do you not understand the rules?" Behind him, Wan Wan and Jia, who had previously enjoyed a lavish lifestyle under Chen Zhongxing's patronage, were already displeased at the prospect of being offered to the bloodied Lin Feng. Sensing Chen Zhongxing's irritation, they seized the opportunity to strike. "How dare you speak to Director Chen in such a manner? You ought to show him the respect he deserves." Indeed, interrupting Director Chen's words is quite audacious. "Have you both no upbringing?" Upon hearing this, Chen Zhongxing's mood improved significantly. He seized Jiajia's robe from behind him, wiping away the bloodstains. "It's nothing." Youthful exuberance can be understood. Jiajia turned pale, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. Unable to restrain her anger, she shot a glare at Lin Feng, thinking it was all his fault. Luo Yaoquan quickly interjected with a forced smile, "My friend, please do not misunderstand, this is Director Chen of the Haichang Market Supervision Bureau." A prominent figure indeed. "I am Luo Yaoquan from the Anqing Foreign Trade Company, and these 2 are my secretaries, Jia and Wan Wan. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Lao Luo, we are all in dire straits here and should assist one another," Chen Zhongxing said, habitually adopting a formal tone, then shifting his approach. "In these extraordinary times, I see that both of you possess commendable skills. The nation is in need of capable individuals. If you can escort me to a safe location, I will promptly report to my superiors and request commendation for you. Spare me your lengthy discourse, has anyone here encountered the name Lu Yanxi?" Su Su interjected, cutting through Chen Zhongxing's incessant ramblings. Once again interrupted, Chen Zhongxing's ire flared. 2 insignificant individuals whom he usually wouldn't even spare a glance had the audacity to repeatedly affront him. Although the world was in turmoil, the strength of the nation was undeniable. Even a horde of zombies would be effortlessly subdued by the military. Had it not been for the unreachable phone, I might have already been rescued by someone from above, rather than humbly begging 2 insignificant individuals like you. The more I contemplated, the more indignant I became. Chen Zhongxing instinctively felt the urge to pound the table and curse, but Luo Yaoquan hastily intervened to restrain him. Calm down, Director Chen. The young ones simply lack understanding. Allow me to enlighten them. With a feigned solemnity, Luo Yaoquan leaned in, smiling amiably. Gentlemen, you are indeed fortunate. If you can escort Director Chen to safety, he will surely reward you handsomely. This favor will suffice for your family's sustenance for a lifetime. However, should you provoke him, not only will you suffer, but even your parents will find it impossible to survive in Haicheng. Before he could finish, Luo Yaoquan felt a chill at his neck. Realizing that Lin Feng's bone dagger had stealthily pressed against his throat, accompanied by a benign smile. Firstly, I have no interest in who you are. Secondly, you answer my questions. Is that so difficult to comprehend? I am generally benevolent and prefer to avoid taking lives. Murder, murder. Luo Yaoquan trembled. The cold blade at his throat a stark reminder of the gravity of the situation. Chen Zhongxing, upon hearing this, froze in fear and instinctively recoiled, while the two young women screamed in terror. Ah, silence! Su Su stepped forward and delivered two sharp slaps to the girls. Jiao Jiao and Wan Wan covered their faces, torn between tears and fear. The atmosphere instantly fell into a suffocating silence. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. Excellent, it appears we have established a fundamental trust. Now, answer my question, who has seen a female university student named Lu Yanxi? Chen Zhongxing and the two girls shook their heads. Yet Luo Yaoquan's eyes flickered. I believe I have seen her. She mentioned something in the chat channel, looking for individuals with energy shards. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Truly, a leopard cannot change its spots. When was her last message sent? Which floor was she on? It was about half an hour ago. But I don't know her location. Su Su, we must leave. Lin Feng took Su Su by the hand and headed towards the staircase. At that moment, Chen Zhongxing and the others finally grasped the situation. Panic surged within him. Were they truly going to abandon them? Faced with the gruesome zombies below, the last remnants of his prior superiority dissipated, and he hurriedly followed behind. Brothers, can you protect me as we exit? I can offer you money. Or any demands you have, I will fulfill them with utmost effort once I am outside. My uncle is a high-ranking official in the military. If you can get me to safety, I will report to higher-ups immediately, ensuring you rewards and the best protection for your families. I, Chen Zhongxing, pledge my honor, never will I go back on my word. Seeing Lin Feng remain unmoved, Chen Zhongxing, in desperation, rushed ahead, grabbing Jiao Jiao and Wan Wan, attempting to thrust them towards Lin Feng. These two women are my pledge to you. Simply escort me to safety, and I will grant you anything you desire. Before he could finish, Su Su suddenly struck him fiercely in the face, knocking out two of his front teeth. Shut your mouth. I detest individuals like you, who devour others without a trace. Should you dare utter another word, I shall end you myself without the aid of zombies. The crowd stood frozen in shock, taken aback by Su Su's fierce declaration. Even Lin Feng wore a face of astonishment. He had previously observed Su Su's sudden volatility following Chen Zhongxing's arrival, the reason for which eluded him. However, as teammates, he naturally sided unconditionally with Su Su. He forcefully pushed Jiao Jiao and Wan Wan aside, exclaiming, "Did you not hear my friend's words? Leave." Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded from behind, drawing everyone's attention. Before they could turn around, a succession of knocks echoed once more. Bang! 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 The sounds intensified, their frequency escalating as if some entity were frantically battering against the wooden door. Soon, the cacophony multiplied, reverberating from every room in the vicinity. An eerie atmosphere swiftly enveloped the entire corridor. Chapter 50, From now on, true hell begins in a sudden frenzy. The zombies within the entire floor seemed to be roused by an unseen force, recklessly charging towards the door, pounding against it with fervor. What madness has seized these creatures? Jiao Jiao clutched her arms in terror. Almost as if on cue, an unusual cracking sound echoed from behind. Before anyone could react, another crack resonated through the air. Lin Feng and Su Su swiftly turned to the source of the noise. At the end of the corridor, the previously closed door was violently breached. and two blood-soaked arms thrust through the opening, ravenously seeking something in the air. In a moment of stunned silence, the door behind Wan suddenly exploded open, and two outstretched arms seized her long hair. Instinctively, Wan attempted to struggle, but the zombie's claws gripped her hair, pulling her forcefully towards the door. Other arms emerged frantically from within, grasping her limbs and tightening around her neck, pinning her firmly against the door. Through the jagged opening of the shattered door, two pairs of bloodthirsty eyes glared at her, their jagged teeth bared, eager to devour her. The desire emanating from those eyes was akin to a call to death from the very depths of hell. "Help! Help!" Wan cried out. But the once sturdy wooden door now felt as fragile as paper. A zombie's head burst through the opening, sinking its teeth into her carotid artery. The sickening sound of tearing flesh was followed by a spray of blood that drenched Chen Zhongxing's face. Wan's agonizing wails, intermingled with the sound of the zombie's gnashing teeth, sent shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it. Luo Yaoquan, Chen Zhongxing, and Zhao Jiao were paralyzed with fear. Since the apocalypse had begun, they had remained hidden away in their room, fortunate that none among them had turned into zombies. They had only glimpsed the horrific scenes of zombies tearing into humans through a peephole. But now, the chaos of the zombies was unfolding before their eyes. And the terrifying scene left them utterly dumbfounded. The scent of blood wafted through the air, provoking the other zombies, and the cracking sounds intensified. Crack, crack, crack. The once closed doors were being breached, and numerous bloody arms surged forth, as if the entire corridor had been dragged into hell, with countless fiends eager to escape from their confines. The cacophony of greedy arms and the splintering wood struck fear into the hearts of Luo Yaoquan and the others. The zombies were about to break free. "Run!" Luo Yaoquan's face turned pale with terror as he abandoned Chen Zhongxing and fled. "Ah!" Zhao Jiao screamed and followed suit, sprinting after Luo Yaoquan. In that moment, Chen Zhongxing finally regained his wits. "Wait for me, wait." Just as he was about to run, he felt a hand clutching him. Wan had suddenly grasped Chen Zhongxing's arm, refusing to let go, her neck already torn open. Yet her widened eyes remained fixed on him with an intensity that begged for salvation. "Help me." "No, let go of me, let go." Chen Zhongxing struggled desperately. But Wan clung to him with an unyielding grip, the seeds of bloodlust rapidly taking root in her eyes. Get away, get away. Don't let me die." With all his strength, Chen Zhongxing finally managed to wrench his arm free, but a distinct crack echoed ominously. Wan was devoured by zombies. Her neck brutally severed by Chen Zhongxing's forceful grasp, causing her headless corpse to thud heavily to the ground, her head rolling away. The moment her head fell, her pupils turned a lifeless gray, and her jaw began to snap and gnash, akin to a desiccated fish flopping helplessly upon the carpet. "Wait for me. Don't leave me behind." Chen Zhongxing sprinted forward in a frenzy. However, this brief delay had already widened the gap between him and Luo Yaoquan and Zhao Jiao ahead. As the wooden doors around them splintered increasingly, despair seeped into Chen Zhongxing's gaze. In a surge of latent vitality, the 50-something Chen Zhongxing moved with the agility of a 20-something athlete, rapidly closing in on the fleeing Luo Yaoquan and Zhao Jiao. Yet, at that moment, the horrific sounds of tearing echoed behind him as the zombies finally squeezed through the gaping cracks of the shattered wooden door. The sharp wood shards tore into their flesh. Dark blood dripped steadily, reminiscent of malevolent ghouls escaping the depths of hell into the realm of the living. Roar! As they burst through the door, they lunged forward with a speed that far exceeded their previous pace. "Ah! They're coming, they're coming!" Luo Yaoquan grasped my arm. "Whatever you need, I'll grant it to you immediately." But Luo Yaoquan did not look back, accelerating away. Chen Zhongxing was now a mess of tears and snot, his pants dampened with urine. He turned to reach for Zhao Jiao ahead. "Zhao Jiao, lend me a hand, I can't keep up." Instinctively, Zhao Jiao glanced back, but Chen Zhongxing surged forward, grabbing her in an attempt to pull her down. However, his fingers only caught the collar of her nightgown. "Director Chen, don't drag me down." Zhao Jiao gasped in alarm, and in a flash of ingenuity, she swiftly loosened her belt and shed her soft nightgown, dashing ahead, while Chen Zhongxing lost his balance and collapsed to the ground with a thud. "No." Chen Zhongxing scrambled to his feet, continuing his desperate flight. "Lin Feng? What is happening?" Su Su trailed fearfully behind Lin Feng. The instant the zombies manifested, Lin Feng seized her hand and rushed toward the staircase without a moment's hesitation. The first round of mutations was upon them. The chat system was activated to allow players to exchange experiences, the remote trading system enabled the exchange of resources, and finally, the equipment crafting system was initiated to arm every player. Many believed the apocalypse was merely a trivial affair. However, this was merely the adaptation period granted by the Death Furnace, the last vestige of its mercy. The first round of mutations represented the Death Furnace's initial cleansing. Those who clung to false hopes of rescue would be eliminated in this purge. The Death Furnace was a relentless struggle for survival, where only those who continually grew stronger could hope to endure in this world. From this moment forth, true hell began. Yet, Lin Feng's gravest concern was not the rampaging zombies. For in his memory, the first round of mutations was not meant to manifest until 24 hours had passed. It was still only 12 hours in. During this initial round of mutations, a terrifying creature would emerge from the Mariana Hotel, the Spider Witch. She was originally a player named Su Jiawei, but for reasons unknown, she became the nightmare of the entire Mariana Hotel after being infected, rivaling the terror of the grim claw hunter. Now, she has arrived. Chapter 51, Lord of Blades, Lu Heng. Currently, Lin Feng finds himself unable to escape, as the immunization serum has yet to be procured. How frustrating. Su Su glanced back, witnessing the relentless horde of zombies engulfing Qinzhongxing. Designation, Zombie Identity, Mutant Strength, 10 Agility, 7 Constitution, 8 Perception, 5 Mutation Level, LV0 Description, a zombie that has undergone the first round of enhancement. Its attributes have been significantly elevated, transforming it into a terrifying predator. If one continues to regard them as pitiful creatures easily dispatched, one will meet a grim fate indeed. A most dreadful end. The data has astonishingly escalated. Su Su felt a tightening in her heart. The zombies' attributes had doubled compared to before, surpassing even those of an average adult. Even a level 1 evolved being would find their previous advantage in perception diminished in the face of these foes. This newfound strength allows them to tear through relatively weak wooden doors under persistent assault, and the bone armor worn by the duo no longer offers perfect defense, succumbing to the zombies' relentless gnawing. Yet, what is even more alarming than the enhancement of ordinary zombies is the emergence of various level 1 mutants following their initial mutation. These creatures could appear at any moment, poised to deliver a lethal blow to the players. Suddenly, several doors ahead burst open, and a group of 7 or 8 zombies charged into the corridor, lunging towards Lin Feng and Su Su. Lin Feng bellowed, "Quickly break through and ascend. Do not linger in battle." Above lay the high-end guest rooms and luxurious suites, where occupancy rates would continue to dwindle, significantly reducing the number of zombies. This was their only chance for survival. With resolve, Su Su knocked an arrow, the whistling projectile sending the approaching zombies sprawling to the ground. However, the enhanced zombies quickly regained their footing. The arrows, once capable of piercing flesh, now struggled to penetrate even their shoulders. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Feng drew 5 bone daggers from his waist, hurling them with fervor into the horde of zombies, then surged forward to engage. The sharp daggers found their mark, embedding themselves in the skulls of 5 zombies, yet before they could collapse, Lin Feng had already dashed past them. He retrieved the daggers from the corpses and swiftly plunged them into the heads of 2 more zombies. Every movement flowed seamlessly, and in the blink of an eye, 7 zombies lay fallen in Lin Feng's wake. Su Su continuously loosed arrows, but the zombies now exhibited a degree of autonomous evasion, leading to a notable decrease in her accuracy. Suddenly, the side door beside Su Su exploded open. A zombie lunged at her, mouth agape, ready to bite. Cursed be this fate. Su Su raised her arm to block, but the creature's sharp teeth clamped down on her arm guard with a resounding crack, leaving a series of bite marks on the once sturdy bone armor. Though it remained intact, it clearly could not withstand much more. With determination, Su Su swung her bow. The bone blade affixed to the side, severing the zombie's head, which rolled away with a dull thud. Just as she regained her footing, a second zombie pounced from within the room. Su Su attempted to kick the creature down, but nearly stumbled herself. Fortunately, Lin Feng swiftly grasped her arm, delivering a powerful blow with his bone gauntlet that shattered the zombie's skull. No longer should one rely on previous combat experiences, facing these foes demands complete dedication. Understood. With utmost caution, Su Su exerted herself fully, leaving no reserve in her hands. Lin Feng also sensed the intensified pressure from the zombies. These creatures not only exhibited enhanced strength and speed, but their skeletal and muscular structures had also undergone significant fortification. The hardened skulls had become resistant to even low-level weapons. To challenge a horde of zombies single-handedly was tantamount to seeking death. This reality implied that the value of all mutated materials and energy fragments would sharply escalate. After eliminating the last few zombies before him, Lin Feng charged upstairs alongside Su Su. At that moment, the chat channel was inundated with cries for help and wails of despair. Those who had remained in their rooms, hoping for official rescue, were now enveloped in hopelessness. Help! I'm on the 12th floor, room 1205, someone save me. Zombies are clawing at my door. Please, someone help me. I'm in room 1529, I don't want to die. They've broken down the door, it's over for me. The endless wails filled the chat channel, but soon the frequency of messages plummeted. And the names of those calling for help rapidly vanished one by one. They had been eliminated. As Su Su and Lin Feng ascended to the 10th floor, the remaining few humans immediately found a sense of reassurance. Help! Save me! Several survivors stumbled toward Lin Feng and the others, but in the next instant, a man's pupils were overtaken by a ghastly whiteness, and his cries for help morphed into blood-curdling roars. He suddenly turned and lunged at a nearby young woman, sinking his teeth into her carotid artery. Ah! The crowd recoiled in horror. With a swift motion, Lin Feng drew his bone crossbow and shot an arrow through the man's skull, while Su Su silenced the young woman's cries with a well-aimed shot to her brain. The remaining survivors, terrified, distanced themselves from the duo. Lin Feng quickly surveyed the 10th floor, which had also turned into a blood-soaked hell. Numerous zombies, previously confined in their rooms, burst into the corridor, smashing through doors to devour those inside. Survivors fled their rooms, desperately seeking an escape. Some were tackled to the ground, while others fought back, chaos reigning throughout the floor. Roars of zombies echoed from below, accompanied by approaching footsteps. They could not linger here. They pressed onward, ascending further, as the survivors behind them appeared momentarily dazed. However, Luo Yaokuan, Chen Zhongxing, and Zhao Jiao sprinted to catch up with Lin Feng and Su Su, the ominous growls of zombies drawing closer from the staircase behind them. Run! The survivors shouted, frightened into a full sprint. The fighting raged on relentlessly, with no respite. Dark blood stained their garments, and the cracks in their bone armor widened under the relentless bites of zombies. Even Lin Feng's military dagger had become useless, while two of his bone-short swords shattered. Floor after floor they ascended, 13th, 15th, 17th. Upon reaching the 20th floor, Lin Feng suddenly heard the sounds of a fierce battle. Thunderous booms and frenzied roars, distinct from those of zombies, erupted in the corridor, accompanied by the chilling sounds of blades piercing flesh. What is that? Chen Zhongxing screamed in terror. In the corridor stood a lurking creature, unmistakably a stalker. Lin Feng and Su Su wore solemn expressions. After enhancement, this stalker had reached a level of power far beyond that of the one at the school gate. Its nose and eyes were squished together, yet its mouth was disproportionately large. The creature's body was encased in a tough, keratinized black hide, resembling a suit of armor, with only its razor-sharp claws and menacing teeth starkly white. Its muscular frame was violently swollen, and the walls bore numerous scratches left by its claws. Name, Stalker Identity, Mutant Strength, 19 Agility, 22 Constitution, 14 Intuition, 18 Mutation Level, LV1 Description, a grotesque variant of humans infected by zombies, possessing remarkable agility. It prefers to conceal itself among the horde or in shadowy corners, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Beneath it lay several dismembered corpses, their entrails strewn across the ground, leaving only a 16-year-old boy standing. He dragged a bone Dao, taller than himself, behind him, evading attacks while consistently assaulting the stalker to draw its attention. The claws nearly tore him apart multiple times, yet he rolled away with seemingly impossible angles. The corridor was strewn with over a dozen zombie corpses, all decapitated with smooth, precise cuts. This individual was undoubtedly a master. However, what astonished Lin Feng was the identity of this man. Name, Lu Hang. Identity, Apocalypse. Player. Gender, male. In his past life, Lu Hang was among the elite of the evolutionists in Haicheng, blessed with the talent of blade sharpness, which significantly enhanced the sharpness of bladed weapons, rendering him capable of slicing through anything. He was revered as the Blade Sovereign. In the great battle against the Harbinger of Death in Haicheng, he and the Goddess of Fortune teamed up to slay the Angel of Death and split the spoils, thereby establishing the foundation of their rise. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Lu Hang was the most formidable Apocalypse player in Haicheng, second only to the Goddess of Fortune. It was unexpected that his origin point was right here at the Mariana Hotel. Yet at this moment, Lu Hang's situation was evidently dire. The enhanced stalker's power surpassed that of evolutionists, and his level 0 bone equipment could not withstand even a couple of strikes. Lu Hang was forced to evade continuously. Despite the enhancement of blade sharpness, he had little opportunity to retaliate. The stalker relentlessly swung its claws, leaving horrifying gashes on the surrounding walls. Debris from the shattered walls struck Lu Hang's eyes, hindering his vision. Suddenly, the stalker changed direction and swept its claws toward Lu Hang's side. He discerned the sound and position, promptly rolling forward, his dao slicing fiercely toward the stalker's waist. Brilliant white light flared upon the blade. Talent, blade sharpness, activated. Even a level 0 weapon could cleave through tough skin under the influence of his talent. But just then, the stalker abruptly withdrew its claws. Crack! The bone dao's ferocious strike was blocked by its hardened arm, the keratinous skin on its hands proving far sturdier than that on its body, repelling the bone dao with force. The recoil sent Lu Hang staggering back, losing his balance. This is bad. Lu Hang hurriedly attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The stalker's claws swept across, striking down upon the bone dao with a resounding crack, shattering it, while Lu Hang was hurled against the wall by the force of the impact. Chapter 52, Battle or Hunt. Help him! Lin Feng shouted as he charged towards the stalker, bellowing at Luo Yaoquan behind him, "If you value your life, find something to block the stairs, don't just stand there." The group, panting heavily after sprinting 10 flights, reacted immediately to his cries. Luo Yaoquan roared, "Don't just freeze. Hurry and find something, or if the zombies come up, we will all perish." At this moment, Chen Zhongxing, maintaining his authoritative demeanor, commanded, "Quickly, you few go that way, and you few come here, move the beds and tables out." On the other side, Lu Hang crashed violently against the wall, the searing pain in his spine rendering him momentarily immobile, leaving him to helplessly watch as the stalker closed in. Am I going to die? Mom, Dad. Lu Hang shut his eyes, anticipating the excruciating pain, yet it never came. Instead, he heard the stalker let out a furious roar of agony. A sharp arrow had struck the stalker's neck with pinpoint accuracy, causing it to involuntarily rear back. In that instant, a figure surged forth from behind the stalker. It was Lin Feng. He leaped high into the air, his blade transforming into a silver streak as it descended with lethal grace. A beheading strike. The stalker sensed the imminent danger and instinctively raised its right arm to defend itself. However, a sickening sound echoed as Lin Feng's military shovel cleaved deep into the stalker's forearm, severing it almost entirely. The stalker howled in pain, attempting to retract its arm, but Lin Feng seized the nearly severed limb with fierce determination. "Leave me something before you go." With a sharp twist of his wrist, he forcibly tore the severed arm from the stalker, blood gushing forth. Lin Feng discarded the severed appendage and, pivoting with power, delivered a thunderous punch directly to the stalker's face. "Get lost!" The impact reverberated through the air, sending the stalker hurtling backward, a shower of broken fangs scattering as it flew, leaving a gruesome trail of dark crimson blood across the corridor. The severed arm sprayed black blood, creating a rain of gore around the battlefield, transforming the scene into one of a blood-soaked demon. The enraged stalker, now standing at a distance, howled wildly but dared not advance. This spectacle left Lu Hang in a state of shock. Having battled the stalker for so long, he was acutely aware of its formidable resilience. Even with the sharpest blade, his 0-level bone dagger could not penetrate its defenses. Yet, this individual before him had effortlessly severed its arm, torn it apart with bare hands, and sent the stalker flying with a single punch. The fluidity of Lin Feng's actions was mesmerizing. The overwhelming pressure he exuded was sufficient to deter even the stalker from approaching. Who exactly is this person? As Lin Feng slowly withdrew his iron fist, his expression bore no trace of pride. He understood that the most terrifying aspect of mutated beings was this: the more they were wounded, the more frenzied they became. The stalker's retaliation was imminent. Roar! The pain-induced frenzy drove the stalker into a rampage, its razor-sharp claws shredding the walls around it. Fragments of the crumbling walls cascaded like snowflakes as the stalker, fueled by rage, locked onto Lin Feng and lunged forward, its speed astonishing even with just one arm. As Lin Feng began to speak, a howling wind rushed past overhead. The arrows, empowered by the hunting bow, possessed formidable force. Should they strike true, they could halt the elusive foe. Yet, the stalker suddenly began to weave erratically, its agile form resembling a phantom, deftly evading Su Su's assaults. Thud! The stalker leapt into the air, its already sharp claws extending further, transforming into 5 razor-like talons descending from above, a fierce gust of wind threatening to cleave Lin Feng in two. At that moment, anyone would instinctively retreat. But Lin Feng's gaze sharpened resolutely. The speed of the stalker was unparalleled, a single step back would invite a tempest of attacks. Retreat was a path to doom. The only option was to press forward. Like a cannonball, Lin Feng launched himself at the stalker. In the instant the claws swept past, Lin Feng executed a sliding maneuver beneath, his military shovel striking fiercely at the stalker's side. Crack! The sharp blade tore through the stalker's abdomen, and Lin Feng yanked back on the long handle, hot entrails bursting forth like a torrent. Suddenly, a dark cloud loomed above Lin Feng. The stalker lunged ferociously at his head. Should it bite down, Lin Feng's skull would undoubtedly shatter like a ripe watermelon. Yet, Lin Feng showed no intention of dodging, for the familiar shriek of Su Su's arrow had erupted behind him. The arrow struck the stalker squarely in the face, causing it to stagger back. Its attempt to bite Lin Feng thwarted. There was no need for words, this was the innate synergy born of their combat. Su Su executed her move flawlessly. Lin Feng immediately retreated, but just as he evaded the bite, the stalker's claws swiped at him from the right. The speed of the stalker's attack far surpassed that of the fierce clawed pursuer. The military shovel was raised to block, and the sharp nails sparked violently against it, sending Lin Feng flying like a fly swatted away. Boom! Lin Feng's back slammed against the wall, the bone armor cracking under the impact. Just as the stalker prepared to pursue, a volley of piercing shrieks struck its shoulder. The explosive force of the arrows made the stalker stumble and brace itself with one hand. Roar! The stalker's furious gaze locked onto Su Su, and it lunged towards her with a roar. Remaining composed, Su Su drew her bow, releasing arrow after arrow. This time, she aimed low. Whoosh! An arrow struck the stalker's knee, though it did not pierce. The impact caused the stalker to falter once more. The stalker howled in rage and charged at Su Su, its claws sweeping dangerously. Su Su ducked just in time, the claws grazing above her head, her ponytail shredded in the wake. Yet, as she lowered her stance, she simultaneously knocked 3 arrows, aiming upwards at the head. This time, there would be no escape. Thud! A distinct, muffled sound resonated as the 3 arrows struck the stalker's chin. The tough, horn-like skin prevented the arrows from penetrating its brain. But the combined force of the 3 impacts hit like a powerful uppercut. The stalker reeled back, momentarily dizzy, and just then, a glint of cold steel surged from behind. Lin Feng swung the military shovel, driving it forcefully into the knee of the stalker. With a crack of bone, the creature fell forward, instinctively using its only claw to brace itself against the ground. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng leaped onto the stalker's back, raising the military shovel high before striking down towards the nape of its neck. However, with a resounding clang, the blade penetrated only an inch before being halted by the resilient vertebrae. "You are truly tough," he growled. The stalker, sensing an imminent life-or-death crisis, desperately attempted to throw Lin Feng off its back. Yet, Lin Feng had already firmly grasped its skull, channeling all his strength into a powerful knee strike against the rear of the shovel. Die! With a crack, the forceful impact severed the entire vertebral column, and Lin Feng's hands plunged into the stalker's eye sockets, shattering its eyeballs. Amidst the horrific sound of tearing flesh, he wrenched the stalker's head clean off its neck. The headless corpse gushed black blood, staining the corridor in a dark crimson hue. Lin Feng stood atop the stalker's back, holding its head aloft as though he were a demonic deity. He remained motionless, the corridor enveloped in a profound silence. The sight of a man effortlessly twisting off the head of a mutated creature was beyond words an embodiment of raw power. The stalker lay dead, its massive form rendered lifeless. The mere thought of Lin Feng's strength in such a feat was unfathomable. Was he even human? This must be what an evolved being looks like. Lu Hang stood in stunned disbelief, while those nearby were so frightened that they struggled to suppress their gasps. Each person's eyes reflected sheer terror, uncertain whether their fear stemmed from the stalker or the man before them. At that moment, Luo Yaoquan was swept by a tempest of emotions, quickly followed by exhilaration. He seized Chen Zhongxing by the arm, exclaiming, "Director Chen, look. If we ingratiate ourselves with him, we might just secure our survival." Chen Zhongxing nodded vigorously. The image of Lin Feng twisting off the head of the creature had left an indelible impact on him, erasing any other thoughts from his mind. The only means left to connect with Lin Feng was singular. The two turned to the alluring Jiao Jiao, their expressions pleading. "Jiao Jiao, we are counting on you. You must seize this opportunity and find a way to win his favor." Chen Zhongxing instinctively reached for Jiao Jiao, only to be repulsed by her disdain. Nearly losing her life had ignited a fierce hatred towards him. Left with no recourse, he looked to Luo Yaoquan for support. Luo Yaoquan quickly intervened, "Jiao Jiao. Please don't be angry. Director Chen was just momentarily misguided, forgive him, and think of your brother's work arrangements." At the mention of her brother, Jiao Jiao shot a glance at Luo Yaoquan, their eyes locking for a fleeting moment that sparked an understanding. The anger in her expression softened considerably. "All right then. But I cannot guarantee success. The woman beside Lin Feng, Su Su, is equally stunning. What does beauty matter if she lacks your skills? You are personally certified by me." Chen Zhongxing remarked with a smile. "How annoying." Jiao Jiao retorted with a charming smile, her gaze towards Lin Feng now laced with flirtation. A young girl. How could she ever compare to him? Some things require innate physical attributes. At this moment, Su Su gazed at Lin Feng with a sense of distraction. Though she was aware that their combined strength could undoubtedly vanquish the aberration, she had never anticipated it would unfold in such a manner. The overwhelming sense of pressure evoked a vivid image in Su Su's mind, a fearsome claw hunter. Indeed, Lin Feng, in this instant, exuded the essence of a claw hunter. He was not merely engaged in battle, rather, he resembled a relentless predator on the hunt. Chapter 53, Whom can you blame but yourself? With a thunderous roar, Lin Feng abruptly awakened from his statue-like stupor. The bloodlust that had once consumed his gaze began to recede. Indeed, as he had twisted the life from the stealthy assailant, the surge of primal energy within him had resurfaced. The once menacing figure of the stealthy foe now appeared delectable to Lin Feng, almost provoking an immediate desire to feast upon the lifeless body. A chilling voice echoed in his ears, urging him forward, "Target detected, please consume. Edible target identified, please consume." With a fierce shout, Lin Feng jolted himself from the clutches of such avarice. Experiencing this overwhelming urge in a moment of clarity sent a cold sweat cascading down his back. At that instant, he felt as though he had transformed into a ravenous beast. The sensation was utterly terrifying. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng compelled himself to regain his composure. From the perspective of the ferocious clawed predator, it seemed he was meant to absorb the pure energy within the corpse, rather than indulge in the flesh itself. Should that be the case, Lin Feng found it somewhat acceptable. However, as he drew forth his military-grade shovel, his expression darkened. The shovel had already sustained damage in his encounter with the clawed predator, and the reinforced musculature and bone density of the stealthy assailant had rendered it markedly deformed, especially following the frenzied knee strike. It was worth noting that this shovel possessed enhanced durability compared to ordinary military tools, yet it had still faltered under Lin Feng's assault. Faced with a level 1 mutant, reliance on the shovel would prove futile. Lin Feng muttered to himself, casting his gaze down upon the corpse. The arachnid which was likely on the brink of awakening, and he could not depart due to the immunization serum he had administered. He was in dire need of a level 1 weapon. Casting a glance behind him, he saw everyone positioned at a distance, while Su Su was diligently retrieving the arrows embedded in the walls. May the stealthy predator grant me an unexpected boon. Level 1 mutant essence, level 1 mutant essence. Level 1 mutant essence. Lin Feng whispered fervently, pressing his hand upon the corpse. Devour. With a sharp crackle. Excruciating pain surged through his palm as he felt a hollow tendril emerge from his hand, penetrating the lifeless body. Soon thereafter, he sensed pure energy being drawn into himself. A sensation akin to quenching one's thirst with an ice-cold cola on a sweltering summer day. The entire process unfolded in less than 2 seconds, leaving the corpse only slightly withered, with no other discernible abnormalities. It seemed that even direct consumption could go unnoticed by Su Su, provided he exercised caution. Opening his data interface, Lin Feng clenched his fist tightly, discovering that both the infection level and hunger level had indeed reverted to 0. 1. Moreover, whether due to the particularly rich energy of the devoured clawed predator or other factors, the increase in both metrics was remarkably gradual this time. Successfully devoured the target. Collection completed. Lin Feng obtained 2 level 1 mutant materials, Stalker Claw, 5 level 1 mutant materials, Stalker Horn Skin, 3 level 1 mutant materials, Stalker Ribs, 6 level 1 mutant materials, Hard Bone, and 1 level 1 energy crystal. Su Su obtained. The devouring process simultaneously completed the collection. The death furnace is akin to an apocalyptic game. Slaying a level 1 mutant is comparable to vanquishing a boss. Each participant in the kill can step forward to collect, with all spoils automatically allocated based on damage contribution. However, each individual can only see their own loot information, while the spoils of others remain concealed. Lin Feng was left speechless upon seeing the rewards. To kill the stalker, his level 1 military shovel was rendered useless. Yet he did not acquire the core material needed for crafting a level 1 weapon, the level 1 mutant essence. What a tremendous loss! Attempting to fuse target genes. A sudden voice sparked Lin Feng's interest. Remarkably, following the devouring, a new round of gene fusion commenced. Previously, he had awakened the fierce clawhunter form as his primary combat state. Could it be that this time he might awaken the stalker form as a secondary combat state? Did this imply that Lin Feng could fuse even more genes? The thought filled him with uncontainable excitement as he eagerly awaited the awakening of the stalker combat form. Unfortunately, gene fusion failed, no gains acquired. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng could not hide his disappointment. It appeared that not all mutants were suitable for fusion. Are you alright, Man Nyo? You looked quite terrifying after the last battle. Su Su's concerned voice suddenly pulled Lin Feng back to reality. Not at all, perhaps I was just too focused, he replied. Su Su, gazing at Lin Feng with a smile, remarked, Oh, the look in your eyes when you glanced at that head. I thought you might want to devour it. How could that be? Please don't disgust me, Lin Feng joked on the surface, yet inwardly, he remained cautious. He certainly did not wish for others to perceive him as a monster. It seemed he would need to actively suppress such predatory desires in the future. Suddenly, a commotion in the corner drew their attention. He will transform into a monster if he gets hurt, we must keep our distance. While he hasn't mutated yet, we should deal with him first. Bind him, or perhaps just. He is bound to become a zombie, it's better to eliminate him outright. A cluster of survivors, previously huddled together, now advanced menacingly towards Lu Hang, weapons clenched tightly in their hands. Leaning against the wall, Lu Hang sat on the ground, a wound from a claw oozing crimson blood. His lips had turned pale, yet he struggled to explain, I am a level 1 evolver. My records indicate that I have not been infected. However, his explanation proved futile to the crowd. You claim your records show you are uninfected, but we cannot verify that. You may say whatever you wish. Indeed, who would voluntarily admit to being infected? Even if you were, you wouldn't disclose it to us. I perceive that he has undoubtedly been infected. Now that the floors have finally become safe, we cannot afford to keep him. The property prices on these floors soar to several thousand in a single night. Those who reside in this vicinity are either affluent or aristocratic. They are far more aware than ordinary individuals of the value of their lives. A resplendent lady, adorned in opulence, pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Hang. Her jade bracelet swaying on her plump wrist. What are you hesitating for? Are you waiting for him to transform into a zombie? Act swiftly. Upon seeing this woman, an overwhelming ire surged within Lu Hang, and the wound he had covered began to seep blood through his fingers once more. "Aunt Jean, do you possess any sense of conscience while uttering such words? Had I not stood against the zombies during the apocalypse, you would have perished then and there. If it weren't for my intervention against that infiltrator and all the zombies, you would not have had the chance to escape downstairs. And now, you repay my kindness with ingratitude." The expressions of several survivors surrounding Jean Guizhen changed dramatically. Like Lu Hang, they were once guests on this floor. And it was Lu Hang who saved them during the outbreak of zombies. Just moments ago, he had single-handedly repelled the infiltrator, granting them the opportunity to flee downstairs. They had encountered Lin Feng and Su Su upon reaching the lower floor and returned to this level with the larger group. Lu Hang was indeed their savior. Shame welled up within them, yet in less than a second, this feeling was suppressed by Jean Guizhen and her companions. What good is maintaining dignity at such a time? Can one's pride ensure survival? Suddenly, Jean Guizhen shouted, "Do not speak as if you were so noble. You chose to remain behind of your own accord. We did not force you. If you did not run, who can you blame?" Lu Hang, incensed, attempted to rise, but the impact injured his spine, causing excruciating pain to shoot through his back, forcing him back to the ground. Initially startled by Lu Hang's potential outburst, Jean Guizhen's courage swelled upon seeing him unable to stand. Then, a sinister thought crossed her mind, and a glint of malice flickered in her eyes. "Everyone. Since he is a level 1 evolver, he will undoubtedly transform into a level 1 mutant upon mutation. We would all perish if that happens. Are you willing to watch him change?" The others, who had previously hesitated, now trembled at her words, unable to suppress their fearful glances toward the corpse of the infiltrator. The formidable nature of that creature left them shaken. Could Lu Hang, having been infected, also become such a monster? In that moment, the last remnants of rationality were stripped away by fear as the crowd brandished their weapons, inching closer to Lu Hang, their eyes glinting with menace. Lin Feng and Su Su observed the unfolding scene. "Shall we intervene? It seems that Jean Guizhen is truly intent on killing him," Su Su remarked, noting the change in Jean Guizhen's demeanor. Just moments ago, Lin Feng had sought to save someone, and now he stood idly by. She was perplexed by his thoughts. Lin Feng remained silent. In his memory, the formidable Lu Hang, known as the Blade Lord, was indeed an extraordinary individual. Yet he had endured a tragic existence in the early days. He had saved countless lives, only to be treated as a mere bodyguard, called upon at will, and betrayed by those he had rescued, often without his knowledge. Were it not for his immense strength, he would have long since met his demise. At this moment, Lin Feng desired for Lu Hang to truly grasp the treachery of human nature. In this wretched apocalypse, so-called kindness holds no value whatsoever. Chapter 54, The Deception. You truly play the part well. I saved you, yet you wish to repay my kindness with betrayal. Had I not cleared this level of zombies, you would have. Lu Hang's eyes were filled with anguish. Many of those before him he had once rescued. Just last night, they had shared laughter, showering him with praises for his heroism. Now, however, their true, grotesque natures were laid bare. It was evident that he had saved them, and he bore no infection. Why? Then, did they insist on seeking his demise? This world ought not to be so cruel. Do not blame us, blame your own misfortune, Jean Guizhen sneered, advancing with a glinting fruit knife in hand. She had long been probing for information regarding Lu Hang's transformation into an evolver, having learned of the hidden supply pack that contained precious evolution potions. Jealousy surged within her. Why should such valuable items appear in his room while hers lay adjacent? Yet, upon reflection, she surmised that the supply pack must contain more than just the evolution potion. Perhaps there was a second potion as well. Now that Lu Hang was incapacitated, it was the perfect moment to strike. If she killed him, everything within that space would belong to her. Greed dispelled the last remnants of her trepidation. Die, Lu Hang. Blame your own pigheadedness, she thought. But suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through her wrist as a hand emerged from the crowd, seizing her arm. What are you doing? Jean Guizhen snapped, turning around only to be met with a chilling gaze from Su Su, whose eyes seemed to peer into her very soul. Fear gripped her, compelling her to retract her hand immediately. Lin Feng casually pushed the others aside. Everyone, disperse. He has not been infected. His declaration stunned those surrounding them. On what basis do you make such a claim? He is clearly infected. As the opportunity to seize the supplies slipped away, Jean Guasian could not afford to care who stood before her. All she knew was that Lu Hang possessed the supply pack, containing everything she desired. However, Lin Feng coldly shoved her aside. I am also an evolver, my fists are the strongest here, do you understand? Though Lin Feng could not see Lu Hang's condition or injuries, he knew that as a future Blade King, he could not perish here due to infection. In an instant, the crowd recoiled, the image of Lin Feng effortlessly snapping a stealth hunter's neck resurfacing in their minds. The sheer, brutal elegance of that moment instilled a profound respect for him. Yes, we trust your words. A level 1 evolver possesses such formidable strength. It is only natural he would not succumb to infection. We believe you. They acknowledged, their earlier fear dissipating. We were foolish and frightened, we apologize for our rashness. You must protect us in the future, we are all relying on you. Instantly, smiles replaced the earlier tension on their faces as they offered contrite apologies to Lu Hang. As though the earlier events had never transpired. Lu Hang stared blankly at Lin Feng, realizing that this older brother had saved him once more. In a moment, an inexplicable admiration flooded Lu Hang's heart. Jean Guasian's expression changed several times, but at this moment, with Lin Feng intervening, she no longer had the opportunity to act. Realizing the situation, she immediately donned a smiling facade, quickly taking a couple of steps to grasp Lu Hang's hand. Oh dear, it was all a misunderstanding. Lu Hang. Aunt Jean apologizes to you. Please, as a person of great stature, forgive our petty transgressions. Everything seemed to revert to a familiar scene for Lu Hang, harmonious and amiable. Yet, Susu let out a cold laugh. You're quite the actress, if we hadn't spoken up, your knife would have already plunged into Lu Hang's neck. Susu stepped forward and firmly grasped Jean Guasian, squeezing hard. Ah! Jean Guasian gasped in pain as the fruit knife clattered to the ground. The forced smiles on everyone's faces immediately froze, and the air turned icy in that instant. The expressions of the onlookers shifted from pale to purple, especially Jean Guasian, whose eyes brimmed with a murderous intent directed at Susu. After finally stabilizing Lu Hang, this girl had the audacity to dismantle their faade. Did she truly wish to end her existence? Yet, Susu remained unperturbed. She could discern Lin Feng's deep concern for Lu Hang, the words he refrained from voicing. She would articulate for him. Indeed, she soon caught Lin Feng's appreciative gaze. Well done. Lu Hang stared blankly at the fallen fruit knife, and in this moment, he finally awakened to the truth. These people had been treating him like a fool, everything prior had been a charade, and they genuinely intended to kill him. With disgust, Lu Hang shook off Jean Guasian's grasp. She stood there, empty-handed and rigid, wanting to defend herself, but it was futile now. Why don't you believe your Aunt Jean? Were we not on good terms before? Jean Guasian retreated into the crowd, her face full of sorrow, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Yet, the glint of malice hidden deep within her gaze was keenly captured by the observant Susu. Furrowing her brow, Susu murmured, strange, does Lu Hang possess something of value? Why does this woman seem genuinely intent on his demise? Susu conveyed her thoughts to Lin Feng, who shook his head. This is Lu Hang's own affair, if he cannot overcome this hurdle, he does not deserve to survive. He then whispered to himself. Even if it's the Knife Lord, it remains the same. Lu Hang expressed to Lin Feng, his smile innocent and sincere, thank you, brother and sister. For your help twice, however, I cannot get up right now. No worries, the evolvers are resilient, you will recover swiftly. Lin Feng glanced at Lu Hang's wounds. Do you need me to tend to them? Excitement welled in Lu Hang's eyes. Do you have medical supplies? That would be splendid. They come at a price, quite steep. Of course. The roars of zombies echoed from downstairs, but the stairwell was blocked by layers of beds and cabinets. As long as there were no level 1 mutants like the stealthy ones, ordinary zombies wouldn't be able to surge up. Lu Hang was temporarily immobilized, while Lin Feng was assisting him with his injuries, and Susu leaned against the wall beside them, on guard. The others had been directed to a zone 10 meters away from them. All done. Lin Feng patted Lu Hang's shoulder and remarked, you are quite fortunate. Had it been any deeper, your intestines might have spilled out. Big brother, please don't scare me, Lu Hang replied, his face paling in fright. He quickly added, thank you. Brother, thank you, sister. You're welcome, Lin Feng responded casually, then inquired, what are your plans for the future, Lu Hang? I have no idea. Lu Hang said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. He had originally come to Haicheng for a vacation with his parents, but when the apocalypse struck, they were bitten by zombies while trying to protect him, leaving the young Lu Hang utterly directionless. Initially, he felt a sense of purpose in protecting the survivors on this level, but soon realized they were not worth his efforts, merely a group of selfish and self-serving individuals. Suddenly, Lu Hang's eyes brightened. Brother Feng, how about I follow you from now on? After being saved twice, he felt an inexplicable closeness to Lin Feng and Su Su. However, Lin Feng's smile vanished. Let me be clear, I am not a good person, nor am I a bleeding heart. The number of people who have died, directly or indirectly, by my hand is not less than 100, possibly more than dozens. Even with that knowledge, would you still want to follow me? Lu Hang's expression turned ashen, and he stood there, mouth agape, in shock. I can't believe you're that kind of person. How could you kill? Su Su scoffed, it's not just him. I too have countless lives on my hands. To follow Lin Feng, you must adhere to his rules, killing is a necessity. Are you capable of that? This. Lu Hang suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing to the ground. It was evident that he found this overwhelming to accept. Think it over, Lin Feng advised without further persuasion. As a survivor in this apocalyptic world, Lu Hang was woefully inadequate, far inferior to Su Su. Although he might become strong in the future, at present, he was nothing more than a complete burden, even less capable than an ordinary person. He had yet to earn the right to be a teammate. Chapter 55, Do not disturb, I fear you may overheat your equipment. The others were seated on the ground, beginning to rest. That was close. I had been following Lin Feng since level 14, utterly exhausted. Fortunately, I encountered them on the 18th floor. Oddly enough, have you noticed that it seems no one has spoken in the channel for quite some time? Now that you mention it, it does seem that no one has sent a message in half an hour. Someone inquired about the situation outside, yet no one could provide a satisfactory answer. Suddenly, someone asked, since you came from outside, could you describe the situation out there? Su Su was meticulously polishing her bone dagger. Her gaze unwavering, the damned and the undamned outside should all be dead by now. If you are hoping for rescue, I advise against wasting your efforts. Upon hearing her words, despair washed over the onlookers. Communication had been severed, and they had been waiting inside for help from the outside, only to be met with profound silence. Jean Guasian, already irritable, began to tug at her hair in frustration. What nonsense! What about the military, the police? Have they all perished? We taxpayers provide them with so much funding. Are they merely living off our contributions? Where have these lazy fools vanished at such a critical moment? Su Su halted her polishing, her icy gaze locking onto Jean Guasian. If you have grievances, do not direct them at me, lest I sew your mouth shut. Jean Guasian felt a deep-seated hatred for Su Su. It was all this little girl's fault, had she not interfered. Lu Hang's little brat would have properly continued to protect me. Now, their relationship was utterly strained. Damn it, I hope you do not fall into my hands. Jean Guasian lowered her head, skillfully concealing the malice in her eyes. At that moment, Chen Zhongxing, Luo Yaokuan, and the others could scarcely remain seated. If this were indeed the case, they would need to seek alternative routes. Yet, after much contemplation, their faith in the nation ultimately prevailed. Perhaps the places you have traversed are limited, coincidentally those that have fallen. It is possible that safe zones have already begun to be established at the city's periphery. Yes, I believe that too. The group exchanged murmurs, uncertain whether they were comforting themselves or persuading one another. At this juncture, Chen Zhongxing cleared his throat and spoke, Everyone, do not despair. I am Chen Zhongxing from the Market Supervision Bureau of Haicheng. I possess experience in handling emergencies. During such times, the authorities will undoubtedly establish safe zones around the city at the earliest opportunity, and subsequently dispatch forces in batches to search for civilians. We need only wait. and rescue will surely come. I have faith that our country will not let us down. We must believe in ourselves and in our nation. If we continue to wait, help will inevitably arrive. Indeed. True to his roots in persuasion, Chen Zhongxing's words instantly lifted the atmosphere in the corridor. Some even felt inclined to applaud. But they suppressed their enthusiasm out of consideration for the zombies below. Humans instinctively tend to believe in that which benefits them while overlooking the harsh realities. Director Chen. My son also works internally. His name is Huang Jianhua. I wonder if you know him. It is rather amusing to note that Director Chen and I share a familial connection. He is, in fact, the son of my uncle. As the crowd began to gather, eager to ingratiate themselves, Jin Guozian emerged as a prominent figure, forming a natural alliance with Luo Yaoquan and Chen Zhongxing due to their shared interests in business. As Chen Zhongxing found himself surrounded by admirers, he relished the sense of being in the limelight once more. He exchanged a knowing glance with Luo Yaoquan, who promptly beckoned over Zhao Zhao, her face adorned with a bright smile. What is going on? Su Su inquired, her instincts immediately on high alert. Nothing much. We merely wish to see if there is anything we can assist you with, Luo Yaoquan replied with a beaming smile, seizing the opportunity to approach Lin Feng. Zhao Zhao. With an alluring grace, leaned closer, her cascading hair releasing a subtle fragrance as she inadvertently lowered her neckline. Lin Feng, feel free to express any needs you may have. Please, do not hold back, she implored. At that moment, she wore a white shirt and a fitted skirt, accentuating her voluptuous figure to its fullest. Noticing Lin Feng's gaze upon her, she adjusted her posture, becoming even more captivating, prompting several audible swallows from those behind her. However, Lin Feng, after surveying her form, merely smirked and replied, perhaps it's best to refrain, I fear you might burst your attire. The previously vigilant Su Su erupted into laughter at Lin Feng's remark, while Luo Yaoquan wore a look of discomfort, and Zhao Zhao's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Yu Zhao Zhao huffed, stamping her foot in frustration before turning to leave, prompting Luo Yaoquan to follow suit with a reluctant smile. Su Su gave Lin Feng a thumbs up, exclaiming, you truly are incorrigible. Haha, but well said. Lin Feng chuckled, and what about you? All natural. As soon as Su Su uttered her retort, she felt ensnared in his playful banter. She attempted to kick him while seated, but he deftly evaded her strike, and they both succumbed to laughter. Lu Heng suddenly scratched his head and remarked, does this sister also possess bone armor? Indeed. Su Su laughed heartily, silicone armor, costing several 100,000 altogether. In the distance, Zhao Zhao shuddered involuntarily, quickening her pace without realizing it. The two returned, somewhat disheartened. Curse it, is Lin Feng truly so impervious to reason? Not a shred of respect to be found? Chen Zhongxing's expression darkened as he cursed Lin Feng internally 1,000 times over. Upon noticing Chen Zhongxing's displeasure, Luo Yaoquan swiftly turned to Zhao Zhao, admonishing her with an unceremonious slap across her face. You can't handle a few words without storming off? Where was this attitude when Director Chen entrusted you with a task? You squandered a golden opportunity, and now let us see how you make amends. With each reprimand, Luo Yaoquan cast furtive glances at Chen Zhongxing. Zhao Zhao, filled with regret, clung to Chen Zhongxing's arm, her face a mask of contrition. Director Chen. I was in the wrong, but who could have foreseen that this rogue would humiliate me so? Don't you think there is something wrong with him? He rebuffs my advances without hesitation. What do I lack compared to that little flat-chested girl beside him? Zhao Zhao persistently lingered around Chen Zhongxing, and at last, his expression softened. Luo Yaoquan, what shall we do now? At that moment, Jin Guozian suddenly leaned in. This Lin Feng is quite difficult to handle. Why not consider a different strategy to win over Lu Hang? This young lad is rather naive and easily deceived. Upon hearing this, both Chen Zhongxing and Luo Yaoquan experienced a moment of clarity. Lin Feng was merely a reluctant option, although Lu Hang was not as capable. His allegiance could provide ample protection. After all, he was still a first-level evolved being. Moreover, Lu Hang appeared to be quite inexperienced, and someone like Zhao Zhao, with her nurturing demeanor, could easily charm him. The four of them gathered closely, and Luo Yaoquan inquired, you are more familiar with Lu Hang's personality. What do you suggest we do? Jin Guozian leaned closer to Chen Zhongxing and lowered her voice, Lu Hang is manageable. But we must first devise a way to separate him from those two fellows. Suddenly, Jiao Jiao slapped her thigh, right. Lin Feng mentioned he was coming here to find a girl named Lu Yanqi. It seems he has a particular interest in her. However, we are unaware of which level she resides on. Luo Yaoquan suddenly grinned mischievously. Director Chen, I have a plan. Lin Feng opened his survival space to assess the various mutated materials within, shaking his head. All other materials were ready, but without the first level mutated essence. The hunting blade could not be crafted. Ding! Player Su Su has sent you a trade invitation. Would you like to accept? The sudden pop-up caught Lin Feng off guard. Su Su calmly continued to eat. I noticed your military shovel is damaged. If you need any materials for equipment, just let me know. And I can help you gather them. Lin Feng chuckled. Aren't the spoils supposed to belong to each person? Why are you being so generous today? I mean, I could sell it to you at a high price. Lin Feng was left speechless, while Su Su looked at him with a playful smile. Su Su had never killed a first-level mutated creature, and Lin Feng did not harbor high hopes. However, when Su Su showcased the items in her survival space, Lin Feng was taken aback. Mutated essence, 0 level. The essence crystallized from the death of a 0-level mutated creature, an exceedingly rare material. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng felt utterly speechless. Although 0-level mutated essence was not as precious as its first-level counterpart, it was still quite rare. And this material could be used to craft exquisite 0-level equipment. In terms of physical attributes, it was indistinguishable from first-level equipment, lacking only additional effects. But it would be sufficient for Lin Feng to navigate this phase. How much? A flat price of 200 energy shards, quite a bargain, wouldn't you say? Su Su confidently spread her hands. You are selling 0-level materials for 200 energy shards? Why not just rob someone? Whether you want it or not. Why the long face? I'm just joking, take it for 100 energy shards. Lin Feng examined the 0-level mutated essence he had acquired. It was a pale, crystal-like sphere, shimmering like a luminous pearl in the darkness. This scene was witnessed by Lu Hang, who curiously asked, Is this item very precious? Lin Feng nodded. It is a material used to manufacture certain high-tier equipment. Lu Hang let out a sound of acknowledgement and remarked, I possess one of these as well. Although mine is somewhat larger. Chapter 56, Will you stay and be betrayed? Lin Feng turned his head with excitement. Really? Do you have this? Lu Hang scratched his head. Yes, a level 1 zombie rat sneaked into my room while I was sleeping last night. After I killed it, this dropped. He then produced a mutated essence larger than Su Su's. Mutated essence, level 1, Lin Feng felt a surge of despair. He had slain 4 level 1 mutated creatures without a single drop, while Lu Hang casually killed a level 1 rat and received this. Was this the fate of the chosen one, the Knife Lord? What kind of luck did he possess, having only obtained a spicy hot pot from all those zombies? How much do you want to sell it for? Name your price. Lin Feng was determined to acquire this level 1 mutated essence. Having previously sold weapons and taken advantage of many, he was no longer in need of energy shards. However, Lu Hang handed the level 1 mutated essence directly to Lin Feng. My life was saved by Brother Feng, so I must give this to you. Looking at the easily obtained level 1 mutated essence, Lin Feng felt somewhat bewildered. It was said that the Knife Lord was unguarded towards others. And now he had witnessed it firsthand. Alright, I won't take advantage of you. Just wait. Lin Feng opened the equipment crafting system and placed the level 0 mutated essence he had acquired from Su Su into the crafting slot. After some thought, he took out the materials from the stalker. What kind of weapon do you prefer? Lin Feng inquired of Lu Hang. Lu Hang's level 0 Tang Dao had been destroyed when facing the stalker, and Lin Feng was just in time to forge him a new one. I like the Tang Dao. Don't you think it looks particularly cool? Excitement surged in Lu Hang's eyes at the mention of the Tang Dao. Good. Lin Feng chose the style of the Tang Dao. A flash of golden light illuminated his hand, revealing an exquisite Tang Dao. Fong of the Stalker, level 0, a Tang Dao crafted from level 1 stalker materials, possessing exceptional hardness and resilience that rivals any level 1 weapon. Its streamlined blade is as swift and deadly as the stalker itself. Seeing Lin Feng present the Fong of the Stalker to him, Lu Hang could hardly believe his eyes. Is this for me? Upon Lin Feng's nod, Lu Hang joyfully embraced the Feng of the stalker and examined it closely. This was already a top-tier piece among level 0 equipment. The blade measured 150 centimeters and the edge was adorned with exquisite water patterns. Moreover, it retained the stalker's characteristics, jet black and lightweight, reflecting no light in the darkness. Crafted from level 1 materials. Its physical attributes and sharpness were on par with any level 1 weapon, the only difference being the absence of any additional effects found in level 1 weapons. With a few swings, it produced almost no sound, truly resembling the stalker. This weapon is too precious, I can only offer this material. Lu Hang was nearly moved to tears, fully aware of the cost to create this blade. Lin Feng had likely used all the fine materials obtained from the stalker. Take it, Lin Feng, oh no one anything, Lin Feng stated before reopening the equipment crafting system, excitedly licking his lips. The main event was just about to commence. He placed the level 1 mutated essence onto the table and then produced all the mutated materials from the fearsome claw hunter. The hunter has already proven sufficient to forge a level 1 weapon, yet the fearsome claw hunter represents a creature that has undergone a second mutation. The physical properties of the materials obtained from this secondary mutation have been significantly enhanced, and the resulting weapons are collectively referred to as mutated equipment, boasting attributes that far exceed those of their peers. In a previous life, the materials from a second mutated creature were worth several times more than those of other creatures of the same level, and the finished equipment was a rare treasure, coveted only by the elite of large guilds. Lin Feng vaguely recalls a level 4 mutated piece of equipment emerging, attracting dozens of factions in a frenzied bid to seize it, a scene that was nothing short of terrifying. At last, Lin Feng is about to possess his own mutated equipment. He places a level 1 mutated essence in the crafting slot and retrieves the necessary materials from the fearsome claw hunter. After a moment's contemplation, he also produces a piece of freshly acquired Stalker-S chitinous skin and Stalker-S ribs. In addition to the required materials, one can incorporate additional components during equipment crafting, which grants a chance to enhance the resulting gear with special attributes. As a scout, Lin Feng excels in dual-wielding shadow strikes and executing assassinations from within the shadows. The characteristics of the Stalker-S equipment align perfectly with his combat style. He silently prays for success. With a flash of golden light, 2 blades, each approximately a foot in length, materialize in Lin Feng's hands. The blades shimmer in dark silver and feel astonishingly weightless. Chasing Hunter's Blade, level 1 mutated weapon, a two-handed weapon forged from the materials of the fearsome claw hunter, possessing attributes that far surpass those of its level. Attribute enhancement, strength 5. Additional effect, chase. When battling a target wounded by the chasing hunter's blade, speed is increased. The greater the damage dealt, the faster the speed enhancement. Note, by incorporating level 1 stalker materials, the chasing hunter's blade has acquired certain hidden characteristics. Upon reviewing the finished product's details, even Lin Feng, with memories of his past life, finds it difficult to contain his excitement. The effects of this chasing hunter's blade surpass his wildest expectations. In the early days before the apocalypse, an additional strength of 5 is undeniably formidable. Lin Feng's power now rivals that of the fearsome claw hunter. The additional effective chase is particularly potent, especially during a phase when most players lack defensive gear, or evasion is crucial in combat at similar levels. Once a target is wounded by the chasing hunter's blade, this effect significantly boosts Lin Feng's margin for error in melee encounters, implying that his adversaries will find it nearly impossible to escape his grasp. This blade clearly embodies some characteristics of the stalker, rendering it an unparalleled weapon for plunder and assassination. Both in attributes and effects, it aligns exquisitely with Lin Feng's own combat style. He has succeeded. He has successfully fused the traits of the stalker materials into the chasing hunter's blade. With a deft flick of his fingers, the chasing hunter's blade dances gracefully at his fingertips, its smoothness rendering Lin Feng entranced. With this, I stand a fighting chance even against the spider witch. These short blades are simply beautiful, Su remarks as she draws closer to admire the chasing hunter's blade. Are they crafted from the materials of the fearsome claw hunter? Indeed, Lin Feng replies. Lin Feng secured the hunting blade to his waist, when suddenly a spark of insight struck him. Sensing the emergence of something inexplicable from a certain floor above, the spiritual awareness manifested a notification. The immunity serum had finally arrived. Lin Feng patted Su Su on the shoulder and said, "Let us prepare to ascend further." "Have you sensed something again?" Su Su asked, hastily stuffing the last of his bread into his mouth and washing it down with a generous gulp of mineral water. In his eyes, Lin Feng's talent lay in his ability to uncover concealed targets. The two rose, and Lin Feng called out, "Who among you can sketch the structural layout of the upper floors for me?" "I can." "I know how," several individuals volunteered eagerly. They quickly produced a rough sketch. The entire Mariana Hotel comprised 28 floors, with floors 1 to 16 housing standard guest rooms, accommodating the most guests. From the 17th floor onward, the rooms became more luxurious, while floors 26 and above featured opulent suites. Floors 24 to 26 provided entertainment facilities, including KTV, saunas, nightclubs, and a small cinema, while the 27th and 28th floors were reserved for lavish suites. Based on the distance, Lin Feng deduced that the immunity serum was likely located on the 28th floor. "Are you planning to leave?" a bespectacled man exclaimed, a flicker of fear in his eyes. He forced a smile and implored, "Don't rush to depart. Our floor is quite safe now." "Indeed, please stay at least a few nights," others chimed in. "What will we do if you leave? Don't abandon us here to await our demise." The previously subdued survivors became frantic, rushing toward Lin Feng, pleading for him and Su Su to remain. Their prowess was evident. And if they departed, who would protect them? Some individuals were oblivious to the fact that their desperation was plainly visible upon their faces. However, in the corner, Chen Zhongxing and his companions exchanged glances of delight. They were eager for Lin Feng and Su Su to depart. Su Su sneered, "What? Do you want us to stay and protect you, only to be betrayed like Lu Hang after sustaining injuries?" Chapter 57, Level 28. The Spider Witch. An icy voice rendered the surroundings silent. Several individuals rescued from the lower floors hastily defended themselves. "We would never act as you have. We are immensely grateful for your kindness. Indeed, we shall never forget your great benevolence. Please, stay with us. We will ensure that food is distributed evenly, from now on. You two shall be the leaders of our level, and we shall obey your every command." The crowd swiftly divided into two factions, one comprised of those who had ascended with Lin Feng and his companion, while those who had betrayed Lu Hang were pushed aside. Their eyes filled with regret. However, no amount of pleading could sway Lin Feng and Su Su, who had already readied their gear. "Brother Feng, Sister Su. Where are you going?" "I want to go with you." Lu Hang, having managed to stand, leaned on his support. His nervous system, previously in a state of shock, had considerably recovered. "Have you made your decision?" "Yes, from now on. I will follow you. I will do whatever you ask." Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. The initial training seemed to yield results. The others grew increasingly anxious. If all three evolved beings were to depart, they would stand no chance against the approaching zombies. Jean Guasian and her companions instinctively tensed. "Little brother, your injuries are not yet healed, you should refrain from moving around." "We can look after each other here," Chen Zhongxing remarked with a forced smile, more obsequious than when he had accompanied his superiors on inspections. Yet Lu Hang paid no heed to the others. Su Su had stated that joining the team meant following Lin Feng's orders, disregarding all other voices. Lin Feng nodded slightly. "Your spinal nerves have not fully recovered, and your wounds are not yet healed. It would be wise for you to rest here." "Very well," Lu Hang replied reluctantly. At that moment, Luo Yaoquan approached Lin Feng, accompanied by a bespectacled man, excitedly proclaiming, "Lin Feng, I've been inquiring about things. And this person claims to know which level Lu Yanqi is on." The bespectacled man quickly smiled apologetically. "I had a brief conversation with her once. She mentioned she is on level 26. Lin Feng frowned. Level 26 was a large nightclub, and given Lu Yanqi's hedonistic nature, it was no surprise she lingered there. However, the zombies on that level were undoubtedly numerous and were a layer Lin Feng had originally planned to avoid. After all, the more populous a location, the greater the likelihood of encountering advanced mutants. This could very well be the birthplace of the Spider Witch. Such places were those Lin Feng wished to evade the most. After the first wave of mutations, he could not confidently assert his ability to face multiple foes, especially since his current defenses were weak. And even his level 0 bone armor could not withstand the bites of level 1 mutants. Brother Feng, the obstacle has been cleared. Lu Hang and several survivors had moved aside the debris blocking the passage. Lin Feng exchanged a few words with Lu Hang before he and Su Su ascended to level 21. Roar! Before them, the zombies had not yet turned. And two blades of light swiftly swept through the air. The shock evident in the zombie's eyes had yet to dissipate before it became rigid upon its face, subsequently collapsing into 3 segments. Nearby, another zombie remained oblivious to the demise of its companion behind it. The additional force bestowed by the keen edge of the weapon allowed Lin Feng to barely perceive the resistance encountered by the blade. As if he had effortlessly sliced through a sheet of white paper, smooth and silent. This was the terrifying essence of a level 1 mutated weapon. A fusion of the attributes of a stealthy stalker and a ferocious predator. Gripping the hunting blade in a reverse hold, Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon the remaining dozen or so zombies, a fervor igniting in his eyes. Su Su, maintain vigilance, we shall proceed with silent kills. With both blades gripped in reverse, Lin Feng's mind swiftly conjured the perfect angles and paths for assassination based on the zombies' positions and movements. He transformed into a phantom of darkness, each ambush executed without a trace. Su Su provided remote support, as one by one, the zombies fell to their coordinated efforts, invigorating Lin Feng's spirit. This was the combat style with which he was most familiar. By circumventing entanglements with large hordes, the duo stealthily ascended to the 23rd floor, where they rescued a pair of individuals. The man trembled, stating, "The floor above is teeming with KTV zombies, and I've heard terrifying roars emanating from there. It's likely that there are creatures far more formidable than zombies. Are you truly going up?" Su Su nodded, "You need not worry about that. The 20th floor has been entirely cleared. If you exercise caution, you should be able to reach the 20th floor safely." "All right, thank you. We will head down now." The couple expressed, their faces illuminating with relief as they hurriedly retreated. Su Su turned to Lin Feng, "Shall we proceed directly upward or?" "No. We shall take another route," Lin Feng replied, leading Su Su to the elevator shaft. Their paramount objective was the immunity serum. Lin Feng intended to ascend to the 28th floor from this point, with plans to search for the serum before attempting to descend to the 26th floor in pursuit of Lu Yanqi's whereabouts. If Lu Yanqi was indeed alive, she would likely be hidden on the 27th floor. With a crowbar, they pried open the elevator, forcing the safety cover aside to climb atop the elevator's roof. Using the metal ladder, they commenced their ascent, perfectly circumventing the horde of zombies clustered between the 24th and 26th floors. As they climbed the elevator shaft from the 24th to the 28th, they pried open the elevator door, immediately met by a thick stench of blood. The 28th floor had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Everywhere lay torn limbs and remnants. The shapes of the wounds suggested that these bodies had been savagely ripped apart. Each head stared wide-eyed, unable to rest, their features contorted in anguish, as if they had endured unspeakable torment in life. The entire 28th floor had become a bloody slaughterhouse. What on earth happened here? Su Su could not restrain her inquiry. But Lin Feng had already raised his hunting blade with urgency. The scene was unmistakably clear. "Be cautious, this floor houses a level 1 mutant. This creature likely revels in the act of tearing humans apart." Lin Feng's breath grew exceedingly shallow. There was no doubt about it, the arachnid-like which resided on this very level. At this moment, Lin Feng's spiritual awareness indicated that the golden light lay quietly in a distant room. Taking a deep breath, he instructed, "Do not make a sound as you follow behind me." Lin Feng cautiously began to maneuver his body, advancing with utmost care. The blood beneath his feet soaked into the woolen carpet, creating a sticky sensation that sent chills down his spine. Su Su felt a tension she had never experienced before, even swallowing her saliva in 2 careful motions. Suddenly, Lin Feng halted. Before them lay the solitary head of a human player, seemingly torn from the body by a mutant, with jagged wounds revealing 3 sections of spine beneath. In the next moment, the head's pupils abruptly turned towards them, and its jaw began to snap together violently, as if it sought to rend the flesh of the 2 intruders from afar. Simultaneously, other severed heads appeared to awaken, directing their gaze towards the pair. The sound of their jaws clacking echoed eerily in the darkness, reminiscent of a symphony from the depths of hell. Despite the knowledge that he was protected by a level 0 skeletal armor, Lin Feng felt a chilling sensation, as if he had been bitten. Susu checked the information: name, ghost head identity, mutant strength, 11 agility, 0 constitution, 3 perception, 10 mutation level, LV1 description, a monster formed from the head of a human player after being torn apart by a mutant. Lacking mobility, they only attack when prey inadvertently approaches. However, once they latch on, they will never let go. Do not fear. These ghost heads pose no threat as long as we do not offer ourselves for their bite. Before he could finish, Lin Feng sensed a strange tremor approaching from behind. Cursing under his breath, he suddenly turned, pulling Susu along as he lunged forward. With a thunderous crash, the ground where they had just stood erupted, a terrifying creature piercing through the floor. The woolen carpet and flooring were instantly torn apart, creating a sizable hole. The two rolled and regained their footing, only to find a woman clinging to the ceiling like a gecko, her long hair cascading down, and 8 spider-like eyes scattered across her grotesque, bloodied face. Her mouth had split open, forming a large, insect-like jaw. Her claws, reduced to mere skin and bone, had mutated to nearly 2 meters in length, resembling spider legs that anchored her to the ceiling. A tongue shot from her mouth, piercing the wooden floor beneath. Her chilling laughter echoed through the quiet corridor, yet her words emerged as a desperate plea. Do not kill me, I will obey your every command. Chapter 58 Mother, It Hurts. Upon witnessing the bizarre appearance of the female zombie, Susu was taken aback, instinctively retreating behind Lin Feng at the sound she emitted. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with intensity. Even the ferocious clod hunters could not articulate human speech, suggesting that this creature's intelligence and level of mutation might surpass even that of the clod hunters. However, upon examining the data, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Name, Spider-Woman identity, mutant strength, 17 agility, 21 constitution, 13 intuition, 14 mutation level, LV1 description, a grotesque variant formed after human players were infected by a unique virus. Exhibiting incredible agility. Her rapidly extending tongue and reinforced claws are her most terrifying weapons. The Spider-Woman is but 1 letter away from the Spider Witch. Yet, Lin Feng had no time to ponder these details. With a swift motion, her tongue flicked in the air before retracting into her mouth. As the Spider-Woman scuttled rapidly along the ceiling towards the two, moving with a speed that seemed almost supernatural, suddenly, she emitted a guttural sound, and her tongue shot forth towards Lin Feng like a cannonball, the foul wind it carried inducing nausea. Retreat! Lin Feng commanded, and both of them hastily fell back. The tongue struck the ground with a resounding thud, sending debris flying. As Susu retreated, she swiftly drew her hunting bow. However, the Spider-Woman effortlessly shattered the arrow with her claws, her tongue lunging once more at the pair. The rapid onslaught of her tongue pounded against the ground, the hardened tips creating deep craters as stones erupted around them. In the midst of their retreat, Susu retaliated with distant sniper shots. Yet all her attacks were effortlessly crushed by the Spider-Woman's claws, while the latter's relentless strikes continually threatened their positions. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in Lin Feng's eye as he produced a military shovel and hurled it towards the Spider-Woman on the ceiling. Thud! The Spider-Woman instinctively dodged. But at that moment, Lin Feng launched himself towards her, leaping off the ground with great force. The Spider-Woman's rightward evasion inadvertently brought her into the path of Lin Feng's blade, which became 2 lethal silver streaks slicing through the darkness. In a critical moment, the Spider-Woman executed a sudden drop from the ceiling, while Lin Feng's dual blades embedded themselves into the ceiling as if piercing through tofu. Yet, instead of attacking Lin Feng, the Spider-Woman darted towards Susu with even greater speed, having discerned that Susu was the more vulnerable target. Cackling, the Spider-Woman taunted, weakling prey. Her elongated, spider-like claws emitted a metallic scrape as they moved beneath Susu's feet. The ghostly heads made a crunching sound, as if mocking her impending descent into their ranks. The grotesque visage of the Spider-Woman loomed larger before Susu, but she displayed no hint of panic. Instead, she steadied herself, drawing her hunting bow to its maximum tension, her eyes radiating a lethal fervor. Now, there is no escape for you. With a resounding twang, the arrow was released, the fierce wind propelling it straight into the Spider-Woman's face. The collision of their opposing forces pierced through her visage, the impact sending her body crashing against the wall. The arachnid-like woman rolled past Su with the momentum of her charge, her sharp claws raking terrifying gashes into the walls and floor. Su sidled into a room. But as she attempted to rise, she suddenly felt a weight on her shoulder. A ghastly head clamped down on her, its gaze fixated as it gnawed relentlessly. Disgusting creature. With a swift motion, Su drew her bone dagger and plunged it into the creature's eye socket, sending the head flying. By this time, Lin Feng had landed, twisting as he sprinted towards the arachnid woman. Yet she had already regained her grip on the wall, stabilizing herself. Her spider-like claws lashed out, colliding fiercely with Lin Feng's vicious blade. Lin Feng felt a sudden chill as a thunderous clash erupted, metal sparks flying from the impact of blade against arm. The arachnid woman's claws were gaunt, near skin stretched over bone, yet their hardness matched that of the ferocious blade crafted by the hunter. Lin Feng withdrew immediately after his missed strike, the claws slicing through the air with a foul wind just past his face. In an instant, he reversed his dagger and lunged once more towards the arachnid woman's chest, only to have his attack intercepted by her claws mid-strike. They were locked in a deadly close-quarters combat, the arachnid woman raising her claws like a spider, each side rapidly alternating between offense and defense. At that moment, two piercing shrieks suddenly approached from the side. Su's arrows struck the arachnid woman in the waist, causing her to stagger from the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng delivered a decisive blow to her side, tearing a gaping wound that measured nearly a foot long. The moment he struck, Lin Feng felt a surge in his speed, though slight, the effect of the hunter's blade had activated. With Su's relentless assault, the wounds he inflicted multiplied, and his speed continued to escalate. The arachnid woman, enraged, shot out her tongue as she retreated, creating distance between them. With a swift motion, Lin Feng hurled one of his hunter's blades at her. The blade embedded deeply into her shoulder, the hilt disappearing into her flesh, and Lin Feng's speed surged once more. This strike evidently inflicted significant damage. The arachnid woman began to thrash in a frenzy, her claws wildly slashing through the darkness, leaving countless razor-like gashes on the walls. Yet Lin Feng leaped high, vaulting over her claws and the arachnid woman, and seized the embedded hunter's blade. With the sheer inertia of his leap combined with the blade's sharpness, he carved a horrific wound across her back, nearly tearing her torso in half. Black blood sprayed against the ceiling as the arachnid woman let out a piercing, agonizing scream. Pain, pain, father, mother. The arachnid woman crawled up, her spider-like face quivering with an arrow lodged within. You're killing me, you shall pay for this. In a frenzied rage, the arachnid woman lashed out at Lin Feng. But he had gained yet another burst of speed, gradually outpacing her frantic attempts to strike. The effect of the hunt was truly remarkable. Lin Feng pushed off the wall with his right leg, executing a sharp turn, and reversed his grip on the hunter's blade, thrusting it forward as he transformed into a lightning bolt racing toward the arachnid woman. In that moment, he resembled a panther of the night. And the two dark silver hunter's blades were his lethal fangs. With a relentless surge, Lin Feng attacked, tearing and slicing with precision, inflicting wounds upon the arachnid woman. Each strike accelerated his assault, while her movements appeared increasingly sluggish in his eyes, revealing glaring defensive flaws. Mama, please save me. Mama. Do you no longer want Juju? It hurts so much, it hurts. The arachnid woman murmured incessantly, resembling a weeping little girl calling out for her mother, her expression one of anguish. What is happening? Is she calling for her mother? Su, horrified, listened to the anguished cries echoing in her ears, involuntarily slowing her actions. Lin Feng shook his head, explaining, when human players transform into zombies, they may retain fragments of their consciousness, but this does not imply they remain the same individuals they once were. Upon closer inspection, Su discerned that despite the arachnid woman's lamentations, her pupils only reflected an insatiable yearning for flesh, devoid of any trace of human awareness. Without hesitation, Su unleashed two arrows that struck true to the torso, causing the arachnid woman to stagger backward. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng executed a deft maneuver, shattering her defenses with a swift strike, the hunting blade piercing through her chin and emerging from her forehead, rendering her head impaled. Mama, it hurts. The arachnid woman's wailing rapidly diminished, her raised claws collapsing in unison, spewing forth a viscous black-red fluid. Su could hardly contain her exhilaration, this creature has finally perished. With a swift motion, Lin Feng withdrew the hunting blade, his excitement palpable, yet a lingering doubt remained. In his past life, the descriptions of the arachnid which painted her as an insurmountable foe, swift and versatile, having mercilessly slaughtered numerous hunting squads of evolved players, each meeting a gruesome end. Yet this particular arachnid woman, though formidable, seemed far less terrifying than the accounts of that bygone era suggested. Chapter 59, the optimal entry point when discussing attribute data. The arachnid woman is even inferior to the infiltrators they had previously encountered. Yet, it is evident that their actions did not attract any other mutants, indicating that this entire level harbors only the arachnid woman. Perhaps she has yet to evolve into the arachnid sorceress, rendering her comparatively weaker. Lin Feng murmured, extending his hand to caress the corpse. Devour, collect. Successfully collected target. Lin Feng has obtained Arachnid Woman's Claw, Level 1 Mutated Material, X2. Arachnid Woman's Tongue Tendon, Level 1 Mutated Material, X1. Arachnid Woman's Rib, Level 1 Mutated Material, X5. Arachnid Woman's Shattered Skull, Level 1 Mutated Material, X1. Level 1 Energy Crystal X1. Su has obtained. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. In his previous life, the arachnid sorceress had ruthlessly slaughtered numerous evolved beings. Yet she also yielded many valuable items. The team that ultimately vanquished her reaped substantial rewards, with the captain rising to prominence as a top-tier powerhouse in Haicheng. Why, then, was he left with such meager spoils? While not entirely worthless, the arachnid woman's tongue tendon is indeed a precious material for crafting level 1 crossbows. But it pales in comparison to the bounty his predecessors had amassed. When he glanced at Su, he found her proudly displaying a peculiar heart before him. Arachnid Woman's Mutated Heart, one of the most valuable materials from the Arachnid Woman, used as a core component in crafting Arachnid Woman-themed equipment. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a wave of despair wash over him. Compared to the Arachnid Woman's Mutated Heart, his own collection was nothing but scraps. He observed Su's beaming expression, as if to say, "Don't worry, I can sell it to you for a high price if you desire." Lin Feng sighed. After scouring each room, they ultimately discovered the source of a golden glow in one chamber. It was not a trader, but rather a hidden supply pack. The previous supply pack had been bestowed upon Lin Feng, so logically, this bounty should belong to Su. There's something I need in there. Would you mind letting me have it? Lin Feng inquired. Su nodded and took a step back. Then this supply pack is yours. Thank you. From now on, you can choose your rewards first for the next 2 times, Lin Feng said, reaching for the supply pack. Congratulations, player Lin Feng. You have discovered a level 1 hidden supply pack reward. Rewards obtained: Basic Military Ration, Level 0 card, X5, Baseball Bat, Level 0 card, X1, Immunity Potion X1. Indeed, there was an immunity potion. In the Death Foundry, immunity potions are categorized into ordinary and advanced types. The ordinary immunity potion varies in levels. A level 1 immunity potion can guarantee the elimination of infections from viruses below level 1. However, its effectiveness against higher-level viruses diminishes significantly, merely delaying the onset of infection, and becomes entirely ineffective against viruses exceeding level 3. These ordinary immunity potions are relatively easier to acquire. The other type, which Lin Feng now held, the immunity potion, can effectively combat viruses of any level, making it a coveted item among all apocalyptic players. With it, facing high-level mutants is akin to possessing an additional life. However, as Lin Feng focused his consciousness on the immunity potion, he received a prompt. Detection indicates that the player has been infected. Warning: the player is afflicted with a pathological virus. The immunity serum cannot eradicate the infection. It can only exert a certain degree of suppression. Cannot eradicate the infection? Upon reading this, Lin Feng was utterly taken aback. In his previous life, infections from level 7 and 8 mutated beings could be resolved with immunity serums. Why was the infection from this primordial aberration on him any different? Suddenly, Lin Feng's attention was drawn to the system's description: pathological virus. What exactly is this primordial aberration that has infected me? The looming crisis of infection once again tightened Lin Feng's heart. Su, unaware of the circumstances, could discern Lin Feng's distress from his expression and suggested, Shall we go find your ex-girlfriend to vent a little? In that moment, Lin Feng wished to bestow upon Su Su the title of empathetic confidant. To the 26th floor we go. Lu Yanqi and the zombies would undoubtedly serve as the perfect outlet for his frustrations. Meanwhile, on the 20th floor. Do you think our strategy will be effective? What if he retaliates against me for bringing him false information? The bespectacled man trembled. Looking at Chen Zhongxing with a mixture of hope and dread, Director Chen, you can't leave me to fend for myself, I did this for you. Jin Guozhen cast a disdainful glance at the bespectacled man. What is there to be afraid of? You merely stated that Lu Yanqi had been to the 26th floor. It doesn't mean she's waiting there for you. If you can't find her, it's not your fault. As long as the zombies above can delay those two nuisances, Director Chen will have ample time to deal with Lu Hang. Of course I want to get out. I'm just worried, the bespectacled man chuckled awkwardly. Chen Zhongxing reassured him, I understand. Once we get out, I will immediately arrange for the nearest military unit to escort your family into the safe zone. You need not worry. Chen Zhongxing's words brought a sense of relief to the bespectacled man, who quickly professed his loyalty before Chen. If it weren't for his wife and children, he would never compromise his principles to relay false information. Chen Zhongxing, meanwhile, smirked at the foolishness of such lowly beings, easily manipulated by the promise of trivial benefits. Did they truly think he would send people to protect their family? How naive. If he dispatched resources to safeguard them, who would protect himself? He was a person of significance, these individuals were mere expendables, and if they perished, so be it. The five had now arrived beside Lu Hang, who regarded Jin Guozhen with immediate wariness. What do you want? I have nothing to discuss with you. Chen Zhongxing's face broke into a practiced, disingenuous smile. Young brother, no need to be agitated. I simply wish to have a word with you. Aware of Chen Zhongxing's status, Lu Hang instinctively felt a degree of trust towards the official and nodded. Inside the room, Chen Zhongxing remarked, truly, heroes emerge from youth. I was just discussing with others and realized you did an excellent job of protecting everyone yesterday. The country needs talents like you. Not at all. I merely did what I should, Lu Hang replied, still cautious, yet Chen Zhongxing's praise caused a faint blush to rise on his cheeks. Seeing this, Chen Zhongxing felt a sense of certainty swell within him. Indeed, the young one was easily deceived. Now, all that is required is a point of entry to establish a lasting impression in Lu Hang's heart, after which he can gradually draw Lu Hang to his side. Much like he did with the bespectacled man before. When confronting an adult, family, wife and children serves as the most effective point of entry, consistently yielding results. To penetrate the defenses of a child's heart, there is no better avenue than that of their parents. Chen Zhongxing feigned concern. Lu Hang, where are your parents? Why are you here all alone? At this, Lu Hang's eyes suddenly welled with tears, his fists clenched tightly. My parents brought me to Haicheng for a vacation. During the outbreak, they were bitten by zombies while trying to protect me. Only I managed to escape by hiding in a wardrobe. So that was the case. My sincerest apologies for bringing up your sorrow. Chen Zhongxing sighed, adopting an expression of remorse. You don't hold it against your uncle Chen, do you? Of course not. I've come to understand that my parents hid me away to ensure my survival. I must live well to honor them. Your perspective is indeed wise. We must strive to survive together and make our way out of the Mariana Grand Hotel into safety. Chen Zhongxing, resembling a doting grandfather, grasped Lu Hang's hands firmly. Chapter 60, their essay man Chen Zhongxing truly demonstrated remarkable patience, engaging in conversation with Lu Hang for over 10 minutes without revealing his ulterior motives. Jiao Jiao, standing nearby, served tea and water, occasionally brushing against Lu Hang with her body. The innocent young man, unaccustomed to such advances, found himself blushing profusely as he attempted to evade her subtle provocations. Seizing the opportune moment, Chen Zhongxing boldly shifted to the crux of the matter. In this apocalyptic era, our nation is in dire need of capable individuals. As an evolved being with the ability to protect others, you must embrace your responsibility. I implore you to safeguard us as we venture into the safe zone. Upon our arrival, I will promptly report your valor to the authorities, and I assure you, your parents in the afterlife will be immensely proud. Inwardly, Chen Zhongxing was elated, believing this to be his finest performance yet. His approach struck at the heart of the matter, with every word delivered with impeccable intonation. Even his hair seemed to embody the essence of a master actor. All that remained was for Lu Hang to nod in agreement, after which he could seamlessly integrate him into his plans for a daring escape from the building. Chen Zhongxing had already devised a cunning strategy. The zombies on the lower levels were merely attracted by the deceased, and it was only a matter of time before they ascended to this floor. One individual, Lu Hang, could not possibly protect everyone here. The plan was to have Lu Hang shield him as they moved upward, away from the throne. Leaving those unfortunate souls behind would buy him precious time. Their flesh would serve as a decoy, slowing the zombies' ascent significantly. With this thought, a cunning smile crept onto Chen Zhongxing's face. Lin Feng, and that insufferable girl. I can thrive just as well without you. His self-satisfaction was palpable, yet he found himself waiting in vain for Lu Hang's response. 2 full minutes elapsed, with Lu Hang merely sipping water, remaining silent. Chen Zhongxing's initial calm gave way to confusion, and ultimately, anxiety began to pound in his chest. Could it be that his acting had been unmasked? Surely, this naive child could not see through decades of his finely honed craft. Finally, unable to contain himself, Chen Zhongxing pressed on, Lu Hang, have I not been clear enough? Or is there something else troubling you? If your concern lies with the others, there is no need for worry. If you protect me, I will immediately notify the military to rescue everyone here. I assure you, once we are out, all will be saved. Lu Hang gritted his teeth. Uncle Chen, are you certain that rescue is genuinely forthcoming? Brother Lin Feng and sister Su Su are locked. Do not heed their words. I am the leader, who knows the arrangements better than I. I stake my integrity on this. Chen Zhongxing swore fervently, his motions practiced and fluid. Witnessing this, Lu Hang finally nodded. Uncle Chen, you are correct, but what shall we do now? Chen Zhongxing's heart soared with joy. Though his expression remained inscrutable, I have successfully contacted my superiors. They have assured me that an aircraft will come to extract me. Your task is to escort me to the rooftop. Lu Hang instinctively sensed something amiss, yet under Chen Zhongxing's persuasion, he refrained from delving deeper into his thoughts. Nodding in agreement as he followed Chen Zhongxing out with a knife in hand. Upon seeing Lu Hang trailing behind Chen Zhongxing, a wave of ecstasy surged through everyone present. However, no one noticed the distinct glimmers in their eyes. Jin Guoxian's eyes flashed with a cold gleam, while Luo Yaoquan and Zhao Zhao exchanged a knowing glance, with Zhao Zhao subtly nodding. Only the bespectacled man appeared oblivious to the unfolding drama, his face alight with joy. The sudden relaxation from the previous tension left him feeling an urgent need to relieve himself. I need to use the restroom before we leave, he stammered, embarrassment coloring his features. Chen Zhongxing's eyes lit up. This was the perfect opportunity to dispose of this now burdensome companion. However, to his surprise, Zhao Zhao also clasped her stomach. I also need to go to the restroom. Lu Hang, will you accompany your sister? I'm scared to go alone. With that, Zhao Zhao entwined her arm with Lu Hang's, her gaze a blend of affection and pleading. The innocent young man, unaccustomed to such advances, faltered. Then, I shall escort you, sister. Thank you, little brother, Zhao Zhao beamed, pulling Lu Hang along. Chen Zhongxing's expression darkened. How could Zhao Zhao be so inconsiderate at such a crucial moment? What if Lin Feng and the others returned? With so many zombies on the 26th floor, they likely wouldn't be back swiftly. Luo Yaoquan, wearing a broad smile, managed to ease Chen Zhongxing's frown somewhat. However, as Luo Yaoquan looked up, a sly grin crept across his face, fixated on Zhao Zhao's retreating figure. The bespectacled man dashed into the restroom of one room, while Zhao Zhao led Lu Hang into another, swiftly locking the door behind them. Before Lu Hang could comprehend the situation, he found himself pushed into the bedroom and pinned against the wall, their bodies nearly touching. Sister, weren't you going to the restroom? Lu Hang asked, bewildered, turning his head away as Zhao Zhao drew closer. At that moment, Zhao Zhao bore no resemblance to someone in urgent need. Witnessing Lu Hang's shyness only intensified her boldness, her eyes filled with longing. Lu Hang, you must protect your sister. I'm entrusting myself to you. With that, she began to unfasten the buttons of her blouse one by one. Lu Hang had never encountered such a scenario, and the proximity of Zhao Zhao left him utterly flustered. his body instinctively stiffening. A sly smile curled at the corners of Zhao Zhao's mouth. Indeed, innocent young men were easy to manipulate. Chen Zhongxing was unreliable. During their escape downstairs, he had nearly used her and Luo Yaokuan as shields. When faced with life and death situations, Chen Zhongxing would undoubtedly abandon them, leaving Lu Hang to safeguard only himself. She and Luo Yaokuan had already devised a plan. Zhao Zhao would lure Lu Hang with sweetness while Luo Yaokuan would keep Chen Zhongxing occupied outside, preventing him from interfering. The grand promises Chen Zhongxing made paled in comparison to the enticing sweetness Zhao Zhao offered. She believed that once Lu Hang tasted the sweetness of her affection, they could reverse their roles, binding him firmly to them. "Sister, please don't do this." Lu Hang's face grew increasingly crimson. Zhao Zhao's enchanting smile grew ever more radiant, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of sorrow. "Please, sister, I am truly sincere towards you, you must not let me down." Just as Zhao Zhao prepared to continue, Lu Hang abruptly closed his eyes and forcefully pushed her away. "Sister, do not act this way. I shall protect you all. You need not make such sacrifices." With that, Lu Hang turned and dashed out of the room, leaving Zhao Zhao frozen in place, stunned and bewildered. Meanwhile, in the restroom, the bespectacled man fumbled as he adjusted his trousers. Nervously, he struggled to fasten the zipper, yet his face was alight with joy. Finally, a ray of hope had emerged. "Sasha, Nyo, father has found a significant figure, he will surely lead you safely into the secure zone." As these thoughts filled his mind, the bespectacled man felt a sudden chill sweep over him, accompanied by a foul odor. How strange, he distinctly remembered closing the window. Instinctively, the man turned around, only to find himself paralyzed in terror. A female zombie, with an unnaturally long arm, was protruding from the 21st floor. Half of her body suspended outside the window, coldly gazing at him. The 8 spider-like eyes reflected a bizarre semblance of disappointment. Had he been discovered? The man's cry abruptly ceased as the zombie opened her gaping maw, her elongated tongue shooting forth to pierce through his skull with a sickening squelch. With a soft thud, his lifeless body collapsed into a pool of blood. The female zombie silently crawled into the room, where the sounds of conversation from outside the ajar door echoed. She tilted her head, listening intently to the commotion outside, and suddenly her expression sharpened. "Hee, it seems there are many men out there." Chapter 61, Why are you running, you odious man? With a resounding thud, the firmly shut door was violently flung open, and Lu Hang burst forth, panting heavily, closely pursued by Zhao Zhao. "Lu Hang, wait for me, sister. Please, don't do this." Upon hearing this, Luo Yaokuan's expression darkened, realizing that Zhao Zhao had clearly floundered. "Damn that woman, how can she do nothing right?" "What do you mean by this, Zhao Zhao?" Chen Zhongxing, witnessing the scene unfold, immediately grasped the situation and angrily pulled Lu Hang behind him. Zhao Zhao, aware that her ruse had been uncovered, no longer bothered to feign innocence, placing her hands defiantly on her hips. "Chen Zhongxing, how dare you lecture us? Downstairs, you practically begged me to sacrifice myself for you. If I hadn't kept a backup plan, how could I have known whether you would betray me after crossing the river? You actually dare to slander me." Chen Zhongxing was taken aback by Zhao Zhao's brazen confrontation, his heart sinking. Such matters must never reach Lu Hang's ears, for they would severely tarnish his image in Lu Hang's eyes and jeopardize his control over him. He hastily refuted her claims, his gaze resolute. "Do not cast such baseless accusations, I only prioritize the greater good. What do you mean by abandoning others to save yourself? What have you done to Lu Hang? He is still a child. Would you rather trust this vile woman than me? A woman willing to sell her body to survive, what credibility does her word hold? Who are you calling a scoundrel?" Zhao Zhao retorted, her face a mixture of shame and indignation, quickly shifting to a sorrowful expression. She reached out her hand toward Lu Hang, her eyes pleading. "Lu Hang, please don't listen to him. Sister was wrong. She only wanted to protect herself without considering your feelings. Will you stay by my side and protect me? I cannot bear to be without you." Luo Yaokuan also stood beside Zhao Zhao, adding, "Lu Hang, I can vouch that it is Chen Zhongxing who is deceiving you. He only wishes to have you escort him upstairs to a place where he can hide and survive. There is no way to escape from here. This Chen Zhongxing is but a hypocritical scoundrel, you have been duped." What? You have been lying to us? Jean Guoxian's face was a mix of shock and fury. She was genuinely enraged because Chen Zhongxing had already contacted higher authorities to dispatch a helicopter, and she had been desperately offering advice, hoping to leave alongside him. Little did she know, there was no such plan. He merely sought to deceive Lu Hang into protecting him, so he could prolong his own existence. Truly, those in power are seldom virtuous. You despicable scoundrel, how dare you deceive me? I even offered you advice. The innate fury within Jean Guoxian surged forth. And she lunged at Chen Zhongxing, striking him with fists and feet, her scathing words echoing through the corridor. At this moment, not only Chen Zhongxing but also Luo Yaoquan and Zhao Jiao's expressions changed drastically. Their quarrels were internal matters, but if others discovered their clandestine escape plan, they would all be doomed. The three hurriedly rushed to cover Jean Guoxian's mouth, but alas, it was too late. Jean Guoxian's boisterous voice immediately roused all the slumbering survivors in the room. His call swiftly captured the attention of others, who, in a panic, rushed from the room into the corridor. Upon noticing several individuals hastily packing their belongings, realization dawned upon them. How could we have trusted you? You intended to abandon us and escape. Damn it, strike him. Do not let them flee. Dozens surged forward, encircling Chen Zhongxing, Luo Yaoquan, Zhao Jiao, and Jean Guoxian in the corridor, unleashing a flurry of slaps and punches upon them. Chen Zhongxing, in particular, was dragged to the ground by several burly men, who mercilessly pummeled him. Clutching his head in despair, he cried, "Please stop. I have a heart condition. I suffer from asthma. I beg you, cease this. We do not believe a single word you say anymore." Lu Hang stood off to the side, momentarily stunned by the scene before him, suddenly perceiving the absurdity of it all. Even he, in his naivety, grasped the reality: these individuals regarded him as a bargaining chip for their survival, incessantly vying for his favor. He recalled Lin Feng's parting words: "After I leave, this group will undoubtedly seek to ingratiate themselves with you, attempting to bind you to them. Observe their performance closely, you can learn much." Lu Hang felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion towards the unfolding chaos. But in the next moment, a sudden breeze swept through the corridor, causing him to tense instinctively. What was that metallic scent of blood? A quick glance revealed that everyone was still in the corridor. No, the bespectacled man was absent. He had gone to the restroom and had yet to return. Silence! Lu Hang shouted urgently, but the frenzied crowd paid him no heed. Seizing the opportunity, Jean Guoxian kicked away a middle-aged man who was pressing against her and staggered through a narrow gap towards the nearest room. However, upon reaching the door, she seemed to freeze in terror, her legs trembling as she caught sight of something horrifying within. Monstrous! As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Hang witnessed a slender, grotesque claw suddenly emerge from the darkness of the room, piercing Jean Guoxian's ample chest with a sickening squelch. Blood splattered across the faces of everyone present. In the next instant, Jean Guoxian was yanked into the room, and a harrowing sound of flesh being torn apart echoed forth. Moments later, a bloodied object was hurled from the room, splatting against the wall in a burst of crimson before landing on the floor. It was Jean Guoxian's severed hand, still adorned with her blood-stained jade bracelet. A monster! There is a monster! A scream erupted, and the crowd instantly fled in terror away from the door, while a shadow darted into the corridor. Suspended from the ceiling, it clutched the dismembered upper half of Jean Guoxian's body. Damn it! Lu Hang swiftly drew his dagger, leaping forward to strike. Yet, the female zombie's claws met his blade, resulting in a clash that barely halted her advance. Lu Hang was sent crashing against the wall. "Such a dashing young man, I shall come to play with you one last time," she cackled hauntingly, before lunging towards the panicked crowd with terrifying speed. The claws, akin to grim reaping scythes, viciously sliced through tender flesh. Strangely, this creature seemed indifferent to women, targeting the numerous male survivors as its primary prey. Chen Zhongxing, Luo Yaoquan, and Zhao Jiao fled in a frenzy. Luo Yaoquan, with his corpulent chest heaving like a bellows, suddenly felt a shadow loom above him. He looked up to see a terrifying, long-haired spider woman, her head tilted in a mocking manner as she gazed at him. "Haha, stinky man, why are you running? No, please don't kill me!" Luo Yaoquan exclaimed, but before he could finish, the claw struck down. And with a sickening crack, his head was violently severed. Blood splattered across Zhao Zhao's face, rendering her paralyzed with fear, collapsing onto the ground. A voice echoed in her mind, "I am doomed." Yet, this female zombie spared her life, turning her attention instead to Chen Zhongxing, pinning him beneath her. "Ah! Spare me, spare me!" Chen Zhongxing cried out, eyes shut tight. "I bear no grudge against you, do not take my life." "How curious," she replied. "You carry a scent I find familiar." The zombie leaned closer, her nostrils flaring as she inhaled, her scissor-like mouth twitching with rage. 8 inky black spider eyes fixated on Chen Zhongxing, their pupils filled with a frenzied crimson. "Now I remember. Your scent is akin to that of the scoundrels who delighted in tormenting me. It is utterly repulsive. Did you not all relish my body? Why do you flee? Is it that I am no longer beautiful?" Chapter 62, unilateral overpowering. Chen Zhongxing trembled uncontrollably as a pool of yellow liquid trickled beneath him, beautiful, truly exquisite. At this moment, he was overwhelmed with regret. If only they had not deceived Lin Feng into ascending to the 26th floor. He would have returned by now to rescue them. Or perhaps if he had simply followed Lin Feng and Su Su upstairs, he would not have fallen into such despair. Yet, life offers no what-ifs. "Ah, indeed, I share your sentiment." The female zombie laughed heartily, sending chills down his spine. "Therefore, you should die without regrets." Suddenly, her chest split open, revealing a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, instilling terror in Chen Zhongxing, who hastily scrambled to his feet. "Help!" But the monstrous mouth clamped onto his calf, the jagged fangs piercing deep into his flesh. As she chewed, she relentlessly pulled him into her cavernous mouth. "No, save me! Zhao Zhao, save me!" Chen Zhongxing's eyes, filled with a desperate will to survive, locked onto Zhao Zhao, but she remained frozen in fear, utterly unresponsive. With both hands gripping the doorframe, he strained with all his might to extract himself from the bloodthirsty maw behind him. An indomitable will to live momentarily stalling both him and the female zombie in place. A flicker of hope ignited within Chen Zhongxing's gaze. He summoned greater strength and, to his astonishment, felt himself being gradually pulled free. At that moment, he disregarded the excruciating pain coursing through him. Life was within reach. He could sense that he might yet survive. "I will surely live, I am superior, I am a leader, how could I perish here?" Yet, as he lifted his head, he discovered the female zombie gazing at him with bulbous eyes, seemingly relishing the spectacle. "Is it amusing? Would you like me to loosen my grip a little, so we can play for a while longer? Humans are indeed fascinating, even with half a body. You still fight so fiercely?" Chen Zhongxing's mind went blank. Play half a body. Turning to look behind him, he realized his lower half had already been devoured, with only a few scraps of flesh clinging to his torso. Agonizing pain surged through him, and he began to scream in torment. Meanwhile, the female zombie gleefully pawed at him with her lethal claws. "Hurry, crawl! Why have you stopped? It's no fun at all if you don't crawl." Suddenly, her expression turned cold. "It seems you do not desire life as much as I thought." With that, her claws plunged down, piercing through his shoulder blades and chest, stuffing him into her gaping mouth like a morsel of food. Crack! With the shattering of his skull, Chen Zhongxing's screams abruptly ceased, leaving only the sounds of the female zombie's ravenous chewing and the crunching of bones. Delicious, indeed. Foul men are the most exquisite delicacies in this world. Zhao Zhao stood nearby, yearning to scream, only to find herself rendered voiceless by fear. Suddenly, a cold glimmer approached from behind, and the female zombie turned, her claws colliding with the descending blade. Lu Hang felt an immense force nearly fracture his wrist, skidding across the ground for several meters before coming to a halt. A dull ache throbbed through all 10 of his fingers, as his face contorted in sheer horror. The female zombie moved with astonishing speed. He realized that escape was futile. His only chance of survival lay in launching a surprise attack while she was preoccupied with pursuing others. However, he severely underestimated the creature's vigilance and the resilience of her limbs, enhanced by the stealth of the Feng of the underworld and Lu Hang's innate sharpness of the blade. His strike merely carved a moderate wound. The gushing black blood momentarily stunned the female zombie, who leisurely turned her gaze towards Lu Hang, as if she had just discovered a new continent. "Oh dear, handsome boy, why did you provoke me prematurely? Would it not have been better to allow me to finish off those foul men first? Is this your way of wanting to get closer sooner? Her tone suddenly turned chilling, causing Lu Hang's pupils to constrict. In the next instant, the female zombie appeared above him, her mouth curling into a sinister grin. Thud! Her claws descended, and the corridor erupted in chaos, blood splattering everywhere. On the 26th floor, in the nightclub's dance hall, Lin Feng swiftly dispatched the zombies before him. Without the concern of the spider-like witch, ordinary zombies were no match for him. The dance floor was now littered with numerous corpses, among which lay a slain hunter, its brain pierced by an arrow. It seemed that the trail of his ex-girlfriend had vanished. From the 28th floor down, not a single living soul remained. Su completed the retrieval of the hunter's remains as Lin Feng let out a few grunts. Along the way, they had discovered traces left by survivors. But after the appearance of the spider-like woman, those individuals had been utterly exterminated. On the 27th floor, Lin Feng found a shattered tourmaline bracelet. He recalled that it was the favorite of Lu Yanqi, now torn apart by sheer force. It seemed Lu Yanqi was truly dead. Suddenly, a chat window popped up. Brother Feng, a spider-like female zombie has charged to the 20th floor. I can't hold on much longer. The spider woman? The spider-like witch. Lin Feng immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. That spider-like female was likely just an infected player. But the true spider-like witch was the one who had been crying out for her mother. She must be Su Jiawei, the spider witch. Without hesitation, Lin Feng grabbed Su and dashed downward. Every zombie in their path was swiftly dispatched. Upon reaching the 20th floor, the stench of blood hung thickly in the air. Nauseating. The corridor carpet was soaked in blood, littered with the remnants of survivors who had been torn apart. A dozen ghastly heads were frantically gnawing at the air, the sound of their teeth clattering echoing ominously. All male survivors had perished, and the female survivors were either hiding in rooms or lying paralyzed with fear. Among them, a 30-year-old woman had gone mad, running down the corridor in a fit of laughter and tears. At least they were still alive. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from the corridor ahead, and Lu Hang was flung from a room, crashing against the wall. His abdominal wound had reopened during the fierce struggle, blood flowing profusely from the injury. Yet, he paid no heed to it. As soon as he landed, he rolled forward and charged ahead. Boom! A creature far larger than the previous spider-like woman shattered the door and burst forth from the room, her sharp, elongated claws striking with the precision of a razor at the very spot where Lu Hang had just landed. She emitted a cacophony of laughter. How delightful! You are far superior to the other men. I find you quite appealing. Do you feel the same? Allow me to infect you. Just a gentle touch and you shall be liberated. The spider-like woman relentlessly attacked, and despite Lu Hang's utmost efforts to evade her strikes, peril still loomed. Were it not for the dagger of stealth in his possession, any ordinary weapon would have been shattered by the force of her assault. However, his survival hinged not solely on his own prowess, but rather on the fact that the spider-like woman refrained from delivering a fatal blow. It appeared she bore no significant malice towards the young boy, instead toying with Lu Hang like a cat with its prey, which had allowed him to endure thus far. Name: Spider Witch Su Jiawei. Identity: Mutant Strength, 18 Agility, 29 Constitution, 17 Intuition, 19 Mutation Level, LV1, Second Mutation. Description: a girl named Su Jiawei transformed into a monster due to some unknown infection. Her past experiences have molded her into a vengeful spider witch, forever wandering amidst slaughter. When facing male targets, the attributes of the spider witch enter a frenzied state. Indeed, she was the true spider witch. Upon reading the description, Lin Feng finally confirmed his suspicions, though fear gripped him internally. While her other attributes were manageable, her agility was alarmingly excessive. A level 1 mutant possessing 29 points of agility was a speed that nearly no level 1 evolver could match. Compared to strength-driven mutants, agility-based mutants proved to be far more formidable adversaries. Against strength-based mutants, one might withstand their attacks and still have the chance to evade, but before an agility-based mutant, one's demise was merely a fleeting thought away. At that moment, the spider witch Su Jiawei also caught sight of Lin Feng. His physique, which surpassed that of a level 1 evolver, radiated a unique vitality that instantly captivated Su Jiawei. You, how intriguing! I am so eager to end your life. Suddenly, Su Jiawei leaped, hanging upside down from the ceiling, transforming into a streak of lethal brilliance as she lunged towards Lin Feng, discarding Lu Hang beneath her. Her speed was astonishing, far superior to that of the previous spider-like woman. Su felt a tightening in her chest, instinctively reaching for her bow. Yet, before she could release the string, her pupils locked onto a sound that resonated above her. Even the lovely young lady seeks to confront me? Su Jiawei's speed was such that Su only perceived an afterimage. She believed she had aimed at Su Jiawei, but in reality, the true form of the witch had already surged above her. In a split second, Su dove sideways, yet the anticipated attack did not materialize. Instead, a tremendous explosion resonated beside her, accompanied by the familiar sound of blades and claws striking fiercely. Just as the danger loomed, Lin Feng instinctively crossed the hunting blade before him, watching helplessly as the spider which Su Jiawei charged towards him, her claws crashing violently against his crossed blades. It was not that Lin Feng was immobilized, but rather that Su Jiawei's speed was astonishingly swift. So much so that Lin Feng's mind was aware yet unable to issue commands to mobilize his limbs in time. Lin Feng's agility was unilaterally overwhelmed by Su Jiawei. Chapter 63, A glimmer of hope and despair. With a thunderous crash, Lin Feng felt as though he had been struck by a speeding train. The tremendous impact sent him hurtling through the air. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, and he felt as though his shoulder might snap. Yet, even while airborne, Lin Feng forcefully twisted his body, landing on the ground with a screeching friction of his feet. As he steadied himself, he lunged to the right, narrowly dodging a fierce strike that slammed into the floor. At that moment, Su had just risen from the ground, horrified to realize she had barely perceived Su Jiawei's movements. Just as she was about to assist, Lin Feng shouted, "Stay back! If you don't attack her, she won't attack you. Go help Lu Hang first. This creature is beyond your capabilities." Su halted in her tracks, instantly rushing towards Lu Hang, who was half kneeling on the ground, propped up by his knife, blood streaming from the wound at his waist, staining half of his body. "Are you all right?" Su hurried to his side. Lu Hang forced a bitter smile. "Sister, this creature is too fast." "Are we going to die?" "Not at all. I will tend to your wound first, and then we will assist Lin Feng together." Su gritted her teeth, glancing towards the battlefield where Lin Feng was engaged. "We must act swiftly, facing such a monster, even Lin Feng. I fear he cannot hold out much longer." Lin Feng swiftly regained his footing, locking onto Su Jiawei, as he brandished his hunting dagger to shield himself. Yet, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. The agility of the spider-like witch, Su Jiawei, was terrifying. The 10-point difference in agility meant that even in defense, Lin Feng had to exert every ounce of his strength. However, he did not resign himself to defeat. His gaze remained fixated on Su Jiawei's form, desperately searching for a flaw. "What are you staring at? What is so fascinating?" Su Jiawei seemed to be stirred by some haunting memory, her rage erupting in an instant. Her claws lashed out at Lin Feng with ferocity. The air split with the sound of her attack. Su felt as though Lin Feng would be torn apart in the next heartbeat. With a resounding thud, Lin Feng turned to block. Su Jiawei's claws struck heavily against his dagger, propelling him like a cannonball against the wall, leaving a crack that extended to the ceiling. Su Jiawei's furious gaze at Lin Feng incited her into a frenzied assault, her attacks raining down like a violent tempest. Lin Feng could only manage to block at the moment of impact, yet each time he was sent crashing against the wall. He found himself reduced to a mere plaything in Su Jiawei's hands. In less than half a minute, the corridor lay in ruins, battered by Lin Feng's relentless encounters. Su Jiawei seemed intent on pulverizing him into a mere pulp. The immense force was unbearable for any evolved being, but Lin Feng, endowed with a robust physique of 23 points, could withstand the onslaught far better than most. However, this did not imply that his equipment would endure. Crack! The bone armor shattered once again under the incessant barrage, sending splinters of bone and chunks of the wall flying. "Change armor," Lin Feng thought, summoning a spare set of bone armor from his survival space. Just as he completed the switch, he was met with an even more suffocating wave of pressure. "Oh, men! Are you truly that feeble? Is my modest speed too much for you to endure? Should I accelerate further? Ha ha ha! The sound of Su Jiawei's scornful laughter echoed in my ears, akin to teasing an utterly defenseless insect. His razor-sharp claws transformed into a blur of cold light, unleashing an onslaught that rendered Lin Feng breathless. It was the first time Su witnessed Lin Feng being thoroughly subdued. The relentless barrage of attacks repeatedly sent him crashing away, leaving him with no opportunity to retaliate. Lu Hang could not suppress a gulp. Had Su Jiawei unleashed such an assault upon him, he would have long been reduced to shattered bones and devoured in one bite. He could scarcely fathom how Lin Feng managed to endure. For any evolved being, Su Jiawei's swiftness was an insurmountable chasm, a despair without resolution. Crack! Eventually, Lin Feng faltered, allowing an opening. Su Jiawei's claws swept across Lin Feng's waist, the sharp talons penetrating through his bone armor and into flesh, instantly tearing away a substantial portion of his side muscle. Lin Feng was again sent flying, the gaping wound spilling forth a deluge of blood as he crashed through a doorway into another room. The agonizing pain induced a torrent of cold sweat. Yet he scarcely had time to assess whether he had been infected before he leapt to the right. Boom! The swift tongue descended like a meteor upon the ground. And above, Su Jiawei's eyes sparkled with mockery. "Oh, little brother, how I adore you. I long to devour you. Would you not indulge me?" Su Jiawei flickered about as if teleporting, and Lin Feng suddenly sensed a fierce gust from his right. Instinctively, he raised his hunting blades to block. Thud! Once more. Lin Feng was hurled against the wall, the violent impact leaving him dizzy. Did I truly believe I could challenge Su Jiawei with mere blades? How naive I was. Am I to perish here? Lin Feng swayed precariously, a grim smile bleeding from the corners of his mouth. His arms grew numb and weak, nearly incapable of gripping the hunting blades. More critically, the wound on his waist continued to bleed and had become infected. The excruciating pain hampered his combat effectiveness. Yet it was the loss of blood that posed the greater threat, steadily sapping his strength. Should he surpass a critical threshold, Lin Feng would descend into utter helplessness, a mere prey for slaughter. No wonder this individual, in his past life, could remain unflappable while confronting dozens of evolved beings, effortlessly turning the tide and annihilating them. This unparalleled speed had secured his invincibility. In the face of such velocity, first-level evolved beings appeared no different from mere statues in Su Jiawei's eyes. Even if Lin Feng held a relative advantage in strength, Su Jiawei offered no chance for a contest of power. Rise up. Why do you not stand? Oh dear. It seems I've broken my toy, how pitiable. Quickly, beg for mercy, perhaps I might spare you, ha ha ha. The sound of Su Jiawei's playful laughter filled the air, accompanied by the clicking of spider-like footsteps above. Su Jiawei hung from the ceiling, circling Lin Feng in a mocking dance, her eight dark, ominous legs fixated upon him with derision. Lin Feng understood that Su Jiawei was not letting him off the hook, rather, she was toying with him. In her eyes, he was merely prey ensnared in her web, destined to be exterminated once her amusement waned. He realized his time was limited. What to do? Su Jiawei's advantage lay in her speed, while his was strength. To neutralize her swiftness, he needed to leverage his power, compelling a direct confrontation. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. He had devised a plan. It appeared that she was indeed weary, thus, it was time for her demise. With a cacophonous roar, Su Jiawei's chest split open to reveal her menacing, fang-filled maw, lunging ferociously from the ceiling towards Lin Feng. However, with a thunderous crash, she missed her target as Lin Feng rolled aside, quickly rising to sprint at full speed. Yet, his trajectory did not lead him towards the corridor to reunite with Su and Lu Hang. Instead, he charged directly into the bedroom. Chapter 64, The shift from defense to offense. Even Su Jiawei found herself momentarily bewildered. Did she truly succumb to despair? Or was she merely attempting to draw attention in hopes of making her girlfriend flee? How touching, a good man indeed. Therefore, once I have feasted upon you, I shall swiftly turn and devour her as well, allowing you both to reunite within my belly, ha! Yet, Lin Feng remained unfazed. With a swift maneuver, he evaded the oncoming lash of her tongue and dashed into the bathroom of the bedroom. His mind was now crystal clear. To effectively restrain a speed-oriented mutant, the most efficient method was to confine Su Jiawei's space for movement, rendering her speed futile. There could be no more suitable battlefield than the bathroom. Indeed. The narrow doorway immediately barred the latter half of Su Jiawei's colossal form from entering. What on earth, are you merely attempting to hide within? Her massive body could only squeeze its upper half into the bathroom, and as she managed to do so, she was met with a glint of cold steel lunging toward her. Crack! Su Jiawei recoiled, but Lin Feng's hunting blade still left a gash upon her waist. Am I truly injured? Su Jiawei's face was a mask of disbelief. This marked the first time she had ever been wounded. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with joy. The effect of the hunting blade had finally activated. In that instant, his speed surged. However, Su Jiawei charged at Lin Feng with renewed ferocity. The clash of dual blades and claws erupted into a life-and-death struggle within the confines of the bathroom, each collision sparking a brilliant display of flames. The entire space lay shattered under the ferocity of their onslaught. Lin Feng's nerves were taut to the utmost degree. Any hint of negligence could lead to him being torn apart by Su Jiawei in the blink of an eye. Yet, he was overwhelmed with exhilaration. For the tide of battle had begun to shift. The bathroom indeed severely limited Su Jiawei's speed, forcing her to forego stealthy assaults and confront Lin Feng head-on. This significantly reduced the area he needed to defend, allowing him to focus on counterattacks, and at last, Lin Feng's physical advantage was perfectly showcased. With relentless strikes, the hunting blade continually deflected Su Jiawei's claws, seeking opportunities to counter. A myriad of wounds began to appear on Su Jiawei's form, further accelerating Lin Feng's speed. The frequency of successful blocks diminished, while the likelihood of evasive counterattacks escalated with each passing moment. Su Jiawei soon realized something was amiss. She retracted her earlier jest and increased her pace, yet astonishingly, Lin Feng's reaction speed escalated in tandem. For every increment in Su Jiawei's velocity, Lin Feng matched it with equal alacrity. It was utterly incredible. At that moment, Su Jiawei transitioned from her initial disdain to growing agitation. This insect before her, despite relentless assaults, had yet to succumb. Why have you not perished? How can you keep pace with my speed? You should have long since met your demise. Perish now. However, no matter how much Su Jiawei intensified her onslaught, it proved futile. Lin Feng relied not solely on the enhanced speed from the hunting effect, but also on the combat experience accrued from his past life. From the outset, he had fixated on Su Jiawei, not merely due to her striking beauty, but rather to meticulously observe the trajectory of her muscular movements. Before any attack, there exists a contraction of mutated muscles, and through these subtle muscular tremors, Lin Feng can accurately predict Su Jiahui's trajectory and execute a preemptive evasion. This keen perception and experience are honed from his previous life, serving as his foundation for survival against high-level mutants. Lin Feng possesses a remarkable ability to contemplate, summarize, and develop his limited resources. In the apocalypse, even the most insignificant creatures have their means of survival. At this moment, Su Jiahui's speed, surpassing the limits of evolution, is no longer an insurmountable chasm for Lin Feng. During each fleeting interval between Su Jiahui's attacks, Lin Feng seizes the opportunity to leave a mark upon her with his blade. The cumulative effect of his pursuits gradually enhances his speed. Unbeknownst to him, Su Jiahui's body is now adorned with hundreds of lacerations, resembling the cracked surface of porcelain. None of these strikes have struck a vital point, indeed. Lin Feng has intentionally allowed this, wishing for Su Jiahui to remain oblivious to her wounds. The accumulation of injuries slowly diminishes Su Jiahui's advantage in speed before Lin Feng, until it is utterly obliterated. Su Su and Lu Hang, witnessing this spectacle at the entrance, are utterly astounded by Lin Feng's bloody combat prowess. He is truly a genius of warfare, skillfully merging his limited strength with spatial constraints, gradually erasing the disparity between them. He is, without a doubt, a born hunter of mutants. Damn you, why are you getting faster? Your blade is starting to hurt, Su Jiahui exclaims, her frustration mounting. Though she retains human memories and linguistic abilities, she is ultimately a zombie and cannot comprehend the transformations occurring within her. In her frenzy, she escalates her attack frequency, inadvertently granting Lin Feng more opportunities to strike. The wounds he inflicts deepen, causing Su Jiahui's already grotesque visage to become even more sinister. With a decisive slash, Lin Feng cuts through Su Jiahui's thigh, black blood splattering, resulting in an abrupt surge in his mobility. The two finally reach an equilibrium. And Lin Feng eradicates the speed differential that once existed between them. Yet, he is acutely aware that his time is dwindling. The wound on his waist continues to tear during the battle, and the substantial blood loss accelerates his fatigue. In a flash, Lin Feng evades her claws and delivers a swift strike, the hunting blade lunging towards Su Jiahui's chest. A swift resolution is imperative. The blade pierces her chest with a sickening thrust, tearing open a vast wound. Startled by the pain, Su Jiahui instinctively retreats to the center of the living room ceiling, black blood cascading down, creating a profound injury. When did I sustain so many injuries? Su Jiahui is taken aback, finally recognizing the disarray within her body. However, Lin Feng advances once more, with the enhancement of his hunting effect. His speed escalates like a howling gale, reaching new heights. How are you faster again? Su Jiahui is both astonished and enraged. Her claws clashing with the hunting blade in a desperate struggle. As the resounding clang echoed through the corridor, Su Jiahui and Lin Feng raced forward in unison, each collision igniting a shower of sparks. Su Su and Lu Hang watched in astonishment as Lin Feng and Su Jiahui flitted about the living room like two shadowy figures. Their velocity so extraordinary that their forms appeared to blur into mere phantoms. This speed was beyond the reach of both Su Su and Lu Hang. Even if they wished to assist, they found themselves powerless. However, as the hunter's blade once again slashed across Su Jiahui's abdomen, Lin Feng's speed surged ahead of Su Jiahui for the first time, marking a pivotal shift in their roles of attack and defense. Chapter 65, The Awakening. The first combat form. Despite Su Jiahui's relentless defense with her claws, the two dark silver blades transformed from the hunting blade continued to inflict wounds upon her. With each fresh cut, Lin Feng's speed escalated to new heights. Su Jiahui found herself retreating under the relentless pressure from Lin Feng. However, her capabilities extended beyond mere speed. Shielding her entire body with her hands, Lin Feng struggled to find an opening and could only press forward in search of an opportunity. In an unguarded moment, Lin Feng's gaze met Su Su's, and in that fleeting instant, an unspoken understanding of each other's intentions blossomed between them. Lin Feng immediately accelerated, driving Su Jiahui towards Su Su and Lu Hang. Meanwhile, Su Su firmly grasped Lu Hang, urging him, "Get ready, it's coming your way." "Damn it! I should have eliminated you at the outset." Su Jiahui roared, yet her circumstances remained dire and unchanging. Once more, Lin Feng and Su Su exchanged looks. And in an instant, the cold light in Lin Feng's hand erupted. He surged forward, executing a dual-blade cross-slash. The hunting blade transformed into two shadowy bolts of lightning, creating a dazzling cross of blade light upon Su Jiahui. A piercing scream erupted as the radiant blade cleaved a bloody cross upon her chest, dark blood splattering like ink. Yet Lin Feng suddenly shifted tactics, reversing his strike to stab at Su Jiahui's knee. With a sickening crack, the hunting blade pierced through her knee, tearing apart the tendons with a horrifying sound of flesh ripping. Su Jiahui, propelled by her rapid momentum, collapsed to the ground with a thud. At that moment, Su Su forcefully shoved Lu Hang, exclaiming, "Go, finish her." "Watch me." Lu Hang leaped from behind, the fong of stealth descending like a comet. "Are you trying to ambush me too, pretty boy?" Su Jiahui seethed, raising her claws above her head in a cross, prepared to send Lu Hang flying as she had done before, ready to shred him in midair. Yet, a fierce glint ignited in Lu Hang's eyes, his blade's sharpness reaching its zenith, enveloped in a radiant white light. At this moment, no first-level mutant could withstand Lu Hang's strike. Die! The fong of stealth descended, and with a crisp snap, Su Jiahui's claws were severed. Black blood gushed forth from her severed limbs like a burst dam. Staggering backward, Su Jiahui gazed at her hands, disbelief etched in her eyes. "Well done," Lin Feng remarked, accelerating towards her, his blade aimed directly at her throat. "This is the end." However, at that moment, Su Jiahui's chest suddenly split open, her mouth widening into a monstrous gash as she emitted a piercing scream. "My hands, it hurts. What have you done to my hands?" The shriek resonated like an explosive sonic blast, immobilizing Lin Feng, Su Su, and Lu Hang in place. Their bodies convulsed violently, muscles betraying them. "What is happening?" Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot when, in the next moment, Su Jiawei abruptly turned and charged towards Lin Feng and Su Su, her ma agape. Yet, Su Su deftly rolled to the right, leaving Su Jiawei to bite nothing but air. With a thunderous crash, Su Jiawei barreled out of the room and into the corridor, charging toward the paralyzed women within. Food, food, food. Jiao Jiao gazed in terror as Su Jiahui charged towards her, paralyzed by fear and unable to move a single step. Stay away from me. With a swift motion, Su Jiahui effortlessly engulfed Jiao Jiao, voraciously devouring her flesh and blood. Astonishingly, the severed arm that was consumed began to regenerate at an alarming rate. This spectacle left Su Su and Lu Hang dumbfounded, as it clearly transcended their understanding. Could Su Jiahui truly devour humans and restore her limbs? Was this her deliberate intent in sparing female humans? Suddenly, a figure lunged rapidly at the feasting Su Jiahui, brandishing two lethal hunting blades, poised like fangs. However, during his sprint, Lin Feng was suddenly seized by excruciating pain in his side, causing him to stumble and kneel upon the ground. Blood stained his hands, and his lower body was drenched in crimson. The hunting blades could grant him speed, yet they offered no remedy for his wounds. His injuries had worsened to such an extent that he could no longer continue his frenzied assault. I must stop her, she cannot be allowed to recover. Lin Feng bellowed in frustration. Swish, Su Su had already loosed an arrow that struck Su Jiahui in the back. The impact momentarily halted her voracious chewing, causing her to spit out a pair of bloodied legs. Su Jiahui glared furiously at Su Su before pivoting to pounce upon another woman, her hands seizing the next victim and her tongue extending towards a third woman attempting to flee. Save us. We don't want to die. You must kill her. Why are you just standing there? Hurry and rescue us. The corridor echoed with wails, as numerous women cried out and fled towards the other end. These fools, Lin Feng cursed inwardly, frustrated that they did not run towards him, oblivious to the futility of their short legs against Su Jiahui. Indeed. Su Jiahui swiftly caught up with them, her claws snatching them like candies and shoving them into her ravenous mouth. In the distance, several women were met with a fate worse than death as Su Jiahui's tongue severed their legs, and they were subsequently crushed within her gaping maw. Within a minute, the corridor had become a graveyard, with dozens of survivors perishing, leaving behind only remnants scattered across the floor. Su Jiahui's hands had astonishingly begun to take shape in a short span of time. Yet, she was not satisfied. With a fierce thrust, she broke through a window and climbed the exterior of the building, ascending higher. This is bad, she intends to consume the bodies of other zombies. Su Su exclaimed as she helped Lin Feng to his feet. What should we do? Should we continue to pursue her? Pursue. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and stood again. We cannot allow her to escape. The three surged up the stairs, but Su Jiahui, cunning as ever, spotted them and immediately fled, denying them any chance to confront her. She utilized the remaining zombies on the floors as obstacles, deftly maneuvering through them, exhausting the trio in the process. Lin Feng trailed behind, blood streaming down, his vision beginning to blur. A horde of zombies surged towards them, forcing the three to form a defensive back-to-back formation, helplessly watching as Su Jiahui vanished into the darkness. It is not feasible. If this continues, she will escape. Lin Feng pushed aside Lu Hang. Who was driving him? Your speed is insufficient. Leave these zombies to you, I shall pursue her alone. But your injury? Su Su looked at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with concern. Yet, Lin Feng's gaze revealed unwavering determination. It is nothing, trust me. With that, he turned and dashed into the darkness. Behind him, Lu Hang shouted, Brother Feng, wait for me. Once Su Su and I deal with these creatures, we will come to assist you. He ran furiously, without a moment's pause. The wound at his waist continued to bleed. Lin Feng was racing against death. He had no choice. If he allowed the spider-like witch to escape this time, she would surely hide within the building or even flee from it. Such a highly intelligent monster would undoubtedly bear a grudge, leading to endless troubles. In a state of relentless pursuit, he caught sight once more of the figure sprinting through the darkness. At this moment, Su Jiawei's hands had fully recovered, her sharp claws gleaming ominously, and the wound on her knee had completely healed. This was the devouring regeneration ability unique to the spider-like witch. In stark contrast, Lin Feng felt a tearing sensation in his waist that nearly caused him to faint. His stamina had plummeted to a critical point. And he even began to stagger as he ran. Are you here to die alone? I will kill you now and devour your companions as well, ha ha ha. Su Jiawei came to a halt upon seeing only the severely injured Lin Feng, her sinister eyes radiating a bloodthirsty glint. However, Lin Feng, with a pale visage, managed a slight smile. It no longer mattered. A fierce glint ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. Awakening, first battle form. Crack, crack, crack. No sooner had he spoken than a sharp pain surged through his right hand, his long sleeves ripped apart, transforming into the claws of a ferocious predator. Although the wound on his abdomen still throbbed, surrounding tissues mutated, causing the wound to contract, and it had ceased bleeding. Infection level reached 25. Awakening first battle form, ferocious claw pursuer. Severe injury detected, initiating infection mutation repair process. Infection level reached 38, wound fully healed. Infection level is increasing. Hunger level is rising. Please hunt as soon as possible. The chilling notifications echoed in Lin Feng's mind as the wound on his waist rapidly healed under the cover of mutated muscle. Though the infection level surged significantly. Lin Feng inhaled deeply. The sensation of his body being reborn was exquisite. His gaze locked onto the spider-like witch, Su Jiawei. Devouring her would restore both his infection and hunger. It was imperative to act swiftly. Lin Feng pushed off the ground with vigor. And spiderweb-like cracks erupted on the floor as he accelerated, his claws appearing as a ravenous beast in the darkness. What are you? Su Jiawei's sinister grin froze in an instant. For some inexplicable reason, Lin Feng at this moment instilled in her an instinctual terror. A voice roared incessantly in her ears, run, run, run. Chapter 66, The Brutal Conclusion. Do not come near me. Su Jiawei shrieked in a fit of hysteria. She was not a mindless predator, her instincts urged her to hasten towards the staircase without hesitation. However, Lin Feng was swifter than Su Jiawei. Empowered by the hunt, Lin Feng transformed into a shadowy figure, darting past Su Jiawei's head, his claws striking the staircase with a deafening crash. The staircase shattered under the force of his assault, forcing Su Jiawei back into the corridor, debris raining down upon her, the dim blood moon casting a ghastly reflection in her terrified eyes. Lin Feng advanced, stepping over the fragments as dust swirled around him. The massive claws of the predator trailed behind him, a portion of his body grotesquely mutated. One eye retained a semblance of humanity, while the other had morphed into a beastly crimson orb, fixated on Su Jiawei as though she were a delectable treat. What have you become? You are a monster, a monster. Stay away from me. Su Jiawei instinctively screamed, her legs quaking as she stumbled backward. For reasons unknown, her body trembled uncontrollably under the gaze of that sanguine pupil. She was engulfed by fear. A primal terror embedded in her very genes in response to the figure before her. What are you? You are not human. Indeed, I am no longer human. Lin Feng replied, his form blurring momentarily before his enormous claws loomed above Su Jiawei's head. In a panic, she raised her severed arm to block the impending strike. The claws clashed with a shower of sparks in the darkness, sending both combatants reeling. With a resounding thud, Lin Feng's claws dug into the ground, leveraging friction to halt his retreat, and with a swift motion, he lunged at Su Jiawei once more. Suppressing her terror, she retaliated with her own claws. In the shadows, a life-or-death struggle ensued, their movements rapid and ghostly, sparks illuminating their contorted faces. Su Jiawei bore more wounds, while Lin Feng's mutated arm was riddled with gashes, deep enough to expose bone, inflicted by Su Jiawei's claws. The incessant wailing of alarms urged Lin Feng onward. As time passed, the infection escalated, and his injuries exacerbated the spread. The healing effect could only be utilized during his initial awakening. In the blink of an eye, the infection level surpassed 50. Yet Lin Feng still failed to subdue Su Jiawei. Suddenly, he uttered coldly, "Left hand, awaken." Infection level reached 68, left hand awakens in its first combat form, Predator Claw. A primal roar erupted from Lin Feng, a sound devoid of humanity, as he cast everything aside and charged at Su Jiawei with outstretched arms. The transformation of his hands into claws accelerated the infection spread to double the previous rate, forcing Su Jiawei to struggle to raise her head against the onslaught. Crack! Su Jiawei's claws slashed across Lin Feng's chest, blood spraying forth. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng grasped her ankle. You are doomed. With a mighty heave, he slammed Su Jiawei against the wall, then brutally crashed her onto the floor. Crash, crash, crash. Su Jiawei resembled a meteor hammer flung into the air, utterly defenseless against Lin Feng's tumultuous might. Ah, let go of me. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, Su Jiawei astonishingly bit through her own knee. Her shattered form propelled violently against the ceiling, before plummeting to the ground. Lin Feng lunged forward, and in a state of panic, Su Jiawei raised her right arm to block. Yet that once formidable limb had already sustained fractures during their earlier clash, and this time it was crushed outright. Lin Feng seized the remnants of her shattered arm and violently tore them away. Ah! Su Jiawei cried out in agony as her mangled arm was wrenched from her shoulder, exposing her stark white scapula. Lin Feng's claws whirled with ferocity, unleashing a tempest of razor-sharp blades. In the midst of this storm, Su Jiawei's body was torn asunder. Her arms shattered, her legs crushed beneath his claws, and ultimately, a swipe across her waist cleaved her in two. Su Jiawei's upper body collapsed into a pool of blood, her entrails writhing in a grotesque display. The 8 dark, abyssal eyes of the spiders reflected nothing but terror. Lin Feng's elevated claws descended slowly towards Su Jiawei's head. Once her skull was crushed, everything would come to an end. At the moment the claws loomed over her head, foul black tears streamed from Su Jiawei's shattered spider-like eyes. Why do you treat me this way? It is those wretched men who are at fault. My teacher deceived me, claiming he would explain the script in his room. Instead, he locked the door and forced himself upon me. He even used my photographs to threaten me, insisting I must be at his beck and call, or he would expose everything to my father, leaving me utterly ashamed. Ha ha ha. To avoid being outed, I was coerced time and again, and in the end, I became this wretched creature, neither human nor ghost. I merely sought revenge. It is those vile men who deserve to die. Why must you come to slay me instead? What wrong is there in wanting to eliminate them? In that moment, Su Jiawei seemed to revert to her humanity, pouring out her sorrow to Lin Feng. The descending claws of Lin Feng gradually halted above her head. He comprehended the torment Su Jiawei had endured in her life. A student from the Department of Arts at Haicheng University, how many young women each year, in pursuit of their dreams in the entertainment industry, become mere playthings? Behind the glimmering facade lies a world of sordid and repugnant transactions. Those in positions of power exploit their authority time and again to satiate their base desires, leaving these young girls utterly consumed. Su Jiawei was but one among countless young women. In the crucible of death, the stronger the obsession with inhuman players, the more terrifying the monsters they become upon infection. It was Su Jiawei's deep-seated hatred for men that transformed her into a spider-like witch, intent on annihilating all male players. In her previous life, she had eradicated nearly 100 survivor teams, instilling fear in every heart. If she continued to consume, Su Jiawei might have evolved into an extraordinarily formidable being, perhaps rivaling the impending angel of death. Alas, in this life, she encountered Lin Feng. Before him, she had no opportunity for growth. Su Jiawei, collapsed and left with only half a body, lay amidst a pool of blood, weeping softly. In this moment, she appeared more human than ever. Lin Feng suddenly remarked, "After I kill you, I could set your corpse ablaze, allowing you to depart this world in a pristine manner." Su Jiawei was taken aback, and a flicker of gratitude surprisingly emerged in her spider-like eyes. "Thank you," she murmured, bowing her head in complete surrender. With a swift motion, Lin Feng's lethal claws tore open, unleashing several tendrils that plunged into Su Jiawei's body, relentlessly devouring her energy. Though her expression was one of agony, an inexplicable sense of release flickered in her eyes. Lu Hang inquired, "How did you come to be in this state?" Su Jiawei, in a dazed whisper, replied, "A woman bit me after consuming a certain potion, transmitting the infection and transforming me into this monster. Her name is Lu Yanxi." Chapter 67. The military industry shovel was already parched with thirst. Upon finishing her words, Su Jiawei met her demise. However, the mere mention of the name Lin Feng stirred a tempest within him. Lu Yanxi? She was alive? Simultaneously, Lin Feng's expression darkened. For he had already deduced that the potion Su Jiawei referred to must be the X potion. The X potion, a rare concoction encountered by only a select few traders, possessed unpredictable and unknown effects, yet it invariably resulted in the death of the consumer. However, if one survived its consumption, they would be bestowed with a gift from the furnace of death. Perhaps they would become a super-evolved being, or experience a gifted evolution, or awaken active skills, or even acquire a rare profession, or, astonishingly, ascend to the pinnacle of evolution. In his previous life, an evolutionist had been captured for drug testing, only to awaken the rare talent of Flame Demon, becoming the sovereign of fire manipulation. The force compelling him to undergo the trial, numbering in the hundreds, was incinerated on the spot, and he subsequently rose to power, becoming the formidable Flame Demon Lord, feared by all. It was unexpected that Lu Yinchi had consumed the X potion and succeeded. So, was this how you survived back then? You transmitted your infection to Su Jiawei after drinking the X potion, transforming her into a spider-type witch, while you acquired some ability and departed from the Mariana Hotel ahead of time. I see now, calamities endure through the ages, you would not perish so easily. Lin Feng murmured, his eyes ablaze with unfathomable hatred. What if you had received the gift from the furnace of death? I would still strike you down without hesitation. Ding! Successful collection of the target. Lin Feng has obtained Spider-type Witch Claw, Level 1 mutated material, X1, Spider-type Witch Tongue Tendon, Level 1 mutated material, X1. Spider-type Witch Rib, Level 1 mutated material, X5, Energy Crystal, Level 1, X1, Mutation Essence, Level 1, X1. Gene fusion failed, no data acquired. The same notification appeared once more. Lin Feng shook his head, acknowledging that the success rate for extracting and fusing genes was indeed quite low. Nevertheless, the restoration of his hunger level and infection level after devouring the materials relieved him. Simultaneously, he had acquired a Level 1 mutation essence, enabling the creation of another piece of Level 1 equipment. At that moment, footsteps approached from behind. Su Su and Lu Hang had already dealt with the pursuing zombies. They exited combat mode. The mutated claws rapidly restored, and by the time the two approached, Lin Feng's appearance, aside from his right sleeve being torn, had returned to its original state. Lin Feng conveyed Su Jiawei's final words to Su Su, who was equally startled. Lu Yinchi was indeed ruthless to have committed such an act. Lu Hang shivered at the revelation, suddenly noticing Su Su's strange expression. Brother Feng? Sister Su, who exactly is Lu Yinchi? Su Su gestured towards Lin Feng. I don't know her, but Lu Yinchi is your brother Feng's ex-girlfriend. Ah! Lu Hang exclaimed, his face a picture of astonishment as he turned to Su Su. Does that mean she's the sister's rival? What? Rival, you little brat. Su Su's face flushed as she raised her hand and delivered a playful slap to Lu Hang's back of the head. Smack! Ah! Sister, why did you hit me? What do you think? Did I say something wrong? What do you think? Su Su's face flushed with embarrassment. Was Lu Hang truly so foolish as to assume a deeper connection existed between her and Lin Feng? Their bond was as pure as the clearest spring water. Merely that of teammates. We are teammates, do you understand? She chided, tugging at Lu Hang's ear. Yes, I'm wrong, your camaraderie is as pure as can be. Lu Hang replied, awkwardly laughing in apology. Yet, deep down, he mused, you might tug my ear for foam, but I doubt you would do the same for me. How can that be the same? Ah, women. With a swift motion, he splintered the broken door to ignite a flame, incinerating Su Jiawei's lifeless body. Unbeknownst to them, the hour had slipped into 8 o'clock in the evening. At this moment, not only the 20th floor but the entirety of the Mariana Hotel, aside from the three of them, was devoid of life. The trio ascended to the 28th floor, seeking refuge in a pristine luxury suite. The suite was fully equipped, untouched, reminiscent of the world before the apocalypse. They refreshed themselves with water sourced from the solar-powered tank, and Su Su, using a redwood sofa as kindling, prepared a generous pot of instant noodles that they shared amongst themselves. Your culinary skills are truly commendable, sister, Lu Hang remarked, filling his bowl once more. How could instant noodles taste anything but delightful? Su Su's tone shifted. So, do you truly intend to stay with us? Lu Hang nodded. I have nowhere else to go. And I find you all to be genuinely good people, not the kind of mindless killers one might fear. Don't worry, if you struggle to take a life. Man Nyo would gladly assist, he relishes in the act of killing. Ah, I was jesting. He merely kills often, whether he enjoys it remains uncertain. Sister, please. You're making me uneasy, Lu Hang confessed, his face betraying a mixture of humor and discomfort. Susu couldn't help but laugh at her amusing younger brother. As they engaged in light-hearted banter, they noticed Lin Feng remained uncharacteristically quiet, lost in thought. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a hand on his forehead. He looked up to see Susu's sparkling eyes. You have a cold, what are you doing here? I'm merely contemplating, Lin Feng replied, brushing Susu's arm away. Unable to escape the looming threat of infection, he continued his relentless hunt. Various level 1 mutants were on his hit list. Yet he never lost sight of his ultimate target, the harbinger of death. If he was destined to consume more advanced mutants, why not include this formidable foe? If he could acquire the harbinger's battle form, Lin Feng would possess an unparalleled weapon. However, defeating such a being was no trivial matter, meticulous preparation was imperative. As Lin Feng pondered, an ethereal voice echoed down the corridor, Lin Feng, is that you? The moment he heard the voice, his previously relaxed nerves tensed to their utmost limit. Susu and Lu Hang, too, heard the ghostly call and watched as Lin Feng abruptly rose and charged out of the room. Lin Feng, wait for me. Susu instinctively jumped up to follow, with Lu Hang close behind. The three dashed into the corridor, and at once, they spotted a figure appearing at the end of the hall. With long hair cascading over her shoulders and a bloodied screwdriver clutched tightly in her hand, her eyes radiated a heart-wrenching vulnerability. Susu promptly accessed the information, exclaiming in astonishment, Lu Yanxi? Indeed, this woman was Lu Yanxi. After infecting Su Jiawei, she had sought refuge in the adjacent storage room, only to succumb to the lingering effects of the drug, rendering her unconscious until just moments ago. Cautiously, she pushed open the door to the storage room, her gaze sweeping across the corridor drenched in blood, nearly provoking a scream from her lips. At that moment, Lu Yanxi suddenly spotted a flicker of light emanating from a room at the center and heard familiar voices, including one that she recognized all too well. Overwhelmed with emotion, she called out in joy, Feng, is it really you? Have you come to rescue me? I'm so frightened, Feng, please hold me. Lu Yanxi dashed toward Lin Feng, her bare feet stepping upon the blood-soaked carpet without a hint of fear. In that moment, she felt like the happiest woman in the world. Her boyfriend had traversed half the city amidst the apocalypse to find her. What could possibly be more moving than this? Initially, Lu Yanxi harbored resentment, questioning why Lin Feng had taken so long to appear, forcing her to endure torment while grappling with the infection and resorting to selling her body to kill for energy fragments, ultimately swallowing the X drug and nearly succumbing to infection. Yet at this moment, all her bitterness dissipated, and the suffering she had previously endured felt richly rewarded. For her gallant prince had indeed come to save her, standing by her side as her knight, vowing to protect her from fear henceforth. At last, Lu Yanxi could no longer contain herself and cried out that long-awaited declaration, Feng, I love you. However, Susu gazed at Lu Yanxi with a look of pity. This unfortunate woman likely remained oblivious to the true reason for Lin Feng's arrival. The military shovel in Lin Feng's grasp was already thirsting for action. Chapter 68, What I have gained is your life indeed. Susu had witnessed Lin Feng retrieving the military shovel, but after a moment's contemplation, he set it aside and opened his right hand. In the instant that Lu Yanxi lunged toward him, a swift slap struck her face with a resounding impact. Duong! Thud! Lu Yanxi's head collided violently with the ground, rendering her unconscious, her face smeared with blood and her nose askew. Yet her eyes remained frozen with the last trace of joy from their reunion. Ah! Initially, Lu Hang was savoring the tender scene of their reunion. But he was startled in the next moment. Brother Feng, what are you doing? Lin Feng, with one hand grasping the military shovel and the other seizing Lu Yanxi's ankle, turned back to the two, offering a warm and sunny smile. You two enjoy your meal, I have a private matter to attend to. With that, he slowly dragged Lu Yanxi into the dark depths of the corridor. The sight inexplicably sent chills down Lu Hang's spine. Brother Feng, what is this about? What else could it be? Susu shot a glance at Lu Hang. Of course, it's to kill someone, Man Nyo is here specifically to eliminate Lu Yanxi. Ah. Ah. Lu Hang was utterly bewildered. Is it true that he would kill someone upon their first meeting? Is Brother Feng truly a psychopathic murderer? The thought of Lin Feng's earlier sunny smile sent tremors throughout Lu Hang's body. Just a breakup, must it lead to murder? You'll get used to it, he's a bit peculiar. But those he kills certainly have their own faults. Susu patted Lu Hang's shoulder before turning back to the room. Come on, let's return to our noodles. Eat? Noodles? You're not concerned? He is committing murder. What does it matter? The one he is killing has nothing to do with us. But what? Manyo dislikes chatty followers, and besides, if we don't eat the noodles, they'll become soggy. Ah, my goodness. And you're worried about the noodles becoming soggy? Whether that woman lives or dies is irrelevant, yet soggy noodles would be inedible. Are you coming or not? If not, I'll eat them all myself. I'm coming, even a cat would be louder than you. Coming. Lin Feng dragged Lu Yanqi into the innermost room of the corridor, locked the door, and bound her to the bed frame. He lit a cigarette, took a drag, and then pressed it against the back of Lu Yanqi's hand. She did not respond. Lin Feng promptly lifted the military shovel and, with a decisive chop, severed her little finger. Ah! Lu Yanqi finally jolted awake from the agonizing pain, her hand throbbing and confronted by the unfamiliar visage of Lin Feng, leaving her at a loss. Darling, why are you treating me this way? Lu Yanqi screamed in terror, her hands struggling desperately. But she could not break free from Lin Feng's grip. You said you loved me, didn't you? You came all this way from school to rescue me. So why are you hurting me? I have never done anything to wrong you. Tears streamed down her face, enough to evoke pity in any man. Yet Lin Feng's gaze remained icy. In a previous life, she had vivisected him, carving into his flesh with a malevolent glee that sought to reduce Lin Feng to mere ashes. Even in his rebirth, the memories lingered, haunting him. The mere sight of Lu Yanqi sent waves of involuntary convulsions through his very core. Lin Feng's voice turned icy as he confronted her. Have you no remorse? Why, then? Were you at the Mariana Grand Hotel? Are you truly unaware? Lu Yanqi's eyes widened in disbelief. It was impossible, how could he know? This fool had never contemplated such matters, he could not possibly be aware. Panic gripped her as she forced a strained smile. Darling, I don't understand what you're talking about. Do you not understand? Lin Feng retorted, reaching into Lu Yanqi's pocket to retrieve her phone and unlock it, opening a chat with a contact labeled Art Department. Teacher Jiang. The moment Lu Yanqi glimpsed the screen, it felt as if thunder had struck her. Lin Feng began to play the audio messages. Yanqi, this opportunity is rare. Ensure you perform well with Director Zhang. Hurry to my office, I need to assess your readiness. Director Zhang is particularly pleased with your profile and will arrange for you to accompany him on a business trip out of town in the next couple of days. Upon your return, you'll be the leading lady in that production. I've prepared the medication for you, and since you haven't arrived, you're not permitted to go home tonight. After leaving Director Zhang, come directly to me, I will teach you the meaning of discipline. These were merely snippets Lin Feng had casually opened, and the extent of the messages was unfathomable. Upon hearing the first message, Lu Yanqi's expression turned ghastly, and she broke down in tears. Darling, I was wrong. The teacher coerced me, I did not volunteer. He threatened to expose me if I didn't comply. Lu Yanqi attempted to defend herself, but Lin Feng had already clicked on her voice messages. Teacher, you're so annoying. I have an event tonight. Yet you still make me work overtime. Should I wear that outfit you like so much? He. Why are you so impatient? Director Zhang won't arrive until 6. We have plenty of time. Casually opening a few more, Lin Feng smiled at Lu Yanqi. Is this how you were coerced? At that moment, Lu Yanqi was drained of color, frozen in place as if the entire world had crumbled around her. Lin Feng knew everything. He was not there to save her but to exact revenge. Everything from the past was a mere illusion. Lu Yanqi felt her strength ebb away, confronted by the blood-stained military shovel and Lin Feng's frigid gaze. Suddenly, she erupted in a hysterical outburst. I only wanted to live a glamorous life. You cannot provide the life I desire, why shouldn't I strive for it myself? I am selling myself, and it hasn't cost you a dime. If you had any skill or connections, would I need to resort to this? How dare you cast judgment upon me? What kind of person are you? In her mind, the image of Susu surfaced repeatedly, filled with resentment. Who is that beautiful woman behind you? I refuse to believe that your relationship with her is innocent. Just after the apocalypse, you found yourself a beautiful companion, and you didn't come to my aid last night because you were too busy indulging her, weren't you? We are equally flawed, neither of us is morally superior. What gives you the right to stand above me and cast judgment? Lu Yanqi glared at Lin Feng in fury, her posture brimming with an urge to sink her teeth into him. Yet, in the next moment, she transformed into a beguiling figure, leaning down and delicately licking Lin Feng's fingers with her tongue. However, I can overlook all of this. My dear, I know you still love me. And in this apocalyptic world, I do not care how many women you have, as long as I hold a place by your side. Let me serve you alongside her. There are still many facets of me that you have yet to explore. I can be the cat in your arms, the dog at your feet. I will do anything as long as I can remain by your side. In that moment, Lu Yanqi appeared as alluring as a tranquil pool of water, inviting Lin Feng to experience the most exquisite warmth the world has to offer. But just as Lu Yanqi finished speaking, the door was suddenly flung open, and Susu rushed in, striking Lu Yanqi across the face. How dare you involve me in your schemes? I thank you for nothing, she exclaimed. You wretched woman. How dare you hit me? Lu Yanqi seethed with rage, yet found herself powerless to act. After delivering the slap, Susu turned on her heel and exited, her voice tinged with irritation echoing down the corridor. I merely came to inform you that the noodles are about to swell. If you intend to act, you should do so quickly. However, if you wish to indulge in some entertainment before the killing, then forget I said anything. Lin Feng's lips curled slightly. Was a special reminder necessary? Indeed, wasting time equates to wasting life. His gaze turned icy as he lightly positioned a military shovel against Lu Yanqi's throat. Now, tell me, what did you ultimately gain from the X serum? This was the true reason Lin Feng had temporarily spared Lu Yanqi. How do you know about the X serum? Astonishment flooded Lu Yanqi's eyes. I gained nothing. Lin Feng's expression hardened. In that instant, he keenly sensed the hesitation lurking in Lu Yanqi's gaze. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the hunting blade pierced Lu Yanqi's thigh, blood spraying forth. I ask, you answer, spare me your theatrics. Ah! Lu Yanqi screamed in agony, her eyes now filled with terror as she looked at Lin Feng. I will tell you. Finally, fear gripped Lu Yanqi. What I obtained is. Abruptly, her expression turned cold, her fingers curling, and a fruit knife lunged from behind Lin Feng, plunging into the back of his head. Chapter 69, The Infected Companion. Yet the ecstasy on Lu Yanqi's face froze. Lin Feng, wielding a fruit knife with a mocking glint in his eyes, remarked, Is this your capability? Quite practical, I must say. Lu Yanqi stood in shock, her voice trembling with fear as she cried out, Husband, please forgive me. I was momentarily bewitched, I didn't mean to. It's all right, I'm not bothered, he retorted, thrusting the fruit knife viciously into the other thigh of Lu Yanqi. Her anguished wail stifled the rest of her words. As Lin Feng turned to leave, several large bags appeared behind him, producing a cacophony of clattering sounds. Terror consumed Lu Yanqi's gaze. No. Please. Don't do this. I was wrong. With a thunderous crash, dozens of ghastly heads were unceremoniously dumped onto Lu Yanqi. Fresh, tender flesh was brought to her lips, and the heads began to ravenously gnaw at her body. They resembled hanging fruits of human heads on Lin Feng, as they tore Lu Yanqi apart. The sensation was akin to slow slicing. Desperation overcame Lu Yanqi as she screamed, attempting to use telekinesis to repel the heads. But being merely an ordinary person with a meager perceptual capability, she could only manage to make them quiver slightly. The gnawing continued, unrelenting, transforming Lu Yanqi into a bloodied figure. Help me. Get them away, please don't treat me this way. I beg you, I was wrong. Her anguished cries echoed through the room and corridor. Yet, Lin Feng merely sat on the floor, coldly observing. The heads had one advantage, they could only chew. rarely killing their target. Occasionally, pieces of flesh gnawed off would roll away from Lu Yanqi's form. Each time, Lin Feng patiently picked them up, reattaching them to her body, even smiling as he took a few photographs. The agony he had endured in his past life was now being inflicted on Lu Yanqi 100-fold. To kill her outright would be too merciful. Lin Feng intended for her to experience the despair of being torn apart piece by piece. This was merely the beginning. In her utter hopelessness, Lu Yanqi even extended her neck toward the heads, yearning for death, only to be thwarted by Lin Feng's kick that sent the head flying. Seeking death? Not a chance. Lin Feng observed her for 2 hours, as Lu Yanqi wailed for the same duration, until her voice was hoarse. Her body was nearly shredded, with hands and feet exposing pale bones, which were also marred by gnawing gums. As Lin Feng reveled in his masterpiece, a peculiar voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Inflict the infection upon her, make her your slave. The unexpected voice heightened Lin Feng's alertness, yet he scanned his surroundings. There was nothing but himself and Lu Yanqi. The voice urged again, infect her, quickly infect her. The mysterious voice pressed him. Lin Feng suddenly realized, could it be the primal aberration? He could think of nothing else but the primal aberration. A surge of impulse surged within Lin Feng as he drew forth the hunting blade, slicing open his palm to let his blood drip onto Lu Yanqi. He yearned to unravel the essence of the primordial aberration. The moment the blood mingled with Lu Yanqi's body, dark veins swiftly snaked across her face. What have you given me? It hurts so much. It hurts so much. The excruciating pain caused Lu Yanqi to tense her body, the agony surpassing even the gnawing of the ghoul's head. Lin Feng remained fixated on Lu Yanqi, prepared to witness her destruction. However, suddenly, a system notification echoed in his ears. Infection of the target in progress. The genetic compatibility of the target has reached the minimum requirement, initiating a mild infection protocol. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Feng's eyes. Li Yaotian had directly activated the annihilation infection protocol, and Lu Yanqi was evidently different from him. Simultaneously, Lin Feng felt an odd sensation, as if an invisible bond had formed between him and Lu Yanqi, as though she had become an extension of his own being, capable of executing his commands. Ding! Congratulations player on successfully capturing a symbiotic infectee. Symbiotic infectees are rare individuals formed after the infection by primordial aberrations. The higher the infection level, the greater the host's control over the symbiotic infectee. The primordial aberration host can perceive the physical state of each symbiotic infectee through invading data streams. The symbiotic infectee's body has been enhanced in various aspects due to the infection. Data is being updated. As Lin Feng accessed Lu Yanqi's profile, he issued a command. And indeed, a floating window appeared before him. Name, Lu Yanqi. Identity, symbiotic infectee, Lin Feng. Gender, female. Strength, 10 agility, 8 constitution, 11 perception, 12 evolution level, LV0 talent, natural allure, increased attractiveness to the opposite sex, skill, telekinesis. Status, complete infection, primordial aberration, infection level, 100 degree of host control. 100. Lu Yanqi's comprehensive data was laid bare before Lin Feng, devoid of any concealment. Master. Lu Yanqi's voice purred like a kitten, trembling as she gazed up at Lin Feng. In that moment, Lu Yanqi bore no trace of her former self. Her eyes only reflected fervent devotion to Lin Feng, who had become her deity. Lin Feng swiftly dispatched the ghoul heads with a few deft strikes of the hunting blade, coldly commanding Lu Yanqi, stand up. As you wish, my master. Lu Yanqi attempted to rise, but her almost skeletal form rendered her incapable. With a sharp crack, her body strained beyond its limits, her skeleton shattered, and her head rolled to Lin Feng's feet. Yet, her gaze, fixed on Lin Feng, was filled with regret. I'm sorry, master. My body is too severely damaged to rise. In that moment, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming shock within his heart. Had he truly become Lu Yanqi's master? She would obey any command, even unto death. And even with just her head remaining, Lu Yanqi still clung to life. At this moment, Lu Yanqi was irrevocably transformed, severed from her past self. The past Lu Yanqi has perished. Now, within this corporeal vessel resides Lin Feng's symbiotic infectee. A primal aberration, an abnormal virus. What manner of entity is this? Yet, simultaneously, a peculiar sensation envelopes his heart. In this moment, he is the sovereign of Lu Yanqi, wielding the power of life and death with but a thought. If he could possess countless symbiotic infectees, would he not forge an eternal legion devoted to his will? At that instant, the voice of the system resonates once more in his ears. Warning, significant damage detected in the symbiotic infectee, recovery is impossible. Please choose 1. Command its self-destruction. 2. The progenitor may provide energy to assist in its recovery. 3. Devour and assimilate, attempting to merge with the genetic data of the symbiotic infectee. Chapter 70, United We Stand, Let Us Strike. In this moment, Lin Feng felt an inexplicable surge of excitement as a particular name echoed in his mind: genetic fusion. The awakening of his first battle form had occurred when he devoured the fearsome clawhunter and flawlessly integrated its genes. If he could merge with Lu Yanqi's genes, might he acquire the skill of telekinesis, which she obtained from the X serum? Skills in the death furnace are far more precious than evolution potions. The vast majority can only be acquired from traders at exorbitant prices. Any skill is a coveted treasure in this apocalyptic world. Devour. As Lin Feng uttered these words, a tendril emerged from his palm, penetrating Lu Yanqi's mind. To his surprise, Lu Yanqi exhibited no pain. Instead, she appeared to revel in the experience of being consumed by Lin Feng. Genetic fusion in progress. Genetic fusion at 20. 44. 69. Genetic fusion complete at 100, skill acquired, telekinesis. Lin Feng's consciousness locked onto the hunting blade at his waist, telekinesis. To his astonishment, the hunting blade flew from its sheath and danced around him like a flurry of ethereal blades. He had truly succeeded in the fusion. Overjoyed, Lin Feng reflected on his past life when, during the first year of the apocalypse, he had fortuitously secured a skill scroll amidst a sea of ordinary abilities. By the time of his demise, he had merely acquired 3 basic skills, none of which had advanced. Now, on only the second day of the apocalypse, he had obtained a skill, an extraordinary one at that. Through numerous trials, Lin Feng gained a comprehensive understanding of this skill. With his current perception, he could control an area within a 10-meter radius, commanding up to 8 short blades simultaneously, though they could only slay ordinary zombies. The fewer blades he controlled, the greater their power. As his perceptual attributes accumulated, the skill's potency would continue to grow, proving far more advantageous than any basic fireball or wind blade. He cast out 8 bone-short blades, which swirled around him like a school of fish, reminiscent of an immortal soaring with a flying sword in a novel. With a mere glance, the 8 bone-short blades shot forth. Crack, 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 crack. Dozens of ghastly heads were swiftly severed by Lin Feng's telekinetic strikes. Ha ha ha. What a thrill! He meticulously cleaned the blood off the bone-short blades before returning them to his survival space, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Lu Yanqi was already dead, next would be Li Wenxian and that pack of beasts. Each of you better survive, do not perish. Upon returning to the trio's room, Su Su and Lu Hang exchanged peculiar glances with Lin Feng. Curiously, Lin Feng inquired, "Why are you two still awake at this hour?" "Well, with all the commotion you caused, how could we possibly sleep?" Su Su retorted, pouting. "I am quite curious about what exactly you did to Lu Yanqi, you weirdo." Lu Hang also perked up his ears in interest. Lin Feng settled down beside the fire, casually tossing 2 fragments of a wooden door into the flames. "Oh, nothing much. I just tied Lu Yanqi up and had her face several dozen zombies." As the gruesome scene flashed through her mind, Su Su couldn't help but shiver, while Lu Hang instinctively shrank away from Lin Feng. With a face full of terror, Lu Hang exclaimed, "Brother Feng, what deep-seated grudge does your ex-girlfriend hold against you that compels you to seek such revenge?" Suddenly, Su Su called out to Lu Hang, "According to the team's rules, some questions are better left unasked." Lin Feng couldn't suppress a smile. He found himself increasingly drawn to Su Su's bold demeanor. Lu Hang scratched his head sheepishly, "My apologies. But what are your plans moving forward, Brother Feng?" "To grow stronger and confront the harbinger of death that will descend on the 3rd day of the apocalypse," Lin Feng asserted with unwavering resolve. Lu Hang gasped in shock, and Su Su, who had contemplated this possibility, felt a tremor in her heart upon hearing it spoken aloud. The harbinger of death, after all, was a formidable foe. Understanding their thoughts, Lin Feng shook his head and explained, "It is not just us. All survivors in Haichang have no choice. If we cannot vanquish this harbinger, the entire city will be laid waste." following the onset of the apocalypse. Haichang has been shrouded in a barrier, preventing any survivor from stepping beyond its limits. When the Harbinger officially arrives, the city's barrier will begin to constrict, forcing all survivors into battle against it. Only by slaying the Harbinger can we dissolve the barrier, otherwise, death is the only outcome. This fate befalls not just Haichang, but every city in the death furnace. Hence, in Meicheng, where Su Su's mother resides, not a single soul escaped, rendering it a city of the dead. As Lin Feng concluded his explanation, a heavy silence enveloped the air. Lu Hang and Su Su stared at Lin Feng, bewildered. How do you know all this? Lin Feng had already prepared his response. As the first player to slay a mutated entity, I received a hidden quest from the death furnace. And these details are part of that quest. Upon hearing this, Su Su and Lu Hang grew tense. Lin Feng suddenly chuckled. Are you regretting teaming up with me after hearing this? He was ready to provide them with a mental fortitude, knowing that such revelations were difficult for ordinary individuals to accept. Human nature is inherently selfish, especially in a world where everyone lives in fear. In times like these, it is common for individuals to think, let the tall ones bear the burden while I hide away. It is a natural inclination to seek personal benefit and avoid harm. Any rational person would choose to let others bear the brunt of danger. However, the anticipated silence did not materialize. Su Su tightened her grip on her phone, declaring, I will go to Meicheng to find my mother. Since we must kill the Harbinger to escape the city, then let us do just that. I will join you. Indeed. This was the Su Su she was familiar with. The two exchanged a knowing smile and turned their gaze toward Lu Hang. What about you? Lu Hang's blade was one of the crucial weapons against the Harbinger, significantly increasing Lin Feng's chances of success. Without much deliberation, Lu Hang replied, My life was saved by my older siblings, I will follow you. Whatever you decide to do, I will do as well. Lin Feng felt a swell of pride. In his previous life, he had possessed nothing, a pitiful wretch who perished in the apocalypse without a soul to mourn him. Now, he possesses not only equipment that transcends the constraints of time but also two formidable allies he can trust. The Harbinger of Death stands as the first stepping stone to their team's ascendance. Thus, it is settled. Lin Feng rose first, feeling a surge of pride and satisfaction within him. Su Su placed her hand upon his, and Lu Hang extended his hand to clasp theirs together. Lin Feng proclaimed with fervor, United, brothers. Su Su replied earnestly, Their strength is as sharp as gold. Lu Hang added, Let us take action. Chapter 71, Comprehensive Evolution of Equipment. The three of them burst into hearty laughter. Su Su inquired, What are our plans moving forward? Since they had resolved to team up against the Harbinger of Death, Lin Feng recognized the necessity of enhancing their gear to the greatest extent possible. He proposed that everyone present their materials, which he would then allocate according to the requirements of equipment crafting. Both Su Su and Lu Hang agreed. Su Su playfully stuck out her tongue, saying, No matter how you look at it, we are taking advantage of you. He. Lu Hang chuckled and scratched his head. With a flourish, Lin Feng summoned a vast array of materials: predator, giant zombie dog, savage claw pursuer, stealth stalker, spider woman, spider witch. A veritable mountain of level 1 materials and numerous rare level 0 components lay before them. The sheer quantity left Lu Hang astonished. While he had been holed up in the hotel, Lin Feng and Su Su had evidently hunted down such a multitude of level 1 mutants. Su Su and Lu Hang pooled together all the level 1 materials they had acquired. You two share your weapon data, and I'll assist you in strategizing how to upgrade them, Lin Feng suggested. All right. First, they examined Su Su's hunting bow. Upon sharing the information and accessing the equipment crafting system, they discovered 3 enhancement paths for the bow, each corresponding to a different weapon type. The first was named Wind Wing, level 3, which granted an attack bonus of wind attribute. This was the most superior option among the 3. Not only did it amplify attack damage, but it also enhanced the flight speed and range of the arrows. However, this required materials from a mutant known as the Wind Demon, a formidable level 3 mutant that was currently unattainable. The second option was Soul Reaver Bow, level 2, necessitating materials from a mutant called the Soul Siphon Bird, a pinnacle level 2 mutant that was also unavailable at this time. That left them with the last and least desirable choice, the Spider Woman Spider Witch Bow. Required materials included hunting bow X1, Spider-Woman, Witch, Claw X2. Spider-Woman, Witch, mutated heart X1, Spider-Woman, Witch, tongue tendon X1. Although this enhancement path was the least impressive, the trio had just enough materials to craft it. With some to spare, Lin Feng exclaimed excitedly, "Let us craft whatever we can right now. Su, you take the materials and create this." Okay. Su gathered the materials, and a flash of white light enveloped the hunting bow, transforming its appearance instantaneously. The once simplistic bow now bore intricate purple patterns reminiscent of the spider witch, with its limbs morphing into the deadly claws of the spider witch, tightly grasping the purple bowstring crafted from the spider witch's tongue tendon. Spider Witch Bow, Level 1 mutated weapon. A weapon crafted using a Level 1 hunting bow as a base, infused with the mutated materials of the Spider Witch. Arrows possess greater penetration and firing speed than the hunting bow. Attribute bonus, Agility 4, additional effect, Impact. The enhancement retained its additional effect while imparting an extra 4 points to Su's agility. She immediately sensed a change in her body. The movements became increasingly graceful and swift, with a few rapid flicks and swings. The inertia that typically accompanies physical motion was notably diminished, resulting in a more agile response. She immediately rose to draw her bow. The immense force transmitted through the bowstring was so palpable that even she, a Level 1 evolved being, could sense a significant resistance. Yet, rather than feeling alarmed, she was filled with joy. A stronger resistance signified a greater lethality of the arrow. She aimed and shot. A resounding thud echoed as the arrow was released, instantly piercing through a wooden door nearly 10 centimeters thick, situated 10 meters away. The impact of the second arrow shattered the entire door. This was no longer mere archery, it resembled a small armor-piercing projectile. Remarkably, this was considered the least formidable among the 3 enhancement paths. How impressive! Excitement radiated from Su's eyes. Lin Feng handed her 18 newly crafted arrows, and her eyes sparkled with delight. The arrowheads were forged from the sharp fangs of Level 1 mutated creatures, possessing a sharpness and penetrative power that far exceeded that of ordinary arrows. With such arrows paired with the Spider Witch Bow, even a Level 1 mutant could potentially be felled with a single shot. Additionally, Lin Feng had a few Level 0 mutated essences obtained from recently cleared floors. He combined one of them with materials from a giant zombie dog to craft a short dagger for Su. This would serve as her melee weapon henceforth. Observing these impressive armaments, Lu Hang's eyes brimmed with envy, and he eagerly inquired, "Brother Feng, what about me?" "Of course, you have your share," Lin Feng replied, having already designed an enhancement path for Lu Hang while crafting the Tooth of Stealth. He handed over materials from the Fierce Claw Hunter and the Hunter, along with a Level 1 mutated essence. "Enhance it yourself." Lu Hang placed all the materials into his equipment crafting system, and a brilliant white light burst forth from him. Fierce Soul, Level 1. A broadsword forged from materials of Level 1 Stealthers and Fierce Claw Hunters, it is discreet like a hidden stalker when sheathed. Yet the explosive power unleashed upon drawing will compel all adversaries to submit. Attribute bonuses, Strength 2, Agility 2, additional effect, Draw Slash. The first strike unleashed upon drawing the sword will inflict significant additional damage and extend a blade aura to attack the target ahead. Wow! Upon witnessing this effect, not just Su and Lu Hang, even Lin Feng himself was taken aback. The effect was astonishing, it was even a semi-active skill. While many high-level weapons possessed active skills, Lin Feng had never heard of a Level 1 weapon having such a feature. This was undoubtedly the pinnacle of Level 1 weaponry. Furthermore, with the acquisition of additional mutated materials, further enhancements were possible. Lu Hang's inherent sharpness with blades would already allow him to slice through anything once he grew stronger. Now, combined with the Draw Slash's effect, it was simply. Even Lin Feng could not help but exhibit a tinge of envy toward Lu Hang. "Try it out," Lin Feng urged, patting Lu Hang on the shoulder. Rising to his feet, Lu Hang grasped the sword sheath and locked his gaze on a nearby wall. Taking a deep breath. Draw Slash. With a flash of blade light, a gleaming arc surged forth, slicing through the air toward the wall. The entire wall, including the bookshelf, was unexpectedly cleaved open by a single strike. The 3 individuals rushed to the rear of the wall, where they beheld a colossal gash embedded within it. The entire 15-centimeter thickness had been effortlessly sliced through, leaving them utterly astonished. Could this truly be my doing? Lu Hang gazed incredulously at the weapon in his hand, a tempest of emotions surging within him. Had this strike been delivered to a stealth hunter? Any semblance of hardened armor would have been rendered as fragile as mere parchment. Feng Gu. Lu Hang cast a complex look toward Lin Feng. Such a magnificent weapon, all crafted from materials that belonged to Lin Feng, any reasonable person would have reclaimed it for personal use. Gritting his teeth, Lu Hang proffered the weapon to Lin Feng. Feng Gu, all the materials for this weapon are yours, you should take it back for your own use. Observing the genuine innocence in Lu Hang's eyes, Lin Feng felt a flicker of gratitude wash over him. I have previously stated that this weapon is yours, and besides, this style of Tang Dao does not suit me. If you wish to repay me, then use this fine blade to vanquish a few more aberrations. Very well. From now on, I shall assist Feng Gu in eliminating these aberrations. Lu Hang remained ensconced in the elation of acquiring his upgraded weapon. Yet Su Su had already perceptibly sensed Lin Feng's intentions. Are we about to face a formidable battle ahead? Lin Feng nodded in affirmation. We must scour the entire city, gathering as many beneficial items and equipment as possible. We are likely to encounter numerous advanced aberrations. These items emit a peculiar energy that typically attracts a multitude of aberrations to converge around them. In his mind, Lin Feng recalled the locations of those precious items and tools. Although he possessed a wealth of useful information, time was of the essence. Less than 2 days remained, and Lin Feng had to make judicious choices. He opened the map of Haichang and, after careful consideration, established a course of action. The final destination was Zaiwalai Supermarket on Huayang Road. In his previous life, around 5 p.m. on the third day of the apocalypse, a level 1 trader would appear here. Someone had once procured a level 1 defensive piece from him, significantly enhancing Lin Feng's chances of survival in battle. Perhaps they would cross paths during the impending confrontation with the harbinger of death. As Lin Feng lay down, preparing for sleep, a sudden flash of fire illuminated the night sky outside his window. It resembled a blazing meteor plummeting from the heavens, eventually landing in a certain district and igniting an inferno. Shortly thereafter, a chilling scream shattered the darkness, echoing through the sky. Chapter 72, Number 13, No. 7. The piercing screams, emanating from several kilometers away, sent a chill down one's spine. Lin Feng and his companions hurried to the window. Peering outside to witness flames leaping into the sky from the direction of the crash, the echoes of the screams still reverberating in the air. The chat channel was abuzz with discussions, yet no one could articulate the nature of the calamity. What is happening? Whose screams are so penetrating in the dead of night? Are you certain it is human? The first wave of mutated beings has already undergone enhancement. What if it is a mutant? Help! What kind of terrifying sound is that? It seems to be quite close to me. Is there anyone over there who can provide an update? Silence enveloped Lin Feng. As the site of the explosion lay beyond the 1-kilometer communication range of the chat channel, even if someone responded, they would remain unseen. Yet, the shrill wail tightened Lin Feng's brow. In his memories of the past life, this scene had never unfolded, and judging by the direction, the screams appeared to originate near the Huayang Road Zaiwalai Supermarket. I hope this does not disrupt my plans, Lin Feng muttered, beckoning his companions. Let us rest. We shall set out early tomorrow. Meanwhile, on Huayang Road, the streets were strewn with hastily erected obstacles. A group of fully armed survivors stood resolutely, surrounded by the fallen bodies of over 20 zombies. Clearly, they formed a team, adept at exterminating the undead. However, their faces were now etched with disbelief. For as they were executing their task, a meteor had suddenly plummeted from the sky, creating a smoldering pit, and the ensuing screams from within sent shivers down their spines. Let us flee, one exclaimed, prompting the others to instinctively turn and run, yet a burly man halted them. What are you afraid of? This is our opportunity. His eyes sparkled with excitement, his hands trembling with anticipation around his weapon. The burly man, the leader of the group and a level 1 evolver, had fortuitously acquired a level 1 weapon. He could easily dispatch any zombie except for mutants. He was uncertain about the object that had fallen from the sky, but his instincts told him it was undoubtedly something valuable. Do not fear, even if it is a mutant, we have faced them before. If it is indeed a rare artifact, we shall prosper. His words ignited a spark of enthusiasm among the others. Those who had survived until now were seasoned fighters. Equipped with a level 1 evolver and a level 1 weapon, what was there to fear? If there was truly something marvelous to be found, they would seize the opportunity. Boom! Yet, as soon as the burly man finished speaking, a torrent of flames erupted from the pit, surging toward all those nearby. Ah! Help! Run! Wait for me! The desperate survivors turned to flee, only to be instantly engulfed by the flames, transforming them into charred statues. The burly man watched in horror as the inferno raced past him, consuming his comrades one by one. The greed in his eyes was swiftly overshadowed by despair and terror. Yet, the flames seemed to possess a will of their own, bypassing him entirely, leaving him untouched. What is happening? Before the robust man could react, he suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of heat descend upon him from behind. Instinctively, he swung his blade backward. However, with a resounding clang, his level 1 sword was seized by a shadowy, powerful arm. Behind him stood a towering, humanoid creature, engulfed in flames, its entire form encased in dark, chitinous armor. Through the gaps in the armor on its head, a pair of crimson eyes glimmered, and its slightly ajar maw exhaled waves of terrifying heat with each breath. On its chest, a faintly visible number 13 was inscribed upon the armor. With a slight flex of its arm, the level 1 sword shattered into fragments, which were subsequently melted into molten iron by the surrounding inferno. A forked tongue, resembling a blood-red serpent, flicked out from its jagged maw, greedily lapping at the robust man's face. Oh, the delicious yet fragile ant! Hiss! The searing heat immediately scorched the man's visage, forcing him to recoil in agony. A monster, a monster! In terror, the robust man turned to flee. Yet, the creature suddenly opened its maw, unleashing a shriek that reverberated through the streets like a tsunami. The flames on the street burst outward, while glass windows in the buildings overhead shattered simultaneously. Bang! 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 Countless shards of glass rained down from the towering edifices, resembling a storm of crystalline feathers, as the fleeing man transformed visibly under the force of the sonic wave. He burst apart, scattering chunks of flesh and blood. The sound of shattering glass filled the air, crackling and popping. Meanwhile, the humanoid creature stood, seemingly relishing the exquisite symphony of destruction. Cackling, it reveled in the beauty of this moment of emergence. At that moment, another figure emerged from the flames behind. This grotesque silhouette was entirely different from the armored monster. It was enormous, resembling a mountain of flesh, its body obscured by a mass of what appeared to be weeds, thrashing in the fire. Upon closer inspection, these were not mere weeds, but rather severed human limbs, forcibly amalgamated into its being. Prominently displayed on its chest was the symbol, 07. The abdomen, covered in dismembered hands, emitted a tearing sound, splitting open to reveal a maw lined with sharp teeth. Number 13, do not overstep your bounds. Have you forgotten how we escaped? Every human capable of evolving to level 1 is invaluable to the death furnace. Slaying any of them could attract its attention. Your bloodlust is your own affair, but do not implicate me in it. Hiss! Number 13 emitted a serpentine hiss. Yet a flicker of wariness crossed its eyes as it regarded number 07. The crimson tongue retreated after striking against its face. But I have already killed. What do you intend to do about it? Then let us depart swiftly. Number 07's roar echoed as it sped toward the end of the street, where an invisible barrier separated the two realms. Numerous vehicles lay wrecked, all desperate to escape the confines of Haichang. This was the entrapment barrier of Haichang. No one could flee from its grasp. However, the creature designated as number 7 suddenly unleashed a torrent of green viscous fluid towards the barrier, which, under the intense searing, surprisingly melted a hole through it. Number 7 staggered inside, just as number 13 was about to follow. An instinct prompted a glance back towards a certain direction. You proceed ahead, I have stumbled upon something intriguing. If you wish to court danger, feel free. Number 7 vanished into the darkness. Chapter 73, Encounter with the Zombie Horde. A rugged vehicle sped along the road, sending the wandering zombies tumbling aside. Several level 1 mutated creatures pursued fiercely from behind, but they were swiftly outpaced. Eat dirt, you fiends! Lu Hang exclaimed, leaning out of the sunroof and defiantly raising his middle finger at the pursuing mutants. Su Su, who was driving, exchanged glances with Lin Feng in the passenger seat. Lu Hang had been quite normal at first, but after their escape from the hotel, he had gone off the deep end, yelling exuberantly like a teenager caught in a fantasy. This is truly the Blade King? How does he seem so unreliable? Lin Feng pondered, bewildered. We've arrived. Ahead. A confectionery shop named Phyllis was besieged by 30 to 40 zombies, all jammed inside and outside, as if participating in a frenzied giveaway event. Their collective experience suggested that there was undoubtedly a level 1 enhancement item within. Step on it, crash through. Lu Hang yelled. Su, dismissive of his antics, deftly engaged the clutch, executing a graceful drift to halt outside, inadvertently sending a few zombies tumbling from the car's rear. The surrounding zombies, howling wildly, lunged toward them. With a resounding thud, Lu Hang kicked open the car door, toppling the zombies outside, and dashed out first. Breath of the blade, flash. With a swift motion, a dazzling white light erupted as his weapon was drawn. A fluid arc of blade sliced through the zombies outside, leaving many momentarily stunned. Then, with a sharp crack, all the zombies were cleaved diagonally through their chests, their broken bodies collapsing to the ground, twitching in a pool of blood, still attempting to crawl towards the vehicle. In a few swift motions, Lu Hang shattered the skulls of the remaining zombies, executing a flourish as he sheathed his blade, a goofy grin on his face. Brother Feng, do you think the name I gave this move is cool? Cool my foot. Whoosh. 3 arrows shot forth from behind, tearing through the zombies upon impact. Su smacked Lu Hang on the back of his head. I told you to kill zombies, not to show off. We need efficiency. But at that moment, Lin Feng's expression turned serious. Be careful, a big one is coming. With a thunderous roar, a creature over 2 meters tall burst through the confectionery shop's entrance and charged into the street, debris scattering in its wake. Name, Giant Zombie Identity, Mutant Strength, 15 Agility, 10 Constitution, 9 Perception, 6 Mutation Level, LV0, Second Mutation, Description, a common level 0 zombie that has undergone a second mutation. Its body is now significantly more robust. Its iron fists and bites can withstand even level 0 armor. Roar! The giant zombie barreled forward, effortlessly flipping a motorcycle with a single swipe of its hand. Excellent, it's not a level 1 mutant. Lin Feng, who had initially intended to engage, relaxed his grip on his dual blades. Lu Hang. Understood, give me 1 minute. In a flash, Lu Hang dashed forward, his long knife returning to its sheath as a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Breath of the blade. Yet, before he could finish naming his technique, a shrill scream suddenly pierced through the air behind him. The bone arrow shot forth from Su transformed into a shimmering stream of light, striking the shoulder of a massive zombie, which collapsed to the ground as if felled by an unseen force. Its shoulder and scapula were completely pierced by the bone arrow. Subsequently, another bone arrow flew forth, and with a resounding pop, the giant zombie's head exploded upon impact, splattering blood across the street in a vivid crimson. Su elegantly swept her stray locks behind her ear, declaring, 1 minute? I need only 10 seconds. Sister Su, you're stealing my business, Lu Hang lamented, though the blade of his fierce soul knife shimmered fiercely as he slaughtered the surrounding ordinary zombies. After the trio scoured the shop, they swiftly departed in their vehicle, leaving no opportunity for the zombies to encircle them. In the passenger seat, Lin Feng meticulously counted the items within their survival space. True Love Strawberry Tart, level 1, a favorite among young maidens, though they typically prefer it for social media snapshots, relishing in a sense of happiness. Additional effect, consuming it grants a perception boost of 3, lasting for 4 hours. This was a recent acquisition from the Phyllis dessert shop, and he had already gathered several such treasures along their journey, all of which were once catalogued in his memory. Glancing at the time, Lin Feng noted that tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock marked the arrival of the Harbinger of Death. He needed to hasten their pace. Where shall we go next? Su inquired. Joyful Supermarket on Yonghua Road, he replied. As Su glanced at the map, the off-road vehicle made a swift turn, but as they rounded the corner, their expressions turned grave. Damn it! Lin Feng couldn't help but utter a curse, while Su abruptly slammed on the brakes, halting in the middle of the road. Yet, it was too late. Ahead lay a mass of abandoned vehicles, stacked haphazardly, with layers of zombies meandering between them, an estimated 1,000. Including several of the giant zombies they had encountered earlier. The screech of the brakes drew the attention of the zombies, their expressions shifting from curiosity to bloodthirst. With a guttural roar from the first zombie, the horde surged toward the trio. Initially, the abandoned cars might have impeded the zombies, but now they were mere trifles. Thud. 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 The zombies scuttled over the vehicles, their claws clattering against the metal rooftops, accompanied by the sound of crumpling tin. A chorus of distinctive howls erupted from behind the horde, followed by a massive figure leaping high and crashing onto the top of a car. It was a colossal zombie dog, even larger than the one they had encountered at the school, its skin heavily keratinized, resembling a suit of armor. Simultaneously, cars were being tossed aside as a massive pursuer barreled through, akin to a bulldozer clearing a path. From behind, a roar heralded the appearance of 3 level 1 mutants. And it remained uncertain whether there were more concealed within the throng of corpses. The sheer number indicated that any group of evolved beings caught in such an ambush would face certain demise. "Turn around, let's go," Su commanded, forcefully shifting gears as the off-road vehicle reversed with a thunderous crash against a storefront, then veered sharply in another direction. The horde chased relentlessly behind them. Thud. 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 The first-level mutants burst through the horde of zombies, launching a relentless pursuit. Leading the charge was a colossal zombie hound, followed closely by the agile stalkers and hunters. Surprisingly, the speed of the off-road vehicle could not shake them off. "Man, take the wheel. Lu Hang, quit fooling around and get out." Su and Lin Feng swiftly adjusted their positions, with Su leaning out of the sunroof. The fierce wind lashed against her face, yet she remained undeterred. Her resolute gaze fixed on the formidable zombie hound ahead. With the spider-shaped witch-bow drawn taut in her hands, she announced, "Taste this." With a swift release of the bowstring, a bone arrow shot forth, aimed directly at the giant zombie hound. The creature instinctively dodged to the side. But the ordinary zombie hound behind it did not escape in time, taking a direct hit to the skull. The sickening sound echoed as the dog's head exploded. Its body flung violently into a nearby storefront. Again! The second arrow found its mark in the hound's shoulder, piercing through its tough, horned skin. The colossal beast staggered backward, tumbling into the mass of corpses behind it. Yet, the stalker behind swiftly overtook the giant hound, its claws gouging deep pits into the hard ground as it sprinted. Su continued to unleash a barrage of arrows, each capable of piercing through several zombies. However, the sheer number of the undead was overwhelming. One person could hardly hope to contend with them. Suddenly, the stalker sprang up the exterior wall of a nearby building, its claws sinking into the surface, allowing it to sprint along the wall. Su's arrows flew towards it, but the agile creature evaded them with ease. In a moment of sheer audacity, the stalker leaped onto the roof of a container truck, accelerating before using it as a springboard to launch itself at the trio's off-road vehicle. If it struck, the vehicle would either flip or be crushed under its immense weight. In an instant, Su drew her bow, knocking 3 bone arrows, die. 2 arrows missed as the stalker dodged, but the third struck true, piercing through its right shoulder. The stalker let out a howl, its momentum disrupted mid-air. Yet it continued its descent towards the vehicle, its outstretched claws reaching for Su, who was barely inside the window. "Su, get back!" Lin Feng shouted, slamming the gear into drive and flooring the accelerator. Just as Su dove back into the vehicle, a deafening crash echoed. The stalker's claws had raked across the roof, leaving 3 terrifying gashes, while its massive body slammed into the rear of the off-road vehicle. The tremendous impact caused the front of the vehicle to lift off the ground, only to come crashing down with a resounding thud. Despite Lin Feng's frantic attempts to regain control, the vehicle careened wildly before finally overturning on the roadside. "Damn it!" Lin Feng and Lu Hang fared better, but Su's expression was one of agony. The deformed door had crushed her protective leg armor. Sharp bone shards slicing into the inner thigh, blood pouring forth within mere seconds. The scent of blood drove the surrounding zombies into a frenzied frenzy, drawing them closer with insatiable hunger. Chapter 74, This street is Roan, I'm coming. Suddenly, a stunning silver blade gleamed fiercely from within the vehicle. The car door, along with the zombies that were clinging to it, was severed in an instant by this silver flash. The severed door was sent flying as Lu Hang, wielding the fearsome blade, leapt into the horde of zombies. The blade returned to its sheath with lightning speed, and a glint of cold light ignited in Lu Hang's eyes. The breath of the blade, a flash. The fearsome blade unleashed a crescent-shaped arc of light, sweeping through the ranks of the undead. Countless zombies were shredded within the blade's arc as Lu Hang surged into the throng, his blade dancing wildly, toppling several zombies at his feet in mere moments. At this juncture, Lin Feng seized the car door that had trapped Su Su, exerting a sudden force. With a crack, he wrenched the entire door open. Yet, Lin Feng's expression darkened. Su Su's injuries were far more severe than he had anticipated. Her jeans were slashed open for over a foot, blood gushing forth, obscuring the depth and length of the wound. Su Su's face contorted in pain. A furious roar erupted from the horde of zombies. The hunters had broken through, tearing apart any zombies that dared to obstruct their path. The scent of blood had awakened their primal ferocity. Lu Hang shouted, "Feng, what are you dawdling for? If we don't move now, it will be too late." Su Su's complexion paled slightly as she suddenly lifted her gaze towards Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with a desperate longing for survival. "Don't leave me behind." Dragging a bleeding comrade while being pursued by a swarm of zombies and numerous level 1 mutants was a nearly fatal predicament. Abandoning a teammate would be the most rational choice. Su Su was terrified, afraid that Lin Feng would forsake her in this dire moment. It was instinctual. However, upon hearing her plea, Lin Feng chuckled, "Fool, there are only a few mutants. Don't think your captain is so useless." He swiftly hoisted Su Su onto his back, simultaneously swinging the car door like a massive frisbee, forcefully hurling it towards the approaching hunter. The door struck the hunter squarely on the forehead, sending it crashing into the horde of zombies, its face utterly disfigured. "Su Su, hold tight," Lin Feng urged as he swiftly turned and leapt over the off-road vehicle. "Lu Hang, lead the way." "Roger that," Lu Hang responded, charging towards a nearby alley. Lin Feng, carrying Su Su, closely followed, surrounded by the razor-sharp blades of the hunters and 6 bone-like short knives, ensuring that no zombie dared to come within a step of him. Su Su's eyes brightened. Mind control? This skill had emerged after defeating Lu Yanxi. Lin Feng laughed heartily, lifting Su Su slightly. "Su Su, we need to discuss something. You should consider losing some weight." "Dream on," Su Su retorted, pinching Lin Feng's shoulder. Suddenly, 3 distinct roars echoed from behind, a striker hit by an arrow, a colossal zombie dog, and the hunters were all in pursuit, evidently with no intention of granting the trio any respite. Lu Hang called out, "Feng, at this rate, we'll be caught. What do we do?" Lin Feng quickly scanned the surroundings, locking onto a direction. "We'll charge into that alley." The alley was less than 2 meters wide, allowing only one of the large creatures to enter at a time, thus negating the zombies' numerical advantage. At the entrance of the alley, a throng of zombies had already blocked the way. Lu Hang suddenly accelerated, the repressed spirit of the blade bursting forth in a chilling brilliance. With a breath of the blade, in a flash, the dazzling light of the sword cascaded like moonlight, instantly cutting down a multitude of zombies ahead. The trio stepped over the blood-soaked ground, traversing the dismembered corpses, and plunged into the depths of the alley. A thunderous roar erupted behind them as a massive hunter and a stalker collided, both attempting to surge into the narrow passage and becoming wedged at the entrance. The relationship between the mutated beings was one of consumption and being consumed, thus, they began to tear at one another, causing cracks to spread across the alley walls. Yet, they inadvertently blocked the horde of zombies behind them. With a resounding crash, the colossal bodies of the hunter and stalker crashed together, effectively sealing off the zombie swarm. A giant zombie dog, agile in form, leaped over the backs of the stalker and hunter into the alley, pouncing towards Su Su, who was on Lin Feng's back. "Be careful!" Su Su cried out, sensing a gust of wind behind her head. However, Lin Feng felt a surge of delight instead of fear. A solitary level 1 mutant was not particularly terrifying, the real danger lay in their mingling with other zombies. At this moment, the giant zombie dog entering the alley meant it had broken away from the main horde. "Well timed, Lu Hang. I've been prepared, brother Feng." The instant Lu Hang dashed into the alley, he sheathed his blade. As the giant zombie dog lunged into the entrance, he had already assumed a stance, leaning forward and compressing the spirit of the blade at his waist. In the next moment, the blade flickered to life. With a breath of the blade, in a flash, The strike was fully charged, more powerful than any previous attempt, the blade's light locking onto the giant zombie dog. Yet, just before impact, the giant zombie dog pushed off against the inner wall, evading the assault. The blade's brilliance swept past its head, carving a massive gash into the wall. Damn it! This creature can actually evade? Lu Heng thought, taken aback. The moment the giant zombie dog landed, it launched itself at Lin Feng with lightning speed. However, as the creature changed direction mid-air, Lin Feng had already calculated the trajectory of its strike and anticipated its failure. With a sharp glint in his eyes, 7 blades shot forth from his side in unison. With a series of thuds, the 7 blades struck the giant zombie dog mid-air, causing it to yelp in anguish as it plummeted to the ground. Lin Feng deftly caught the last blade, and as the giant zombie dog fell, he slashed downward. The sharp blade sliced through the gap between the creature's upper and lower jaws, then through its chest and abdomen, spilling steaming entrails and viscera outward in a chaotic eruption. The giant zombie dog seemed to collide head-on with a whirling cutting machine, its immense inertia slicing it open from jaw to tail. Su, clinging tightly to Lin Feng, shut her eyes tightly, feeling a warm torrent splatter over her. With a mournful howl, the giant zombie dog collapsed, its gaping maw revealing shredded muscle and fangs. Die. In this instance, Lu Heng did not retract his blade, instead, he delivered a decisive strike from above, cleaving the colossal zombie dog's head in two. The monstrous creature staggered and collapsed to the ground. And the entire killing process took a mere 3 seconds. However, this brief delay allowed the stalker and the hunter lurking behind to resume their pursuit of the trio. Each of them bore numerous claw marks, clearly indicating that the two brothers had recently endured a tumultuous encounter. Let us go, Lin Feng urged, hastily gathering the items before dashing into the alley. The ferocious hunter charged across the ground, indiscriminately tearing apart everything in its path. Meanwhile, the stalker, utilizing its agile claws, scaled the walls with remarkable speed, keeping pace with the hunter. Lu Heng led the charge with his weapon at the ready, and the trio pressed onward, relentlessly pursued by the hunter and stalker, the distance between them diminishing with each passing moment. Scattered zombies occasionally appeared within the alley, heightening Lu Heng's tension to its peak. Should a level 1 mutant emerge ahead, their fate would be sealed. Fortunately, after a frantic sprint, they finally burst forth from the alley. Lu Heng prepared himself for a battle against the zombies that awaited them on the street, only to discover it was utterly deserted. Abandoned vehicles lay strewn across the road, devoid of any wandering undead. Manyo, look back quickly, Su urged, prompting Lin Feng and Lu Heng to glance behind. They beheld the once pursuing horde of zombies halted within the alley, howling at them but too fearful to venture a single step outside. The previously bloodthirsty roars morphed into fearful wails, and they began to tremble and retreat. The stalker and hunter among them exhibited similar behavior. With a final howl, they gradually receded, disappearing into the depths of the alley. Lu Heng exhaled in relief. Finally, those creatures have left. Do you consider this fortunate? There is something amiss with this street, Lin Feng remarked gravely, casting his gaze towards a nearby signpost that read, Huayang Road. Chapter 75, Shell. Lin Feng closed his eyes, carefully attuning himself to his surroundings. His perception had reached a remarkable level of 17, unless confronted by a force that could overpower him. No entity within several dozen meters could evade his awareness. After a meticulous scan, Lin Feng confirmed that there was no immediate danger. Yet the eerie nature of the street instilled a sense of unease. Carrying Su, Lin Feng discovered a dilapidated clinic, devoid of any zombies. Lu Heng, maintain vigilance at the entrance. Inform me immediately of any disturbances, he instructed. Understood, Lu Heng replied, moving to the door. With a grave expression, Lin Feng laid Su upon the examination table. Her thigh was smeared with blood, obscuring the extent of the injury. He retrieved his hunting blade and remarked with a smile, I suppose you should have brought an extra pair of pants, I fear this one may be beyond salvage. Su's face flushed crimson under his gaze, and she turned away, asserting, Don't look at me. Do what you must. I am not one of those insipid women. Of course, but you do have that fierce little girl persona, he teased. With 2 swift slashes, Lin Feng tore apart Su's jeans and gently peeled them away from her leg, taking a bottle of mineral water to meticulously cleanse the wound. Her pristine thigh now exposed to a man's touch for the first time, elicited an even deeper blush as she averted her face. "How long will this take?" she inquired. "Your wound is somewhat deep and has been contaminated, it requires careful attention," Lin Feng replied, his expression growing somber as he examined the injury. It was not overly deep but stretched a full half-foot in length. Fortunately, there were needles and thread in the clinic. And the medical kit used to treat Lu Hang still contained supplies. Yet, a grave concern lingered. This injury, he feared, might not heal before the harbinger of death arrived. Su Su sensed this too, her expression darkening. Lin Feng lifted her into his arms. "Let us depart from this place, something feels amiss here." Half an hour passed. And the streets remained eerily silent, devoid of any approaching zombies. Instead, distant roars of the undead echoed from adjacent streets, an unsettling anomaly. According to the map, proceeding along this street would lead them to their ultimate destination, the joyful supermarket on Huayang Road. "Lu Hang, lead the way, but proceed with caution," Lin Feng commanded. As they advanced, still no zombies appeared. The undead at the intersections seemed to deliberately avoid this area. The scent of blood from Su Su's leg provoked wild howls. Yet none dared approach. It was as if an unseen force had segregated this street and its surroundings into two distinct realms, creating a profoundly strange atmosphere. Upon reaching the latter half of Huayang Road, the scene before them heightened their alertness to its zenith. Every window of the surrounding buildings lay shattered. And the street was strewn with shards of glass. A massive crater, as if formed by a meteorite impact, appeared in the center of the road. Measuring over 30 meters across, with flames raging within. This sight suddenly reminded Lin Feng of the screams and fire from the previous night. Could this be the site of the fallen object? His wariness intensified. Lu Hang tightened his grip on his weapon. Could the thing that frightens the zombies be within this pit? Lin Feng shook his head. "Remain vigilant, let us approach the edge of the crater." Surrounding the meteorite crater, dozens of zombie corpses lay scattered across the ground, alongside several charred remains, reduced to cinders by the merciless flames. Signs of battle were evident. It appeared that humans had been hunting the zombies. Lu Hang surveyed the area, ultimately fixating on the ashen bodies. It seemed that among these survivors, some possessed the ability to wield fire. A sense of envy filled Lu Hang's eyes. Every boy harbors an ultimate dream, to master the art of fireball magic. He had not anticipated that someone had already turned this dream into reality. Su Su's eyes mirrored his envy. Such a widespread damage-dealing ability was nothing short of apocalyptic prowess. Unless ambushed by long-range arrows, she could scarcely conceive how to confront such an adversary. Yet, Lin Feng furrowed his brow in silence. His gaze directed at the charred corpses beneath his feet. Stepping upon one, it crumbled like a biscuit underfoot, devoid of any soft tissue. Crouching down for a closer inspection, he concluded with certainty that this was not the work of an evolved being. "Because those evolved ones have already perished here," Lin Feng asserted decisively. His words left Su Su and Lu Hang momentarily stunned, but Su Su quickly regained her composure. "Are you suggesting that these burnt bodies are not zombies, but rather the humans who hunted them?" Lin Feng nodded, extracting a set of pristine white teeth from the charred remains. Upon transformation into zombies, teeth also undergo a metamorphosis into fangs. These were unmistakably human teeth. This revelation sent a shiver of apprehension through Su Su and Lu Hang. Did this imply the presence of a terrifying fire-spewing mutant nearby? However, there was no need for alarm. Creatures of such formidable caliber typically do not linger after a hunt. Given that there were no remaining prey, it would likely depart and not return. Suddenly, Lu Hang exclaimed, "Brother Feng, do you see something in the pit?" Lin Feng, supporting Su Su, hurried to the edge of the pit. There, amidst the roaring flames, a dark shape could be discerned. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. "I will descend to investigate, you support Su Su." Handing Su Su to Lu Hang, Lin Feng slid down into the pit. The scorching heat from the flames enveloped him, making him feel as though he were inside a furnace. Even the remnants of the flames were enough to incinerate him in an instant. Yet, inexplicably, Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. If the flames were this fierce, then whatever could withstand such scorching must be even more formidable. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng produced a level 0 mutated rib, but as he extended it toward the flames, it was reduced to ash within seconds. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a rib from a level 1 giant zombie dog, only to meet the same fate. Use this! Susu shouted, sliding her spider-type witch bow down the pit toward Lin Feng. Indeed, the spider-type witch bow possessed an impact effect, capable of propelling objects away from the flames. Lin Feng knocked an arrow and aimed at the shadow within the fire. Whoosh, the bone arrow struck true. And the impact effect erupted, causing the shadow to shift ever so slightly. The weight of this entity was astonishing. Lin Feng was taken aback. The spider-type witch bow could repel even a level 1 pursuer standing over 2 meters tall, yet this thing had only moved a fraction? However, the greater the weight, the more it suggests that this object may possess greater sturdiness. The trio instantly became exhilarated as Lin Feng continued. After more than 20 arrows, this object finally emerged from the flames. To their astonishment, it revealed itself to be a fragmented piece of pitch-black armor, glimmering with a metallic sheen. Yet it was undeniably unlike any known metal. Lin Feng examined the information from a distance and was taken aback upon seeing it. Black flame gold? Level of fragment of unknown origin, purpose. The database has encountered an error, and its purpose cannot be investigated. Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng was left utterly bewildered. Not only was the level marked with a question mark, but the information also indicated an error. It was common knowledge that querying data was a universal skill in the death furnace. And the presence of a question mark should imply that Lin Feng's evolutionary level was insufficient for investigation. However, the occurrence of an error was perplexing. In the realms of the death furnace, it had never been heard of that any material could yield erroneous data. Suddenly, Susu exclaimed, "Mighty bull! Doesn't this resemble the shell shed by some creature?" Chapter 76, The Three Parties Shell? Upon hearing Lin Feng's abrupt awakening, it indeed bore a striking resemblance. Lin Feng stowed this object into his survival space and, with a few agile leaps, ascended to the street above, where he carefully examined the item he had released. It was unmistakably a fragment resembling an armored gauntlet. By inserting this object into the equipment crafting system, it could also yield new gear. Regrettably, all potential creations were indecipherable gibberish. The three individuals gasped in unison. Could this be a remnant of the fire element mutated creature? Such a terrifying monster would annihilate any unfortunate soul who crossed its path in an instant. The fact that this object now roamed within the confines of High City sent a wave of unease through Lin Feng. Clearly, some alteration had occurred, rendering the current situation distinct from the death furnace of his previous life. Could it be that the survivors of High City would face total annihilation this time? Such thoughts were futile, one could only take things step by step. Lin Feng affixed the black flame gauntlet to his arm, recognizing that even without crafting, it served as a natural protective gear, vastly superior to his level 0 bone armor. At that moment, Lin Feng's ears perked up. He discerned the distant roar of engines and the arrogant howls of zombies. Yet, his expression hardened, for amidst those sounds, he distinctly heard gunfire. Not far down Huayang Road, another street was the scene of a chaotic convoy. Their powerful SUVs, equipped with welded ramming horns and reinforced windows sealed with barbed wire, resembled apocalyptic killing machines, crushing zombies in their path. On the rooftops, several individuals wielding firearms unleashed a barrage against the pursuing level 1 hunters. The rugged and resilient hunters were being mercilessly torn apart, leaving a trail of dark blood in their wake. The surrounding lackeys erupted in a chorus of whistles in response. Once this fiend was dispatched, Yugu would have sufficient materials for weaponry. When the leader acquired superior gear, perhaps they could dominate the other factions and unify High City. Then, the brothers would have whatever they desired, including any woman they fancied. Speaking of which, I have my eye on that alluring woman from Huiyuan community. No one should dare contest me for her. Just be wary of getting your eyes pecked out. Last time, Big Head attempted to approach her and ended up with his skull shattered by her crossbow, now still mounted at the community entrance. As the hunter neared its demise, Yu Hong curled his lips into a sinister smile, aiming his gun at the creature's head. Bang! The first bullet struck its face, obliterating a significant portion of it. The second shot caused the hunter's head to explode. The headless corpse collapsed forward. Oh, cheers erupted from the lackeys as they brandished their melee weapons to dispatch the remaining small zombies. Yu Hong leapt from the vehicle and approached the hunter's body. his expression revealing an indescribable joy upon a successful collection. A flash of white light enveloped his weapon, transforming it into a colossal warhammer. Ha ha ha! Overcome with excitement, Yu Hong could not contain his exuberant laughter. Prior to the apocalypse, he had merely been a nightclub security guard, constantly at the beck and call of a boss with a face as wrinkled as a toad. Thankfully, the apocalypse had finally arrived. Yu Hong fortuitously stumbled upon a supply package, from which he procured a level 1 evolution potion and several metal ingots. Seizing the initiative, he transformed the entire nightclub into his stronghold, reducing the working women within to mere playthings for his indulgence. The proprietress was unceremoniously tossed to his underlings, and after her use, he callously discarded her from the 3rd floor to feed the zombies below. Witnessing the proprietress, her leg broken, pleading for help amidst the horde of the undead, Yu Hong was exhilarated enough to summon 2 women on the spot. Fortuitously, with the activation of the equipment crafting system, he discovered that the metal ingots he acquired could be fashioned into level 0 firearms, propelling him to dominance over the neighboring district. Last night, he had also witnessed the falling light. Yet this adjacent area was under the control of a bitter rival who had once inflicted significant losses upon Yu Hong with his level 1 weapon. However, circumstances had shifted. Yu Hong too now wielded a level 1 weapon. "Who dares to obstruct me shall perish," he proclaimed, gesturing to his subordinates. "Everyone, follow me. We shall seize Huayang Road. Anyone who stands in our way will be killed, and all goods and women will be taken." At the mere mention of women, his underlings erupted into fervent cheers. These men, once the lowest of the low, unworthy even to enter the nightclub, had been thoroughly enticed by the allure of its women. After Yu Hong had gifted them 4 women, they became utterly devoted to him. With great fervor, they charged towards Huayang Road, Yu Hong bellowing, "Wang Dama! Surrender the treasures that fell from the sky last night. I shall spare your life." The convoy advanced down Huayang Road, shouting for what felt like an eternity. Yet they encountered neither a soul nor a zombie. Confusion spread among them. "Boss, something isn't right. Could it be that Wang Dama's crew has been wiped out?" One of the underlings scratched his head. "Then that would be splendid," Yu Hong exclaimed with unrestrained joy. "Charge forth." The convoy surged towards the meteorite crater. Upon arrival, they found the crater eerily empty, save for the flickering flames. Yu Hong's smile faltered. "Where are the goods?" he roared at the underling who had led them there. The underling, trembling in fear, stammered, "I believe after I left, Wang Dama seized the opportunity to take them. Are you mocking me?" In a fit of rage, Yu Hong kicked the hapless subordinate into the deep pit, where he rolled into the flames, emitting 2 cries of despair before being reduced to ash. "What sort of fire is this?" the others gasped in shock. Seeing their leader in a furious frenzy, one underling suggested, do not fret. The surrounding districts are teeming with zombies. Wang Dama cannot have fled far and is likely still hidden in this vicinity. Let us find him." Yu Hong nodded, raising his hand to summon, "Brothers, let us uncover Wang Dama." Yes. The numerous lackeys scattered into the surrounding buildings, wreaking havoc. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the opposite end of the street, as 2 convoys stormed into the thoroughfare. "Robbers!" Yu Hong shouted, and his subordinates raised their weapons in unison. The 2 incoming convoys were met with a similar display of force, as dozens of individuals brandished crossbows, resulting in a tense standoff. A convoy descended with 2 bald twins leaping from it. The second brother, Yuan Hao, cast a glance into the pit, his brow furrowed. "Eldest brother, the items are gone." The elder brother, Yuan Jia, let out an angry laugh. "So it was you, Yu Hong. You got here first." Meanwhile, a middle-aged man in a trench coat approached, fixating on Yu Hong. "Yu Hong, if you know what's good for you, hand over the items and we can share, otherwise, you'll find yourself in quite a predicament." Fury surged through Yu Hong. "What the hell, Yuan brothers from Monan? You come here and start barking at me. Which of you saw me take anything? Who else could it be?" "You were the first to arrive," came the retort. Monan stepped forward, revealing a pair of short blades beneath his coat. The Yuan brothers smirked, for although Yu Hong possessed firearms, they had the advantage in numbers and ranged weaponry. On the 3rd floor of a wedding photography studio, Lin Feng Su Su and Lu Hang crouched by the window, observing coldly. Lin Feng had been right, there were indeed those drawn here by the items. Lu Hang was in awe of Lin Feng's insight. Lin Feng remained unfazed. The flames falling from the sky were visible throughout High City. And anyone who considered themselves capable would come to stake a claim. These individuals were the leaders of several major factions in High City, all having contributed to the battle against the Harbinger of Death. Yet, a fierce conflict erupted among them over the spoils, instigated by Lady Luck and the Blade King. At that time, Lin Feng wasn't even a level 1 evolver, merely gleaning snippets of information from chat channels. However, the sight of their equipment made Lin Feng wary. They even possessed firearms. In the Death Furnace, the original metal materials of the real world could not be repurposed, and forging firearms required mutated minerals, which were not present in the early stages. Such items could only come from supply packs or traders. While these firearms were all level 0, they remained automatic weapons, far superior to bows and crossbows. Level 0 bone armor could not withstand the relentless barrage of bullets. Just then, Yu Hung bellowed from outside, "I swear. If I get my hands on that, and if it's gone, it must be Wang Dama who took it and fled." Yuan Jie and Mo Nan exchanged glances, both considering this scenario plausible. Yuan Jie shouted, "Then let us search. We'll comb this street and the surrounding ones, I refuse to believe we can't find it." With the zombie king around, Wang Dama can't have gone far. A cacophony of curses erupted as the group dispersed into the streets, the sounds of smashing and chaos filling the air. Lin Feng's expression hardened. One group had already charged into the photography studio where they were hiding. Chapter 77, The Hunter and the Prey. Su Su's complexion turned slightly pale. Her feet were still incapacitated, making an escape utterly impossible. However, there was no need to contemplate the fate that awaited her should she fall into the hands of this group. "Do not be afraid, Lu Hang is coming," Lin Feng reassured as he lifted Su Su and dashed into the changing room, covering her and Lu Hang with a pile of disordered garments. "Lu Hang, you and Su Su hide here while I draw them away. Be careful." Concern flickered in Su Su's eyes. Lin Feng nodded and sprinted towards the window. With a resounding crash, he shattered the third-floor glass and leaped down. Before the henchman below could react, he unleashed a flurry of bone daggers, their lethal precision piercing the throats of the unsuspecting lackeys below. Upon landing, he rolled, pushed off the ground, and surged forward. Every movement of Lin Feng was fluid and seamless as he darted past the multitude of henchmen, lunging straight at Yu Hang, drawing forth 2 blades that gleamed with deadly intent. In an instant, 7 henchmen lay sprawled on the ground, blood spraying into the sky, their eyes wide with disbelief as they fell. Yu Hang, indifferent to the demise of his subordinates, instead wore a look of exhilaration. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a powerful gust of wind rush past him, a warhammer swung down by Yu Hang. "Die. Yet." Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smirk as he concentrated his mental energy into the hammer. For a brief moment, the hammer hesitated mid-air, allowing Lin Feng the opportunity to dash forward. The heavy hammer missed him by a hair's breadth, crashing onto the ground, while Yu Hang, taken aback, felt a chill at his throat. "Do not move." Lin Feng had already circled behind him, the blade of his weapon poised against Yu Hang's throat. Throughout this entire exchange, Lin Feng's speed was astonishing, leaving the Yuan brothers and Mo Nan, who had just arrived from a distance, astounded. Yu Hang's expression shifted to one of utmost seriousness. "What did you do to my hammer? You need not know." "Have them lower their weapons," Lin Feng commanded fiercely. Yu Hang chuckled coldly, "You cannot escape, boy. My men follow my orders, but I cannot control the other 2 factions." "Enough with the chatter. Do you want to lose your arm?" Lin Feng pressed the blade of his weapon under Yu Hang's armpit. At that moment, Yu Hang noticed Lin Feng's equipment. The blade emanated a faint glow. Unmistakably a level 1 weapon, and it was a pair. The wrist guards appeared to be of high quality as well. This could very well be the treasure brought by the meteor. Suppressing his overwhelming excitement, Yu Hang's eyes darted around. "Do not act recklessly, lower your weapons." Gradually, the guns of his subordinates descended. Lin Feng's heart eased slightly, just as he intended to withdraw with Yu Hang as a hostage. He caught sight of the sinister smirks on the faces of the Yuan brothers and Mo Nan. A sense of impending danger enveloped him. It was a trap. Lin Feng kicked Yu Heng's back, and the blade swiftly slashed across Yu Heng's neck. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed all his attacks in an instant, eliminating every threat. However, the expected spray of blood did not occur. Although a gash appeared on Yu Heng's neck, it remained superficial, failing to sever the carotid artery or trachea. Lin Feng's expression darkened instantly. He possessed a defensive talent. Seize him. Whoever can snatch the treasure from me shall be rewarded with a vial of evolution potion. With a thunderous roar, Yu Hong commanded his men to draw their firearms, while the Mo Nan and the Yuan brothers flanked from either side, preparing to encircle their prey. The air was filled with the sound of gunfire and the twang of crossbows. Bullets and bolts rained down upon Lin Feng, who, relying on his agility, evaded as best he could, yet still found himself struck by several projectiles, igniting bursts of flame upon impact. Although his bone armor could temporarily withstand the onslaught, the force behind the blows sent him staggering. In an instant, more bullets found their mark, and a sharp crack echoed as fissures appeared in his armor. If he were to sustain a few more hits, it would likely shatter under the relentless barrage. With a nimble roll, Lin Feng surged towards the nearest off-road vehicle, shedding bullets and arrows like autumn leaves. Given the overwhelming firepower and numerical superiority of his adversaries, his chances of survival were slim. His best option was to break through the encirclement. However, a sudden shriek sliced through the air, and he witnessed the tire of the vehicle explode as a bullet struck true. Escape seemed impossible. Yu Heng's laughter echoed with malicious glee. "You little rascal. If you know what's good for you, drop the treasure and I shall ensure you remain in one piece." The Yuan brothers and Mo Nan advanced menacingly from the sides, leaving Lin Feng with no avenue for retreat. Yet, as Mo Nan drew near, he extended his hand. "Kid, toss the item to me. I will help you deal with Yu Heng." Mo Nan wielded dual short blades, but at that moment, he possessed only a level 1 dagger. His eyes burned with fervor at the sight of the hunting blade in Lin Feng's possession. It was undeniably a perfect fit for him. The Yuan brothers, too, sported wicked grins, luring Lin Feng with their words, "Hand over the treasure, and we will ensure your safe passage. With the three of us, those two fools won't dare lay a finger on you. You three scoundrels." Yu Hong cursed vehemently, intensifying his pursuit. A glimmer of gold flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he swiftly maneuvered towards Mo Nan. "Here, take it, and fend them off for me." Without hesitation, he tossed the hunting blade towards Mo Nan. "Good." Mo Nan accelerated, his gaze fixated solely on the descending blade. Just as he was about to grasp the hilt, the weapon halted midair, and Lin Feng, with audacity, surged forward, seizing the blade to strike at Mo Nan's throat. "What on earth?" Mo Nan's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively leaned back, raising his twin blades in defense. A resounding clash erupted, igniting a burst of sparks. The zero-level bone short blade shattered under Lin Feng's strike, while the level 1 bone scimitar defended against the attack, yet a fine gash appeared along its edge. Lin Feng silently lamented the lost opportunity. The hunting blade grazed past Mo Nan's throat, and before he could regain his composure, Lin Feng darted behind him, thrusting him towards the oncoming Yuan brothers. "Old pal, no hard feelings. You little brat. Damn you." Mo Nan and the Yuan brothers cursed in unison. Mo Nan tumbled to the ground, while the Yuan brothers circled around to continue their pursuit. Lin Feng's agility surpassed that of the average evolver, and thanks to the delay, he had created a significant distance between himself and the pursuers, leaving the ordinary men trailing far behind. However, before Lin Feng could completely shake off the spear handle, an alarming sensation surged within him, prompting a hurried roll to the right. In an instant, a transparent blade of wind sliced past his back, severing a significant portion of the nearby metal street lamp. A wind blade? Lin Feng was taken aback. Behind him, Mo Nan relentlessly pursued, rapidly conjuring another white wind blade, poised for launch. Lin Feng's expression shifted dramatically. With his keen eyesight, he immediately recognized that this was not a mere talent or skill akin to his own, but rather a profession. Among the myriad of goods in a trader's possession, only 5 were truly invaluable: evolution potions, immunity potions, exceptional weapons, profession cards, and skill cards. Provided that a player's attributes fulfilled the fundamental requirements of a profession card, they could acquire a profession and a foundational skill by utilizing the card. Mo Nan had obtained a profession card for a wind mage, with the wind blade serving as the basic skill. This realization filled Lin Feng with a tinge of regret. While other players had successfully acquired their professions, he, a dignified reborn individual, had yet to obtain a profession card. This was the consequence of his 4-hour coma, which had allowed others to gradually catch up to the advantages he had once amassed. The wind blades from Mo Nan continued to rain down relentlessly, forcing Lin Feng into a desperate series of rolls and evasions. Fire hydrants, street lamps, and abandoned vehicles bore the marks of the wind blades. As Mo Nan wielded his dagger with abandon, pressing forward with his barrage. Now you understand the severity of the situation, huh? Hand over your treasures, and I will let you go, Mo Nan sneered, ready to unleash another wind blade. Suddenly, the roar of an off-road vehicle erupted from behind them. A barrage of bullets then rained down towards Mo Nan and the Yuan brothers. Yu Hong. Mo Nan had no time to fully charge his wind blade, hastily shielding his head to evade the onslaught. The Yuan brothers, too, sought refuge behind cover, too terrified to raise their heads amidst the gunfire. Yu Hong and his men sped past in their off-road vehicle, proclaiming, "The goods are mine, anyone who dares to steal from me will be killed. My underlings, take down anyone who dares to challenge Yu Hong." Almost simultaneously, Mo Nan and the Yuan brothers issued their commands, and a chaotic melee erupted among the three factions as they pursued Lin Feng, the streets echoing with the clamor of battle. At this moment, Yu Hong felt as if he had complete control over the situation. Lin Feng could never outrun his vehicle, and his adversaries were thoroughly suppressed by his gunfire. The treasure would undoubtedly belong to Yu Hang. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng's gaze remained undeterred, growing ever brighter. The 3 years of reconnaissance during the apocalypse had imparted a vital lesson to Lin Feng: when one believes themselves to be the hunter, they have already become the prey of another. Chapter 78, The Corpse. At this moment, Lin Feng had sprinted to the entrance of the alley traversed by the three men. He executed a swift Z-shaped maneuver, narrowly evading bullets from behind, and then plunged into the alley. Damn it, don't let him escape. The off-road vehicle halted at the alley's mouth, and Yu Hong immediately leaped out, pursued by a throng of henchmen. Mo Nan and the Yuan brothers followed closely, leading their men into the narrow passage, where chaos erupted in a fierce melee, blood splattering everywhere. Lin Feng charged forward recklessly, his bone armor beginning to shatter. Yet he remained undeterred, his gaze fixated ahead. Suddenly, two furious roars echoed from within the alley, as the departing hunter and the stalker reappeared at the opposite end. Brothers, there's a level 1 mutant. The sight of the oncoming mutant left Yu Hong and his faction aghast, causing the initial fray to momentarily stall. Yet Lin Feng surged forward towards the mutant, deliberately luring the three factions into this trap, knowing that the scent of their blood would attract the horde of zombies. With the mutant as a diversion, Lin Feng could easily elude his pursuers. As he was about to collide with the hunter, Lin Feng abruptly pushed off a metal trash bin against the right wall, propelling himself upwards to grasp the edge of the second-floor balcony, nimbly flipping himself inside. A cold smirk played on his lips. Enjoy your playtime with the mutant. Yu Hong, Mo Nan, and the Yuan brothers were left both astonished and enraged. But the horde of zombies paid no attention to Lin Feng's retreat. They were fixated on a more delectable meal. The chaos had left the three factions drenched in blood, as if coated in a sweet jam, drawing the attention of all the zombies. No! At that moment, Yu Hang's men found themselves trapped by the other two factions, unable to retreat, and could only raise their firearms in terror, pulling the triggers. The rapid gunfire echoed as bullets whizzed towards the zombies, causing a multitude to fall. However, once the hunter reached the forefront, everything changed. Like a raging bulldozer, it barreled through the bullets, relentlessly advancing. Yu Hong and his men could only watch helplessly as the hunter approached, raising its terrifying claws high. Then, it crashed into the crowd. With a horrifying sound, the claws descended, instantly dismembering 3 or 4 ordinary people, blood gushing out to several meters high. Under the lead of the hunter, the horde surged forth like a tsunami, while the stalker leaped from the walls into the fray. The physical prowess of the mutant far surpassed that of humans, especially in the confined alley where they were forced to confront the onslaught. The alley was soon filled with wails, transforming into a hellish scene. Cries of despair, roars, and the chilling screams of the dying permeated the narrow passage. Lin Feng, on the second floor, reveled in the spectacle of his own creation. A cold smile gracing his features. "Help us, pull us up. We are one of you, you cannot let the zombies devour us. You can't be this cold-hearted." Some cried out, desperately pleading with Lin Feng. Others even began to climb the sides of the security nets towards the nearby second-floor balconies. Lin Feng simply tossed out 8 bone-short knives, exclaiming, "Go!" With swift precision, they flew through the air. 8 short blades soared through the air like flying swords, indiscriminately targeting all those who sought to escape. One by one, these unfortunate souls were dispatched by the bone knives, only to fall back into the horde of zombies. Mercy? Apologies, but that is not something I wish to learn. To show compassion towards the enemy is to inflict cruelty upon oneself. From the moment the trigger was pulled against Lin Feng, these individuals had already marked themselves with a death sentence. However, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly brightened as he discovered that his telekinetic abilities not only allowed him to manipulate weapons but also enabled him to gather spoils from the lifeless bodies of his foes from a distance. As long as the blades he controlled made contact with the corpses, he could collect the loot. This telekinetic collection significantly expanded Lin Feng's range and safety in gathering. Seeing Lin Feng gaze in his direction, Nan, who had just climbed to the second floor, revealed a look of despair. "Brother, leave a way out for future encounters." Without hesitation, Lin Feng pointed, and the 8 bone knives swiftly lunged towards Nan. His expression darkened, yet to Lin Feng's astonishment, he decisively released his grip and fell back into the swarm of zombies. "Enjoy your fate." Lin Feng coldly averted his gaze and turned away from the balcony. Lingering any longer would alert the zombies to his presence. With a swift motion, he cut his way through the building, dismissing the scattered zombies as insignificant. Once he leaped back onto Huayang Road, he made his way to the wedding dress studio. Upon his return, Su, disregarding her wounds, dashed into Lin Feng's embrace, scrutinizing him intently. "Are you all right? Were you injured?" The fierce gunfire outside had raised her anxiety to its peak. After all, the level 0 bone armor was not infallible. Lu Hang circled around Lin Feng, inspecting him closely. "I'm fine," Lin Feng responded, raising his hand to demonstrate. Then briefly recounted how he had led 3 factions into a chaotic confrontation with the zombies, leaving both Lu Hang and Su in stunned silence. Capturing the enemy's leader by feigning weakness to incite disorder, ultimately allowing the factions to clash with the zombies while he extracted himself unscathed. Each step was meticulously calculated, and his adaptability had been instantaneous. Any misstep could have led to a gruesome demise. Yet, Lin Feng had emerged as the victor amidst the perilous game. "Wow, Brother Feng. You are incredible." Lu Hang scratched his head, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. "If it were me, I would have just charged in. If I couldn't win, then I would just give up." "Then you can continue to give up," Su shot him a glare, though a smile betrayed her annoyance. Lin Feng glanced at the time, his expression growing serious. "These individuals have wasted enough of our time, we should attend to our own matters." Following Huayan Road to its end, they arrived at the Joy supermarket. However, the scene before them was one of devastation, with flames and signs of explosions scattered throughout, as if a fierce battle had taken place. The entrance to the supermarket had been blasted open, and everything within had been reduced to ashes. The 3 approached cautiously, entering the supermarket's interior, and were met with a sight that made them gasp in shock. Everything had been turned to charred remains, and amidst the blackened debris lay the shredded remnants of a human figure. Lin Feng immediately rushed to the body, crouching down to examine it. The more he looked, the heavier his heart became. The corpse lay utterly shredded and charred, revealing nothing but the dismembered remnants of a human form. Yet, upon the tattered and scorched cuff, there adorned a distinctive golden trim, emblematic of a level 1 trader's robe. The deceased was none other than Lin Feng's target, a level 1 trader. Who could possibly dare to assault a trader? How could a trader meet their demise? Su gazed incredulously at the scene before her, while Lu Hang stood utterly bewildered. Lin Feng shook his head in silence, at a loss for words. In a past life, there had been individuals who sought to seize the treasures of a trader, amassing over 50 level 4 revolvers and a formidable array of heavy artillery. Yet, the trader emerged unscathed, annihilating them all with a single strike. This incident had stirred considerable commotion, instilling fear that deterred any further attempts of such folly. Yet now, not only had someone dared to undertake such an act, but they had also succeeded in slaying a traitor. Lin Feng suddenly cast his gaze downward. The black bracer lay quietly in his hand. Chapter 79. I have no desire to perish with you. Lin Feng crouched down to touch the corpse. The body has been devoured. Special targets cannot be collected or consumed. Warning. Data anomaly detected. Warning. Data anomaly detected. Emergency destruction protocol initiated. Reporting data error, awaiting correction. The traitor's body suddenly disintegrated, vanishing from the ground in less than 3 seconds, as if he had never existed. What transpired here last night? Lin Feng bit his finger, utterly perplexed. Su opened the chat channel. Does anyone know what happened last night on Huayang Road? Why should we tell you? What do you offer in return? At the very least, a level 1 weapon or a level 1 evolution potion would suffice. I'm not picky, haha. Hey, cutie, if there's no benefit, no one will want to help. How about you show me something, and maybe I'll be in a good mood to share. Ha ha ha. Don't waste your breath. These people won't divulge anything. Lin Feng was not surprised at all. Those who had survived until now were predominantly ruthless characters. It was inconceivable that they would freely share information. Moreover, the virtuous had not perished entirely, they had merely learned to conceal themselves. After all, those who had not hidden were mostly dead by now. Suddenly, Su patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Man, no, someone has messaged me privately. Su shared the chat history with the two. A person named Gu Shuiying inquired, are the three of you still alive on Huayang Road? Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly and privately messaged Gu Shuiying, of course, do you know what happened on this street last night? Gu Shuiying quickly replied, I saw it from a distance, and I can tell you, but you must come to rescue us first. A cold smile crept onto Lin Feng's lips. It seems you are mistaken, I do not necessarily need to know what transpired here. With that, Lin Feng promptly closed the private chat window, using a woman to lure players through the chat channel. Then laying a trap to rob and kill, such tactics were not uncommon in the apocalypse. Even if it were true, Lin Feng was merely curious. There was no need to take risks for answers. However, soon Gu Shuiying sent another private message, if you are not interested in knowing what happened, that is fine. But your companion is injured and needs treatment. I can help her recover quickly. Upon reading this, Lin Feng's brow knitted in concern. Su had just been injured today. Gu Shuiying must have seen Su's wounds from some vantage point, indicating that she could indeed observe the circumstances on this street. More importantly, her claim of being able to expedite Su's recovery sparked a glimmer of speculation in Lin Feng's mind. Are you a healer? Gu Shuiying was evidently taken aback but did not conceal the truth. Yes, I found a supply pack and obtained a healer profession card from it. Upon receiving this confirmation, Lin Feng could not help but chuckle heartily. Truly, heaven had eyes, allowing him to encounter a player possessing the healer profession. The role of a healer is remarkably scarce in the apocalyptic world, although they lack any combat enhancements. They possess the unique ability to expend mental energy to accelerate the healing of injuries. As they advance to become advanced healers, they can bestow substantial buffs to the entire team, significantly enhancing their survival chances. More importantly, healers can utilize vast amounts of mental energy to purge infections from players' bodies. Although the level of infection that can be eradicated is directly correlated to the healer's own level, there remains a glimmer of hope that Gu Shuiying could one day resolve the troubles afflicting Lin Feng, provided she continues to grow. In this dire situation, Lin Feng must seize every opportunity to venture forth. Tell me where you are, and I shall come to your aid. I am on the 6th floor, room 601. Of the 3rd high school in Haichang, to the east of your location. You will see us as soon as you step outside. As Lin Feng and his companions exited the supermarket, they found themselves facing the main teaching building of the 3rd high school, merely a street apart. A peculiar and glaring light shone from the 6th floor, unmistakably the reflection of a telescope. From that vantage point, one could indeed overlook the entirety of Huayang Road. Is that light you? Lin Feng inquired. Indeed, Gu Shuiying responded, her excitement palpable. Lin Feng turned to his companions, you two should find a place to hide. I will go alone. Su Su, recognizing her current state as a burden, nodded in agreement. We will wait for you here. Within the main teaching building, Gu Shuiying knelt on the ground, pressing her palm against a male student's chest, her hand emanating a faint golden glow of healing energy. Lu Chang, lying on the floor, had a hastily bandaged wound on his arm, soaked in blood. Gu Shuiying's forehead glistened with cold sweat, clearly nearing her limits. Though her complexion had improved significantly, she had managed to contact reinforcements and could sense that she was on the verge of alleviating Lu Chang's infection. Just 5 more minutes would suffice. Yet, a group of a dozen students huddled in the corner, their gazes towards the male student filled with complex emotions, engaging in hushed discussions. Lu Chang seems on the brink of mutation. What should we do? I doubt it. Look how effective the teacher's treatment has been. It's been 24 hours, and he hasn't turned into a monster. Who can guarantee that? If he turns into a monster, who will take responsibility? You? A boy, dressed in designer clothes and speaking with a foreign accent, interjected sharply. Lu Cheng's transformation into a monster is only a matter of time. If the treatment were effective, he would have awakened by now. We need to find a way to resolve this predicament. Park Dongxin seethed with anger. He had come to Haicheng with his business-minded parents, only to encounter the onset of the apocalypse. He firmly believed that it was due to De Yan's failure to act promptly that they found themselves in this dire situation. Another boy, fuming, retorted, Park Dongxin, how can you be so heartless? Without Lu Cheng's help, you would have been bitten by a zombie long ago. If he had not risked his life repeatedly to find food and water, would you still have the energy to complain? In a fit of rage, Park Dongxin seized the other student and hurled him aside, glaring with fury. So what? Did I force him to get injured? Did I compel him to search for food in the neighboring classroom? It was his own choice. Damn it! Park Dongxin, a robust figure with a background in Taekwondo, instilled a sense of fear among the students, who dared not provoke him. At that moment, Gu Shuiying reached out to feel Lu Cheng's forehead, which burned like fire. Please. Everyone, stop arguing. Could someone fetch me a damp towel? There should still be some water in the pipes. Upon her request, all eyes turned to Park Dongxin. Yet not a single student moved an inch. Gu Shuiying's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you all doing standing there? Move. One girl, caught in Gu Shuiying's gaze, lowered her head in shame before gritting her teeth and heading toward the water basin. However, she had barely taken a step before Park Dongxin yanked her back. You're not going anywhere. Park Dongxin sneered, Lu Cheng has already been infected, it's only a matter of time before he transforms into a monster. I suggest you save your efforts, teacher, just throw him out the window. Gu Shuiying could scarcely believe her ears, her anger flaring. How can you say that, Park Dongxin? He was injured while protecting you. Park Dongxin merely scoffed, so what if I did? Water is meant for the living, not for washing the dead. In this situation, even a drop for him is a waste. Park Dongxin. Gu Shuiying's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart aching as she surveyed the apathetic expressions of her students. The apocalypse had descended, turning the school into a hellish nightmare. It was Lu Cheng who had valiantly pushed the zombies out, saving them. And it was he who had braved the dangers to seek food and water, allowing so many to endure thus far. How could they be so heartless? The students she had painstakingly taught had turned into such inhumane beings. Coughing softly, the injured Lu Cheng stirred awake, his voice weak. Teacher, don't waste your energy. I feel like I'm done for. See? Even he acknowledges it, Park Dongxin declared more arrogantly, pushing past others to point an accusing finger at Gu Shuiying. I say we should toss him out now, let him transform outside and not drag us living ones down with him. Be quiet. At the sight of Gu Shuiying's pained expression, many students could no longer hold back. Teacher, I'll help you. The girl dashed toward the water pipe again, prompting others to frantically assist. The majority glared at Park Dongxin with fury, wishing for his immediate disappearance. With the assistance of others, Gu Shuiying's countenance improved slightly. Yet a murderous glint flickered in Park Dongxin's eyes as he stealthily retreated to a corner, stuffing food and water into his backpack. Damn it! I don't want to die with you fools, he thought. If you want to die, go ahead. Abruptly, Park Dongxin flung open the back door and sprinted outside. swift as lightning, leaving no time for anyone to react. Zombies are coming. A student screamed, but it was too late. The zombies had already infiltrated the classroom, their gaping maws lunging for the fresh flesh before them. The first victim was the wounded Liu Chang. A zombie pounced, its jaws tearing into his carotid artery, blood splattering against the ceiling. The slaughter had commenced. Chapter 80, Bloodthirsty Cockroaches. With a sudden burst from the shadows, Lin Feng swiftly emerged and severed the head of a wandering zombie with a single strike. The sun had long since set, providing him the cover he needed to infiltrate the campus, and before him lay his target, the teaching building. Creeping stealthily to the base of the building, he encountered a throng of zombies congregated there. The entrance stood ajar, a clear indication that the interior had succumbed completely. Lin Feng picked up a brick and hurled it towards a relatively intact vehicle in the distance. The glass shattered, and the vehicle's alarm blared to life, drawing the wandering zombies into a frenzied rush toward the sound. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng circled to the right side of the building and scaled the outer wall to reach the second-floor window. With precision, a crossbow bolt pierced a zombie's skull. Silent as a whisper, Lin Feng vaulted into the corridor and stealthily advanced to the sixth floor. However, upon reaching the classroom door, a sense of dread washed over him. The door, which should have been tightly shut, lay open, and the threshold was stained with blood. How could this be? Executing silent assassinations with his crossbow along the way, Lin Feng finally arrived at the classroom entrance. Inside, the remnants of dismembered limbs littered the floor, and zombies continued to scavenge for the remnants of their feasts. Only one body remained intact, though its neck had been bitten through, and its head lay inexplicably kicked into a distant corner. Lin Feng quickly deduced the grim truth: this individual had undoubtedly been infected prior to death, otherwise, the zombies would not have left him unconsumed. A sudden growl erupted from within the classroom as a zombie spotted Lin Feng and lunged at him with a chilling shriek. In an instant, Lin Feng's dagger found its mark, piercing the creature's skull. Yet, the zombie's cry had already roused others on the floor. Infuriated by the loss of a medic, Lin Feng felt his anger intensify, as these creatures only added fuel to the flames. Damn it, perish! He roared, like a demon wielding dual blades, dashing through the corridor with lethal precision, dispatching each foe that crossed his path. Entering the classroom, Lin Feng surveyed the scene. The bodies on the ground were so mangled that their genders were indistinguishable, let alone the identity of Gu Shuiying. Bloodstains and handprints marred the walls and floor, failing to reconstruct the horrific events that had transpired. Yet, Lin Feng's keen gaze soon caught sight of something unsettling amidst the chaos. There were not only human and zombie tracks but also a myriad of sharp, dense imprints, smeared in blood across the ground, walls, and ceiling. The marks on the bodies bore the unmistakable signs of having been gnawed upon. A chill gripped Lin Feng's heart as he made a connection to something sinister. "We must go," he declared, preparing to retreat through the doorway when suddenly a rustling noise echoed from the corridor outside. It resembled the sound of a blade scraping against a blackboard, distant yet unmistakable. However, the source was clearly drawing nearer. Abruptly halting, Lin Feng positioned his dual blades before him, silently retreating, intent on avoiding detection. Yet, it was evident that whatever approached was coming for him. The cacophony intensified, an unsettling chorus of scratching that sent shivers racing across his skin. Suddenly, a small head emerged from the ceiling, with a pair of fiery red antennae probing the air, and its scarlet eyes locked onto Lin Feng. It was a common cockroach, but at that moment, it had mutated to the size of a wild dog. Name: Bloodthirsty Cockroach. Identity: Mutant, Insect, Strength, 6 Agility, 15 Constitution, 4 Intuition, 8 Mutation Level, LV0. Description: a cockroach mutated after infection, possessing razor-sharp fangs and claws. Lin Feng's expression grew increasingly grave. Although the individual attack power of a bloodthirsty cockroach was not particularly formidable, its vitality was astonishingly resilient. Most perilous of all was their penchant for communal living. Upon discovering one would inevitably find themselves surrounded by its swarm. Indeed, as Lin Feng became the target, this bloodthirsty cockroach was soon followed by dozens of small crimson eyes, resembling will-o'-the-wisps in the darkness. Hiss! The first bloodthirsty cockroach to spot Lin Feng emitted a shrill cry. And in an instant, dozens of fiery figures leapt into the classroom from the ceiling and walls, their speed leaving behind fleeting crimson afterimages. With a cold snort, Lin Feng unleashed a flurry of strikes, sending forth the bone daggers he had meticulously prepared. Thud, 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 the bone daggers pierced the bloodthirsty cockroaches with precision. The injured insects plummeted from the ceiling and walls, writhing frantically as they expelled yellow-green slime from their shattered abdomens. Yet, these wounds proved non-fatal to the bloodthirsty cockroaches, which, undeterred, surged even more violently towards Lin Feng. In a matter of moments, Lin Feng found himself completely encircled by the bloodthirsty cockroaches. With a cold smile, he gripped the hunting blade in reverse. Come forth. The leading bloodthirsty cockroach lunged at Lin Feng's side, but as he deftly dodged, the hunting blade plunged into the creature's brain. With the force of the cockroach's immense momentum, the blade cleaved through it entirely. Yellow-green slime erupted, splattering Lin Feng's face, while the severed halves of the bloodthirsty cockroach continued to thrash and strike the ground. Suddenly, a strange noise emanated from above as Lin Feng turned. He was startled to see a large mouth descending upon him. Instinctively, he raised his left arm. With a resounding clash, the bloodthirsty cockroach sank its jaws into an unknown armguard. Yet, it clung on tenaciously, its 6 sharp claws relentlessly battering Lin Feng. The serrated barbs of its legs scraping against his bone armor, sparking with each contact. With a swift motion, Lin Feng severed the creature's head. Even as its head continued to gnash at his arm, its body slumped lifelessly to the ground. Nevertheless, Lin Feng did not hesitate to stomp down hard, crushing the bloodthirsty cockroach into a pulpy mess. The bloodthirsty cockroach possessed 2 brains, both must be destroyed for it to die. At that moment, numerous bloodthirsty cockroaches surged towards Lin Feng, attempting to lift him with their combined strength, and he immediately felt an overwhelming force trying to tear him apart. Relying on their numbers and size, they had never encountered a foe they could not consume. Yet, this time, they had miscalculated. The bone armor enveloping Lin Feng provided him with sufficient protection against their vicious bites. Lin Feng seized the bloodthirsty cockroach that had latched onto his left hand and forcefully smashed it to the right. With a sickening thud, the heads of 2 bloodthirsty cockroaches collided, shattering and spilling their innards across the floor. Once liberated from his bindings, Lin Feng deftly maneuvered through the writhing mass of insects. The hunting blade danced gracefully, slicing through the advancing bloodthirsty cockroaches with lethal precision. In that moment, the daggers that Lin Feng had previously hurled and embedded in the wall stirred to life, transforming into 8 gleaming streaks of cold light that weaved through the swarm of cockroaches, splattering yellow-green viscous fluid as each blade struck down its target. Finally, one bloodthirsty cockroach, overwhelmed by fear, attempted to flee through the doorway. A bone dagger struck true, piercing its thorax and pinning it to the wall. Yet, in a frenzied struggle, the cockroach twisted violently, tearing its own body in a desperate bid for escape. The sharp bone knife sliced through from its chest to its abdomen, nearly bisecting the creature. A large pool of yellow-green viscous fluid was left behind as the bloodthirsty cockroach vanished into the darkness beyond the door. Chapter 81, A Scoundrel. No matter, the ground was littered with a ghastly array of yellow-green sludge and severed cockroach limbs, a sight that could send chills down anyone's spine. Amidst the carnage stood Lin Feng, his body slick with the same viscous substance, yet his heart soared with exhilaration. His previous combat techniques had only allowed for the swift elimination of single targets, severely lacking in area of effect damage capabilities. However, the skill of remote object manipulation had now perfectly compensated for this deficiency. The toll on his mental energy was considerable, though. Lin Feng shook his head, flinging the goo from his body onto the ground, beads of sweat forming on his brow. In less than 3 minutes, he had expended roughly 1/10 of his mental capacity. Nonetheless, every effort proved worthwhile. A profound joy radiated from his eyes as he surveyed the bounty he had collected, a substantial array of mutated materials, including bloodthirsty cockroach claws, bloodthirsty cockroach antennae, bloodthirsty cockroach carapace, and bloodthirsty cockroach thorax armor. These exoskeletons served as prime components for crafting the formidable bloodthirsty cockroach armor, an exceptional defensive gear in its early stages. Before long, the bloodthirsty cockroach armor was complete. The fierce, crimson armor enveloped Lin Feng's form, rendering him a vision of blazing fire. Lacking any special effects, its remarkable hardness rivaled that of level 1 equipment. Lin Feng cherished this armor dearly. Defensive gear was rarer than weaponry and required a greater array of materials, resulting in a market price nearly 30% higher for defensive equipment compared to weapons of the same level. In his previous life, a full set of bloodthirsty cockroach armor would have started at no less than 200 energy shards. Countless individuals had perished at the jaws of bloodthirsty cockroaches in pursuit of such armor, as these creatures were social insects. And typical hunting parties were reluctant to confront them when hunting level 2 mutated beings. Subsequently, Lin Feng utilized the remaining materials to forge 8 specialized red bloodthirsty blades. Unlike ordinary swords, the bloodthirsty blade featured a double-edged design with a single-handed grip in the center, making it sharper and more durable than standard bone weapons while also lighter in weight. Originally intended as an assassin's weapon, it now served as an ideal companion for his remote manipulation skill. At this moment, Gu Shuiying remained unresponsive, prompting Lin Feng to turn and exit the campus. Scoundrel, heh! At last, you have fallen into my grasp. In the corner of classroom 503, Park Dongxin, wielding a stick, rummaged through the area with a flashlight. Gu Shuiying, bound tightly by Park Dongxin, was tossed into a corner, her mouth gagged, rendering her incapable of uttering any commands for help. Despair flickered in her eyes. As the zombies burst through the door, overwhelming her and the students, Gu Shuiying had valiantly attempted to protect them, escaping through the front door and fighting off the zombies with a chair. Unfortunately, she was ultimately struck by a frenzied zombie and fell through a window. Fortunately, she landed on the air conditioning unit of the 5th floor, narrowly escaping death, only to find Park Dongxin had also stormed into the classroom. Gu Shuiying wished to resist, but as a healer devoid of combat prowess, she had already exhausted her mental and physical strength tending to Lu Chang. In a mere moment, she was subdued by Park Dongxin, bound hand and foot, and tossed into the corner, silenced. Haha, indeed, there are treasures to be found. I knew someone must have hidden snacks in their backpack. Park Dongxin immediately tore open the packaging and devoured the contents with a look of sheer satisfaction. After finishing, he suddenly approached Gu Shuiying, saying, "Teacher, look, now it's just the 2 of us left alive, my classmates have all perished. I warned you that if you didn't dispose of that fellow, you would all meet a grim fate. Was I not correct?" At that moment, Gu Shuiying was filled with a murderous rage toward Park Dongxin. If it weren't for him seizing the food and water and recklessly opening the door, none of them would have perished. Lu Chang could have been rescued. It was because of Park Dongxin that everyone was now dead. What is that look in your eyes? Am I wrong? With a sudden flash of anger ignited by Gu Shuiying's fierce gaze, Park Dongxin stood up and struck her across the face. Gu Shuiying's head collided with the corner of the wall, leaving a crimson mark on her forehead. Yet, Park Dongxin seized Gu Shuiying and pulled her close, glaring at her with malice. Even if I hadn't opened the door, you would have been bitten to death by Lu Chang. What difference does it make? You're all a bunch of useless fools. If this were our country, such a dystopia would have been suppressed long ago, and none of this would have happened. Now I want to go home, but I can't. Do you understand? I'm so frustrated. Park Dongxin, in a fit of rage, slammed Gu Shuiying's head against the wall, creating a series of thudding sounds that reverberated throughout the classroom. Dazed and disoriented from the impact, Gu Shuiying nearly lost consciousness, her mouth losing the rag she had been biting. At that moment, the sight of blood trickling from Park Dongxin caught attention. The crimson droplets flowed down Gu Shuiying's delicate cheek and neck, staining her white blouse. This ignited a primal frenzy within Park Dongxin. Gu Shuiying, with her fair skin and striking beauty, typically adorned in a white blouse and pencil skirt, exuding an air of austere allure behind her black-rimmed glasses, had long captured Park Dongxin's imagination. Now, satiated and with the beauty before him, he felt emboldened by the apocalyptic chaos around them. The darkness within him surged, and the beast within roared. Sensing the malevolence in Park Dongxin's eyes, Gu Shuiying instinctively kicked him away, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do? What do you think?" "Of course, I intend to engage in something that brings us both pleasure," he replied, his body ablaze with desire as he tore off his shirt. Gu Shuiying, fully aware of his intentions now, recoiled in terror. "Don't come near me, get away. You beast, I am your teacher. You'll soon be calling me husband, haha." He lunged at her like a hungry tiger. Gu Shuiying, in despair, turned her head away and closed her eyes, tears flowing freely. "Someone save me. Oh. Dear heavens, can anyone come to my rescue?" Just then, a loud crash echoed from behind as a figure burst through the shattered window and leaped into the classroom. In the next instant, a chilling glimmer shot forth from the figure's hand. Park Dongshin, instinctively startled, stood up just in time to witness the glimmer slicing through the air and striking him squarely. A sudden splatter of blood erupted, and the excruciating pain finally jolted Park Dongshin into awareness. With a gasp, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his wound and writhing in agony. Within mere seconds, a large pool of blood formed beneath him. What a coincidence, Lin Feng mused, bewilderment etched across his face. His flying knife had originally been aimed at Park Dongshin's nape. But unexpectedly, the man had risen just in time, turning into the lethal trajectory. It had effectively rendered him sterile. However, it mattered little, after all, he was a scoundrel. And his reproductive capabilities would only serve to endanger society. Lin Feng approached Gu Shuiying, towering over her as he inquired, "Are you Gu Shuiying?" Chapter 82, The Desire to Survive. Without shame, Gu Shuiying gazed at Lin Feng in disbelief. "You are that Lin Feng?" "Indeed," Lin Feng replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. "It seems fortune favors us both." He had initially intended to retreat, yet on his way, he unexpectedly noticed a faint glow emanating from a classroom on the 5th floor. This was not merely the moonlight reflecting through the window, rather, someone was using their phone as flashlight in search of something. Lin Feng's instincts hinted that this was undoubtedly related to Gu Shuiying, and he was astonished to have stumbled upon her. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from behind. Park Dongshin had pulled the dagger from his wound, howling in agony as he struggled to rise from the table. He was certain that his lineage had been completely annihilated, leaving him utterly bereft. An indescribable mix of shame, rage, and excruciating pain transformed his eyes into those of a wounded beast. In that moment, he had forgotten the disparity between himself and Lin Feng. His mind was consumed by just 2 words, revenge. "Die. I will kill you." Park Dongshin lunged at Lin Feng, his training in Taekwondo granting him a strength that surpassed the ordinary. The menacing aura he exuded prompted Gu Shuiying to cry out, "Be careful." Yet Lin Feng did not turn around, he calmly retrieved a bone crossbow. Thwip ah! The bolt pierced Park Dongshin's shoulder blade, sending him crashing to the ground. Clutching his shoulder in terror, Lin Feng approached steadily, skillfully knocking another arrow. Thwip, thwip ah! The bone arrow impaled both of Park Dongshin's feet, pinning him to the ground as he writhed in agony. "Silence," Lin Feng said coldly, delivering a swift kick to Park Dongshin's temple before returning to Gu Shuiying to untie her, as if nothing had transpired. "Now that we are alone, we may continue our conversation." At that moment, Gu Shuiying was utterly bewildered. In her most desperate hour, this man had crashed through the glass and descended from the heavens. She could scarcely believe it. Only after her hands were freed did Gu Shuiying regain her composure. In the next instant, she rushed toward Park Dongshin. "You have condemned them all to death, you scoundrel. Why did you do this? Why?" Gu Shuiying unleashed a tempest of punches and kicks upon him. However, Lin Feng merely smirked. "This is troublesome, this teacher is incapable of fighting, let alone inflicting harm." After a flurry of blows, it seemed that only a few had any real effect, while Gu Shuiying was soon left panting and exhausted. As expected, it wasn't long before she collapsed onto the ground, sobbing softly. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she hurriedly opened the chat channel. "This is Teacher Gu. Where is everyone? Is anyone there?" She shouted several times, yet there was no response. Staring at the empty chat channel, Gu Shuiying felt a wave of despair wash over her, tears cascading down her cheeks. Her students must have perished, otherwise, surely someone would have replied. Lin Feng shook his head. What exactly transpired? Gu Shuiying, forcing back her tears, recounted the events. "All my students are dead." Gu Shuiying wept uncontrollably, her tears flowing like rain as she cast a resentful glare at Park Dongshin. It's all his fault. If he hadn't recklessly opened the classroom door, none of this would have happened. That selfish beast. Observing the heart-wrenching sight of Gu Shuiying, Lin Feng remained silent, merely watching her without uttering a single word. Having endured countless life-and-death experiences in his past life, where many perished before his eyes, his heart had long since grown numb. He understood this feeling. Once the outpouring of emotion subsided, one would find solace. For the deceased had found liberation, while the living were compelled to fight for their survival. How much longer do you intend to squander your time? Lin Feng's indifferent gaze admonished Gu Shuiying. Wake up! No matter how grievously you weep, they will not return. How can you be so cold-hearted? Gu Shuiying exclaimed in astonishment, lifting her head to look at Lin Feng in disbelief. They were my students, real living beings. Lin Feng retorted coldly, and so what? Just because they were students, does that mean they cannot die? Gu Shuiying was momentarily taken aback. Rendered speechless by Lin Feng's incisive counter. Lin Feng continued. Wiping the blade of his weapon, do you have any idea how many have perished in this apocalyptic world in just a single day? If it weren't for your fortunate circumstances, do you think this group of defenseless students would have survived to this moment? Strength is paramount. Those who do not grow stronger will inevitably be eliminated. From the moment you chose to cower and avoid confrontation, their fate was sealed. If you were not of any use to me, do you think I would have come to your rescue? He gestured towards the unconscious Park Dongxin. If I hadn't intervened, you would have already found yourself stripped bare and pinned to the ground by this man, and still be here lamenting in your clothes? If you had pleased him, perhaps he might have taken you along in his escape. But I suspect he would likely abandon you to fend for yourself or even cast you out as bait for the zombies. Wake up, teacher. This is the end of the world, and the zombies outside do not care for your lofty ideals of education. Lin Feng's voice resonated within Gu Shuiying's mind, momentarily silencing her tears. How could there be such a heartless individual in this world? How could he behave in such a manner? Shouldn't a sane person be enveloped in grief like her? Why did Lin Feng show no sign of emotion and instead uttered such chilling remarks, placing the blame on her? Was it wrong to protect one's students? Was this man truly insane? However, Lin Feng had already cleaned the dried blood from his weapon and turned to point towards the door. Do not waste any more time. Are you coming or not? I won't go with someone like you, Gu Shuiying blurted out in fear. Yet Lin Feng seemed entirely unfazed by her response and simply turned away. In a world that had long ceased to be normal, the primary factor determining whether a player could survive the apocalypse was not luck, allies, or equipment, but rather the clarity of decisive action. Those who had thrived in their past lives knew instinctively the optimal choices to make for their benefit and executed them swiftly. Clearly, Gu Shuiying did not belong to such a category. It is no wonder that even as a healer, Lin Feng had never heard her name in his past life. Cursed be those who, despite living multiple lives, still seek their own demise. To his surprise, Lin Feng truly turned to leave, leaving Gu Shuiying stunned in place. As he approached the door, he coldly uttered, I will count to 3, if you wish to leave, you must follow. 1. Gu Shuiying bit her lip and turned her face away. 2. Her body trembled, yet she remained unresponsive. 3. As the final word fell, Lin Feng's hand twisted the doorknob and pulled the door open. Seeing his figure about to vanish, Gu Shuiying could no longer contain herself. She dashed forward, kneeling and grasping Lin Feng's right hand. I will go with you, please don't leave me behind. Lin Feng turned his head, his gaze laced with mockery as he looked at Gu Shuiying. You claim to refuse, yet your body betrays your words. Gu Shuiying's face flushed crimson, wishing she could sink into the ground from embarrassment. In that fleeting moment, an impulse surged within her, compelling her to rise, leaving her perplexed as to why she felt this way. How could she willingly follow someone she despised so much, someone so cold and unfamiliar? Was it merely because he had saved her? The more she pondered, the more humiliated she felt, lowering her head to avoid Lin Feng's gaze. Yet, Lin Feng, instead of maintaining his mocking demeanor, cupped Gu Shuiying's face and looked deeply into her eyes. Teacher Gu, remember this, in the apocalypse, wishing to survive is not shameful. Everyone experiences discomfort at the onset of the end times, even the Blade Master, Liu Hang, is not exempt. It all comes down to whether this person's will to survive is stronger than the ingrained notions in their mind. The ability to change signifies there is still hope for this individual. Gu Shuiying's mind buzzed. Lin Feng's words struck her like a thunderclap, leaving her frozen in place. She instinctively wanted to argue, yet found that all the words that came to mind were painfully inadequate at that moment. Wishing to survive is not shameful. These 6 words etched themselves into her consciousness, impossible to erase. Suddenly, Lin Feng spoke with a half-smile. But your innocence alone is not enough to warrant my effort in ensuring your escape. Chapter 83. I am your captain. Lin Feng's icy voice once again roused Gu Shuiying from her stupor, and she felt a frigid object forcibly thrust into her hand. It was a bone dagger. Lin Feng gestured towards Park Dongxin, commanding, "Go, kill him." Upon seeing the dagger in her grasp, Gu Shuiying's eyes brimmed with disbelief. "You? What do you want me to do? I demand you to kill him." Lin Feng seized Gu Shuiying by the shoulders, forcibly turning her to face Park Dongxin. "He is responsible for the deaths of all your students. You must harbor a deep-seated hatred towards him. Therefore, slaying him will not burden your conscience." "No. How could I kill someone? Gu Shuiying internally resisted, yet she was powerless against Lin Feng's will. Even as she fervently struggled, Lin Feng maintained his grip, inexorably pushing her before Park Dongxin. "Do you see this? Here is the neck. Stabbing here will sever the trachea," granting him the simultaneous experience of death and asphyxiation's thrill. "If you pierce between these ribs, you could penetrate the heart, yet even if you do, he might linger for 3 to 5 minutes. If the blade remains inside, he could survive for half an hour. I do not recommend this area. From this angle, you could penetrate the eye socket, directly damaging the brain. Swift and efficient. This method is effective for both zombies and humans alike." Lin Feng forcibly grasped Gu Shuiying's right hand, guiding the bone dagger's tip across Park Dongxin's body, all the while cheerfully elucidating the vulnerable points of the human anatomy. Despite Gu Shuiying's desperate struggles, she helplessly watched as her arm succumbed to his control. In that moment, Gu Shuiying wished for her own demise. In her eyes, Lin Feng was no longer a man but a devil. How could such a creature exist in this world? "What are you doing to me?" At that moment, Park Dongxin regained consciousness and, upon seeing the dagger poised at his neck, was struck with terror, instinctively raising his hands to retaliate. In Gu Shuiying's astonished gaze, Lin Feng seized her arm and effortlessly slashed twice, severing the tendons in Park Dongxin's arms. With a sickening sound, "Ah!" Park Dongxin screamed in agony, his cries echoing like a slaughtered pig. He was now entirely consumed by fear and despair, pleading with Lin Feng. "I beg you, spare my life. I am willing to follow you, to serve you like a beast, just do not kill me." Park Dongxin had evidently overheard Lin Feng and Gu Shuiying's exchange. Unfortunately, Lin Feng had no interest in him, persistently urging Gu Shuiying to act swiftly. Gu Shuiying was engulfed in a daze, her shock beyond measure. "What have I done?" Yet, when she turned her head, she was met with Lin Feng's benign smile, an expression that belied the horror of the moment. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. "I cannot do this. I will obey your every command. Just do not make me commit this act. But right now, all I wish is to teach you how to do this." Lin Feng's smile faded, his demeanor growing serious. "Teacher, this world has changed. If you do not kill, you will only become the prey of others. Do not forget how your students met their end. When your team encounters difficulties, would you decisively eliminate Park Dongxin? Would that lead to further consequences? Would it endanger everyone? Gu Shuiying, the one responsible for your student's demise is not solely Park Dongxin, it is also you. It is your repeated indecision that has afforded him the opportunity to exploit. He has already become your enemy. Does one require psychological preparation to eliminate him? In this apocalyptic world, is it not sufficient to simply act?" Gu Shuiying stared wide-eyed at Lin Feng, tears cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. Yet all she beheld were eyes as dark as an abyss, reminiscent of a monster capable of devouring all light. Suddenly, she felt Lin Feng release her restrained right hand as he stepped back with an air of indifference. "Go ahead, kill him and complete your transformation. If you lack the courage to act, then you need not follow me. I do not harbor the useless by my side." At that moment, Park Dongxin's despair mirrored Gu Shuiying's, realizing he was to perish, reduced to a mere test for Lin Feng's new recruits. This drove him to the brink of madness. "I am willing to acknowledge you as my leader. I will give you money, a house, I even have a sister I can offer you. Please, do not kill me," Park Dongxin bellowed, struggling in a frenzy. Seeing Lin Feng's silence, he turned his venomous gaze on Gu Shuiying. You wretched woman! If you dare to lay a finger on me, I will tear you apart. Lin Feng raised 3 fingers with a calm demeanor. As per our usual practice, I will count to 3. 1. Gu Shuiying trembled. 2. Her entire body quaked, yet the dagger in her grasp quivered and rose slightly. Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes gleaming as if witnessing the birth of a masterpiece. 3. A scream escaped Gu Shuiying's lips as she shut her eyes and thrust the dagger downward. However, it was halted by the ribcage guarding the heart. Simultaneously, Park Donson cried out in agony, "It hurts! You wretched woman actually dared to strike! I will make you pay!" Lin Feng's voice drifted in. Open your eyes and see what you have stabbed. Were my words meant for dogs? Continue. At that moment, Gu Shuiying seemed to transform into a soulless puppet, mechanically lifting the dagger again and again under Lin Feng's guidance. Time and again, her white shirt became completely soaked in blood, her entire being enveloped in crimson. Get off me, you bastard. It hurts so much. Please stop stabbing. Teacher, I was wrong, I am your student too. I beg you. Gu Shuiying was bombarded by Park Donson's wails. From initial threats to feeble pleas, until his voice faded into silence. Gu Shuiying dared not open her eyes. She mechanically continued to strike, not daring to pause until Lin Feng commanded her to stop. After countless stabs, Lin Feng finally called out, "Stop." Gu Shuiying opened her eyes to find Park Donson unrecognizable, a mere shadow of a human. With a retch, she turned away and vomited, a torrent of yellow and green spilling forth. Lin Feng merely scoffed. A life was extinguished with 54 precise strikes, each blade deftly avoiding vital points. Indeed, my lessons have not been in vain. However, Lin Feng paused momentarily before continuing. Nonetheless, I must extend my congratulations. He placed a bottle of mineral water before Gu Shuiying and extended his right hand. Allow me to reintroduce myself, I am your captain, Lin Feng. Chapter 84. The black-robed traitor. Gu Shuiying trembled violently, collapsing to the ground in disbelief as she looked up, her eyes widening in astonishment. At that moment, Lin Feng seemed to revert to his previously harmless demeanor. Suddenly, her vision blurred, and she lost consciousness. Troubling. Lin Feng grimaced, hoisting Gu Shuiying onto his shoulder and departing from the classroom. The stench of blood lingered heavily here, likely attracting the bloodthirsty cockroaches. He needed to find a safer refuge elsewhere. Splash! A basin of cold water jolted Gu Shuiying awake. She blinked in confusion at her surroundings. This was a storage room, devoid of any blood or corpses. We had to relocate, the blood scent was too intense back there and would surely draw the bloodthirsty cockroaches, Lin Feng explained. Gu Shuiying nodded, clearly familiar with the term. Even now, she struggled to believe she had taken a life. However, as she reflected on the events, she discovered a surprising lack of aversion toward Lin Feng. We need to get moving, Lin Feng announced, rising to his feet. Gu Shuiying, still dazed, quickly stood up, only to freeze momentarily, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. My clothes. She suddenly realized that her shirt and skirt had vanished, replaced by a loose-fitting male tracksuit. A chilly breeze gusted through the pant legs, abruptly reminding her that her trousers were empty. She hastily tightened her waistband, her face burning with embarrassment. When did you? Your clothes reeked of blood, so I changed you while you were asleep, Lin Feng replied, cautiously peering through a crack in the door. His breath quickened slightly. While Gu Shuiying's act of murder was hardly commendable, one could not deny that her physique was truly remarkable. He had nearly lost control himself just moments ago. Her delicate face visibly flushed as she discreetly glanced at her watch, breathing a sigh of relief. She had only been unconscious for 5 minutes. This guy carried me here and even changed my clothes. He must not have had time for anything else. Gu Shuiying murmured, suddenly feeling her cheeks heat up. Ugh, what am I thinking? The bloodthirsty cockroaches have been lured to the east side of the 5th floor by the scent of blood. We need to hurry, Lin Feng urged as he swung the door open and dashed out. But Gu Shuiying suddenly recalled something, slapping her thigh in realization. I almost forgot something important. She grasped Lin Feng's arm. When we were trapped on the 6th floor, we saw a beam of golden light descend to the back of the school. Lin Feng's eyes brightened instantly. The golden light appeared a few hours ago? Approximately 3 hours ago, still shy of 4, she replied. Without hesitation, Lin Feng seized Gu Shuiying's hand and sprinted away. If it was indeed a traitor, they had only 4 hours until arrival. They needed to quicken their pace to reach it in time. With no moments to squander, Lin Feng gripped the hunting blade and activated his pursuit mode. Dispatching every zombie that stood in his path, he charged in a nearly straight line toward the dormitory area. With his spiritual awareness activated, he soon discerned a faint glimmer of golden light emanating from a room on the 4th floor of one of the dormitories. Finding a dense canopy, Lin Feng carefully concealed Gu Shuiying. He approached the building slowly, but just as he was about to enter, a chilling instinct compelled him to halt abruptly and retreat behind a large tree. In the next moment, a deafening explosion erupted from a room on the 3rd floor of the dormitory. A colossal, bloodthirsty cockroach, the size of a small car, ascended into the sky. Its body was enveloped in a tough, bluish-gray exoskeleton adorned with peculiar patterns. Two nearly 2-meter-long, rigid antennae protruded from its abdomen, capable of piercing a human player with ease. It emitted a hissing shriek, circling the dormitory as if it had just caught the scent of an intruder. Almost immediately, another giant bloodthirsty cockroach burst forth from the gaping hole, its massive abdomen hindering its flight, while it bore hundreds of freshly hatched cockroach larvae on its back, trailed by countless juvenile bloodthirsty cockroaches in various stages of growth. These creatures swiftly swarmed the entire dormitory, on high alert for any approaching foes. However, shortly thereafter, they all returned inside the building. Name: bloodthirsty cockroach subspecies, insect king, identity, mutant, insect, strength, 27 agility, 34 constitution, 25 intuition, 29 mutation level, LV1, second mutation, attribute, wind description. This subspecies of bloodthirsty cockroach possesses special abilities due to its second mutation, reigning as the king of its kind. It exhibits an exceptionally strong territorial instinct, with each limb capable of inflicting terrifying damage. Name: bloodthirsty cockroach matriarch identity, mutant, insect, strength, 15 agility, 9 constitution, 18 intuition, 11 mutation level, LV1 description. The bloodthirsty cockroach matriarch possesses formidable reproductive capabilities but is nearly devoid of mobility. Seeing this, Lin Feng felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead. The subspecies itself is the monarch among its kind, with an attack power several times greater than that of ordinary bloodthirsty cockroaches, and it had undergone 2 rounds of mutation. A single encounter could spell doom for Lin Feng. Moreover, this building was evidently regarded as their lair, making entry an absurd notion for him at this moment. Yet, with the hidden target tantalizingly close, he felt an insatiable urge to investigate. Meanwhile, the golden light was dimming, and it would likely vanish in about 40 minutes. He needed to lure this creature away to have a chance. Lin Feng's mind raced, and suddenly an idea struck him. He swiftly returned to the main teaching building, where he dismembered the body of Park Dongxin, dividing it into dozens of small bags and scattering them at a distance from the dormitory. He then waited patiently for the bloodthirsty cockroach subspecies to take the bait. The pungent scent of